Please, I am the young master of a family of demonized genetic mutants in Night City. Can you please stop feeding me soft food? The game world is filled with thousands of races, where genes evolve, martial arts thrive, science and technology cultivate immortality, magic and superpowers collide with each other, and city-state territorial wars continue. Ego was reborn into a demonized family in the game world, carrying the genetic bloodline of a mutant demon king, and was regarded as a threat by all mankind. The Night Watch, the Demon Hunters, the Psychic Guild, the Magic Guild, and the Cultivation Guild all think that I am a scourge of demons? Do they have to get rid of me? In the original game plot, several childhood playmates, childhood girls, all turned into villainous bosses because of my death. Will his demonized family be massacred by the righteous in the future? Ego, who was only 7 years old, started to sign in from this moment, and after 10 years of signing in, he started his full-time talent and silently planned for the future. Sign in successfully, acquire, forbidden ability, demonic copy technique, gold. Obtain, demonic spiritual pet, spirit of disaster, gold. Obtain, special talent, soul of the weapon spirit, gold. Congratulations! You have reached the 100 soul realm and can transform into the devil form. Chapter 1, Traveling through the Game World, War College, Yazan City, War College or Primary School, Grade 1, Class 1. Open your mouth. A 7-year-old little girl with a cold face picked up a rice spoon in her hand and brought it to Yi's mouth. This is to feed him, not why Ego. I can eat by myself. No. Gao Xinshue's eyes were as clear as ink. I promised my sister that I would take good care of you after you go to elementary school and not let you be picky about food. Yiga looked miserable, but, so many classmates are watching, how embarrassing. It's okay to watch. Gao Xinshue said calmly, I'm your godmother. Isn't it normal for a mother to feed her child? Yiga thought, after all, my identity in this life is the young master of the demonic gene mutant family in Yeqing, and the heir of the largest demonic family in the future empire. But how could I be raised like this when I was a child? Can you not be too outrageous? However, with no other choice, Yiga had to open his mouth and let out an ah and accepted the spoonful of soft rice that was fed to his mouth. The little girl in front of him was as cool and elegant as a porcelain doll, with fair skin, ink-black eyes, and black hair as black as crow feathers tied into a high ponytail. The little girl's expression was always calm and unchanging. As if nothing could make her show any other expression, Gao Xinshue scooped a spoonful of hot soup from the soup layer of the pink thermos lunchbox, put her cherry-red lips close to the spoon and blew gently. After confirming that the temperature of the soup in the spoon was neither too hot nor too cold, he sent another spoonful of warm soup to Yi's mouth. Yigu opened his mouth in pain and helplessness. Alas, I am a man with the mentality of an adult, but I have fallen to the point of being fed by a little girl in public, and I can't even resist. It's so humiliating. Whoa, Gudon, he took a bite and swallowed it. But you know what, this soup is really delicious. Xinshue Mama's cooking skills are quite good. At the back of the classroom, a little boy from Snow City in the north, wearing animal skins, saw this scene and said in confusion, the people in the Central Plains city-state are really weird. He's already 7 years old and still needs someone to feed him? A female classmate wearing a magician's robe said with a smile, you don't understand, this is called eating soft rice, it's very delicious. The little boy was puzzled, free rice? Yi's face turned red. He poked Gao Xinshue's arm and whispered, hey, I'd better do it myself. It's embarrassing for the new students from other city-states to see me. Gao Xinshue shook her head stubbornly, her eyes calm, like a mother ignoring her child's resistance. No, be obedient. Yiga could only finish this box of free food in the gaze of all his classmates. In great agony, after dinner, Gao Xinshue packed up the lunchbox very skillfully. At the same time, he took out a wet tissue and carefully wiped Yi's mouth. Yigu sat quietly like an obedient child, letting the little girl do whatever she wanted. Looking at the dignified and cold little girl beside him, Yigu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Who could have thought that this little girl who looks gentle, cool, peaceful, and likes to take care of people like a mother would grow up to be such a terrifying dark villain? Boss is Gao Xinshue, currently 7 years old, is the strongest human boss in the future 3.0 version of the game plot. Yiga was not originally from this world. This was originally a game world called the Territory of 10,000 Races. In this world, there are thousands of races, genetic evolution, flourishing martial arts, technology for cultivating immortals, and the collision of magic and superpowers. The area of the entire world is 10,000 times larger than that of the Earth. There are constant wars over city-states and territories among all races, and the human race is just one of the tens of thousands of civilized races in the world. The War College is a top-level academy for extraordinary people established to train and supply talents for the battlefield of all human races. Recruit students with extraordinary talents in martial arts, supernatural powers, magic, cultivation, beast taming, etc. from all over the empire, and train them to become the backbone of protecting the human race. In the game, the adventurers controlled by the players can move freely in the territory of all races, kill enemies, fight monsters, upgrade, seize treasures, seize territories, complete dungeons, advance the plot, and experience the entire life of characters in various game worlds and even NPCs. The whole game has a very high playability and freedom. Last night, Yigu entered his favorite holographic real-life multiplayer online role-playing war adventure game, map of 10,000 races, through a holographic helmet. Who would have thought that suddenly everything went dark? System operation error. Then he could never go back. Logically speaking, traveling to your favorite game world doesn't seem to be a bad thing. However, the bad thing is that the character he traveled to is Yigu. Currently 7 years old, was born into the largest demonized family in the human empire, the Yi family. His father, Yi Shao, was the lord of Yi City, and his grandfather, Yi Quan, was a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm, who had once followed the late emperor on an expedition to all races. This sounds pretty awesome. However, in fact, any player who understands the plot of this game knows that this is the most tragic, pitiful, and sympathetic villain character in the game. He has the blood of ancient demons and comes from a war family, but he has a soft character, is gentle and kind, and is unwilling to hurt even a small animal. The Yi family was originally quite powerful among the human race. However, in the subsequent 1.5 version of the game plot, a traitor appeared within the Yi family. The family was destroyed. His father Yi Shao was framed by a traitor on the front line of the 10,000 races battlefield. His grandfather died tragically, and his mother died of depression. And Yigu was even worse, because of his kindness. He was exploited by other nobles of the empire and a group of righteous forces claiming to be honorable and upright, and became blind and disabled for life. In the end, his heart was pierced by thousands of blades, and his soul was gnawing at his bones. Because of the uniqueness and rarity of his demonic mutant genes, even his body was taken away and dissected by imperial scholars for experiments. Gao Xinxue, the childhood sweetheart, was heartbroken after seeing the kind and simple Yigu end up like this. She was completely disappointed in human nature and turned completely evil and left the human territory. When she appeared in the public eye again, her appearance had not changed at all, but she had become a cold, ruthless, dark female scientist, the founder of Dark Biomechanical Technology Company. He also personally triggered at nano-insect chaos. That horrific disaster directly razed the entire city of Yazan and more than a dozen surrounding human city-states to the ground. In the game, all the background entries about Gao Xinxue are genius-level human extraordinary mechanic, a super female scientific researcher who combines magic and technology, top scientists and biologists who will create the future world. In the game, the player's impression of her is that of a genius scientist who always wears a white coat, is cold and indifferent, and whose long, white legs cannot be concealed. At the same time, she is also the strongest human boss in the 3.0 version of the game 10,000 Races, a war mechanic that all players are terrified of. She is called the goddess of war destruction by players. A top boss with a 9-star difficulty, he invented countless top-notch mechanical weapons, perfectly integrating science with magic, superpowers, and immortal spirit, and created extraordinary technological weapons such as magic cannons, psychic pulse cannons, and nano-elemental bombs, which beat countless high-end game players to the point of crying for their parents. The high-end mecha pioneers she invented can destroy an entire civilized city-state with just one of them. She also personally built a futuristic city that combined technology and magic, but did not allow any human to enter, control 1 million dark mechanical armies and declare war on the human race alone, just to avenge your childhood sweetheart. In the future, the Qin Empire was severely damaged, and nearly half of the human race's territory was destroyed. It was all related to this ultimate boss. Yigu recalled the background stories in these games and felt cold sweat running down his face. If the story of this world really develops according to this plot, then the future of him and Gao Xinxue will not be very good. Background information: sad face. The cultivation levels from low to high: Huang, Shen, Di, Tian, Baihan, Jianpa, Wanxiang, Shira, Tianqi, Shanglin. Soul Emperor. Human occupation system: martial arts, archery, mechanics, magic, supernatural powers, immortal cultivation. Beast control, auxiliary, mutation, ghost control. Chapter 2: Childhood sweethearts turn out to be future big bosses. Yigu was silent for a long time, then regained his composure. He looked at the children in the class who were returning to their seats in a noisy manner and sighed softly. Even if he wants to travel to the world of the game, there is no need to transform him into an elementary school student, right? Which version of the game is this? When Yigu was still an elementary school student, which chapter of the story is this? In the background story of the game, Yigu is just a character who lives in the memories of Gao Shinshua, the big boss. So Yigu knew very little about this character who had the same name as himself. Look, this is the magic flame I refined after my first magic class yesterday. A little fat boy with a chubby face was holding up one of his fingers proudly. On that finger, there was a tiny flame the size of a peanut burning. The group of children around all looked excited. Wow! Jiang Xiaoming, you are amazing! The teacher just taught us the first magic lesson yesterday, and you have already learned it. Give me the Kong Kong, give me the Kong Kong. Ugh! I did it according to what the teacher taught me, why can't I do it? Me too, my dad always says I'm so stupid. Jiang Xiaoming still raised his chin proudly and said, of course, extraordinary people have to be divided into different talents. But Jiang Xiaoming, doesn't your family specialize in ghost control? What do you know? This is called multi-cultivation. I want to become a full-time master in the future. I want to learn magic, ghost taming, beast taming, firearms, and martial arts. What's so great about magic? My father said that cultivating immortality is the path a man should take. Jiang Xiaoming boasted proudly, deliberately speaking very loudly in the classroom, and glanced at Gao Shinshua from time to time because he hoped Gao Shinshua could hear it accidentally. However, Gao Shinshua obviously did not react at all. She was still sitting next to Yigu, holding a tissue and carefully wiping the soup that dripped onto Yiji's pants. Jiang Xiaoming's slightly fat cheeks twitched slightly. Hateful, how can I repair? Night song. Night song. At this time, a little girl with twin ponytails ran to Yiji's seat, raised her two little hands, and said in a baby voice with excitement, Yigu, how about we play the horse riding game? Yigu looked blankly at the cute little girl in front of him who had adorable childishness, fair skin, and a tilted head that looked a little silly. He had just traveled through time not long ago, and many of his memories had not yet been fully integrated. By the way, the girl in front of him was Xia Xiao, a friend he had played with since kindergarten, and they had attended the elementary school of the War College together. Wait, Xia Xiao, shit, in the game map of 10,000 races. There is only one Xia Xiao in the game, that cruel and cold-blooded chaos demon. Xia Xiao is her real name. She appears as a boss in the later part of the game. He has the dual blood of the elves and humans. His mother is Lo Ling, a famous water-powered master, and his father is the lord of a border city-state. Xia Xiao was also originally an extremely gifted and talented water and wood ability user, but later due to some unknown changes, she turned into a cold, ruthless, and arbitrary female devil, and changed her name to Xia Lingming. The 10 chaos evils under his command are the ones that terrify all the dark races. She is the villain in the early plot of the game who slaughtered many members of the human righteous guilds by herself. It is also in the later stage of the game that she rules over an entire area of dark chaos and officially transforms into an 8-star difficult big boss of the female evil god. If the player does not defeat her, a large area of important areas will be unable to be explored. That terrifying and murderous female devil was actually my elementary school classmate? Yigu looked at the little girl in front of him. No black eyeshadow, no bloody magic patterns. Such a childish, cute, and innocent appearance is really hard to associate with the cold and ruthless dark boss female devil in the later versions of the game. Wardstay, what kind of monsters were my childhood playmates? Hey, why don't you answer me? Xia Xiao pouted her pink face and eagerly pulled Yiji's arm. You promised me in kindergarten that as long as my kindergarten graduation ability test score exceeds yours, you will play with me and be my deskmate. Are you going back on your word? Yigu opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Gao Shinshua beside him said calmly, Xiao Ye has been weak since he was a child, so he can't be your big horse to ride on. Xia Xiao blinked her eyes in a silly manner and looked at Gao Shinshua beside her. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you in the war kindergarten? Gao Shinshua said calmly and seriously, I am his godmother. Yigu, Xia Xiao was stunned, huh? Gao Shinshua glanced at Yigu and continued, his mother and I are sworn sisters. His mother asked me to adopt him as my godson a long time ago. Since I am a mother, of course I have to protect my children. Yiga looked embarrassed, although, this really happened. However, that was just a bad joke from my mother when I was a child, and this little girl actually took it seriously, while there was a sense of innocence and ignorance in Xia Xiao's innocent eyes. For a child like her, she didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. Then she said happily and innocently, "Then let's be deskmates from now on?" Gao Xinxue, together? Xia Xiao, yeah. 3 makes a trip. Yi Gu. Gao Xinxue looked at it and hesitated, but there are only 2 seats at a desk. It doesn't matter. I can share another table with you. The head teacher won't mind. Xia Xiao took Gao Xinxue's hand with anticipation and said, "Well, can we be friends?" Friend. Gao Xinxue's eyes revealed a sense of confusion. Yes, Xia Xiao said enthusiastically and cheerfully, "Mom said that after I go to school, I will have friends. We can play games together, build blocks together, play house together. Well, we can also practice together." Gao Xinxue didn't say anything and seemed to be hesitating about something. "Yi Guo and I have been friends since kindergarten." Xia Xiao continued, "In the future, the 3 of us can study and practice together every day. My mother said that practicing with more people can help us practice faster." Gao Xinxue looked at Xia Xiao holding her hand, and seemed to have been thinking with her head down. After a while, she nodded gently. That's great. Xia Xiao said happily, "My name is Xia Xiao, what's yours?" Gao Xinxue. Gao Xinxue was silent for a moment and spoke softly. At this time, the bell for class rang. A male teacher walked up to the podium. Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully. "Then I'll go first, I'll move the chair over in a while." Then she returned to her seat. After Xia Xiao left, Gao Xinxue looked at her back in silence for a while before slowly sitting down. Yi Gu glanced at Gao Xinxue, who was sitting at the same table with him. The little girl's eyes were as black as ink, and her black hair, as black as crow's feathers, was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing the fair and tender skin under her swan neck. Because she is young, her face is a little chubby, but it can't hide the natural cool temperament she exudes. There is a maturity between her eyebrows that is not in line with her age. Even though she was still an elementary school student, she had an aura as strong as a glacier that had never melted and made people feel difficult to approach. It's hard to imagine that I became elementary school classmates with the villains Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao in the game. TSK, class is starting. The civilization of all races is far more powerful than you think. The male teacher stood on the podium and started teaching. Don't think that the myriad races only have powerful superpowers. Many of them have cutting-edge technology that we humans don't have. The scientific system that we humans are so proud of is merely elementary school content for the advanced civilizations of all races. The powerful modern weapons we rely on may be just children's toys to them. If humans want to catch up with them and not become prey on other races, it depends on the efforts of your generation." The male teacher said seriously, and suddenly paused. "Okay, that's enough history, let's officially start the class now. Yesterday we talked about magic, and today's class is swordplay. The swordsman profession is a branch of the warrior profession in the human race's extraordinary profession system, and it also has strong compatibility. In the martial arts profession, swordsmen have a relatively slow progress in the early stages, and require hard training to achieve success, but in the later stages they can achieve development that other martial arts professions do not have. In the battlefield of all races, many of our human race's senior generals are also swordsmen, which is enough to show that the upper limit of this profession is not low." The male teacher said, "When you were in kindergarten, you should have learned some basic kendo knowledge, right? Then today, the teacher will formally teach you sword skills. Now, please ask 2 students to come up and demonstrate. Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" Jiang Xiaoming immediately raised his hands with excitement. Me. The male teacher nodded and asked Jiang Xiaoming to go on stage. Then he looked at the other children in the classroom and asked, "Is there anyone else?" The students looked at each other, no one raised their hands. The male teacher had no choice but to randomly pick a name based on the name on the name tag. "Yi Gu, come up and demonstrate." Chapter 3 Newbie Gift Pack, 3 golds. Yi Gu, so unlucky? Being called on the first day of school, Gao Xinxue turned around and looked. Seeing that Yi Gu didn't seem to be willing, she stood up and said calmly, "Teacher, I'll do it for him." The male teacher was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Why? Little boy, why are you taking his place?" Gao Xinxue said calmly and seriously, "Because I am his, Wu." Yi Ge quickly stood up and covered her mouth to prevent her from speaking. Whoa whoa. Gao Xinxue struggled, her beautiful dark eyes looking at him resentfully, and there was even some grievance in her gaze. You better sit down. Yi Ge looked helpless and pushed Gao Xinxue back to her seat. Although she is Gao Xinxue, the cool mechanical goddess with the highest IQ in the future human race, she is still a child after all. I actually took a joke seriously. Yi Ge stepped onto the actual combat stage. Unlike the classrooms in the previous life, the classrooms in this world have a practical teaching area between the podium and the student listening area, specially prepared for students who come up to demonstrate during class. Come on, Yega. The little girl Xia Xia was sitting in the front row, cheering for Yi Ge excitedly. I assigned you homework yesterday. I think there should be some enlightenment techniques for you to learn how to use weapons in advance, right? The male teacher took out 2 wooden swords from the podium and handed them to the 2 of them. You two, demonstrate to the whole class, just 2 moves in real combat. Okay. Jiang Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He looked at Yi Ge, who was standing opposite him, and tightened the wooden sword in his hand. Although he had only been in school for 2 days, Jiang Xiaoming had already observed that Gao Xinxue hardly pays attention to anyone in this class. The only thing is to follow Yi Ge every day. The white moonlight in my mind turned out to be someone else's little follower. This was unacceptable to him. Jiang Xiaoming gripped the wooden sword tightly, determined to defeat Yi Ge severely. As long as he can defeat Yi Ge, he can become friends with Gao Xinxue. No matter what age you are or what kind of world you live in, the desire to stand out in front of others and be admired by others will never change, especially in front of the opposite sex. Yi Ge picked up the wooden sword helplessly. I actually want to duel swords with an elementary school student. Outrageous. At this moment, a noise suddenly sounded in Yi Ge's consciousness. Sizzle, 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 bite. Personal system restart completed. System, what's going on? Yi Ge suddenly felt a pain in his head, then a transparent game panel appeared in front of him that only he could see. Character Yi Ge, age, 7 years old, race, human level, yellow realm, stage 1 HP, 103 out of 103 soul power, MP, 90/94 dimensional attributes, strength 6, agility 7, spirit 7, stamina 5. Basic attributes: physical attack 18, magic attack 17, defense 15, resistance 15, burst 20, speed 21, agility 22, perception 21. Special attributes: luck 5, charm 10, intelligence 12. Main/secondary occupation: none implanted prosthesis, none blood talent, demonic gene mutation. You have a very unique demonic bloodline with good adaptability. After reaching the 100 Souls realm, you can activate the complete demonization mode in human mode. It will. More detailed properties. Click to view. Yi Ge frowned slightly. Isn't this the personal panel that appeared when he first entered the holographic game map of 10,000 races? Is it that the game level has been restored? This interface is very familiar to him, a hardcore player of this game. But Yi Ge tried for a long time and couldn't find the exit game interface. Other than that, the panel is exactly the same as it was when he first played the game. Byte. Tip: it is detected that the player has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in immediately? Whether sign in, is this even worth thinking about? Yi Ge chose yes without hesitation. Sign in successfully. Get 20,000 human empire currency, 100 game exchange mall points. Detected that a new player signed in for the first time. Gift pack for newbies. Please select type newbie. Gift pack A, coin pack. Randomly get 1 to 10 million human empire currency. Good news for non-paying players. Novice gift pack B, special gift pack. Randomly obtain 3 abilities, talents, bloodlines, or special items of white gold quality. Be careful if you are unlucky. Yi Ge hesitated. I remember that when he played this game for the first time, he chose gift package A. Then he offered 10 imperial coins. Yes, that's right, 10 yuan. That is the shadow that Yi Ge has cast till now. Yi Ge decisively chose gift package B. Congratulations. You chose the Novice B package. Obtain special talent, Soul of the Weapon Spirit, gold. Obtained forbidden ability, Magic Copy, gold. Obtain Spirit Pet Egg, Spirit of Disaster, gold. When Yi Ge saw the golden flash, his eyes lit up. Ward hair? I have been playing the game map of 10,000 races for so many years, but I have never seen the golden flash. As a result, today I received 3 newbie gift packs at once. Could it be that all the bad luck I had when opening boxes in games in the past has been accumulated here? For a moment, Yi Ge only felt a stream of inexplicably powerful energy quickly gathering in his body. As Yi Ge held the wooden sword in his hand, he suddenly felt an indescribable force quickly spreading throughout his body. Special talent, Soul of the weapon spirit quality, gold introduction. You are born with the ability to communicate with all weapons in the world. No matter what weapon you get, you can quickly master it, integrate it, and exert its maximum power. Effect 1. You can draw inferences from one battle. In every battle, you can comprehend and create your own weapon moves. Point 2. Any weapon of any quality in your hand will be upgraded by one level by default. Point 3. Any weapon in your hand will be enhanced and refined by default to gain an additional attribute bonus of plus 13 stars, which can be superimposed with the normal weapon enhancement attribute bonus. Yi Ge looked down at the wooden sword in his hand. Is this the effect of the soul of the instrument? Holding the wooden sword, he felt as if the sword was a part of his body. The powerful sword energy gradually condensed on the sword body, causing the sword body to tremble slightly. The originally plain wooden sword was faintly surrounded by a pink halo, so magical. Weapon, Academy Standard Spiritwood Sword, plus 13 stars, level, Quasi-Yellow Realm, available above the Quasi-Yellow Realm, quality, White-Blue attribute, sharpness, 0.4 plus 5 toughness, 0.3 plus 4 strength, 1 plus 6 new, user's additional physical attack power plus 99, the values in newly added attributes after the plus sign are all the newly added attributes after plus 13 enhancement. Note, the higher the level and quality of the equipment, the higher the amplified attributes will be after strengthening. Hey! At this time, Jiang Xiaoming on the combat stage raised his wooden sword and shouted, "Come on! I will defeat you!" He raised the wooden sword high, a faint soul energy condensed on the sword, and he struck Yi Ge hard. When the male teacher saw Jiang Xiaoming make a move, his eyes suddenly moved. As soon as the male teacher saw the little boy making a move, he knew what was going on. And those who can go to the war college all have extraordinary family backgrounds. And this little fat boy's family background is definitely considered superior even in this class. His family must have provided him with a lot of cultivation resources for his training when he was in kindergarten. He has just entered the first grade, but he has already reached the first stage of the official Yellow Realm, and he even knows the most basic sword skills. Chapter 4 Daily Tasks, Understanding Swordsmanship. Sword Skill, Vertical Slash. Jiang Xiaoming swung his sword down fiercely. However, in Yi Ge's eyes, this sword was full of flaws. It was almost a conditioned reflex. Yi Ge just seemed to hold the sword and swung it casually. Crack! The wooden sword in Jiang Xiaoming's hand was broken with a sound. The broken half of the wooden sword flew over his head. A panel prompt also appeared in front of Yi Ge. Congratulations, you have learned a new swordsmanship skill in battle, sword raising style. The male teacher was stunned. Today is the second day of school, and the male teacher is still unclear about the family background of each student in the class. I originally thought that Jiang Xiaoming was one of the best students in this class. Unexpectedly, this seemingly frail Yi Ge is even more hidden. Boops. The wooden sword in Jiang Xiaoming's hand slipped out of his hand and he fell to the ground with his butt. The pain made him cry immediately. Wow, the little fat boy burst into tears. Yi Ge, teacher, I report it. This is unfair. Jiang Xiaoming pointed at the wooden sword in Yi Ge's hand and whimpered, his wooden sword is sharper than mine. My sword was broken as soon as it touched his. Don't talk nonsense, this is the standard wooden sword prepared by the teacher for training. They are all made of the same material. There is no difference at all. The male teacher walked over and gave Jiang Xiaoming a cold look. At this kid, even though he can't beat others, he still has to make excuses. Okay, that's enough. The male teacher put his hand on Yi Ge's shoulder, looked at him and asked, have you learned sword skills before? Well, a little bit. Yi Ge had no choice but to say this. Okay, very good. The male teacher smiled and said, then in this class, you can come and demonstrate to everyone with me. This. Yi Ge scratched his head, let's not do it, right? The male teacher was stunned and asked in confusion, what's wrong? What if I get hurt? Don't worry, teacher, I'm very measured and I won't hurt you. Also, teacher doesn't know how to use soul power, we're just demonstrating simple swordsmanship. Yi Ge opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped himself. Oh well, soon, Jiang Xiaoming was taken away. Yi Ge and the male teacher stood face to face on the sparring stage, they all held a wooden sword in their hands. Students, please pay attention. First, I will show you the basic moves for concealing your defense. The male teacher said, smiling at Yi Ge in front of him, holding his sword in one hand and one hand behind his back. Come on, attack with all your strength. Yi Ge hesitated, all out? He has just mastered the golden ability and has not yet fully mastered the control of strength. As a veteran player of the game, he knew very well that even if it was a wooden sword that was enhanced to plus 13 stars, it could easily kill people even if used by an ordinary person with no strength at all. It would be bad if someone was hurt. Of course I tried my best. The male teacher smiled and said, "It's okay, kid, come on, no need to be polite to the teacher. The teacher has practiced it too." Bite. Daily tasks have been refreshed. Task requirements: defeat the male teacher in the school's swordsmanship class. Task reward: lucky blind box *5. Yege's eyes lit up. Daily tasks? Really? Okay. Then teacher, I'm welcome. Yege's expression changed suddenly. He no longer hesitated. He slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, and his eyes gradually became sharp and serious. "It looks pretty good." The male teacher smiled faintly in his heart. "Looks like a very hard-working student." "Of course, you're welcome. Just go ahead." Swish. The male teacher was still expressing his satisfaction. The next moment, he heard the sound of a wooden sword being swung violently. The male teacher's pupils dilated instantly. Yigo has already attacked with a sword. Kandang. The male teacher was still in a daze. The sword in his hand had disappeared. It turned out that he was knocked away by Yege's wooden sword and fell behind the combat platform. Yege's wooden sword had already swiftly pointed at the male teacher's abdomen. Ouch. The male teacher screamed in pain. His face suddenly turned green, and he squatted down holding his full stomach, unable to speak for a while. Wow. When the classmates saw this scene, they all exclaimed in amazement, especially the female classmates, their eyes sparkling with many little stars of admiration when they looked at Yige. Pairs of little hands clapped their hands. Clap clap clap. Xiao Xiao, in particular, played the drums most enthusiastically. Gao Xinshua looked at Yige with a suspicious expression. After a long while, the male teacher slowly recovered and stood up from the ground, rubbing his stomach. "This little guy is so cruel, but I can't blame Yige. After all, I was the one who made him use all his strength. Fortunately, he has practiced." The male teacher showed a complicated expression. "What is the name of that move you just made? How come it was so fast? That move just now?" Yige tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and the panel appeared in front of him again. "Congratulations, you have learned a new sword skill in battle, Sword Charge." It should be called Sword Charge. The male teacher had a complicated expression. Could it be that this kid is from a sword fighting family? Ahem, the teacher wasn't paying attention just now. Let's do it again. Okay. Yige looked obedient. The male teacher picked up the wooden sword and returned to the sparring stage. This time, he didn't dare to be negligent. He held the sword in both hands and his eyes became serious. "Come on, attack me at will." Yige didn't hold back and attacked again. When? Crack. After two simple moves, the wooden sword in the male teacher's hand flew out again. The male teacher was completely confused, but he had no idea how Yege's sword was moving. He only felt that the wooden sword in his hand was as if entangled by a flexible snake. Even if he had greater strength, he could not exert any force and was easily knocked away by the opponent. Yige looked up. "Congratulations, you have learned a new sword skill in battle, soft sword style." Just now the teacher's hand slipped. The male teacher looked at the innocent eyes of his classmates and felt his face burning with embarrassment. No, let's do it again." Yige sighed. "Okay. Forget it, let's add some water. It's not easy being a teacher either. It's not good to embarrass people. This time, I'll attack and you defend." The male teacher gritted his teeth. Yige, okay. This time, the male teacher saw through Yege's flaws. Even though he had great sword skills, he had a fatal weakness. Height, too young, not tall enough, and arms not long enough. This means that his defensive range is very narrow. "Come!" The male teacher shouted loudly and swung his sword. Yige frowned slightly. Feeling the power of the sword, the sense of crisis made him subconsciously raise his hand, exert all his strength, and swing the sword. "Congratulations, you have learned a new sword skill in battle, sword breaking style." Ka! Boom! The wooden sword in the male teacher's hand broke with a click sound. In an instant, he was forced by the sword force to stagger back several steps, just like Jiang Xiaoming just now, and fell to the ground with a bang. The male teacher stared blankly at the broken wooden sword in his hand, with an expression of doubt on his face. That he was actually, "Teacher, I'm sorry, are you okay?" Yige came to the male teacher with some apology and wanted to help him up. He had wanted to hold back just now, but the male teacher's sword was swung with great force just now, and Yege's special talent of the spirit soul immediately sensed the threat of the sword, so he subconsciously couldn't hold it back. "Male teacher, no, it's okay. Chapter 5. Are you sure this won't make me a useless person? After class, at noon. Congratulations on completing your daily mission. Get Lucky Blind Box *5. Lucky Blind Box, also known as Civilian Blind Box, can be obtained by completing daily tasks in the game, but generally speaking, what you get after opening it are ordinary props of white or blue quality. At least when Yigo was playing the game, he had never opened any items above purple from the ordinary Lucky Blind Box. But now that I have accidentally traveled to the game world, at a time like this, it's good enough to have it, and there are still people who dislike it? Yigo directly chose to open it. You opened the Lucky Blind Box. Obtained, item, primary life recovery potion *10, white, you opened the Lucky Blind Box. Obtained, weapon, bee sting pistol, white, you opened the Lucky Blind Box. Obtained, materials, fire carbon *30, white, you opened the Lucky Blind Box. Obtained, item, primary cultivation secret medicine *10, blue, congratulations. You opened the Lucky Blind Box. Obtained, item, learning ability enhancement potion *10, pink. Yige's eyes suddenly lit up. What good luck! With just 5 blind boxes, I actually got a pink quality item. Pink quality is already considered a top-grade treasure, and in the world of all races it is the main resource that all races compete for. Red quality items are basically out of stock, and 90% of red quality items are only in the hands of the top 10 highly civilized races among all races. The golden quality almost only exists in legends, and ordinary people may hardly see it with their own eyes even once in their lifetime. Being able to get pink items has far exceeded Yige's expectations. When did you become so good with a sword? A voice came softly from beside me. His deskmate Gao Xinshue was sitting next to him, looking at him calmly. Yigo came back to his senses from his thoughts, looked at Gao Xinshue beside him, and replied casually, I learned it at home. I don't remember my uncle arranging sword lessons for you. I saw it in a textbook and found it quite useful. Of course Yigo couldn't reveal his secret, even to his childhood sweetheart, so he could only make up a story. The little girl looked at Yigo calmly with her beautiful eyes as clear as a cold spring, and did not ask any more questions. Picture, it's time for lunch again. The little girl took out a cute pink insulated lunchbox from the desk drawer, put it on the table, opened it, and inside was a beautifully prepared meal. Gao Xinshue took out a pink spoon, scooped a mouthful of rice, and then brought it to Yige's mouth, saying softly, Open your mouth, Yigo. No. You are obviously the cold and ruthless villain boss in the future. Why were you so keen on feeding when you were a child? Helplessly, Yigo had to open his mouth and say and once again helplessly accepted the food that the little girl put into his mouth. Gao Xinshue looked at this moment as if she was a wife who had taken care of her disabled husband for many years. She was gentle and peaceful, and she watched Yigo swallow a mouthful of rice and pick up a mouthful of vegetable with chopsticks. How could she look like a cold and dark female scientist? Yigo felt quite helpless. Now, his memory has almost been integrated with this body. He and Gao Xinshue grew up together. Gao Xinshue is the child of an old housekeeper of the Yi family. After the old housekeeper passed away, she became an orphan, but her mother still kept her in the Yi family and treated her as a family member. Thus, almost since he was old enough to understand, Gao Xinshue has been responsible for Yige's daily life, feeding him, dressing him, supervising his homework, helping him clean the house, and taking care of his washing. At the same time, he was also a little spy planted by his mother. His mother always told Gao Xinshue that if he did anything bad secretly, he should tell her. Of course, when the mother said this to Gao Xinshue would usually run over and tell Yige. Yigo looked at the little girl in front of him who was only 7 years old but was feeding him like a mature mother, and felt quite helpless. He had a strange feeling in his heart when he thought that the little girl in front of him who was feeding him was the ultimate boss in the game that had stuck all the players on the server for 3 months and no one could defeat her. Such a cold and ruthless villain, the boss behind the biotechnology group, the cold-blooded female boss who would throw people for live experiments when she was unhappy, the big villain who discouraged countless adventurers, actually had the potential to be a mother when she was a child. Outrageous. While chewing the food Gao Xinshue fed him, Yigo was thinking about his current situation. Although the game system panel has been restored, he still hasn't been able to find the button to exit the game and return to reality. Isn't this the virtual world of the game program? Did he really travel to the real world of the game? Yigo remembered that when the game map of 10,000 races was first designed, the developer set the upper limit of pain perception to 15% in order to ensure the safety and mental health of the players, and Yigo has just tested it, and his current pain perception in this world is absolutely 100%. If the game is running, such a security vulnerability should not be possible, but if that's the case, why did the game system come with him? Yiga pondered over it, unable to figure it out. At this time, Gao Shinshue next to her picked up another piece of meat, put the chopsticks to Yi's mouth, and opened her small cherry lips slightly to signal, Yigu, although my mother asked you to watch me while I eat, are you sure this won't make me a useless person? Please, I am the young master of a family of demonized mutants, and I will be the city lord of the Yi family territory in the future. It doesn't matter if Xiaoye becomes disabled. Gao Shinshue said calmly, if Xiaoye becomes disabled, I will be responsible for taking care of you. Yi Gu. Chapter 6 Yi Family Manor. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after school, hundreds of high-end luxury cars were parked neatly in front of the gate of the Yazan City War Academy. In front of each luxury car stood a well-dressed adult, all of whom were housekeepers or servants who came to pick up the young masters and young ladies from school. The only ones who can study at the War College are those children who are discovered from the public and have special and extraordinary talents. A large proportion of students are generally from aristocratic families. Generally, they are the children of noble lords with titles in the surrounding areas of the southern border of the empire, or the children of the presidents of various guilds, sects, and major chaebol companies, who are sent here to gild their reputations. Xia Xiao saw Yi Gu and Gao Shinshue walking towards the same car, and immediately ran over and asked, do you live in the same place? Picture, Gao Shinshue nodded gently, yes. Xia Xiao blinked in surprise, you are not really Yi Ji's godmother, are you? Gao Shinshue opened her mouth and wanted to answer yes. Yi Gu immediately stretched out his hand to grab her neck, and no matter how she struggled, he covered her mouth tightly with his hand, and said helplessly, of course not, Miyuki just happened to grow up with me in our house. Xia Xiao tilted her head, then why did she say that during the day? We were just playing house, and she hasn't finished her role yet. That was all Yi Gu could say. So that's how it is. Xia Xiao said happily, then can I join you? I can play your dad. This way we will have a complete family of 3. Yi Gu, after another round of explanation, Yi Gu finally got away with it. Xia Xiao also happily waved goodbye to them, and said that she would invite them to her home some other day, and then she got into the car with her housekeeper and went home. On the way home, in the car, Yi Gu gave Gao Shinshue a good scolding and expressed his dissatisfaction with her. Yi Gu wanted to make Gao Shinshue understand that her nonsense outside would cause him a lot of trouble. Gao Shinshue still seemed to be calm and collected. She just looked at him with her calm and clear dark eyes. But I am your godmother. Yi Gu, we can't tell anyone about this. This can only be our little secret, otherwise I'll be laughed at. I think Miyuki's mother wouldn't want me to be laughed at by my classmates outside, right? Gao Shinshue pondered for a moment and seemed to think that there was some truth in it. He nodded reluctantly. Yi Gu exhaled. This girl, after becoming a boss in version 3.0, caused countless players headaches and madness, but she was also such a headache when she was a child. The housekeeper who was driving in front heard the conversation between the two children and couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Of course he wouldn't care and would just treat it as a child's role-playing game. Although this world of conflict among races and rampant darkness is cruel, the world of children is still pure and beautiful. Return to the Yi family. Although Yi Gu knew that the Yi family must have some strength to be able to send their children to study at the Southern Border War Academy, and as the largest family of demonized mutants in the empire, but when he returned to the Yi family and saw the huge manor, Yi Gu couldn't help but feel astonished. It's bigger than the school, but that's okay. Entering through the big iron gate is a beautiful magic fountain. The bright and colorful sunset shines on the dignified and majestic sculptures. The garden is as gorgeous as a palace. Servants in maid costumes are cleaning the garden. Villas from various city-states and luxury cars are parked in front of the villas. Yi Gu thought, this is simply a CG picture from the game world. Oh, this is the game world. That's fine. The black car stopped, and the maid standing on the side opened the door. Yi Gu and Gao Shinshue got out of the car one after another. As soon as she returned to the villa, a gentle, young, beautiful woman with apricot curly hair came up to her, picked her up, hugged her and kissed her. Oh, my Schwer is finally back from school. I missed you so much. Picture, Yi Gu raised his little head and looked at the young and beautiful woman, and memories came to his mind. I thought, isn't this my mother Zhou Yuqing? Good guy. They came back from school together, but she ran past her own son without even looking at him, but was so enthusiastic towards Gao Shinshue. She must be a real mother. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, hello Schwer, do you miss your sister a lot? Gao Shinshue's snow-white, tender, and delicate little face was kissed so hard by Zhou Yuqing that it sank deeply and was completely deformed, and then bounced back to its original shape in a second. However, the little girl did not seem to struggle at all, like a porcelain doll that could be manipulated by anyone. Sister, we only went to school for 2 days. After being sucked hard by Zhou Yuqing for more than 10 times, Gao Xinxue finally couldn't help but speak. I'll miss you a lot even after 2 days, Zhou Yuqing pouted and said with some grievance. Then she suddenly remembered something and pointed at Yi Ge next to her. By the way, was little Yi Ge disobedient today? Yi Ge, it's good to remember that I have a son. Gao Xinxue glanced at Yi Ge and said, he is very obedient and performs well in school. That's good. Zhou Yuqing finally put Gao Xinxue down, then she reached out and rubbed Yi Ge's head. Xiao Yi Ge, today is the second day of school. I think you didn't fight with classmates you don't know, right? Yi Ge sighed and said, Mom, you should know that your son is not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. Before the time travel, Yi Ge was the young master of a family of demonized mutants, but he had a very gentle and friendly personality. He was the kind of child who was unwilling to hurt even small animals. Yeah, of course I know. Zhou Yuqing smiled and rubbed Yi Ge's head. The only shortcoming is that you are a little picky about food, but it doesn't matter. I will let Shuer watch you eat in the future. Yi Ge. After dinner, Yi Ge returned to his room alone. Lock the door and lock yourself in the room. Call. Yi Ge breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the large room, which was 50 square meters. Such a big room is really too big for a 7-year-old child. After trying for another afternoon, Yi Ge was sure that he could not go back. So he accepted the fact that he must have traveled through time like the plot of traditional online novels. Since I can't go back, I'll just adapt to the world here. Yi Ge took a deep breath and opened his game system panel again. Task. Daily tasks are refreshed daily, random tasks are triggered by luck. Sign in, complete the sign in every day and get rewards. Item space, items can be stored here. Attributes, view your personal attributes. Skill tree, auction house, you can auction the items you want to sell. Achievements, achieve achievements to get rewards. Exchange mall, points can be exchanged for god level items. Maps and strategy guide, you can view detailed information on maps, occupations, equipment, and major civilizations in the game. Chapter 7 SSS level. Learning ability is maxed out. Yi Ge was very clear that if the character he traveled through followed the normal plot of the original novel, there would be no good ending. Even the entire Yi family, including Gao Xinxue, is a tragedy in the entire game plot. Yi Ge couldn't help but recall the history of the Yi family in the background of the game. Thousands of years ago, a demonic disaster killed billions of lives. Thousands of human city-states fell, and countless people were contaminated by demonic energy and turned into monsters. The ancestor of the Yi family was accidentally contaminated by the devil's blood during that demonic disaster, but he did not die or become a monster. Instead, he used the demonic energy in his body to strengthen his own supernatural powers, becoming the first batch of demonized humans who could control their own reason. After thousands of years of research, human scholars still cannot figure out why the Yi family can still maintain their sanity and humanity after being contaminated by evil spirits. Even though the Yi family were able to control their demonic powers and made contributions to the empire in that war, earning them noble titles and territories, they were still discriminated against by other nobles in human society. The word demonization was enough to make many people fear them and stay away from them. The Yi family is indeed synonymous with war. 70% of the wealth of the entire family and territory comes from war. For thousands of years, the Yi family has made great achievements for the empire on the battlefield of all races. Their bravery and madness on the battlefield are well known to everyone. Although the Yi family only had a viscount's territory in the empire, during the period when the human race was the weakest, the Yi family was definitely the backbone of the entire Qin Empire in fighting against all other races. Even the most vicious demon race would try their best to avoid confrontation with the Yi family's army on the battlefield of all races, because these natural-born battle maniacs would really fight to the death. But it is precisely because of this that there are many guilds, families, sects of white path extraordinary people in the empire who consider themselves honorable and upright, as well as the night watchmen and demon hunters, all of whom regard the night family as a threat, believing that the reason they are so brave and good at fighting is because of the demon blood in their bodies, and that sooner or later they will reveal their demonic nature. After the old emperor passed away, the young imperial monarchs of this generation obviously disliked the Yi family. Duke Wang Yin of the Southern Territory has also frequently caused trouble for the Yi family in recent years, often coming into conflict with them over business and trade. The Taoist Company, Confucian Company, Maoist Company, and other 9 White Path forces, including the Southern Federation Supernatural Association, often target the Yi family. Nan Gongru, the female director of the Empire Night Watch, even said publicly In front of the news media, demonized mutants are not human beings at all. Lang Yuaning, the head of the Yuning Palace, the largest White Path immortal cultivation sect in the human world, once said that one day she would kill all the dark races, including the demonized mutants. Because her sister was once killed by a demonized mutant with crazy genes, Yi Ge couldn't help but smile bitterly, and now in his childhood, he sees that all the beauty is short-lived. In the future, the Yi family continues to express their loyalty to the Empire, but has never been recognized by those white forces. But since he has come to this world, Yi Ge will naturally change everything. Since he came to this world and became a member of the Yi family, he must do his best to protect the Yi family. As long as our strength is improved, everything will be easy. As a hardcore player of the game, Yi Ge certainly knows that in this world, strength is everything. Yi Ge thought so and opened the detailed panel of his personal attributes. Martial arts occupation learning ability value 33, C level. Magic occupation learning ability value 42, B level. Supernatural occupation learning ability value 69, S level. Cultivation occupation learning ability value 50, Grade A, Beast Tamer. Occupation learning ability value 58, Grade A. Assisted occupation learning ability value 15, E level. Archer occupation learning ability value 61, S level. Variant occupation learning ability value 50, Grade A. Ghost Tamer occupation learning ability value 43, B level. Mechanic occupation learning ability value 25, D level. Yi Ge looked at his panel and nodded with barely any satisfaction. In this game, the learning ability value is very important and can almost be linked to talent. The learning ability value of a profession basically determines whether the character has the talent for this profession. As the young master of a demonized family, Yi Ge's talent for learning various professions can be considered quite good. The human career system is basically divided into 10 major types: martial arts, magic, superpowers, cultivation, beast taming, auxiliary, shooter, mutation, ghost taming, and mechanics. At the same time, each major category of professions has many branches. For example, in the martial arts profession, there are swordsmen, axe warriors, fighters, qigong masters, and so on. In the shooter profession, there are gunners, archers, gunners, and so on. For all learning talents, the lowest level is F, 1 to 9, and the highest is SSS, 80 to 90. Having an A-level learning talent makes you an excellent top talent among ordinary people, and you can be trained as a key person in most schools of extraordinary people in this world. Having an S-level learning talent can be called a genius. Those who are above SS level are monsters picked out from millions of people. As for the SSS level, it can be said to be 1 in a billion. There are no more than 10 people in the world who possess SSS level talent. Yi Ge's current talents include at least 2 S-level learning talents, namely, supernatural powers and archery. Moreover, he also has 10 secret potions that increase learning ability. Yi Ge opened the system's inventory and clicked to select use. You have used the item Secret Potion to increase learning ability. Please select the professional talent you want to enhance. Yi Ge thought for a moment among the 3 gold ones he had drawn before. Magic Copy is a forbidden ability of the supernatural class. It is a variant of dark supernatural power. It can copy all the skills used by the enemy and transform them into its own magic dark skill version. Soul of the Weapon Spirit is the top special talent that martial arts professionals dream of. The Spirit Pet Egg, Spirit of Disaster, is somewhat special. It is the top-level golden spirit egg for the Beastmaster profession. But based on the background of the game, it seems that not all Beastmasters can control the Dark Spirit Pet. Yi Ge plans to improve the learning ability of these 3 professions first. Yi Ge took out a secret potion that increased learning ability, tilted his head back and drank it all. The secret medicine for increasing learning ability is a pink quality medicine developed by the most mysterious force in the entire game world, the Gene Company. The background of this company is mysterious. Even Yi Ge, as a player, does not know their true identity. Some people say that the big boss behind the genetic company may not be human at all. The secret medicine for increasing learning ability is a very precious item in the game. Although the quality is only pink, the quantity is extremely rare and the market is in a state of complete shortage of supply. At the auction house, it can be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions per piece. It allows players to choose to enhance the character's learning ability of a certain extraordinary profession, of course, when the talent reaches S level, 60, or above. If you want to use secret medicine to continue to increase the value, there is a high probability that the improvement will fail. After reaching SS level, the probability of failure is even greater, but even so, the secret medicine for learning ability is often still in short supply. You can't buy it even if you have money. In the current world timeline of map of 10,000 races, the secret medicine seems to have just been developed by the gene company. The prop was used successfully. Congratulations! Successful use. And because of your bloodline talent, your drug absorption effect is excellent, learning ability is improved, and critical strike is doubled. Improvement effect times 8. Your ability learning ability value plus 8 has been raised to 77 SS level. Congratulations! Successful use. And because of your bloodline talent, your drug absorption effect is excellent, learning ability is improved, and critical strike is doubled. Improvement effect times 6. Your ability learning ability value plus 6 has been raised to 83 SSS level. Yi Ji's eyes lit up. Not only did it not fail once, but it actually doubled. All 10 learning ability enhancing secret potions have been used up. Yi Ge looked at his attribute panel and found that his learning talents for the 3 professions, martial arts, superpowers, and beast taming, had all been raised to the SSS level. Yi Ge picked up his first grade elementary school textbook, Basic Essentials of Martial Arts, and flipped through it casually. For a moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. The textbooks that seemed like incomprehensible to him yesterday, today he was able to learn them easily after just a few glances at them. TSK, this is too easy. No, why did I find this difficult before? Shouldn't it be something that everyone can do, just like breathing? Does this kind of thing need to be taught? Who are you looking down on? An hour later. Yi Ge closed his eyes and meditated, with soul energy entwined around his body. Boom breakthrough, the second stage of Yellow Realm. Yi Ge opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. After the learning ability improved, the speed of cultivation was obviously affected and became much faster. In addition, the primary cultivation secret medicine that came out of the lucky blind box during the day was particularly helpful to him, who was only in the Yellow Realm, and it increased Yi Ji's cultivation speed allotted once. This time, the dark spirit pet egg seemed to move. Click, click, a small creature broke out of the shell. It turned out to be a little crow with a pitch black body and red eyes. Is this the spirit of disaster? Yi Ge knew the process of the beast tamer. After pondering for a moment, he cut one of his fingers and then lightly tapped the top of the little crow's head with his index finger. The blood that seeped from the fingertip was gradually absorbed by the little crow, leaving a faint mark on his head. As the essence and blood were completely absorbed, the faint mark gradually disappeared. After absorbing the essence and blood, the spirit of disaster opened its eyes directly. It did not need care like ordinary young creatures. It was born with lush feathers. The little guy looked up and saw Yi Ge, and he flapped his wings actively, leaving wisps of ethereal black smoke in his flight path, and finally landed on Yi Ji's shoulder. Yi Ge stretched out his finger to tease it, and the spirit of disaster also pecked Yi Ji's finger with its beak. Rumor has it that the spirit of disaster is a demon messenger from hell and will never easily obey orders and be controlled by human beastmasters. There was once a great beastmaster in the Apocalypse realm who tried to tame a spirit of disaster, but it backfired on him and turned him into a demonized, inhumane and filthy monster. But now it seems that it is not as scary as the rumors say. Isn't this cute? Yi Ge teased the little crow for a while, smiled faintly, and thought it was quite interesting. Now, he is considered a transcendent being who has mastered 3 professions at the same time: martial arts, supernatural powers, and beast taming. Generally speaking, most of the extraordinary people in this world will choose their majors when they are in elementary school, and usually they will only choose one profession and specialize in it. After graduating from high school, you still have the opportunity to choose a new career and change your major, but normally speaking, a person would not have more than 2 extraordinary professions. After all, human energy is limited, and it is not easy for most people to learn one of these professions. But Yi Ge is different. He is a noble traverser, a distinguished player from another world, and has a sign-in and task system that the natives of this game world do not have. Yi Ge is only 7 years old now and has just started elementary school. If calculated based on the ages of Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao, the current plot background should be the 1.0 version of the game just launched. After he signs in for 10 years, stays idle for 10 years, and completes missions for 10 years, when he becomes an adult, won't he be invincible? At that time, why would you still be afraid of the Yi family's catastrophe? Yi Ge smiled, closed his eyes, slowly crossed his legs, and continued to practice with concentration. Background information: Sadface 2000 years ago, the human continent was a mess. The styles of the city-states in various places were very different. The customs, culture, writing, and language were different. The human race often had internal wars. The cities of the Eastern civilization of the human continent are good at practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals. The cities of the Western civilization of the continent have learned to control magic and machinery. The northern nomadic people are proficient in taming beasts and communicating with spirits. The southern tribes are good at controlling ghosts, cursing, and using supernatural powers. There are no evolvers who inherit extraordinary genes in the central area of the continent, but this has also promoted the explosive development of the technology tree in this area. With countless people ascending in technology, and various high-tech thermal weapons are enough to fight against the extraordinary people in other regions. 1500 years ago, an empire emerged, unified all the city-states and tribes on the entire human continent, established a defense line for all races, unified language and writing, and gathered the strengths of all the extraordinary abilities of thousands of families. These abilities also became course subjects that all extraordinary students across the country must learn from an early age. The empire was finally named Qin. Chapter 8. 3 years passed, D-class mission time flies to in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed, the vast green forest is full of vitality. 3 Extremely fast black shadows swish shuttled through the dense jungle. Ye Gu, Gao Xinshuo, and Xia Xiao formed a team. They were extremely fast and moved swiftly, jumping between several dense trees. After moving forward quickly for a while, the 3 little children hid themselves again in tacit understanding. Ye Gu and the others are already 10 years old. At the age of 10, one is already considered an adult in this world with thousands of races and abundant spiritual energy. A 10-year-old child, with sufficient training, has the ability to understand most things in the world. As students of the War Academy, they have to accept and carry out missions like ordinary human super warriors since elementary school. This is also a kind of exercise for students. The students who are able to graduate from the War College are the backbone talents of various families and forces. In the future, it will also be an important fighting force of the Qin Empire on the battlefield of all races. The difficulty of elementary school students' tasks is generally not too high, usually between F and E levels. They either help find lost items, investigate thieves, or even help rescue kittens trapped in the sky, collect spiritual plants in low-risk areas in the wild, etc. The most difficult thing is to deal with criminals such as thieves, robbers, ruffians, gangsters, kidnappers, and swindlers. Although these criminals are adults, they are ordinary people, not extraordinary people, so even an elementary school student in the Yellow Realm can easily deal with them. In the missions for primary school students, there will generally be no gangs of bandits with extraordinary people, nor will there be creatures of all races, but there are always unexpected things. The difference between games and reality is that the difficulty of tasks in games is fixed, but in reality, you don't know what accidents and changes will happen. Night Song, Xia Xiao whispered, the difficulty of our mission this time should have exceeded the 6th grade graduation level, right? Those bandits seem to have guns in their hands? Yes. Ye Gu hid in the dense tree canopy and calmly observed the surrounding environment. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. But, won't it be too dangerous to go deeper? Xia Xiao worried. Originally, there were only 3 bandits in the mission, but now there are at least 20 of them. Why don't we go back and report to the teacher first? Gao Xinshuo turned her head to take a look and said softly, this is no longer an E-level mission. I also think it would be safer to retreat temporarily. Raven, a pitch-black crow, flapped its wings, flew back, and landed on Yi Ji's shoulder, its scarlet eyes flashing with intelligence. Ye Gu was silent for a moment, and he seemed to hear the crow say something to him. It's too late. Watch out, they're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And several black shadows flashed out from the bushes, swish. A black shadow wearing a gangster's mask suddenly jumped out from the dense treetops, holding a sharp dagger, and came towards him. The dagger slashed towards Yi Ji's neck at an extremely fast speed. A dazzling cold light was drawn in the air. Ye Gu stared at the dagger coming towards him, his eyes as calm as water, but he didn't make any evasive move at all. Hee, go to hell, little brat. The vicious bandit thought Ye Gu had been frightened silly and gave him a cruel sneer. He could already imagine the scene of the knife cutting Yi Ji's neck and blood splattering. However, the moment the knife hit Yi Ji's figure suddenly puffed into a ball of ethereal and strange black mist, and dispersed in all directions. The criminal looked stunned. Before he could react, the strange black fog quickly gathered behind him and took the shape of Yi Ji's eyes were indifferent, and there was a black metal straight sword in his hand. A decisive and clean strike. A cold light pierced through his chest. Puff. The gangster widened his eyes and looked down at the straight knife sticking out of his chest, as if he didn't understand how he died until his death. the gangster fell from the tree and hit the ground heavily. A moment later, Ye Gu, Gao Xinxue, and Xiao Xiao also fell from the tree and landed on an open space. The bandits also jumped down from the trees one after another. About 24 bandits wearing masks appeared from the dense jungle in all directions and surrounded them, the gang. Leader looked at the dead gangster on the ground, paused, and said, "The kids nowadays are really cruel. They killed one of my brothers with one move." Ye Gu glanced at the bandit leader and narrowed his eyes. 7th level of Yellow Realm? It seems that there is indeed something wrong with the mission intelligence this time. It was clearly just an E-level mission, and they should just be a gang of ordinary people organized into a group of bandits, and now, the other party not only has guns, but also has extraordinary people in the Yellow Realm. This is clearly already a D-level task, and there's more than one. Ye Gu glanced at the bandits surrounding them. There are at least a dozen of them, all of whom are extraordinary people with the strength of the Yellow Realm. Hey, kid, you have good taste. These people should be students of the War College. The leader of the gang had a playful look in his eyes. He took out a dagger and turned it over in his hand, then walked towards them step by step. What a pity. Blame it on your bad luck that you just happened to accept our mission. Before he could finish his words, the gang leader felt a horrible dark aura spreading. Ye Gu had a cold expression on his face, and a strange black mist was lingering around him. Pitch-black crows flapped their wings and flew out from the black mist, making sharp and piercing crow calls. 1st level of the Profound Realm? The bandit leader's pupils shrank, and he thought he had sensed it wrongly. A primary school student, with the strength of the Xian realm? Are you kidding me? Are the masters of the mysterious realm so worthless these days? The other bandits were also dumbfounded, and the dozen or so crows were already flapping their wings and flying towards them. What is this? The bandits frantically swung their knives at the crows. However, with every strike of the sword, the crows seemed to have no substance, and turned into ethereal black mist that scattered everywhere, and then strangely enveloped and wrapped them. Amid screams, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bandits fell down inexplicably wrapped in a strange black fog. Before they died, they all covered their throats, their eyes widened, cold sweat dripped down their cheeks, their faces were filled with extreme pain, and their bodies gradually stiffened. In just a few seconds, all these people died. The other gangsters panicked immediately. This kid is evil. Don't go head on with him. Grab those 2 girls next to him. Use those 2 girls as hostages. Someone reacted quickly. A tall gangster came up behind Gao Xinxue, grabbed her neck with his arm, and then put a knife in front of her face. The tall bandit took the girl as a hostage and said to Ye Gu solemnly, "Don't move, little brat. Otherwise I will kill her." Even though Gao Xinxue was held hostage by the bandit, she did not struggle, and the expression on her face seemed to be the same as that of Frost River, which had not changed for thousands of years, calm and elegant. Ye Gu turned around and looked at the bandit, and was slightly stunned. Are you sure you want to arrest her? Chapter 9. This girl must be easy to deal with. The tall gangster was stunned for a moment, then he heard some buzzing mechanical objects flying around him. He turned around and saw that there were 4 small flying robots with cute cartoon appearance flying around him. The robot is spherical in shape, with a high-tech mechanical structure throughout. There are 4 small propellers on the top of its head and around its body to help it fly. There is a screen on its face that shows its expression at the moment, and it looks very artificially intelligent. At this moment, the 4 smart little robots made yaya sounds, and their expression panels all showed angry expressions. Robot. The antennas on the heads of the 4 robots simultaneously sizzled and condensed an astonishing electric current. The tall bandit widened his eyes and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. 4 flashes of lightning converged together, flashing intense sparks. The tall gangster was shocked by the high voltage current and started twitching on the spot and dancing in place. Roll your eyes, foaming at the mouth, incontinence. It only takes a few seconds. The tall bandit fell down, his entire body turned into a smoking black charcoal, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Other gangsters, is this little girl so powerful? Don't worry. There's another one. The other fat bandit now stared at Xiao Xiao, his eyes lighting up. This little girl looks weak, timid and obedient, so she must be the easiest to deal with. The fat bandit shouted loudly and attacked from behind. Xiao Xiao turned around and saw the fat bandit rushing towards her. She was immediately frightened and her face turned pale. She closed her eyes. Sure enough, this little girl is easy to deal with. The fat gangster grinned, however, just as his fat hand reached out and was about to grab Xia Xiao. The fat bandit felt as if his whole body suddenly stiffened and he became completely unable to move. What is? The fat gangster looked at his hands in astonishment. His hand was about 5 centimeters away from Xia Xiao. But it seems like I can never move forward an inch. Then, he saw his fingers, starting from the fingertips, becoming wooden bit by bit. The fat gangster opened his mouth in horror. He wanted to speak, but he soon discovered that even his throat tasted like wood. Gradually, he even lost the ability to make a sound. The skin on his arms gradually turned woody, and the hair on his body gradually formed tender green branches. The fat bandit's consciousness disappeared at the last moment, but he could do nothing but watch his body turn into a piece of wood. Xia Xiao still had her eyes closed. After a long while, she slowly moved her long eyelashes and opened her eyes. Seeing the fat gangster turn into a piece of wood, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Ha! I was scared to death. Other gangsters. 15 minutes later, all the surviving gangsters were tied up together. Yi Ge looked back at Xia Xiao and Gao Xinxue. Are you two okay? Gao Xinxue, it's okay. Xia Xiao, of course it's okay. The tied-up bandit leader thought, one is at the 1st level of Xin realm, one is at the 9th level of Huang realm, and one is at the 8th level of Huang realm. What kind of monsters are these? Are all the elementary school students nowadays of this level of strength? Yi Ge came to the front of the bandit leader and rubbed his knife in front of his face. Where are the hostages you captured and the contraband you smuggled? The gang leader tried to play dumb. What hostages? I don't know, state. Yi Ge hit him hard with the back of his knife, leaving a long red mark on the bandit leader's face and knocking out several teeth. Stop talking, just speak. Gang leader, in the green tent next to it. Yi Ge heard this and looked at the green tent beside him. He raised his hand with the straight knife, drawing a sharp cold light that broke through the air. With a rip sound, the green tent was cut in half horizontally and scattered. There were more than a dozen tied-up hostages sitting in the tent, each of them with a terrified look on their face. When they saw Yi Ge, they immediately made a whoa sound. There were several sacks of soul crystals on the ground nearby. Soul crystals are a pink quality material in the game. It is extremely precious and rare among the human race, and is an essential material for making secret medicines for cultivation. Yi Ge thought that so many soul crystals were definitely not something that bandits like them, who were only at the yellow realm level, could obtain. There is obviously a larger force behind them. Xia Xiao had already gone up to untie the hostages. Yi Ge glanced at the gang leader and asked, who is the financial backer behind you? The gang leader smiled bitterly, I'm just a worker, how would I know? Before he could finish his words, Yi Ge raised his sword without saying a word and was about to swing it out again. The leader of the gangsters quickly said, No. I really don't know this time. Our boss has never contacted us without revealing his true identity. Yi Ge slowly put down the straight knife and didn't intend to ask any more questions. Their mission is just to investigate this gang of gangsters. Now that the mission has been completed, interrogation is no longer part of their duties. That is the job of the night watchman and law enforcement officers. Chapter 10 Challenge 308, Grade 4, Class 3, 3-person team, Yi Ge, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao. Complete D-level mission, investigate smugglers and rescue hostages. Original E-level mission, the level has been changed. Task completion reward, 300 credits after returning to school. Yi Ge submitted their tasks in the school's mission hall. The main screen shows the content of their tasks. Many students in the hall, as well as some teachers and staff, exclaimed in amazement. They are only in the 4th grade, and they have completed a D-level mission? D-level mission, this should be a beginner-level difficulty, right? Ha! It's Yi Ge again. I heard that his class had a mission to collect spiritual plants in the wild, but they encountered the Yellow Realm's myriad beasts. It was extremely dangerous. In the end, he killed all of them on his own. That's Yi Ge, the son of the Lord of Yi City. Oh, I can't believe that such a well-behaved and fair-skinned child is actually a demonized mutant. Yeah, what a pity. Why do you say it's a pity? You don't know that even if the demonized children have good grades, they will definitely be suppressed. They won't get much attention, and they won't get many training resources. This is an unspoken rule. Yi Ge, stop. A voice suddenly came out while Yi Ge was just about to go out for dinner with Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao when he suddenly heard a call from behind and turned around. Upon closer look, it turned out to be Jiang Xiaoming. 2 classmates followed behind him. Yi Ge glanced at him. What's the matter? Hee, you actually completed another D-rank mission, that's great. You are worthy of being my lifelong enemy. Jiang Xiaoming raised a wooden sword, pointed it at Yi Ge, and shouted, "Draw your sword. This is the 308th time I challenge you, and this time I will definitely defeat you in front of Schwer." Yi Ge smiled bitterly. "Next time, I'm busy today." Do you look down on me? Jiang Xiaoming pointed with his sword raised, humming, "Let me tell you, this time is different from last time. This time I learned a new sword technique. My tutor said that it is specially used to deal with you." As he said this, he looked at the classmates behind him again. "You too, you must think I can win, right?" A little fat boy was reaching his big hand into the bag of potato chips, grabbing a handful and stuffing them into his mouth. He was chewing them with a crunch sound, shaking his head while chewing, and said in a silly voice, "No, I don't think you can beat Yi Ge." Jiang Xiaoming's face fell all of a sudden, boosting other people's morale and destroying my own prestige. As a younger brother, how can I have so little confidence in my big brother? You're not my eldest brother. So do you still want to eat French fries, potato chips, burgers, fried chicken, and pistol legs? Think. What did you call me then? Brother. Can I win, Abel? Yi Ge and Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao, did you hear that, Yi Ge? They all think I can win. You are bound to lose today. Jiang Xiaoming hummed and pointed at Yi Ge with his wooden sword. Yi Ge sighed softly, "Come on then. Where's your sword?" "It's okay. Let's just leave it like this." Jiang Xiaoming's eyes lit up. "Then I won't be polite, watch out." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoming rushed towards Yi Ge with a wooden sword in his hand, sword skill phantom sword. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi Ge raised two fingers casually. A pitch-black crow flew out. The crow swooped over at an extremely fast speed and hit Jiang Xiaoming's feet. Ouch! Jiang Xiaoming hadn't finished shouting the name of his move when he lost his balance and fell down in front of Yi Ge, face to the ground, prostrating himself before him. "You are mean." Yi Ge had already turned and walked away. Xia Xia squatted in front of Jiang Xiaoming and stuck out her tongue. "The 308th challenge failed. Go back and work hard, Jiang Xiaoming." On the high platform, a middle-aged man who looked like a principal and another young male teacher stood here, watching from a distance. "This Yi Ge, this is his third time completing a D-level mission, right?" asked the principal. "Yes, Principal Jiang." The male teacher said, "He can easily complete D-level tasks in elementary school. With his ability, it is not a problem for him to skip to the junior high school. I even think that he has the ability to enter the inner elite department of the War College." The principal was silent for a moment, "But he is from the demonized family." The male teacher said hurriedly, "Although Yi Ge is from a demonized family, this child has never done anything bad. He has always been an excellent student in terms of academic performance and can speak several languages of all races. He is also an absolute genius in cultivation and is always the number one in the school. With the threat of all races outside, we need such talents." Principal Jiang had a blank expression on his face. You can't tell a person's heart from his appearance. He looks one thing on the surface, but who knows what he's thinking in his heart? What's more, he has a devil's heart. The male teacher was a little anxious. How could that be? He is still a child, how could he have so many bad intentions? Principal Jiang glanced at him and said, "You are wrong. Children are the most malicious." The male teacher opened his mouth and was speechless. "Teacher Zhang, I know you are their martial arts teacher." Principal Jiang said, "I remember that he once injured you during the first grade martial arts class. I asked him to use his full strength. It has nothing to do with him." Teacher Zhang said helplessly. Principal Jiang paused and said, "Forget it, I don't plan to do anything to him." Teacher Zhang heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Principal Jiang thought that the Yi family was a demonized family. Although it had always been suppressed openly or covertly by other nobles in the empire and many famous and upright guilds, sects, and companies, it was still a powerful family with many strong people. Of those great nobles, great guilds, and great sects could unite to target the Yi family, but he, a small principal of a branch school, could not afford to offend such a behemoth. The empire's nobility rankings include Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Although Viscount Night Owl is only the 4th level, he is still a noble after all. What's more, the old man of the Yi family who has abdicated and is in seclusion, Yi Quan, is a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm. As long as he is alive, no one in the Southern Territory dares to go too far with the Yi family. Chapter 11 Sign in for 3 years, 5 super lucky blind boxes. Ye family. A bright and spacious room. Ye sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and concentrated on his practice. A pitch black crow stood on the bookcase in the room, occasionally grooming its black feathers with its beak. The blood red pupils are like the most beautiful blood red agate, sparkling and lively. Not long. The black aura around Yigo quickly entangled and began to spin like a whirlpool, forming a storm, boom, in an instant. Black light flashed and demonic energy surged. Another breakthrough, Xianjing, the second stage. Congratulations, Master Yega. The spirit of disaster standing on the bookshelf made a deep and rich voice, which did not sound like a bird's voice at all, but rather like a calm gentleman. You are the first human who broke through the second level of the profound realm at the age of 10 that I have ever seen in my life. Yiga smiled and glanced at the spirit of disaster. You haven't seen many human children in your life, right? The spirit of disaster was a little embarrassed. But I have seen quite a few in my previous lives. The cultivation level in this world is divided into 3 stages from low to high, with 11 realm levels. The first stage, yellow, dark, earth, sky. The second stage, 100 souls, 1,000 souls, 10,000 phenomena, Shura. The third stage, revelation, holy coming, soul emperor. Currently, the storyline of Map of 10,000 Races is still in version 1.15.ye. Still clearly remembered that in this version, the strongest extraordinary person in the human race was only at the saint level. Moreover, there is currently only one powerful person in the saint realm in the entire human race. Therefore, in this version, the human race ranks only 93rd among all races. At present, the human race not only has no soul emperor level strongmen, but even the technology tree has just begun to catch up with the civilization of all races. The combination of magic, spiritual power and other extraordinary powers with technology is still in the experimental stage. Extraordinary weapons such as magic cannons and psychic pulse cannons have not yet been developed. The most commonly used weapon by humans is still conventional gunpowder. According to the original plot, it would not be until several decades later that the first human strongman who breaks through the Soul Emperor realm will appear. That person was Gao Shinxue. It was also Gao Shinxue's invention that completely opened up an era of the combination of supernatural and technology. Asa boss, although Gao Shinxue destroyed most of the human race in the plot, it was also she who led the human race into a new era. Yigu opened his system panel, completed today's sign-in. Sign-in successfully. Gain 20,000 human currency, 100 game exchange mall points. Congratulations. You have signed in for 3 years, a total of 1,095 days. Unlock achievement, hardcore player rewards, 3 million human currency, 10,000 points for mall exchange, 100 soul crystals, 100 lucky blind boxes, 5 super lucky blind boxes. Yiga nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After 3 years of signing in, he has accumulated a lot of money and points. I glanced at the balance in my inventory. Human currency, 137 million exchange mall points, 150,000 points lucky blind box * 100 super lucky blind box * 5. During these 3 years, Yigo has truly experienced what it feels like to be a gaming emperor. Do daily tasks every day, and there are various random hidden tasks, achievement tasks, and idle tasks. The easiest one may be the idle task, because he was really forced to hang up in the game world for 24 hours. In the past 3 years, through various tasks and sign-ins, in addition to earning money, he also received lucky blind boxes, which allowed him to open and save up a large number of various props, materials, and equipment in white, blue, purple, and pink. Life restoring potions, training potions, energy boosting pills, blood replenishing pills, soul stones, soul crystals, dragon leaf grass, and a whole bunch of white, blue, purple, and pink equipment. The items in the system space warehouse are really messy, with both high quality and junk items. Yiga felt that he could even open a shopping mall for extraordinary people. Then Yiga looked at the 100 new lucky blind boxes in his inventory today and rubbed his hands in anticipation. Well, it's time for the exciting unboxing session again. You opened the lucky blind box. Obtained, materials, soul crystal * 50, pink. You opened the lucky blind box. Obtained, weapon, apprentice magician's cane, white. You opened the lucky blind box. Obtained, item, intermediate cultivation secret medicine * 10, blue. You opened the lucky blind box. Obtained, item, small power pills * 5, blue. Congratulations. You opened the lucky blind box. Get, talisman, earthly evil talisman * 1, red. Congratulations. You opened the super lucky blind box. Obtained, item, learning ability enhancement potion * 5, pink. 100 ordinary blind boxes were opened very quickly. Yigu sighed, feeling a little regretful. Or at most there are only red quality items. Ever since he opened 3 gold items in his novice gift package 3 years ago, he has not opened any gold quality items since 0.3 years. It really meets my expectations for domestic games. It's really stingy. However, if the adults knew what Yigu was thinking, they would definitely complain. A red quality is basically only in the hands of the top 10 races in this world. You can't buy it even if you have money. What else do you want? Yigu turned his attention back to his remaining 5 super lucky blind boxes. Super lucky blind box. The things that come out are guaranteed to be at least pink. Yigu took a deep breath. He placed all his hopes on the last 5 blind boxes. Come on, the last 5. Congratulations. You opened the super lucky blind box. Get Puppet Doll Iron Fist Ghost Arm, pink. Congratulations. You opened the super lucky blind box. Obtained, item top grade soul gathering pills *10, red. Congratulations. You opened the lucky blind box. Get jewelry necklace heavenly Dao life saving lock, red. Congratulations. You opened the super lucky blind box. Obtained, immortal cultivation technique Shangshi purifying soul technique, gold. Congratulations. You opened the super lucky blind box. Get spirit pet egg white blood spirit, gold. Yi's eyes lit up. Finally, 1 pink, 2 reds, 2 golds. Well, not bad. And a spirit pet egg was revealed, white blood spirit. I wonder what kind of spiritual pet will hatch this time. As for the other golden technique, Saintly soul purifying technique, Yigu remembered that it was the top technique for the immortal cultivator profession in the game. Using this technique to practice can make one's soul energy become more refined, condense into the energy of the Holy Spirit and the soul power. Nodes of the body will become stronger day by day. Moreover, as long as you practice one level, your lifespan will increase significantly. And now, I have the ability to practice the immortal cultivation profession. Yigu opened the inventory and selected the 5 secret potions for enhancing learning ability that he had just obtained. It's just right. You can try to increase the learning ability value of the Xiaoxian profession to SSS level. Do you want to use the secret medicine immediately? Yes. Congratulations. Successfully used. Chapter 12. Learning ability is maximized, 10 SSS levels. After using up 5 secret medicines, it still didn't fail once his talent for cultivating the immortal profession has been upgraded to SSS level. In fact, it is not only the profession of cultivating immortals. Yigu opened his property panel. Martial arts occupation learning ability value, 85. SSS level, magic profession learning ability value, 80, SSS level, supernatural occupation learning ability value, 83, SSS level. Cultivation occupation learning ability value, 86, SSS level, beast tamer occupation learning ability value, 89, SSS level, assisted occupation learning ability value, 80, SSS level, archer occupation learning ability value, 82, SSS level, variant occupation learning ability value, 81, SSS level. Ghostmaster occupation learning ability value, 81, SSS level, mechanic occupation learning ability value, 80, SSS level. Yigu took a deep breath after 3 years of signing in and completing tasks. All his learning ability values have finally been raised to above 80. Come to think of it, he should be the only human in the world who possesses SSS level talents in all professions, right? Yigu remembered that he had seen a Krypton gold boss in the game before. He recharged hundreds of thousands of dollars and bought more than 100 learning power secret potions at high prices. He almost bought all the learning power secret potions in the entire server. He wanted to increase the learning power of one of his characters to SSS level. However, after more than 100 attempts, he almost always failed, with only 1 success, and that success only added 1 point of learning power to his character. This Kryptonian gold tycoon was so angry that he fainted and was admitted to the ICU that night, and he was also on the news the next day. Yigu thought, if he could quit the game now, return to reality, and sell the account of such an excellent character, he could probably at least buy a house in a top first-tier city, right? Unfortunately, he can't change it. Can't log out either. In the past 3 years, Yigu had long given up the idea of returning to the real world. Then Yigu opened the system's item spacebar and sorted out his own item space. After 3 years of accumulation, his item space warehouse is filled with various white, blue, purple, pink and red quality reward products, props, materials and equipment, but now there are Too many, to the point of being saturated. Every time he wanted to find something, he would spend a long time just searching, although it may sound a bit Versailles to say this, and he couldn't use most of the things for the time being. For example, in the past 3 years, he has stored more than 1,000 soul crystals in his item space. Yi Gu estimated that even the resource warehouse of the Duke's mansion would not be able to take out so many. There is also the special grade secret medicine for cultivation. Yi Gu also opened more than 100 bottles. This kind of thing can only be used after reaching the 100 souls realm, so it is still too early for Yi Gu now. Even this red quality top grade gathering spirit pill, Yi Gu couldn't use so many of them now. Just eating one of these would be enough to increase his basic cultivation speed tenfold within a year. Eating more wouldn't add up, so he couldn't use them for the time being. Yi Gu couldn't easily give this thing to the adults at home, or Shuer and Xiao. Given the current situation of the Yi family, there are many spies and informants planted by other nobles within the family alone. There are many people and many eyes. Every change in the Yi family's supplies is watched by foreign enemies, especially the red quality supplies, which are no joke. Even elementary school students should understand the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. Yi Gu looked at the pile of items in the warehouse and suddenly had a bold idea. In his previous life, Yi Ji's identity in the game world of the map of 10,000 races was that he was the only top player on the world's top 10 list who played purely by hand without spending any money. He was also the first top operator who defeated many ancient bosses with civilian clothes. Many players on the World Forum knew him, but in fact, in the game, Yi Gu had another account and another identity, which the players on the forum probably didn't know at the time. That is the resource merchant who secretly controls the resources of the entire game world in the game. To put it simply, it is to control the prices of various materials, props, equipment, weapons and other resources in the game world through monopoly, hoarding and acquisition, and then resell them to make profits. Well, to put it simply, it is hated by many players. The evil studio, the capitalists in the game, the business system and trading system in the game are very realistic, and have many similarities with the real business environment. At that time, there were many studios engaged in material business in the game, and many players even regarded this as a serious job. Some people can even use the money earned from buying and selling in the game to buy cars and houses in real life. In his previous life, Yi Gu was the behind-the-scenes manager of a well-known studio in the game. However, all the money he earned through the studio in his previous life was exchanged for RMB, so his main account has always been dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, maintaining the character setting of the ceiling of civilian technical flow. So when Yi Gu saw so many supplies in the warehouse, he suddenly had an idea. Maybe, in this world, it is possible to make money by manipulating the market. Just like when playing games in the previous life, Yi Gu opened the auction house panel of the system. After screening the items in his item space, he waved his hand and threw all the idle items that he could not use temporarily into the auction house. The auction house of the system will automatically consign him to the top extraordinary auction center of the Human Race Alliance. As long as it is sold, Yi Gu will get money in return. Yi Gu looked at the 10 top-grade spirit gathering pills, pondered for a moment, and then put 2 of them on the auction house. For the selling price, Yi Gu filled in a unit price of $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. This price is actually a premium. Although the top-grade spirit gathering pill is of red quality and precious, its true value is not worth so much money. At most, it would be 500 to 600 million imperial coins, but Yi Gu still wanted to give it a T or wide eye in the human empire. Most people would hardly have the opportunity to see red quality items a few times in their lifetime, let alone own them. So, maybe someone with a lot of money will place an order. Yi Gu clicked publish. Auction item published successfully. Of course, he posted it anonymously, and others could only see his username, Black Angel. Yi Gu used his own system to consign the items to the auction center, and he was not worried about anyone finding out the source. Looking at his empty inventory, Yi Gu nodded with satisfaction. This way, it looks much neater. Once these things are sold, he will have more capital to control the resource market of various natural treasures in the human empire. He knew clearly which materials, equipment, and props would increase in price and which would decrease in price in future versions of the game. Yi Gu revealed the face of a shady capitalist and smiled secretly. After resolving the inventory, Yi Gu looked at the 150,000 game redemption points he had saved up over the past 3 years. This number seems a lot. In fact, the redemption mall of this game is simply not affordable for everyone. Yi Gu opened the list of the redemption mall. Weapon, Houyi's bow quality, god level price, 50W exchange for mall points introduction. Houyi used this bow to shoot down the 9 suns. The bowstring is slightly worn, though. Weapon, Poseidon's trident quality, god level price, 50W exchange for mole points introduction, the weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Legend has it that he once used this trident to split a mountain and turned the rocks into an island. However, one of the forks is missing a small corner. Weapon, Thor's hammer quality, god level price, 80W exchange for mole points introduction. Thor's hammer contains amazing thunder and lightning power. Item, Taishang Lajuan's 9 transformation immortal pill quality, god level price, 1 million exchange mole points introduction. The Monkey King personally tasted the same product, and taking one pill can increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. But it was actually a failed work by Lao Jun when he was young. Contracted undead, ghost god Chi Yu quality, god level price, 3 million exchange mole points introduction. After signing a contract with the dead, you can use ghost control techniques to awaken the Chi Yu ghost god, known as the god of war, to fight for you. Skill, Tathagata Palm quality, god level price, 1000W exchange for mole points introduction. It is said that the Monkey King was suppressed for 500 years by this slap. God level items cannot be opened in blind boxes. Yi Ge read a few pages and felt more and more like vomiting blood. He was speechless and simply closed the panel. This is such a rip-off. Even the cheapest one requires at least 500,000 redemption points. Even he, a hardcore player who has been signing in every day and completing tasks for 3 whole years, can't see the end in sight. The game planners didn't even think about making it affordable for players, right? Yi Ge exhaled. It's a pity that he has opened so many blind boxes in the past 3 years, but has never found any high-quality weapons. The straight knife I am using now is just a transitional equipment of purple quality. In the extraordinary mall in the human territory, you can only buy pink quality weapons at best, and most of them are low-quality pink ones. He couldn't even afford to exchange for god-level weapons now. We can only wait and see. Click, click. At this moment, the white spirit pet egg that he had just placed aside suddenly moved. Yi Ge looked back and raised an eyebrow. Oh? Did it hatch so soon? Chapter 13, The Empress of the Spiritual Demon Tribe reincarnated into my spiritual pet. Where am I? The white blood spirit woke up from a chaotic consciousness. Am I dead? It seems that he is not dead, but what's going on with this body? Yi Ge looked at the white kitten that slowly crawled out of the spirit pet egg. It was not even as big as a fist, its eyes were not fully open yet, and it had 2 fluffy tails. He touched his chin thoughtfully this time. It's a cat, the twin tails, the holy snow magic pattern on the tail fur, and the blood-red ruby pupils. Yeah, that's right. From Yi-Ge's perspective as a hardcore player of the game map of 10,000 races, this should be a 2-tailed snow civet cat. The potential is definitely no less than that of the spirit of disaster. They all have the potential to reach the Soul Emperor realm. Yi Ge picked up a knife, cut his finger, and gently tapped a drop of blood on the kitten's forehead. As the essence and blood were injected, a mark of the contract appeared and disappeared on the forehead of the kitten. The white blood spirit gradually opened his eyes. Her memories slowly emerged. She is the empress of the Spirit Demon Clan. More than 10 years ago, the Spirit Demon Clan and the Blood Clan started a war. The Spiritual Demon Clan was defeated. The 10,000 Demon City fell, and she gave up all her cultivation as a price, and got the chance to reincarnate with her memories. Bai Shuling gradually felt the warmth on his forehead. She knew very well that it was the feeling of leaving a contract mark with someone. After the contract is signed, the other party will become her master for life, and she can never disobey the other party's orders, otherwise you will be punished by your soul. Bai Shuling tried hard to open his eyelids, and finally saw clearly the person in front of him who had signed a contract with him. It turned out to be a human. Moreover, Bai Shuling also sensed a terrifying demonic aura from him. It turns out to be a demonized mutant little boy, and the taste of this blood is extremely special. At least it's the bloodline of a demon king. Ouch, the leukemic spirit felt extremely wronged and extremely desperate. As the empress of the spirit demon tribe, Bai Shuling had come into contact with many humans in her previous life, and she had always disdained many of the behaviors of humans. Having lived for tens of thousands of years in her previous life, she can be said to have witnessed the development history of the human race. She is well aware of human greed, meanness, selfishness, and filthiness. Before the war of all races, the human race had been in constant internal strife. For a little benefit, they would sell out their own people and kill their closest relatives. For the sake of face, their emperor would start a war and put thousands of people in danger. As for the demonized people, it goes without saying, after being demonized, humans are even more violent, despicable and sinister, cruel and horrible. They will do anything to get what they want. It is no exaggeration to describe them with all the darkest words in the world. I didn't expect that the opportunity for reincarnation that I had finally obtained would turn me into a contracted pet of a demonized mutant right at the beginning. if I had known this would happen, I would have died in the battlefield of all races. Ha! Yigo looked at the newly hatched civet cat and felt a little strange when the spirit of disaster came out of the eggshell. It absorbed his essence and blood, and immediately gained the ability to take care of itself. It could even fly onto his shoulders and interact and play with his fingers. How come this little civet cat, also a golden level spiritual pet, looks listless and aggrieved right after it was born? Raven at this time, disaster also flapped its wings and flew over, landing on Yi Ji's shoulder. Observing the young snow cat with curious red eyes, Yi Gu glanced at it and asked, "When you were born, you seemed to be much more lively than her. Why does this little guy look like he was depressed right after he was born?" "Well, it's normal." The crow shrugged its wings and shook its shoulders. Different spirit pets are born with different physiques. Some spirit pets are weak when they are just born and need the careful care of their masters. After entering the growth period, they will basically be fine. Really? No wonder. Yigo looked at the little civet and saw that it looked listless. I thought, could it be that he is hungry? Yigo pondered for a moment and took out a bottle of milk for spirit pets from his own system space. Item, pure milk from the 5-colored sacred cow. Quality, red attributes, after consumption, growth potential plus 999, growth talent plus 999, growth and cultivation speed plus 300%, double the effect when consumed by young spirit beasts. Introduction, the milk produced by the 5-colored sacred cow is only 1 liter in hundreds of years. Drink it and cherish it. Bai Shuling lay on the table pretending to be depressed, secretly glancing at Yigo. Not to mention, this demonized human boy is pretty good looking. Even though he is young, his facial features are delicate and almost perfect, and his eyes are clear and pure, just like a little boy who walked out of an anime. When he grows up, he will definitely be a very handsome and hateful man who will make thousands of girls obsessed with him. Humph, so what if he looks good? How can a guy with such strong demon blood be a good person? I will not be deceived by your pure appearance. Even if we sign the contract, you can get my body, but you can never get my true heart. I will never call you master. Bai Shuling thought so in his heart. She planned to just give up and pretend to be depressed and sick, so that Yigo would think that she was a useless spiritual pet and would abandon her on his own initiative. Only then will she have a chance to regain her freedom. After all, she gave up her entire life's cultivation and was reborn in order to revive the spirit demon clan, restore their strength, and take revenge on the blood clan. How can I be a meowing little pet around a little human boy? This time, Yigu brought a colorful bottle of milk to the kitten's mouth. Bai Shuling was startled for a moment, and sniffed lightly with his small nose. This taste, it's actually the milk of the 5-colored divine cow, that is the divine beast known as the Tianling continent. Even in her previous life as the queen of the spirit demon clan, it was difficult to obtain it. The little human boy in front of him looked only 7 or 8 years old. Where did you get the milk from the 5-colored sacred cow? Bai Shuling smelled the scent of the 5-colored divine milk in the bottle, and his mood suddenly became a little conflicted. The sweet and delicious milk smell came out from the small bottle mouth, fragrant and tempting. Humph, I am the empress of the spirit demon tribe. How could I be bribed by a bottle of milk from you? Chirp, chirp, sizzle, sizzle, slurp, slurp. Bai Shuling's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face was full of excitement. It's delicious. Chapter 14, The Empress Reduced to a Puppet. Yigo looked at the little civet cat lying in his arms, gulping down milk, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. How could such a small civet cat be so gluttonous, and why did he suddenly become so energetic? No more drinking. Yigo took the small bottle away and patted the little civet cat on the head. You are still too young. If you eat more, you will be full. Meow. The little white cat tilted its head back, whimpered, and looked at Yigo with some resentment in its eyes. Bai Shuling thought, this little human boy must have done it on purpose. You've already fed me, so why not just feed me till I'm full, to whet my appetite? Hateful. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the room. The young mother Zhou Yuqing's voice rang out. Xia Yega, Shio is here to play with you. You're not still sleeping in, are you? Yigo walked over and opened the door. Outside the door, Xia Xia was dressed like a little princess today, with her long brown hair tied in a French braid, a black and white dress, snow-white tights, and black leather shoes. Her outfit was very elegant, and she looked like a daughter of a rich noble family. Photo, Yigu. Xiao Qingmei turned around in front of Yigo and asked, do I look good today? Yigo looked it up and down and nodded sincerely. Yeah, it looks good. He. Xia Xiao looked very happy. Zhou Yuqing looked at the two children and said with a smile, I'll ask the servants to cut fruit for you. You can enjoy your time. After saying that, she went out. Ye Gu looked at Xia Xiao and asked curiously, "Why are you here today?" Xia Xiao pursed her lips. "Today is the weekend, I want to come and play with you and Shuer, is that not okay?" "Of course you can." Ye Gu was silent for a moment, but our Yi family is a demonized family. If you go to our Yi family territory every day, won't your father have any objections? My dad is not the kind of person who cares about that kind of boring stuff. Xia Xiao snorted and walked into the house with her hands behind her back. At this moment, she suddenly saw the white blood spirit lying on the table in the room. Ah, what a cute little kitty! Xia Xiao ran over excitedly and picked up Bai Shuling. The white blood spirit was startled, the white hair on its body stood up, and it wanted to escape, but it was too late. Xia Xiao held the little civet in her arms and rubbed her cheek against its face. The white blood civet struggled in her arms, wool, but couldn't get free. Ye Gu, ah, it's so soft, and she smells so good. Xia Xiao happily rubbed the little civet cat. "Yega, is this your new pet?" Ye Gu, sort of. Although not bought, Xia Xiao hugged Bai Shuling. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. She hugged her, rubbed and kissed her, and then held her in her arms and ravaged her fiercely. The white blood civet struggled desperately, and the little civet cat's face was full of fear. What does this little human girl want to do? Her eyes are so beautiful, and she has two tails. Xia Xiao grabbed the white blood spirit and played with the two fluffy little tails behind her buttocks, then he showed a regretful expression. "It's a pity that I don't have the talent of a beastmaster, otherwise I would ask my father to buy me a spirit pet to play with." Ye Gu said strangely, "Even if you don't have the talent of a beastmaster, if you don't expect it to help you fight and just want to play with it, you can still raise it." Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue and said, "I'd better forget it. I've raised several little turtles before, but they all died. I haven't found a pet with a stronger vitality than a turtle yet, Ye Gu, but it doesn't matter. Ye Gu, you are a beastmaster anyway. Even if I can't raise a little pet, I can come to your house often to play with your pet." Xia Xiao said with a smile. When Bai Shuling heard this, his big round eyes immediately widened even wider. Often? The spirit of disaster stood on the bookshelf beside him and sighed softly. "It seems that cute pets are more popular with girls, oh right. I heard that when a civet cat enters its growth period, it can transform into a cat girl, right?" Xia Xiao tilted her little head, looked at Ye Gu and asked. Ye Gu pondered for a moment and nodded gently. "Well, this kind of civet cat does have the potential to transform into a human-shaped cat girl." "Great." Xia Xiao was even happier. She held the cat in her arms and took a few deep puffs. "After she can transform into a cat girl, I can change her clothes every day." Ye Gu, good fellow, change clothes? This is treating the spirit beast as a living doll to play with. Ye Gu felt a little amused and helpless. He seemed to understand a little why Xia Xiao could never keep her little pet alive. There are probably very few spirit pets in the world that can withstand the enthusiasm of this little girl. The white blood spirit wanted to cry but had no tears. "I am the empress of the spirit demon clan, a powerful soul emperor who has been in power for eternity. Now, he has become a plaything at the hands of a little human girl, and will become a dress-up doll in the future. Woo, it's so insulting." Xia Xiao sucked the little civet for a while before reluctantly putting it down. After all, it is Yi Ji's pet. If her childhood sweetheart's pet cannot bear her deep love and passion and is rubbed to death by her, she will feel guilty to death. That's right. Xiao Qingmei blinked her big eyes and looked at Ye Gu. "Ye Gu, do you know what day it is today?" Ye Gu wondered, today? He thought for a moment, but couldn't remember. "How can you forget everything?" Xia Xiao pouted. "So what day is today?" "Well, let's go find Shuer first." This little girl is actually keeping him in suspense. Ye Gu then felt his hand being pulled by Xia Xiao and running out. The two little ones were trotting in the corridor, one after the other. Soon they arrived at Gao Xinshua's room. Unlike Gao Xinshua's cold personality, her room is cartoony and cute, which is in stark contrast to her. The walls are made entirely of Legos, and various flying toy robots are in cartoon styles, flying around the room. Ye Gu thought that it was hard to imagine that this person had the same personality as the crazy female inventor in the future who created the nanoworm Chaos, destroyed countless city-states and civilizations, and built the city of the future. Of course, Xia Xiao, who now has the image of a little angel, cannot be imagined that she will grow up to be such a cold-blooded and ruthless chaotic female devil in the future. All I can say is that different growth experiences will really change a person's life trajectory. The game's plot does not provide a detailed description of Xia Xiao's growth experience. I don't know what she went through to become like that. 10-year-old Gao Xinxue sits in front of a computer. She is wearing cute pajamas with cartoon patterns and a high ponytail. She types on the keyboard with a calm look in her eyes. Photo: on the wall in front of her were 3 huge display screens made of Lego. Countless codes and data were scrolling on the screens. The computer host was connected to a large number of wires and was connected to a huge technological device. Chapter 15: Shadow Moon, Li Shuer. Xia Xiao happily ran up to Gao Xinxue and started to cuddle with her. The two little girls have known each other for such a long time that they have become best friends. Yi Go walked in and saw 2 little girls whispering something in their ears. He felt helpless. We are all childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Are you still trying to avoid me? Isn't that too polite? The 2 little girls seemed to have finally finished their whispering. Gao Xinxue looked at Yi Go and said, Xiaoyi, close your eyes. Ah? Yi Go looked puzzled. Why are you closing your eyes? Hey, just close your eyes first. Xia Xiao ran over, stood behind Yi Go, stretched out her 2 little hands and covered his eyes. Yi Go didn't know what the 2 of them were going to do. After a while, he heard Xia Xiao say, Get ready, 3, 2, 1, ding ding ding. The little hands covering his face loosened. Yi Go opened his eyes, and found that the robot car in front of him was slowly opening, with a big cake inside. The cartoon robots around him were also flying around him. There was an **** expression on the face screen, and the familiar happy birthday song was playing. Yi Go then remembered that today was his birthday. In other words, it should be the birthday of Yi Go in this world. Gao Xinxue stretched out her little hand and gently pinched his cheek. How come you don't even remember your own birthday? Yi Go, I didn't expect you guys to remember it so clearly. Gao Xinxue said seriously, of course, which mother would forget her child's birthday? Yi Go, this little girl, still remember it. I don't know if she will feel socially dead when she grows up and thinks about what she said when she was a child. Even so, Yi Go still felt quite touched. In his previous life, Yi Go was a person who lacked a sense of ritual and had never celebrated his birthday properly. I always said that I didn't care about this day, and I would just eat some cake and longevity noodles and pass it by. Later, when I became an adult, I gradually stopped eating cake, but in fact, it was also because no friends had ever sincerely and proactively celebrated his birthday, so of course it was boring. At most, his parents would wish him a happy birthday. Xia Xiao brought a crown and put it on Yi Go, and then asked Yi Go to make a wish in front of the cake. Yi Go smiled bitterly in his heart. Since he was 15 years old in his previous life, he never made a wish on his birthday, and he no longer believed in making birthday wishes. But today, he closed his eyes and made a wish very seriously. After making a wish, Xia Xiao blinked her eyes and asked curiously, Yi Go, what wish did you make? Gao Xinxue looked at her and said, Wouldn't it be useless if this kind of thing is spoken out? That's right. Xia Xiao added, By the way, Shuer and I have prepared a gift for you. Oh? Yi Go didn't expect there would be a gift. Gao Xinxue picked up a remote control and pressed it gently. The huge technological device in the room slowly turned on. What caught my eye were 2 weapons with special shapes. One is a black cyber straight knife full of technological texture. One is a silver cyber sword with the same technological texture. Yi Go was a little surprised. Is this the gift you prepared for me? Yes. Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully. This was made by Shuer herself, but the materials were provided by me. I spent all my pocket money to buy the Shadow Dark Steel. Yi Go sighed secretly. Shadow Steel is an extraordinary material of pink quality in the game, and is priced by kg, with each kg costing at least 1 million yuan. To make enough Shadow Steel to make these 2 weapons, the price must be at least tens of millions, maybe even more. She is really a rich little noble lady who has been spoiled since childhood. Yi Go picked up the 2 straight knives and the long sword. The biggest advantage of this high-tech cyber weapon over ordinary weapons is that it can be charged and has its own attribute attack. It is also one of Gao Xinxue's most representative inventions. The most common high-tech cyber straight knife on the market is retractable, easy to carry, and has its own soul energy battery. Just turn on the switch on the handle to enchant the blade with thunder attributes soul power, making the weapon more offensive. Of course, there are also versions with fire, ice, dark, etc. attributes. As the strongest human mechanic in the map of 10,000 races, Gao Xinxue's craftsmanship needs no further explanation. In fact, Gao Xinxue herself was also a wealthy woman. Although she was left in the Yi family by her mother, She had never used a penny of the Yi family's money since she was 7 years old. When she was in elementary school, Gao Xinxue had already demonstrated an extremely high IQ and a strong talent as a mechanical inventor. Many of the mechanical technology she has manufactured have become commercially valuable, and she has her own mechanic account online. Even the high-tech retractable straight knives and soul beam pistols used by night watchmen and law enforcement officers in human city-states across the market are her anonymous works. Every year when the night watchmen and law enforcement officers want to buy standard straight knives and pistols, they need to place orders online and come to her to buy them, because the standard weapons she manufactures are affordable, easy to maintain, durable and cost-effective. Perhaps the night watchman could not imagine that the person who manufactured wholesale straight knives and pistols for them would be a 10-year-old girl. She made a lot of mechanical bombs, self-destructing robots, technological grenades, and detection drones, which were also popular products. Whether online or in the extraordinary shopping mall in Atlanta, sales have always been at the top of the weapon rankings, so Gao Xinxue certainly never lacks money. In addition to Shadow Dark Steel, I also added some nano-metal when forging these two weapons. Gao Xinxue said softly, the straight blade is named Shadow Moon, and the long sword is named Light Separation. When Yi Gu heard this, his eyes flashed slightly. Shadow Moon? Lightly, aren't these the two most mysterious red quality weapons that appeared in the Human Empire in the early version of the game? In the background introduction of the game, the origins of these two weapons are very mysterious. They are the first and second high-end extraordinary cyber weapons in human history that truly combine extraordinary power and technological power. The background information only said that these two weapons were made by a mysterious blacksmith from the Empire for his childhood sweetheart. Later, these two weapons disappeared and have been out of print ever since. Their whereabouts are unknown. They only reappeared after version 4.75. I didn't expect that this mysterious person turned out to be Gao Xinxue. Yi Gu picked up the two weapons, and a transparent attribute panel box popped up in front of him. Weapon, Shadow Moon, straight sword, level, no level limit. Attributes can be improved as the user's strength increases. Quality, red attributes, sharpness 195, toughness 180, strength 253. Soul power battery status, 100% effect. 1. Can charge dark attributes soul power and gain dark attribute attack. Point 2. When the attack hits, it will absorb 10% of the target's MP value and replenish itself. Special attributes, contains the friendship and love of childhood sweethearts, weapon luck plus 99. When this equipment is enhanced and enchanted, the success rate increases 30 times. Weapon, Guanli, longsword, level, no level limit. Attributes can be improved as the user's strength increases. Quality, red attributes, sharpness 203, toughness 257, strength 149. Soul power battery status, 100% effect. 1. Can charge light attributes soul power and gain light attribute attack. Point 2. When the attack hits, it will absorb 10% of the target's HP and replenish itself. Special attributes, contains the friendship and love of childhood sweethearts, weapon luck plus 99. When this equipment is enhanced and enchanted, the success rate increases 30 times. Yi Gu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Nether soul steel is just a pink quality material in the game. Gao Xinxue used pink quality extraordinary materials to create red quality weapons. What a genius! Yi Gu himself possesses the talent of the soul of an instrument. In other words, he can use these two red quality weapons as gold quality ones. What made him more concerned was the special attribute of the last item. Chapter 16. The Shocked Auctioneer. As a player of the game, Yi Gu knows very well what it means to increase the success rate of strengthening and enchanting a weapon by 30 times. You know, when a weapon is enhanced to plus 10 stars or above, if you fail, the weapon will be directly damaged. Common name, weapons exploded. Therefore, most people do not dare to enhance their precious weapons to above plus 11 stars. Because that would risk destroying a weapon worth tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. After strengthening to plus 10 stars, the success rate of strengthening the weapon is only 15%. Every time it is strengthened upwards, the probability of success of the next strengthening will be 3% until the success rate is only 1%. But now, Yi Gu has a 30 times enhancement success rate. In other words, before being enhanced to plus 15 stars, the enhancement success rate of these two weapons is above 100%. In Yi Gu's opinion, such attribute effects are, to some extent, even more powerful than some gold quality weapons. Moreover, these are two weapons that can be upgraded as the user's strength increases. Yi Gu took a deep breath. He just needs a good weapon now. He didn't expect that these two childhood sweethearts not only gave him a pillow when he was sleepy, but also brought him such a surprise. Gao Xinxue said, in fact, the handles of the two weapons can be connected together to form a long weapon, which can be used in different combat situations. After hearing this, Yi Gu immediately tried it and found a mechanical switch on the handle. Click, click, the mechanical axles on the handles of the two weapons began to spin, and the handles began to change shape. Eventually, the two weapons were connected together, combining into a nearly 2-meter-long bipolar blade. It was still too early for Yi Gu, who was only 10 years old, to learn such a long weapon. However, this weapon is mechanical and retractable, and can be reduced to the length that Yi Gu can use now. Thank you, I like it very much. Yi Gu reached out and touched the two girls' hair. Hee, as long as you like it. Xia Xiao said happily. Shuer and I discussed it for a long time, and we were afraid that you wouldn't like it. Although these two weapons have not been professionally appraised, since Shuer made them herself, I think they must be pink quality weapons. Yi Gu thought, it's really not pink. However, the red quality is higher than the pink one. Generally speaking, in the game world of the territory of 10,000 races, it is normal to use pink quality extraordinary materials to create purple quality weapons. Anyone who can create weapons of the same pink quality must be a master craftsman with superb skills. Using pink quality materials to create red quality weapons is probably almost impossible even for the best blacksmith in the south. No. Even for the best weapon blacksmith of the human race. Yi Gu, right. I have a gift for you too. Xia Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? You prepared gifts for us too? Yi Gu took out 2 top-grade spirit gathering pills. What is this? Xia Xiao took one of them and asked naively. Spirit gathering pill. Yi Gu smiled faintly. It can help you improve your cultivation speed. Xia Xiao was still too young and didn't even know what the spirit gathering pill was. She was just very happy to receive Yi Ji's gifts. Gao Xinxue looked at the 2 spirit gathering pills, her eyes flashing slightly. As a super female student since elementary school, she naturally recognized the soul gathering pill, and she also immediately realized that these 2 were not ordinary spirit gathering pills. Both spirit gathering pills were engraved with beautiful elixir patterns and emitted a faint red glow. It is a red quality, top-grade spirit gathering pill that is rarely seen in a century. Logically speaking, this kind of red quality, top-grade spirit gathering pill would never be sold on the market. In the past 1,000 years, it has only appeared once at the top auction of the human race. That time, the top-grade spirit gathering pill was finally bought by a powerful man from a top family in the capital, and was sold at a high price of 700 million. For a kid like Yi Gu, even if he is the young master of a demonized family, there is no way for him to get one. In Gao Xinxue couldn't help but feel a little confused. Where on earth did Yi Gu get this top-grade spirit gathering pill, and there are 2 of them? But I have one thing to remind you. Yi Gu said seriously, after you take this soul gathering pill back, eat it as soon as possible and never let the adults see it. Do you understand? Yes, I got it. Xia Xiao didn't ask why and said it very obediently. Then, the 3 of them ate birthday cake together. While eating, they started to play around mischievously. Xia Xiao smiled and smeared the cream on Yi Ji's face. Ha, Xiaoye, you look so ugly like this. Yi Gu looked at Xia Xiao's innocent and lovely smile, and suddenly felt that it might be nice to be a childish kid for once. Hee, how dare you laugh at me? Yi Gu also grabbed a handful of cream and rushed towards Xia Xiao without any hesitation. Ah! I was wrong. Ah, don't rub it here, it's itchy. Shuer, save me. After a fight, Xia Xiao's clothes were askew, her hair was messy, she sat on the ground in a duck-sitting position, and her body was covered with cream. Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue also had a lot of cream on their faces, but overall it was not as much as Xia Xiao's. After playing until the evening, Xia Xiao reluctantly went home after her father called and urged her to do so. After sending Xia Xiao away, Gao Xinxue stretched out her finger and poked Yi Ji's cheek. Where did you get those 2 top-grade soul gathering pills? Yi Gu didn't expect that Gao Xinxue was so knowledgeable at such a young age. She is indeed a scary female academic master. Top-grade spirit gathering pill? Don't play dumb. Even Uncle Yi can't get this kind of red-quality elixir. Mother Miyuki is indeed well informed. I can't hide anything from you. Yi Gu made a serious expression and deliberately lowered his voice. Well, I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret for me. This is a very serious secret. Can't you even tell Sister Yuqing and Xiao? Of course. Okay. Gao Xinxue also came closer with a serious expression. Ye Ge leaned close to her ear and whispered, I am actually a time traveler. I don't originally belong to this world. I am a man of destiny who came to this world with a golden finger. Gao Xinxue was silent for a long time after listening, and looked at him. Why did you become as childish as Jiang Xiaoming? Ye Ge shrugged. Sometimes, that's how it is. If you tell the truth, no one will believe it. Yazan City, 9-star Transcendent Auction House. Xian Zhanglai, the president of the Yazan City Auction House, a middle-aged man who looked very wealthy and wore gold-rimmed glasses, was sitting in his office at this time. He was holding a list of new items listed at the auction house this month, with an expression of great astonishment. What is going on? Yesterday, a mysterious seller sent a total of 1,000 soul crystals and more than 100,000 soul stones through a consignment auction. Even in the city-state treasury of Yazan City, there may not be so many soul crystals, so when Xian Zhanglai saw the list of auction items and saw the quantity column, he thought he was dazzled. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Are these soul crystals genuine? Has it been tested? In the past, there were some auctioneers with crooked ideas who took ordinary crystals, processed and polished them, painted them, injected weak soul energy into them, pretended to be soul crystals, and then tried to sell them at auction houses. So Qian Zhanglai now has to be careful about the risk of counterfeits. A young subordinate said seriously, we have tested it. The energy purity of all soul crystals has reached the TCC numerical standard stipulated by the Imperial Federation Superhuman Association. They are definitely genuine. Xian Zhanglai frowned. Who is this seller? Young subordinate, I don't know, the seller's information is anonymous, and these auction items were consigned via the magic teleportation lens. This mysterious seller only left a username and nickname, called Black Angel. Chapter 17 Red quality auction items shocked the entire network. Black Angel, Xian Zhanglai pondered for a while, then said, show me all the auction lists that this mysterious seller has consigned. Young subordinate, yes, soon the young subordinate handed over a list. Xian Zhanglai took the list, flipped through it casually, and his pupils widened again. Special grade secret medicine for cultivation, pink quality, 30 bottles, yellow spirit grass, pink quality, 100 plants, small spirit gathering pills, purple quality, 1,000 pieces, advanced life potion, purple quality, 300 bottles, soul crystal, pink quality, 1,000 pieces, soul stone, blue quality, 100,000 pieces. Xian Zhanglai was horrified by what he saw. When he flipped through the list again, he took a deep breath. Top grade spirit gathering pills, red quality, 2 pieces. Red quality? Xian Zhanglai stopped breathing. He has been a businessman since he was 20 years old, and has been the president of the Yazan City Auction House for 15 years. This is the first time he has seen a red quality auction item on the list. Who is this seller with the ID Black Angel? The next day. As soon as the auction list of this top auction was made public on the internet, it quickly attracted the attention of powerful people, bosses, and nobles from all sides in Yazan City, the presidents of the various extraordinary guilds, the CEOs of the various chaebol companies, the heads of the various sects and families. There were also many presidents of extraordinary and prestigious schools, Taoist and Confucian companies, directors of the Night Watch and demon hunters, and upper-class people from all walks of life, all of whom were extremely surprised and shocked. This is the first time that red quality items have appeared in the Yazan City Auction House, and there were 2 at a time. Even many nobles from other city-states in the southern border were attracted to the auction in Yazan City. At the same time, it seemed that some employees of the auction house secretly took pictures of the auction list with a camera and posted them online. It immediately caused a heated discussion online. Shocked. Red quality rare treasures appeared in the 9-star auction house in Asia. On the internet, this incident also topped the hot search list on Weibo. It even surpassed the topic of the battle between Master Ma Tingxuan and Master Wang Wanda. There is no way, red quality rare treasures are too rare in the human world, although it is impossible for ordinary people at the bottom of society to participate in such auctions of upper-class bigwigs. Discussing what major events happen every day in these powerful circles at the upper level is also a topic that ordinary people at the bottom of society are very keen to discuss after dinner. Fuck. This is the first time I've seen a red quality treasure in my life. When will the auction be held? I want to go and see it live. Idiot, this is an online auction. How can there be a live event? Even if there is a live event, how can a small person like you enter? Who do you think is this big shot who releases red quality products? No need to think about it, it could be a great noble in the imperial court, or that mysterious genetic company, or else, it could only be a super sect of some immortal cultivation school, but the auction price is 999,999, which is 1 billion. Isn't this price too insincere? It's not red quality equipment, it's just a red pill. Who would buy it for 1 billion? You know nothing. This is a top-grade soul-gathering pill. The effect of taking one pill can increase your annual training efficiency tenfold. What's more important is that it can also reshape the soul power nodes in your body, making your soul power even purer. Fuck. Awesome, it's a pity that such a red-quality treasure can only be seen by us little people. Alas, Yazan City, Lord's Mansion. A middle-aged man with a dignified look looked at the hot news on his mobile phone with cold eyes. Duke. A man in black came to his desk, head lowered and a look of respect. How is it? The dignified middle-aged man asked calmly, have you found out who sold those 2 top-grade soul-gathering pills? The black-clad subordinate said, no. The other party used a magic teleportation lens to send the goods to the auction house. It's impossible to find the source of the consignment. However, the transmission distance of the magic teleportation mirror is very limited. We can judge that the seller should be in the southern border, and should be in the territory around Yazan City. The dignified middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said nothing. It was because it was in the southern border that he felt strange, as the Duke of the Southern Territory, the Lord of Yazan City, and also the president of the Yazan City branch of the Imperial Federation Superhuman Association, Wang Yin believes that the entire Southern Territory should be completely under his control. All major families, guilds, companies, sects, groups, forces, are under the surveillance of their Federal Association of Supernatural Beings. He can see clearly the development of each major force every year. Logically, nothing should be able to escape his sight, and now, a mysterious seller of unknown origin suddenly appeared. In addition to the 2 red-quality top-grade soul-gathering pills, there are also 1,000 soul crystals, 100,000 soul stones, and a large number of purple and pink quality extraordinary materials and consumables. Even the most powerful noble marquises in the South Territory probably can't come up with so many good things. This made Duke Wang Yin very suspicious about the background of this mysterious seller. Duke. The black-clothed subordinate suggested, these 2 top-grade soul-gathering pills are rare red-quality pills. Why don't we find Xian Zhanglai, the president of the 9-star auction house, and ask him to? Duke Wang Yin glared at his men fiercely and said coldly, idiot. Don't even think about using your crooked brains against the 9-star auction house. Don't think they are just a small auction house. Behind them is the Myriad Races Chamber of Commerce under the genetic company. Xian Zhanglai is nothing more than a human spokesperson pushed to the surface by the 9-star auction house. The business influence of the Gene Corporation is spread all over the world. Their background is mysterious and no one knows the real power behind them. They are even able to make deals with demons and devils. Do you think you can afford to offend them? The black-clothed subordinates immediately broke out in cold sweats. They had never expected that the background of an auction house would be so powerful. Yes. I was too talkative. Duke Wang Yin looked out the window and was silent for a long time, as if he was thinking about something. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and said, let someone take pictures of those 2 top-grade soul-gathering pills. Ah. The black-clothed subordinate was surprised. That's 2 billion. For 2 pills, isn't it a bit too much? Duke Wang Yin hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, it doesn't matter. Red-quality treasures are too rare to find. Just buy it. But our territory doesn't have that much liquidity right now. Then find a reason to collect an extra 10% tax from the major guilds and lower-level extraordinary people in Yazan City, and find a way to collect the money as soon as possible. Yes. Oh, right. Duke Wang Yin suddenly remembered something and asked, what's going on with the Yi family recently? Chapter 18. I'm already working on the next version. The black-clothed subordinate immediately laughed and replied, you can rest assured about the Yi family. Under the pressure from you and the nobles in the southern region, the Yi family's business in the human continent has not improved much. The several weapon stores, pharmacy stores, pill stores, talisman stores they opened in various places in the southern border, as well as the several extraordinary item shopping malls and online shopping malls they invested in, have all closed down. I think, although the Yi family has not made any moves recently, their family company is probably on the verge of bankruptcy. After listening to this, Duke Wangan nodded with satisfaction. According to his various intelligence sources, the Yi family is indeed facing a serious financial crisis, Duke Wangan said seriously again. Even so, we can't take it lightly. Don't forget what the Yi family is best at. A long time ago, the Yi family had been on the verge of bankruptcy several times, but they managed to come back to life every time, and their method of resurrection was simple and brutal. War has always been the biggest source of income for the Yi family. During the Great Depression 300 years ago, the Yi family owed a lot of foreign debts to nobles from all over the empire, as well as allies from other races in the Don camp. Among the 10,000 races, with assets worth hundreds of billions. Yi Quan, the head of the Yi family at that time, immediately led the only 3,000 remaining warriors in the family to fight against the Dark Race. After 3 years of war, Yi Quan returned triumphantly with tens of thousands of soldiers. It was said that they had looted 20 city-states of the Dark Race in the past 3 years. Not only had they plundered gold and silver treasures, various soul crystals, spirit stones, and high-level resources worth hundreds of billions, they had also rescued tens of thousands of human slaves held captive by the Dark Race. These slaves later became the most loyal warriors of the Yi family, dedicating their lives to the Yi family for generations. However, such examples are not uncommon in the family history of the Yi family. According to the records of imperial history alone, the Yi family has made at least 7 or 8 such war fortunes over the past 1,000 years, not counting some of the small fortunes made from wars. Such a terrible family, once described as war maniacs, was hard not to be feared by the nobles. Even later on, even the royal family was very afraid of them. Duke Wangan's face turned cold when he thought of the events of that year. He pondered for a while, then asked, "What has that old guy Yechuan been doing recently?" The black-clothed subordinate said, "Ever since Yi family's old man Yi Quan stepped down from the position of patriarch, he has been in seclusion practicing and healing his old injuries. He has not appeared in public for a long time, and even the people of the Yi family rarely see him." The current head of the Yi family, Yi Xiao, has already reached the 9th level of Shura realm and is only one step away from breaking through to the Apocalypse realm. Yi Xiao's son, Yi Gu, is currently 10 years old and has excellent grades in the War Academy. It is said that when he took the talent test for admission, it was found that his archery and supernatural learning talents had both reached S level. But for some reason, Yi Gu seems to be focusing more on the beast tamer and swordsman professions. He usually fights and performs missions with just a straight sword and a pitch-black pet crow. His grades at school have always been top of the school, and he is currently at the 1st level of the Profound Realm. Wangan frowned slightly at he didn't really care about Yi Gu, the little guy with double S-level talents. After all, he is just a 10-year-old kid. It will take at least 10 years for him to grow up. However, the current head of the Yi family, Viscount Yi Xiao, made him feel a little fearful. The 9th level of Shura realm is just one step away from the Apocalypse realm. Although there are countless Shura realm powerhouses in this world, they are unable to break through the barrier of the Apocalypse realm in their entire lives. But if Yi Xiao really breaks through, it means that the Yi family will have 2 powerful people in the Apocalypse realm. By then, wouldn't the Yi family, a demonized family, be able to come back to life? Humph, Duke Wangan said. The Yi family seems to have had it too easy these past few years. It's time to weaken their strength again. War College, All Races Research Laboratory. A white-haired old man came to the 2nd floor and found Yi Gu sitting there as usual. The old man couldn't help but nodded. "This child is very hardworking. What a pity, he is a demonized mutant." "Yi Gu, you are here again." "Yes, Grandpa Wang." Yi Gu raised his head and showed a shy and well-behaved smile. Coupled with his harmless face, if people didn't know that he was a demonized genetic mutant, it would be difficult for anyone to dislike him. Yi Gu is a frequent visitor here, so he is very familiar with the administrator here. The white-haired old man walked over and saw that the table in front of Yi Gu was filled with picture albums and information books on various races. Next to it, there are many bottles and jars, as well as many chemical and alchemical equipment used for experimental research. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said, "Yi Gu, in fact, with your cultivation talent, you don't need to do these things that only scholars do. In this world of conflict among all races, practitioners of combat profession are ultimately the mainstream. Things like learning the languages of all races, studying the genes of all races, refining pills, and brewing potions are all things that only scholars who don't have good talents in combat would do. Yi Gu has such a good talent for combat, but he is studying all races here. In his eyes, it is really a waste of time." "Grandpa Wang, it's okay. I have already completed all the training courses. I just found that I am more interested in the study of all races." Yi Gu smiled. "Really? Okay then. Grandpa Wang felt a little helpless. Yi Gu is a well-behaved, mature, smart and quick-witted child, but he is too stubborn and always likes to do things according to his own interests. When he entered school, his data test showed that his learning ability in both shooting and supernatural powers had reached the S level, but he ended up embarking on the path of a beastmaster. I really don't know what he is thinking. Grandpa Wang, I want to exchange for a bottle of Thunder Monster Blood Essence. Yi Gu said at this time. Grandpa Wang was surprised. The Thunder Monster is a very rare mutant monster that emerged from the hybridization of the monster bloodline and the beast bloodline. At the same time, its essence and blood are naturally very expensive. Grandpa Wang frowned and said, to redeem one bottle of this Thunder Monster Blood Essence, you need 300 credits. It's okay. I just completed a D-level mission a few days ago, so I still have enough credits. But, for a warrior like you, it's such a waste to use your credits to exchange for research items like this. Grandpa Wang couldn't help but shook his head. You should use them to exchange for various magic weapons, equipment, training resources, magic tools, or exchange them for guidance courses from famous teachers, which is better than this. It's okay, Grandpa Wang. I have all the things I need. Grandpa Wang sighed softly, and seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he gave up. He took out a bottle of Thunder Monster Blood and gave it to Yi Gu. In his opinion, although Yi Gu studied very hard and did research here out of interest, for a student like him with the talent of an S-level warrior, wasting credits like this was almost a bit disastrous, and he couldn't say anything. After all, it was not his own child. Besides, we can't discourage children's interest, right? You're a hard-working kid, but you went in the wrong direction. Grandpa Wang shook his head in his heart. Yi Gu took the blood essence from Grandpa Wang. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Yi Gu certainly didn't do this research out of any interest. However, it's no wonder that Grandpa Wang thinks so. The blood essence of the Thunder Beast is very rare and expensive. It is an extraordinary material of pink quality. Not only is it expensive, but it's also completely useless. The current game story version is version 1.15. In this version, humans have not yet figured out the effect of Thunder Monster Blood. So this thing is only used by some researchers of all races and human genetic scientists in the laboratory to study the genes of the monster and beast races. However, due to the high cost of this research, it has been stopped by the college for many years. In later versions of the game, it was proven that the blood of Thunder Beasts could be used to make potions for synthesizing superpower awakenings. As a result, the price of the blood of Thunder Beasts, which was already rare and expensive, suddenly increased several times. Yi Gu opened the game system panel that only he could see, opened the game strategy guide on the homepage panel. Synthesis type, acquired supernatural potion item name, primary lightning ability awakening potion probability of successful awakening, 10% awakening level. White gold, the higher the level, the lower the possibility of awakening. Required materials, 1. Drop of Thunder Monster Blood plus 50 G Thunder Grass plus 500 G Dry Fur Powder plus 300 G Soulstone Powder plus 100 G Silver plus 2 kg Pure Water Refining Method. Heat pure water to 80 degrees Celsius, add dry fur powder, stir thoroughly, boil the water completely, add Soulstone Powder. Yi Gu smiled slightly. The biggest difference between supernatural professions and magic professions is that supernatural powers are innate and unique, while magic is learned and all magic is universal. Magical abilities, such as magic missiles, fireballs, wind bombs, and rain arrows, are universal. All magicians can learn these skills as long as they reach the corresponding level. A person with special abilities has a special ability that belongs to him alone, and it is usually awakened at birth. This special ability is unique. There will definitely not be another person in the world who has the same ability as you. It may be similar, but it will definitely not be the same. Other people with special abilities cannot learn it even if they want to. Magic potions are those that allow people who have not been able to successfully awaken their supernatural powers to regain the opportunity to awaken through acquired medicine. Even ordinary people who have no extraordinary talents at all have the opportunity to awaken and become superpowers through magic potions. Of course, the superpowers that are awakened after birth are absolutely unique in this world. Because of the differences in physique and genes, everyone's awakened superpowers may be very different even if they take the same magic potion. However, Yi Gu remembered that this kind of potion was originally something that only appeared in version 2.75. If he had figured it out in advance, Yi Gu smiled faintly. Are you still focusing on version 1.15? I'm already working on version 2.75 of Wealth. Chapter 19 Gift from a strange white-haired girl. In the evening, I returned to Ye's house from the college. Yi Gu was about to enter the gate of Yi family manor. A timid and weak female voice suddenly sounded behind me. Hello. Yi Gu turned around and found a strange little girl. The little girl was about his age, about 10 years old, with snow-white hair, a white and tender oval face, and a pure appearance, but she looked very shy, with her two little hands twisted together, looking extremely weak and timid. Picture, who are you? Yiga looked at this little girl whom he didn't know at all, showing some confusion. This is for you. The little girl with white hair lowered her head slightly and nervously handed something over with both hands. Yiga took it and saw that it was a hand-woven pink lucky bag, and there seemed to be something inside. Judging from the style and design of this lucky bag, it looks like the little girl made it herself. Is this a gift from someone? Is this a gift? Yes, why did you give me this? Because. The white-haired little girl seemed to be very introverted, and she clenched her fingers together. Thank you for saving me last time. Yiga looked suspicious. Did I save her? When Yiga looked at the little girl's face carefully, but had no impression of her at all. The white-haired girl was stared at by Yiga for a long time, and her pink cheeks instantly turned red like cooked lobster meat. Anyway, thank you. After saying that, she bowed deeply to Yiga, then turned and ran away as if she was running for her life. Yiga looked at the little girls gradually disappearing back. Confused, he opened the lucky bag and found a soul crystal inside. Soul crystal is an important material in this world. Although it is of pink quality, a piece of this size should be worth about 100,000 yuan. Of course it's nothing to Yigu, but judging from the little girl's clothes and appearance, she should be a girl from a common family. To be able to give him a soul crystal must have emptied out all the family assets. It seems that the girl is about the same age as him, only about 10 years old. But Yigu had never seen this little girl in the war college before, at least she was not a student of the same grade. As him not, that's even stranger. She said he saved her, so who could it be? Yigu looked at the soul crystal in his hand and put it into the item space without paying much attention to it. However, just as he was about to put away the pink lucky bag in his hand, a transparent message box suddenly popped up, which made Yigu slightly stunned. Item: a hand-woven lucky bag given by a strange girl. Quality: white. Introduction: this gift from a girl who was grateful to you contains the girl's deep love and gratitude, and may bring you some good luck. Special attribute, luck plus 10, this attribute is only valid for you. If the item is transferred, the effect will disappear. Yigu was a little surprised. A seemingly inconspicuous handmade lucky bag actually has the attribute of increasing luck? Master, is that your friend? The housekeeper walked out of the Yi family's gate and asked curiously. Oh, no. Yigu said, it's a stranger I don't know. Yiga seemed to understand something. It seems that as long as you receive a gift from your family, friends, or even strangers, as long as it is thoughtful, it is possible that such hidden special attributes will be attached. The lucky attribute is a very rare attribute in the game. Even high-quality items and equipment can hardly increase the character's luck value. Like the straight knife and long sword that Shuer and Yao Yao gave him last time, they improved the lucky attributes of the weapons themselves. The success rate will only be increased when strengthening and enchanting. It did not improve his own fortune. I didn't expect that a white quality lucky bag would actually. Butler, master, the master and his wife are waiting for you in the restaurant. Let's go in quickly. Yiga came back to his senses. Yeah, okay. While walking in the Yi family garden, Yi Ji's crow suddenly flew back, landed on his shoulder, and whispered something to him. Yiga narrowed his eyes slightly. Master, what's wrong with you? The butler turned around and looked at him strangely and nothing. Yiga smiled. You go in first, I will go and entertain the new guests. Guest? The butler's face was full of question marks. A man in black jumped and shuttled swiftly between several large trees in the Yi family manor. Turtle, this manor is too big. The man in black investigated for a long time, and was secretly amazed by the huge manor complex in front of him. The Yi family, a crazy and warlike demonized family, has been suppressed by other nobles, sects, and guilds of the empire for thousands of years, but it still has such a huge foundation. If they were allowed to develop without restrictions, well. I dare not even think about it. However, the men in black only dared to conduct reconnaissance activities on the periphery. The head of the Yi family, Yi Xiao, is currently in that huge luxurious villa. He is a strong man in the Shura realm. If you get any closer, you'll be dead. Look at the magical musical fountain, the majestic sculptures, and the servants in maid costumes. The man in black cursed to himself, these damn upper-class guys are living such a comfortable life. I wonder what the villa looks like. Yi Ji's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Do you want to know? How about I take you in and sit down? Okay, eh? The man in black was stunned for a moment. Immediately, all the hairs on my body stood up. he turned around suddenly and saw a shy and handsome little boy about 10 years old standing on one leg on a branch next to him, looking at him with a smile. The man in black has seen Yi Ji's photo. At a glance, he recognized that this was the young master of the Yi family, Yi Zhao's only son, Yi Gu. The man in black had an expression of fear and disbelief on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. He is a specially trained reconnaissance superhuman. Although he has only the strength of the Xian realm, his ability of concealment, reconnaissance, and tracking is extraordinary. Even a master of the Baihan realm may not be able to detect his presence within 10 meters. The young master of the Yi family in front of him was clearly just a transcendent who had just entered the second stage of the Xian realm. How could he be found? And when did he show up? I didn't even notice it. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Our Yi family is very hospitable. Yi Gu still smiles shyly, slowly raised his hand, and the black crow standing on his finger flew away. The pitch-black crow suddenly turned into a strange and illusory black mist. In an instant, 10 crows swooped out from the black mist, with black feathers flying, and swooped down to attack the man in black. Seeing this, the man in black suddenly flipped backwards, nimbly avoided the attack of the group of crows, and jumped to the top of another big tree. The man in black's eyes darkened. I didn't expect that I would be discovered today. Fortunately, this place is still outside the Yi family manor. All we have to do is escape from here before Yi Gu calls for help, and the Yi Gu in front of him. The man in black didn't take it seriously. They were both in the profound realm, but would he, a 6th stage transcendent in the profound realm, be afraid of a little brat in the 2nd stage of the profound realm? The man in black raised his right hand, made a magic gesture, and whispered some spell. 2nd level magic fireball. After chanting for a few seconds, a flash of orange light appeared in the black-clothed man's hand, and a magic fireball the size of a leather ball condensed. As a scout, this is the only damaging skill he is good at and the only one he knows. Originally, scouts didn't need too many damaging abilities. Boom. The man in black threw the hot fireball in his hand and rushed towards Yi Gu. The hot orange flames were reflected in Yi Ji's eyes. He had been waiting for a long time. Magic copy technique, ability activated. Copy magic dark fireball. Yi Gu just turned his wrist, without any chanting, and a black hot fireball appeared in his hand. The strange black fireball was even surrounded by a faint black halo, with a dark red halo flickering faintly in it. Man in black? What the hell is this? Is this kind of magic taught in elementary school textbooks? And why don't you even need to chant or make hand seals when you activate your skills? Not only that, the dark fireball thrown by Yi Gu was several times larger than the fireball released by the man in black, almost the size of a truck tire. The man in black widened his eyes, and saw that the small fireball he released was instantly swallowed by the big black fireball, and then smashed towards him. Boom! Most of the tree's crown was instantly engulfed and burned by black flames. At the moment of the explosion, the man in black dodged again and disappeared without a trace. 2nd level martial arts, ghost sprint. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few jumps and dodged, followed by the aftermath of the explosion, he rushed hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Yi Gu looked at the back of the man in black escaping in the dark night. He escaped pretty fast. The figure of the man in black was as fast as the wind. As a reconnaissance type extraordinary being, he did very well in martial arts classes, but all his physical training focused on agility and flexibility. Even if you can't win, escaping is also a good idea. In a few seconds, the man in black escaped from the Yi family manor. Fortunately, I have advanced physical skills like ghost step. The man in black exhaled deeply and remained in a half-squatting position on the ground, thinking that he should be safe now. At this time, a small hand reached out from behind and patted his shoulder. Ghost speed, right? Good, it's mine. The man in black's pupils dilated and he turned his head in disbelief. Ye's small figure appeared behind him like a ghost and gave him a cruel smile. Chapter 20, The Terror of the Demon Queen. The next day. Yi Gu was not surprised at all that someone was monitoring the Yi family. He remembered very clearly that in the plot of the game, when Yi Gu was 10 years old, many changes happened in the Yi family. Duke Wang En, together with a number of White Path forces from the Southern Federation Superhuman Association, suppressed the Yi family openly and covertly. A cousin Yi Xingxiong, the traitor of the Yi family, was also bribed by Duke Wang Yi, and it was also in this year that my father led the soldiers of the territory to the front line of the 10,000 races battlefield to provide support and resist the 10,000 races. He didn't come back for several years. When he got back to us, it was the news that his father had been framed by a traitor and died in battle at the front line. Yi Gu pondered. He is only 10 years old now. His strength is only at the profound realm. Only 10 years old. What can he change now? Meow. At this moment, a frightened cat cry suddenly was heard. Bai Shuling rushed in from outside the house as if running for his life and suddenly got behind Yi Gu. Yi Gu looked confused, not knowing what was going on. What could make a golden pet so scared? Hey, Lingling, don't run. The young mother Zhou Yuqing, dressed in a pink apron, ran into Yi Ji's room. The Bai Shuling hiding behind Yi Gu shrank his body and looked at Zhou Yuqing with a terrified expression, as if this was a huge enemy. Yi Gu was puzzled. Mom, what are you doing? Zhou Yuqing pursed her lips, looking very aggrieved. I just want to get closer to the lovely Lingling to improve our relationship. I just gave her a bath and fed her snacks, but she seemed to be scared by me and refused to let me hold her. Yi Gu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's easy to guess that it must be the same as Xia Xiao before. The little civet cat couldn't stand Zhou Yuqing's enthusiasm. After all, the civet cat is still a proud creature. Bai Shuling almost collapsed. What is going on with this family? Have you never sucked cats in your previous life? Let's forget about that little human girl from a few days ago. She is just a child after all. I won't bother with her. How come you are such a big adult woman? And you are still like a child. You grab a cute cat and hold it in your arms and kiss it like crazy, and one kiss lasted for 2 hours. Moreover, I am the empress of the Spirit Demon Clan, a powerful soul emperor who has been in power for all eternity. It is bad enough that I am being raised as a spirit pet in this life, but I am actually being held upside down in someone's arms and taking a bath. Aren't you a family of demonized mutants? Can we look a little more like a demonized family? Okay, Lingling, mommy was wrong. Did I hurt you while I was bathing you just now? Can you let mommy hug you again? Zhou Yuqing still didn't give up and wanted to get behind Yi Gu to pick up the little civet cat. The white blood spirit was so frightened that it almost jumped up. With a meow, it simply crawled into Yi Ji's clothes. Yi Gu felt the palm-sized fluffy little flesh burrowing in and out of his clothes, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, Mom. Lingling is still a child, you will scare her like this. Oh, okay. Zhou Yuqing sighed regretfully, turned around dejectedly and was about to leave. By the way, Yi Gu asked, how was the interrogation of the man in black last night? Dead. Dead? Yeah. Zhou Yuqing turned around, shrugged and smiled without taking it too seriously. The other party was a professionally trained spy. He failed in his mission and committed suicide by taking poison. Yi Gu frowned. As I remember, I should have taken out the poison sac hidden in his mouth, right? It's useless. Professional spies like them will seal a special toxin within the body's meridians. If that fails, they will use specific martial arts techniques to circulate their soul power, allowing the toxin to quickly flow throughout the body. Zhou Yuqing smiled and touched Yi Ji's head, but my little Yi Gu actually thought that the other party had hidden poison in his mouth, which is really amazing. Come, mommy, kiss Yi Gu. After receiving a kiss on the cheek between relatives, Zhou Yuqing said, tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday, you should prepare and remember to go to bed early. By the way, you can also let Xiao come and play with you. Grandpa? Yi Gu was stunned. Grandpa has come out of seclusion? Yes, Grandpa has successfully broken through to the 8th stage of the Apocalypse realm. Zhou Yuqing smiled. Oh, and your cousin will be back tomorrow. Cousin? Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. Night Xingxiong. In the game's plot, the traitor of the Yi family took advantage of his relative's unguardedness and secretly poisoned Grandpa. He is also the character he hates the most in the plot. You finally showed up. In the original plot of the game, Yi Gu did not know that his grandfather was killed by Yi Xingxiong. And because Yi Gu in the original plot was too kind, he was merciful to him in the end and did not have the heart to kill his cousin. Yi Gu sneered, but now, he will no longer show mercy to such a villain. Yazan City, Lord's Mansion. Duke Wang'an stood in front of a French window with a gloomy look on his face. The spy he sent out to monitor the Yi family had not sent back any information using the designated method for the entire day. Then there is only one possibility: he is dead, unexpectedly. There were also experts in counter-surveillance outside the Yi family, who were able to discover the investigators he had carefully trained. Duke! A young man who looked like a subordinate came in hurriedly to speak. Yi Quan of the Yi family has come out of seclusion, and has successfully broken through to the 8th stage of the Apocalypse realm. Duke Wang'an's expression became even uglier, but soon, his expression gradually calmed down. Then he chuckled contemptuously. Oh, finally you've come out of seclusion, old man from the Yi family. Duke Wang'an turned around and said, notify Yi Xingxiong that our plan can start now. The subordinate replied, yes. Chapter 21 Yi family birthday banquet. The next day, morning, the glow of morning light filtered through the curtains and lazily fell into the room. Yi Gu got up and opened his eyes drowsily, just about to stretch or yawn, and he turned sideways and suddenly found a Gao Shinshue squatting beside his bed. The girl's clear eyes stared at him quietly, her two hands supporting her chin, squeezing her fair face slightly out of shape, but it did not affect her original beauty at all. Instead, it created a sense of contrast and cuteness that made people even more irresistible. Photo, I don't know how long I've been looking at him like this. Yi Gu, Schwer, what are you doing? Gao Shinshue, today is Grandpa's birthday. I'm here to wake you up. Gao Shinshue calls Zhou Yuqing sister, but calls Yi Quan grandpa. I don't know what generation system this is in the world, but I just call him whatever I feel like. I know, I'm getting ready. Yi Gu sat up and yawned. At this time, he discovered that Gao Shinshue was picking up one of his coats and shaking it gently and skillfully, apparently preparing to help him dress. After traveling to this world, Yi Gu still maintained the original habits of the original plot, letting Gao Shinshue take care of his life and asking her to help him with dressing and washing. It's really nice to get up in the morning without moving, and have someone help you get dressed and wipe your face with a hot towel. At the beginning, Yi Gu found it quite fresh and enjoyed it very much. Let's think about it tomorrow. I'll tell Schwer tomorrow that I don't need him to take care of me like this anymore. It's not like I don't have hands. As a result, Miyuki Mama's care is just like a shameful comfort zone vice. Once a habit is formed, it is difficult to change it. No, I can't go on like this. I'm already 10 years old, how can I let others dress me? If I continue like this, I'll become a useless person. If you can't even jump out of the comfort zone, how can you change your destiny, build achievements, become a god of war for all professions, and conquer all races? Yi Gu hesitated. Well, I can put it on myself. Gao Shinshue, yeah, so what kind of clothes does Xiaoye want to wear today? He was still picking and choosing among several pieces of clothes, with no intention of paying any attention to Yi Ji's struggle. Yi Gu, in the end, Yi Gu chose to lie down and let him play with him. Gao Shinshue brought a hot towel, tested the temperature, then gently applied it to Yi Ji's face, wiping it carefully and gently. Yi Gu, I couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. Forget it. Why jump out of the comfort zone? Let's talk about it tomorrow. The hall of the Yi family it was very lively and bustling, and many guests had already arrived. That's it. Father Yi Shao stood beside grandfather Yi Quan and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, the financial situation of our Yi family is not very good now. Xiaoye caught a spy outside the manor last night. Although he committed suicide by taking poison, I estimate that he was probably sent by Duke Wang En to spy again. Yi Quan put one hand behind his back and smiled faintly. Wang En, the old fellow, probably still can't forget that I beat him up in Kyoto 100 years ago, and that he was kicked in public by a spirit beast of a royal princess. Ha! Night Owl was stunned. Is there such a thing? Of course. Yi Quan smiled and said, that time, he made a big fool of himself in front of his sweetheart. Now when I think about it, I feel relieved all over. Ha 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 ha. Night Owl, Dad, stop joking. Our Yi family's financial situation is precarious right now. Don't worry. Yechuan stroked his white beard and said, let me think of a solution first. After a while, many guests came to Yechuan to congratulate him. Yi Quan was standing among a group of people chatting, his complexion was rosy and he was smiling brightly. Yi Gu also came to the banquet hall at this time. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Yi Gu came to his grandfather and called out in a very childish and innocent voice, I feel like I have gotten used to being a kid. In fact, Yi Gu had just secretly overheard the conversation between his grandfather and father. However, he didn't say anything. If he said that he had a way to help the Yi family overcome the current crisis, the adults would definitely not believe him. After all, he is just a 10-year-old child now. Ha, Xiaoye. Grandpa touched his head with a smile, his face full of love. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a long time. Grandpa missed you a lot. Yi Gu misses you too. Yi Gu hugged Yi Quan's waist and acted coquettishly. By the way, I haven't prepared a gift for you yet. Grandpa Yechuan smiled dotingly. What do you want? Gifts? Yi Ji's eyes rolled around, and suddenly they lit up. Then I want a bunch of subordinates. A bunch of loyal and obedient subordinates. After all, he has everything he needs now. He has money and things, so he only lacks people. As soon as he finished speaking, someone held his head from behind it. His father, Night Owl, stood behind him without him noticing, looking at him with a gloomy look in his eyes. Stinky boy, what do you need a group of subordinates for at such a young age? Are you planning to take them out to fight with your classmates to show off your power? Go! Yi Quan glared at him. Yi Gu is such a well-behaved and kind child. Do you think everyone is like you when you were a child? You always cause trouble for me? Night Owl wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is he involved, then? Grandpa put one hand behind his back and said calmly, Zero, come out. I saw a strange cocoon-like creature gradually emerging from a shadow not far behind him. As he slowly stood up, the black shadow gradually turned into a human figure. Master! This was a cold and stern man with silver-gray eyes that made him look as if his entire body was completely cold. He knelt on one knee behind Yi Quan and Grandpa said calmly, From now on, my grandson Yega is your new master. How many people are left in your shadow now? Zero replied, There are 103 left. Grandpa nodded and said, From now on, you will all be under Yi Ji's jurisdiction. Later, you can ask the shadows to gather together and establish a soul contract with Yi Gu. Zero said respectfully, Yes. After saying this, his body turned into a shadow again and gradually merged into the shadows on the ground. The father was shocked. Dad. Are you kidding? Yi Gu is only 10 years old, you want to give shadow to him? Haha, what's the matter? I'm happy to be out of prison today. Grandpa glanced at him and said, You little brat, do you still want to teach me how to do things? That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Night Owl sneered. His usual dignity as the Lord of Night City was gone, and he acted like a little kid in front of Yi Quan. Yi Gu was a little dazed that he was just saying it casually. I didn't expect that my grandfather actually gave him an army, and they are elite death warriors like Shadow. Grandpa put his hand on Yega's head and smiled kindly. Little Yega, once the shadows have established a soul contract with you, their souls will be under your jurisdiction, and they will only be loyal to you. Even your father has no right to interfere. The shadows are all death warriors. As long as they have the slightest thought of betraying you, you can sense the abnormality in their souls and execute them at any time, so they will be your most loyal subordinates in the future, and each of them will have strength above the myriad realm. I hope you can use this army to make our Yi family famous among the human race, no, among all races. Yi Gu raised his head, a faint smile appeared on his childish face. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely do it. This is not a promise, this is a commitment. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa laughed happily. This promise is my best birthday gift today. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Gu and muttered softly, This kid, when did he become so good at talking? Zhou Yuqing happened to walk over and rolled her eyes at him. Of course, do you think everyone is like you? Even a piece of wood can talk better than you, Night Owl. Innocent JPG. Chapter 22 The scheming little white cat. The number of guests in the hall gradually increased. Grandpa also went to greet the guests with father and mother. A pitch-black crow flew and landed on Yi Ji's left shoulder. Congratulations, sir. The spirit of disaster shook its wings and congratulated him. It seems that pretending to be childish occasionally is very beneficial, right? Yi Gu also smiled faintly. It seems that I am lucky today. At this time, Yi Gu suddenly saw a small, white, agile figure running under the table in the hall. There are also two fluffy snow-white tails, swaying charmingly. Meow. Bai Shuling lay under the table with a very aggrieved look on his face. The little guy seemed to have seen Yi Gu as well. She gave him a resentful look. Why Yi Gu looked confused. What is this little guy doing here? Lingling, come here. Yi Gu hooked his finger at her. The little white cat, who has always been very arrogant, was surprisingly obedient this time. He quickly emerged from under the table and jumped onto Yi Ji's body, lying on his left shoulder. Bai Shuling was in a very depressed mood. She hasn't had the milk from the 5-colored divine cow for 3 days, and this stinky shit shoveler didn't even come to see her today. And she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask Yi Gu for, when Bai Shuling was hesitating and struggling, he happened to see Yi Gu in the hall. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. I can pretend to pass by chance and keep appearing in his field of vision. Then Yi Gu would definitely notice her and wave to her to come over. Bai Shuling was very proud of himself and thought he was really smart. Result, Bai Shuling kept making her presence known near Yi Gu several times. But this guy was so busy talking to others that he didn't notice her at all. Hateful, isn't it just a bottle of red quality spirit pet drink? It's not like I haven't drunk it in my previous life. Don't think that I will actively come to please you and ask for milk. 10 minutes later, the white blood spirit moved its body very honestly, slowly approaching Yi Gu, and came under the table next to Yi Gu, making a look as if it had suffered a great injustice and meowing. This finally allowed Yi Gu to discover her. Woo. If the spirit elders under my command in my previous life saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Right? Yi Gu stretched out his finger and gently hooked the chin of the little white cat on his shoulder. What are you doing here? It's only a few days old, and you're running around? Bai Shuling became even angrier when he heard this. How dare you say that? I'm only a few days old, and you're just leaving me alone? Is there such an irresponsible beastmaster as you? Bai Shuling meowed again in grievance, and stretched out his cat claws to gently scratch the clothes on Yi Ji's shoulders. Asa Beastmaster, Yi Gu had to learn the languages of all races, so of course he could understand what the little civet cat was saying. You want to drink the magic milk? Aha, Bai Shuling immediately nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. Yi Gu looked around the hall. There are people everywhere. 5-colored divine milk is a red quality item. There are many experts in this hall, and there are also many people with discerning eyes. They may not recognize the golden legendary quality spirit pet like the spirit of disaster, nor the golden quality two-tailed snow spirit cat like the white blood spirit, but these big guys who have lived for hundreds of years may still be able to recognize red quality items. Not here. Yi Gu shook his head. It's too eye-catching. Meow. Bai Shuling was immediately disappointed when he heard that. He lowered his head again, with his soft ears drooping. He looked completely listless. Yi Gu, I really can't do anything about you. He had no choice but to walk to the corner, asked Gao Shinshue to help keep watch, and then took out the 5-colored magic milk. Bai Shuling suddenly became alert. The two kittens held the bottle and started drinking. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Ouch, it's delicious. Bai Shuling found the drink so delicious that she almost wanted to cry. Why didn't I have this feeling when I drank this stuff in my previous life? It must be because her current body is still in its infancy, her mentality and concentration are not strong enough, and the hormones in her body have destined her to have the mind of a child. Yeah, that must be the case. Anyway, no one knows now that she is the former empress of the spirit demon tribe. Yi Gu was somewhat speechless as he looked at the white blood spirit lying on his shoulder and drinking milk in big gulps. This little fellow is so young, yet he is so scheming and cunning. He has many acting skills in showing his presence, acting coquettishly, feeling wronged, and pretending to be delicate. How come he looks like when he was a kid? Of course, Yi Gu had noticed the little guy's attempt to show off his presence. He just wanted to see what this little guy was trying to do. Now I know, and it's a bit laughable. Okay, you've had enough to drink, right? Yi Gu pulled the milk bottle out of the kitten's mouth and pressed her head with his fingers. Next time, if you want it, just come over and tell me directly, don't keep deliberately dangling in front of me. Bai Shuling? He knows. Bai Shuling only felt that his body temperature rose instantly. Unfortunately, in kitten form, there is no blushing face or ears. After all, she hasn't turned into a cat girl yet, otherwise, her head would have surely turned red and warm with shame. Hateful, he had obviously discovered it a long time ago, but he deliberately ignored her existence. Bai Shuling felt so embarrassed that she let out an angry owl to express her embarrassment and dissatisfaction, then swiftly dived into Yi Ji's clothes, as if she would be fine as long as Yi Gu couldn't see her. Yi Gu wondered what kind of operation was this: ostrich burying its head, kitten crawling through clothes. After a while, Xia Xiao also came to the Yi family. Xia Xiao met Yi Gu and Gao Shinshue, and then ran to say hello to Yi Ji's parents and grandfather. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Xia Xiao was of course well educated. She was well behaved, lively, and polite. Yi Xiao and Zhou Yuqing were already very familiar with this childhood sweetheart who grew up with their son. Zhou Yuqing was very happy to squat down and hug Xia Xiao, and cuddle intimately with the child. Oh! Grandpa Yechuan had never seen Xia Xiao before. He stroked his pale beard and asked curiously, so, is this our Xiao Yega's girlfriend? Xia Xiao nodded innocently, not knowing the meaning of the word. Yeah. Yi Gu, Dad. Zhou Yuqing said faintly, Xiao and Yega are still children. Ha, not young anymore. When I was their age. Yi Quan suddenly stopped talking and touched his head a little embarrassedly. Forget it, I won't say anymore. Xia Xiao was hugged by Zhou Yuqing, and she whispered in her ear a little embarrassedly, Aunt Zhou, I'm sorry, my parents said that the current situation in the southern part of the empire, other nobles are targeting you. It is not convenient for him to come as a guest in such an occasion, but they still asked me to bring gifts. As she spoke, Xia Xiao handed over an exquisite little box. It's okay, Auntie understands. Zhou Yuqing accepted the gift and said with a smile, "Thank your parents for me." Chapter 23. Depressed Xiao Xiaoyiga discovered that his childhood sweetheart didn't seem to be in a very good mood today. Xiao Xiao looks a little depressed today. Picture, even when Bai Shuiling was lying on Yi Ji's body, she didn't take the initiative to reach out and stroke him. Are you worried about something today? Gao Xinxue also noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao twisted her fingers together and said with a depressed expression, I may be adjusted to a new class soon and enter the inner gate of the academy. Mom said that the principal of the inner school of the War College, the great magician Lan Mi from the Apocalypse realm, has confirmed that my talent is enough to meet the requirements for entering the inner school, and I will be transferred to the inner school of the college next week. Yi Ji's eyes moved, although he wasn't very surprised. The War College has always been divided into the inner and outer divisions. Most of the nobles studied in outer academies and were ordinary students. Only a very small number of gifted students will be selected to enter the inner gate and become the core students of the empire. Get one-on-one tutoring from many Shura Realm and Apocalypse Realm professors. In the game plot, those who can graduate from the inner gate of the War College are either big bosses, mentors of major professions, NPCs, deans of major departments of the War College, and founders of various top forces. They are definitely the most powerful superpowers among the human race. On the front line of the 10,000 races battlefield, almost all of the Imperial commanders and generals who were fighting against the Dark Races war zone defense line were once students of the inner sect of the War Academy. Gao Xinxue looked at Xiao Xiao with soft eyes and said softly, "Is this a good thing?" Xiao Xiao pouted, "But I don't want to change classes at all. After the class adjustment, I will be separated from you too. I heard that the inner school campus is far away from the outer school campus. The inner school's homework is also very heavy, and there will be little spare time. I will definitely have less time to play with you, and we can no longer carry out missions together, nor can we be together every day. We are childhood sweethearts, how can we be separated?" I told my mother that I didn't want to go, but she scolded me. Gao Xinxue said seriously, "Entering the inner gate of the academy is an opportunity that many people dream of but cannot obtain. You should go. Even if you go to the inner gate, you can always come and play with us after school." Yi Go rubbed her head. "Shuer is right, your future is more important." Ouch, Xiao Xiao didn't expect that both Yi Go and Gao Xinxue would say so, although she did know that the opportunity to enter the inner gate was rare. Xiao Xiao pouted, "It would be great if you two could enter the inner gate with me. With your talents, you two will definitely be able to meet the requirements of the inner gate." Yi Ge shook his head. "Shuer and I are from a family of demonized mutants. There is no way the inner gate of the academy will accept us. Although it is not explicitly written in the school rules of the War College, demonized people cannot be admitted into the inner sect, but in history, no demonized person has ever entered the inner gate of the War College. This is obviously also the unspoken rule set by the Imperial Federation Superhuman Association." After hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt even sadder. Yi Go spent a long time patting his head before he finally calmed down. This clingy little childhood sweetheart Gao Xinxue stood aside. Looking at Xiao Xiao, who was enjoying being patted on the head by Yi Go, and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, Xiao Xiao went to the toilet. Yi Go suddenly felt someone poking his arm. When I turned around, it was Gao Xinxue. Yi Go was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" Gao Xinxue didn't say anything, but just looked at him quietly with her emotionless, clear and innocent eyes, then pointed to her head. Yi Go, you want to be patted on the head too? Gao Xinxue nodded vigorously, "Yes." Yi Ge sighed softly and had to give Gao Xinxue a pat on the head of the same length. There's really nothing I can do about the wayward Miyuki Mama. At this time, a very eye-catching figure appeared at the birthday party. He was a tall young man dressed quite fancy, about 1.85 meters tall, quite tall and handsome, with an air of arrogance on his face and a vague aura of evil around him, and he was followed by several followers. Yi Ge recognized the young man at a glance, and his eyes narrowed immediately. His cousin, Yi Xingxiong. In the game plot, the future traitor of the Yi family, Yi Xingxiong, came to Yi Quan, smiled and said respectfully, "Grandpa, as soon as I heard that you were out of seclusion, I immediately came back to celebrate your birthday." "Haha, okay." Yechuan smiled, and all the wrinkles on his gentle face were squeezed together. "Xingxiong, I heard that you have been studying abroad in the past few years. Are you doing well?" "Yes," Yi Xingxiong said, "but I have decided to return to the South Territory." Grandpa asked, "Oh? Why did you come back suddenly?" I came here today to tell you the good news, Grandpa. Yi Xingxiong puffed out his chest slightly, with a proud look on his face. Grandpa, I was admitted to the inner sect of the Southern Border War College. As he spoke, he took out a black iron plate with his hands, on which was engraved the emblem of a sword and a musket. This is the symbol of the inner gate of the War College, and also the proof of being admitted as a core student. Many people around made sounds of surprise, followed by the guests' congratulations. Some people even came up to Yi Quan and flattered him, praising Yi Xingxiong for his promising future, but there were also a few people who remained quiet, for example, Yi Xiao and Zhou Yuqing. Neither of them said anything. The Yi family is a family of demonized mutants die in the eyes of other nobles in the empire. The Yi family is a symbol of barbarism, brutality, and warmongering. It has always been restricted by various discriminations and unspoken rules under the power of other nobles. How could Yi Xingxiong, who possesses the blood of a demonized person, be admitted to the inner sect of the War College, unless he must have taken refuge with some big shot in the White World, or with other nobles in the empire? It was obviously impossible for Grandpa Yechuan not to see this. However, he saw through it but didn't say anything, still with a gentle smile on his face. Really? Ha 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 ha. Not bad. Xingxiong, you are so successful now, your father will definitely be pleased. Yi Xingxiong responded with a smile, but I was quite unhappy that he saw everything his grandfather did just now to give Yi Ji's shadow troops. That little brat Yigu was just acting like a spoiled brat, and Grandpa gave him the entire shadow army. And as the first person in the Yi family to enter the core inner school of the Imperial War Academy, his grandfather only said not bad to him. There is no need to say more about his bias, Yi Xingxiong thought bitterly in his heart. It seems that Grandpa still favors Uncle Yi Xiao and his lineage. That's fine this way, I won't feel guilty about anything I do. But, speaking of which, Xingxiong, how did you get into the inner gate of the academy? Behind Grandpa, a middle-aged man asked curiously. I heard that the selection criteria for the inner gate of the Imperial War Academy are extremely harsh, especially for those who practice immortal cultivation. There are 4 or 5 levels of screening for spiritual roots alone. Only students of the demon level with extraordinary talents can be favored by several deans of the academy. Xingxiong, what stage of cultivation are you at now? Yi Xingxiong smiled and replied, Earth Realm, first stage. Chapter 24 Immortal Cultivator, traitor of the Yi family. Many people present gasped and exclaimed in amazement when they heard this. No wonder, I didn't expect that this young man from the Yi family is actually a genius in cultivating immortals. At such a young age, you have already reached the Earth Realm? No wonder you were admitted to the inner sect of the War College as an exception. The sound of whispering continued to be heard. Xia Xia was puzzled when she heard these voices. She poked Yi Ji's arm and asked quietly, Hey, why are they so surprised? The first stage of the Earth Realm doesn't seem very strong. In Xia Xiao's opinion, Yi Xingxiong looks like he should be at least 18 years old. He has just reached the first stage of the Earth Realm. Isn't he too useless? Yi Gu is only 10 years old and has just started reading elementary school content, but he has already reached the profound realm, and she has already reached the 8th stage of the Yellow Realm. The teacher at the War College had said that with her talent, as long as she entered the inner gate, received good resources and education from the core members, and continued to practice until she was 18 years old, there would be absolutely no problem for her to break through to the heavenly realm, and she might even be able to impact the 100 Souls realm. Yi Gu shook his head slowly and said, It's different, because his extraordinary profession is a cultivator. Xia Xiao asked innocently, What happened to the immortal cultivator? Gao Shenxue explained softly, because among all the extraordinary professions, cultivators have the slowest progress in the early stages. In the game world of map of 10,000 races, the number of players with warrior and shooter professions is the largest, because the strength of these two professions increases the fastest in the early stages. An ordinary person with no basic talent can reach the quasi-yellow realm in just 2 or 3 years, the time in the game world of practice. Next is the auxiliary type of profession, whose training speed is only slightly slower than that of warriors and shooters. Then there are professions such as magicians, psychics, beast masters, and ghost masters. They have a medium learning speed. A student with strong talents, as long as he receives a complete extraordinary education since elementary school, can reach the level of heaven by the age of 18 when he goes to university. However, the immortal cultivators, although the upper limit of the potential of the immortal cultivator profession is recognized as the highest and strongest among all professions in the map of 10,000 races, however, The progress of the cultivators in the early stages of their practice can be described as a snail's pace. After all, the time of immortal cultivators is calculated in thousands of years. Without 300 or 400 years of cultivation, do you have the nerve to call yourself a cultivator? This was a very popular phrase among players on the game forum at the time. A cultivator with A-level talent may only be able to barely climb to the Earth realm after practicing hard until he is 60 or 70 years old, so it was certainly an amazing thing that Yi Xingxiong had broken through to the Earth realm at the age of 18. After hearing these explanations, Xia Xiao finally understood why the adults were so surprised. So that's how it is. Xia Xiao hid behind Yi Gu and secretly glanced at Yi Xingxiong. For some reason, Xia Xiao felt that this person was so scary. There seemed to be a strange aura entwined all over his body, making people dare not approach him at all. Bai Shueling lay on Yi Ji's shoulder, sniffed gently, and immediately showed a look of disgust. There was a smell on Yi Xingxiong that he hated very much, a very turbid demonic energy. As a member of the same demonized family, Yi Gu also has a demonic smell on her body, but for some reason, this smell makes her feel very comfortable. The demonic energy on Yi Ji's body does not carry the hypocritical justice of the soul energy cultivated by those famous and upright sections. Instead, it is as gentle as ink. The little civet cat found that he liked the smell of Yi Gu more and more recently, although she didn't want to admit it in her heart. How could a spirit cat like me, a descendant of the empress of the spirit demon clan, always crawl into the clothes of a little human boy, get close to him and secretly smell his scent? But my body is always very honest and always subconsciously moves closer to Yi Ge. As for Yi Xingxiong, the demonic energy emanating from him was extremely turbid, evil, and violent. It seemed to be mixed with the yin energy of countless women that had not yet been transformed. Bai Shuling suddenly understood how Yi Xingxiong practiced. This guy is a real evil cultivator. Grandpa Yechuan fell silent, looked at Yi Xingxiong for a while, reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Great, Xingxiong, Grandpa never thought that you have such potential. Yi Xingxiong sneered in his heart. Old man, I made you look down on me in the beginning, but now you realize my potential. What's the point? Do you regret it now? Yi Xingxiong said with a smile on his face. Grandpa, your grandson's potential is far more than this. To be honest, after I became a core member of the academy, I was given a secret medicine to increase my learning ability. It has successfully increased my learning ability from 58 to 60, which has reached the standard of S-level talent. Moreover, my mentor has promised me that he will help me get the chance to become a Tong Yuan, which is given once every 10 years in the academy. As long as I can successfully pass through the Yuan, my strength can directly break through from the first level of the Earth realm to the Heaven realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the guests around them became even louder in their surprise and discussion. Oh my God, an S-level talent for cultivation! I've never seen anything like it before. The secret medicine for increasing learning ability developed by the genetic company has always been in short supply in the Empire and is very difficult to buy. It seems that the War College really values this young man from the Yi family. Yes, and the War College actually gave him the chance to pass the Yuan once every 10 years. I originally thought that Yi Gu would definitely be the future head of the Yi family, but now it seems that this may not be the case. Yes, now that Yi Xingxiong has become a core member of the War College, he will definitely be trained by the best mentors. The most important thing is the S-level talent for cultivation. The gap between Xiao Yege and him will definitely get bigger and bigger in the future. When Yi Xingxiong heard these discussions, the corners of his mouth raised slightly with pride. In fact, a large part of what he just said was bragging. For example, the secret medicine for increasing learning ability was not given to him by the academy at all, but was something that Duke Wangan promised to give him in order to bribe him. For example, the opportunity to become a Tong Yuan was something that the instructor at the War College had not actually promised him yet. It was just a pie in the sky that he had drawn, but it doesn't matter. Duke Wangan still needs him now anyway. I'll propose conditions to that guy when the time comes. Tong Yuan, Yechuan smiled faintly. If I can get such an opportunity, it would be the best. Then I will see how you perform. Yi Xingxiong had a sharp smile on his face. Just wait and see. I will definitely make the Yi family flourish. Yechuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Okay. Chapter 25. As long as you don't complain. The birthday party was halfway through. Yi Xingxiong found an opportunity and slipped out of the banquet hall. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he went to the kitchen silently. After entering the room, he looked around and seeing no movement, he walked to a stove boiler and took out a tubular medicine. This is a kind of soup that Yechuan drinks every day. It is made with various natural treasures and is very helpful for cultivation. The medicine in Yi Xingxiong's hand is also a chronic drug developed by a genetic company. It is colorless, tasteless, and intangible, and even a saint cannot detect it. This medicine needs to be taken once a month and must be used in conjunction with a special spell. In the first few years, the users will not have any symptoms at all. Only after taking it for 7 or 8 years will the soul power nodes and veins in the body fail and the user will die, and the cause cannot be found at all. The medicine is absolutely odorless, you just have to be careful not to get caught when administering it. The curse needs to be very close to the target and maintained for a period of time in order to be successfully activated, so only very close people can cast the curse with absolute safety and without being suspected. That's why Yi Xingxiong was so flattering and close to Yi Quan just now, because he also had to stay close to his grandfather in the next few years. Why Yi Xingxiong sneered, "Wait until old man Yechuan dies." Night Owl was killed by Duke Wangan's men. The position of the patriarch of the Yi family will definitely be his. He is the only one who can inherit the title of Lord of Yi City and Viscount. As for that little brat Yi Gu, Yi Xingxiong has never taken it seriously. Now he is already an immortal cultivator with S-level talent. In his eyes, Yi Gu is no longer good enough. Without Night Owl and Night Spring protecting him, this little brat is nothing more than an ant that he can crush to death at will. Thinking so, Yi Xingxiong opened the bottle of medicine and prepared to pour the colorless liquid inside. "Cousin, what are you doing?" A childish and innocent voice suddenly came out. Yi Xingxiong shuddered all over and almost dropped the potion in his hand. Yi Gu didn't know when he was already standing at the kitchen door. It has a small body, a fair, handsome and well-behaved face, its head is tilted, its eyes are innocent and puzzled, and a crow and a white cat stand on its shoulders respectively. "No. Nothing." Yi Xingxiong quickly hid the potion in his sleeve, put it away, turned around, and smiled with a stiff expression. The chef also came in from outside at this time. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Gu and Yi Xingxiong were in the kitchen. "Master Yega, Master Xingxiong, why are you all in the kitchen?" The head chef was a fat man. He wiped the grease and sweat from his face and said with a wry smile that he had no idea that there was anything suspicious about Yi Xingxiong. After all, Yi Xingxiong is Yi Quan's grandson. "Who would have thought that someone would harm his own family?" Yi Gu said in a very innocent voice. "My cousin wanted to play the game of catching the ghost with me, so he hid here and I caught him." The chef didn't think much. "So that's how it is?" "Yes, yes." Yi Xingxiong had no choice but to go downhill. However, he soon noticed the problem in Yi Ji's words, the game of catching the ghost. Is this kid hinting at something? It should be. No way, after all, this guy is just a 10-year-old kid. How could he have so many thoughts? It must be just a coincidence. After the two of them left the kitchen, Yi Gu walked in front and was about to return to the banquet hall when he suddenly turned around and asked, "Cousin, what was that thing you just held in your hand? Do you want to help Grandpa prepare the medicine?" Yi Xingxiong's pupils suddenly shrank, cold sweat instantly seeped out of my back. Yi Gu did not wait for Yi Xingxiong's answer, but just smiled at him faintly, and then walked into the banquet hall. Only Yi Xingxiong was left standing there, clenching his fists with a gloomy look on his face. Returned to the banquet hall. Throughout the entire banquet, Yi Xingxiong was absent-minded. The words Yi Gu said kept echoing in Yi Xingxiong's mind, although he didn't think that a 10-year-old kid could have any scheming intentions. But if this kid goes to his grandfather and tells him something wrong, he'll be in trouble. Yi Xingxiong knew that he had to avoid this kind of trouble. At least we should scare this kid so he doesn't go out and talk nonsense. He thought that a 10-year-old kid should be easily frightened. After the birthday banquet, Yi Xingxiong found an opportunity to find Yi Gu alone and blocked him in a room. "Cousin?" Yi Gu was puzzled. "Is there anything else?" Yi Xingxiong smiled and launched a family attack. "Xiao Yi, how did your cousin treat you in the past?" Yi Gu thought about it, shook his head and said, "Not so good. When I was 3 years old, your cousin once snatched my toys away. I still remember it." "Yi Xingxiong, since you know your cousin is very fierce and has a bad temper, you should do as your cousin says, understand?" Yi Xingxiong simply stopped pretending and made a vicious expression. "What did you see just now? Just in the kitchen?" "Oh, you're talking about the time you put drugs in Grandpa's soup?" Yi Xingxiong's eyes widened. "Who said I drugged you? Do you have any evidence?" "You are not allowed to say anything without evidence, do you understand?" Yi Gu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, cousin, I won't tell." "You'd better not tell me," Yi Xingxiong said gloomily. "Besides, if you don't have any evidence, Grandpa won't believe you. Also, if you dare to tell Grandpa about what happened between you and me today, don't blame me, your brother, for being rude." As he said that, he suddenly pressed down Yi Ji's head. He pressed very hard with his hands, his 5 fingers digging deeply into Yi Ji's slightly long hair, and then pulled his hair hard. Yi Xingxiong glared at Yi Ge with fierce eyes, while a terrifying and evil demonic aura emanated from his body. As a demon cultivator in the Earth realm, the devouring magic art he practiced was extremely dark and evil. Under the shock of his demonic energy, ordinary profound realm transcendents would directly enter a state of fear, and their legs would subconsciously become weak and tremble, making it impossible for them to stand up. Yi Ge didn't seem to react much. His hair was pulled hard by Yi Xingxiong's big hand, but his eyes didn't seem to change much. There was neither fear, timidity, nor anger. His eyes were as clear as a calm pond, and he just stared at Yi Xingxiong quietly. Yi Ge smiled faintly. I won't complain, as long as you don't complain. Yi Xingxiong was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what he meant. Before he could react, Yi Ge had already kicked him out with great swiftness. The next moment, the severe pain quickly spread from the lower body to the whole body. A hysterical scream. Yi Ge felt that it was the most tragic scream he had ever heard in his 2 lifetimes. Chapter 26 Doomsday Curse, Blood Spirit Illusion. Yi Xingxiong was completely unprepared. He didn't expect Yi Ge to dare to suddenly attack him, and he actually attacked him by surprise. After stumbling for several steps, Yi Xingxiong's face turned purple, and he bent his waist in a funny way, covering his body with his hands. Asshole, you! Yi Ge stood there without moving, but his eyes were icy cold. The strange and illusory black fog has spread around him and is entwining Yi Xingxiong. This is, Yi Xingxiong was stunned. The black mist surrounded him and seemed to silently penetrate his body through his ears, nostrils, etc. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xingxiong's blood seemed to start burning and boiling. Ouch. It's like being in a blazing alchemy furnace, or like falling into boiling volcanic magma. The body seemed to be melted by the hot volcanic lava over and over again. It seemed as if the flesh and internal organs were being gnawed by 10,000 fire ants. It's so painful. Life is worse than death. The scariest thing is. Yi Xingxiong discovered that he was unable to use his skills to resist this force. What kind of witchcraft is this? Ah! Another scream. Yi Xingxiong was in so much pain that he could no longer think. He fell to the ground, tossing and turning in agony. The expression on his face was distorted. This feeling of pain was even worse than the pain of the balls exploding just now. Yi Ge looked quietly at Yi Xingxiong lying on the ground, glanced at the crow on his shoulder, and said, he shouldn't have died immediately, right? He won't die. The spirit of disaster shook its dark wings and said, he also has demon blood. The effect of the doomsday curse on him is still very limited. It's just a little painful. Yi Ge nodded. It would be quite troublesome if he died here now. Yi Xingxiong was shaking and struggling on the ground, his blood boiling, and he had not yet recovered. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pair of scarlet eyes appear in his mind. Those were the cold eyes of Bai Shuling. As Yi Xingxiong's soul power burned all over his body, he suddenly felt dizzy, and then he felt his body lose weight and fell into a blood-red environment. Where is this place? Yi Xingxiong looked around vigilantly. This time, an old man in red, covered in blood, walked out from the darkness, his face cold and indifferent. Xingxiong, you evil beast, why are you trying to hurt me? Yi Xingxiong's eyes widened. It turned out that the old man was his grandfather Yi Quan. Grandpa, I'm not. Yi Xingxiong's voice trembled as he stepped back step by step. I'm going to clean up the mess today. Yi Quan raised his hand, demonic energy surged throughout his body, and a terrifying huge black shadow attacked him. Ah! Yi Xingxiong's body was torn into pieces by Yi Quan's evil spirit. No! Yi Xingxiong suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed, panting and sweating. This is his room, and there are no scars on his body. Was that just a nightmare? Yi Xingxiong heaved a sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his back. The nightmare just now was too real, and the feeling of his whole body being torn apart by the evil spirit still frightened him. Squeak! At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened. A woman with long hair and red clothes walked in from outside, holding a bloody knife in her hand. Yi Xingxiong's eyes widened. Xiao Qian? That was a woman who he once used for cultivation, as a furnace, and who sucked away all of her vital energy, causing her death. Yi Xingxiong, you've hurt me so badly. The woman in red had a ferocious look on her face and approached him step by step. Yi Xingxiong was stunned. Aren't you already dead? After a moment of panic, he suddenly sneered. Hey, what's the matter? Have you turned into a ghost? So what? I will still kill a jerk like you even if you turn into a ghost. Having said that, Yi Xingxiong stood up and tried to practice his martial arts. However, he discovered that he could not mobilize the soul power in his body at all. What's going on? Yi Xingxiang was completely panicked. The footsteps in the room became more and more frequent. He looked up and was shocked to find that more than 30 women in red had inexplicably appeared in his room. Every face was extremely familiar to him. Every one of them was covered in blood, with a gloomy and angry look on their faces, and every one of them was holding a sharp knife. Kill you! Go to hell! Ah! Yi Ge looked at Yi Xingxiang on the ground in confusion. After such a long time, Yi Xingxiang should have long been free from the effects of the doomsday curse, but his condition still did not look good. His pupils were dilated, his face was terrified, his skin was pale, and he was sweating profusely, as if he was having a nightmare. His hands and feet kept flapping and twitching, as if he was enduring unbearable torture. Is this a blood spirit illusion? Yi Ge looked at the white blood spirit lying on his left shoulder and asked, "Did you do it?" The blood spirit illusion is the pupil ability of the top-grade red-eyed double-tailed snow spirit cat. It will make people in the illusion experience all the things that they are most afraid of happening. This illusion is extremely cruel and will directly attack the target's brain, causing strong mental stimulation. If you fail to find a way to break the illusion and escape from it in time, your brain and mental strength will suffer irreversible and permanent damage. In severe cases, the brain tissue will be completely destroyed, turning the person into an idiot, suffering from cerebral palsy, mental illness, senile dementia, Alzheimer's disease, or even brain death. Even if you don't become a fool after coming out of the illusion, it will leave very serious sequelae to your brain. Not only will the mental strength be greatly weakened, but mental illnesses such as intermittent mania may also occur. Meow, the little white cat responded lazily, then turned its head away proudly. She is not trying to help Yi Ge. I just simply feel annoyed with Yi Xingxiang. Yi Ge thought to himself that he didn't expect the white blood spirit's potential to be even stronger than he had imagined. Just a few days after being born, he has already learned the blood spirit illusion, a super late-stage forbidden illusion ability. The doomsday curse plus the blood spirit illusion are both terrifying abilities that people are quite wary of. I think although Yi Xingxiang will not die, he will be in big trouble. Yi Ge glanced at the time on the watch on his wrist. With Yi Xingxiang's powerful mental strength as a first-level cultivator in the Earth realm, it should only be a matter of time for him to escape from the blood spirit illusion. Well, that should be about right. Yi Xingxiang suddenly sat up from the ground, gasping for breath, his face still showing a look of shock, and his expensive clothes were all wet. Yi Ge smiled. Cousin, are you okay? Did you have a horrible nightmare? Yi Xingxiang lowered his head and took a few breaths, then suddenly reacted. Everything that happened just now must have been done by Yi Ge. You brat. Yi Xingxiang got up from the ground angrily. What happened? At this time, Grandpa Yechuan's voice suddenly came. Yi Xingxiang was halfway through his words when his heart suddenly skipped a beat with guilt and he froze and stood still. His scream just now was so exaggerated that most of the manor should have heard it, and it must have alarmed many people. I saw Grandpa Yechuan, Father Yexiao, Zhou Yuqing, several housekeepers, Gao Xinxue and Xia Xia walking over together. Yi Ge, so you are here. Xia Xia immediately ran to Yi Ji's side and grabbed his arm. I thought you had gone somewhere. Chapter 27 still has value. The housekeeper asked in surprise, Master Yega, Master Xingxiang, what happened here? Just now, we seemed to hear an extremely shrill scream coming from this side. Yi Ge looked confused. Screaming? My cousin and I have been chatting here, and we didn't hear any screams? The housekeeper was surprised. How is it possible? Just now, Grandpa was silent for a while, as if he knew something. He looked at Yi Xingxiang. Xingxiang, did you hear any sound just now? No, Yi Xingxiang's face twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. Yi Ge and I didn't hear anything here. Having said that, his fists were clenched tightly and veins were bulging. Yi Ge stood aside with a calm expression, as if it was really none of his business. He knew very well that Yi Xingxiang said this, certainly not because he disdained to tell tales, nor because he was afraid of him after being beaten up, nor because he felt guilty. It was because, for a cultivator like Yi Xingxiang who was at the first level of the Earth realm, it was too embarrassing to tell others that he had suffered such a great loss at the hands of a 10-year-old kid at the profound realm. Once he said this, then he, the so-called 18-year-old genius Earth-level cultivator, would become a joke. Really? Grandpa paused and said, it seems that we heard it wrong. Yi Xingxiang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Not only did I fail to drug you today, but I also suffered a huge loss at the hands of a 10-year-old kid. He was really frustrated. Grandpa, I wish you a happy birthday today. I have something else to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. Good. Yi Xingxiong said this with a gloomy face, bowed, and left. What's wrong with Master Xingxiong? A housekeeper looked puzzled. Why do I feel like he's a little strange? Grandpa didn't respond, but just looked at Yi Ge deeply. It was obvious that there was some conflict between these two people. Conflicts between younger people are not a big deal, especially since they were both descendants of the Yi family and could be candidates for the family heir in the future. It was normal for them to have conflicts. As long as nothing serious happened, Yi Quan was too lazy to intervene. It just so happened that he wanted to see what his two grandsons were capable of, but what he couldn't understand was why Yi Ge, who only had the strength of the profound realm, looked like nothing was wrong. Instead, Yi Xingxiong, a cultivator who possesses Earth realm strength and S-level talent, looks disheveled, weak, pale, and sweaty. Grandpa couldn't figure it out. The birthday banquet finally ended successfully. Night. Bedroom room. Yi Ge formed a soul contract with a group of shadow warriors. From this moment on, he officially became the true master of these shadows. Ling and a group of shadow warriors knelt respectfully in front of Yi Ge. Master, did you see everything that happened just now? Yi Ge put his hands behind his back and glanced back. The temperament that Yi Ge exuded at this moment was completely unlike that of a 10-year-old boy. Yes. Ling said calmly, I was about to take action, but then it seemed that you didn't need my help. Master, do you need me to eliminate that traitor? When he said this, Zero's voice had no murderous intent at all, and was almost cold and emotionless. The tone was as simple as saying, I'm going to clean up the garbage. No need. Yi Ge smiled and said, keep him. He will still be of some use in the future. Let him live for another 2 months. In the game's plot, Yi Xingxiong is the villain that Yi Ge hates the most, but in the context of the entire world view, this guy is ultimately just a small jerk who was being used by others. Why Yi Ge never took him seriously, the key is the person behind him. Yes. Zero obeyed his master's judgment. 3 days later, Xia Xiao completed the formalities and entered the inner gate of the academy. Usually, she could only go to Ye's house to play with him and Gao Xinxue after school. The coursework in the inner department of the War College was extremely rigorous and tight. Xia Xiao often sent, crying, emoticons to Yi Ge and Gao Xinxue in the 3-person chat group to complain and seek comfort from her 2 childhood sweethearts. Of course, Yi Ge also has his own things to do. For the past few days, Yi Ge has been locking himself in his room. Gao Xinxue felt something strange and went to his room to find him. Then he saw Yi Ge sitting at the table with various alchemical equipment and supernatural materials in front of him: beakers, test tubes, crucibles, flasks, vials, open jars, etc. Yi Ge was dressed in a white lab coat used for experiments. He looked serious and operated carefully. He held a potion bottle in his hand and slowly poured the blue potion in it into a small pot in front of him, mixing it with the purple potion in the pot. The purple liquid in the pot was bubbling. Gao Xinxue stood quietly behind Yi Ge, frowning slightly, and was a little worried that the pot would suddenly explode. But in the end it didn't. Yi Ge successfully prepared 10 high-level MP recovery potions. When did you learn the technique of refining extraordinary potions? Gao Xinxue asked. Yi Ge shook the potion liquid in his hand and said leisurely, I learned it when I had nothing to do after class. Gao Xinxue glanced at him and said, this isn't something you can learn in your spare time, right? At the age of 10, he was already able to refine advanced alchemical potions. Gao Xinxue had never heard of it. I didn't expect that my childhood sweetheart is actually a genius in alchemy. Yi Ge did not respond. He sighed secretly in his heart. In Gao Xinxue's opinion, it seemed that she had successfully refined the potion this time, but in reality, it was a failure for him. What is this? Gao Xinxue pointed to the only bottle of dark blue liquid medicine on the table. Yi Ge, primary ability awakening potion. Gao Xinxue was puzzled. Magic potion? She had never heard of such a thing. Well, my invention is not yet complete. Yi Ge picked up the dark blue potion and smiled bitterly. That's why he said it was a failure. Yi Ge felt very strange. There should be nothing wrong with the material ratio. However, the results of each refining process were always unsatisfactory. In fact, in this absolutely real game world, alchemy is not that simple. In the game, for the convenience of players, all they need to do is simply follow the ratio of raw materials A plus B plus C laughing face in the refining book, and go directly to the refining workshop to fill in the blanks according to the ratio, and it will be automatically generated. But now we are in the real game background world. It's like this is the real world. The entire process of refining medicine requires extremely stringent requirements on how to control the heat, what techniques to use, and how to control the temperature and humidity. It cannot be simply described in words. It depends on the feeling and experience during the refining process. Alchemy, although not as profound and complicated as the alchemy of the immortals, but if you don't study hard for 7 or 8 years, it's impossible to get started. Relying on his character's outstanding intelligence and learning ability, Yi Gu has learned to refine advanced potions at the age of 10, which is almost an impossible miracle in the eyes of ordinary people. At this stage, he can refine almost all common potions, because this is the latest version that has just been released. There is only one type of HP recovery potion and MP replenishment potion. There are only a few types of buff type potions, but Yi Gu knew that it would be difficult to go further. What he wanted was not to refine something that already existed in this version. What Yi Gu wanted was something groundbreaking. For example, a future version of a potion like the Awakening Potions. He wanted to get it first. Although Yi Gu is determined to become a full-time master, it is really a waste of time for him to spend so much time learning his secondary profession, reading a pile of alchemy books as thick as dictionaries, cultivating experience and sense, and then conducting research and inventions. Maybe we can think of a way. Find someone, or train a loyal tool to do this job for me? Yi Gu stroked his chin, thinking. Chapter 28. The girl with the treasure. On the weekend, Xia Xiao's school was on holiday, so she came to Ye's house to play with Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue. She also brought a little girl about her age. Xiaoya, Shuer, let me introduce you. Xia Xiao introduced with a smile. This is my new friend I just made in the inner gate of the academy, Yuli. The little girl seemed very introverted and shy. She kept hiding behind Xia Xiao, grabbing her clothes with her little hands and timidly sticking out half of her head. Snow-white shoulder-length hair, pure face, and a restrained and shy expression. Why Yi Gu was stunned. Isn't this the little girl who gave her a little gift that day? Yi Gu, is it you? Yuli's cheeks turned red when she saw Yi Gu. Her already shy face became even more shy, and her fingers holding Xia Xiao's clothes tightened. Hello, eh? Xia Xiao looked at Yuli, then at Yi Gu, and asked blankly, do you two know each other? Gao Xinxue looked at Yuli's little face, and seemed to recall something. She said slowly, last time we rescued hostages and dealt with the bandits who smuggled soul crystals, she was one of the people we rescued. Xia Xiao was surprised. Is it true? Then she turned around and looked at Yuli. Yuli shrank her neck and nodded gently. No wonder you took the initiative to buy me breakfast after we first met. Xia Xiao said happily, but why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Gu finally understood. So that's how it is. This way, I can understand why Yuli thanked me for saving her that day. At that time, after dealing with the bandits, Yi Gu only focused on staring at them and did not care about the hostages. Obviously, the same goes for Xia Xiao. Only Gao Xinxue, a girl with a delicate mind, remembers it clearly. Unexpectedly, she was Xia Xiao's classmate, a student of the War Academy, and an intersex student. In fact, Yi Gu soon discovered that he had misunderstood. Why Yuli is not Xia Xiao's classmate, but the assistant of the Inner Door experiment class teacher. Why Yuli does not have any extraordinary talents. She is a completely ordinary person. She has neither the talent to learn magic nor the spiritual roots to cultivate immortals. She has a weak physique and cannot follow the path of a warrior. It was entirely because of her extraordinary talent in her secondary profession that she was noticed by the college instructor and brought into the college as an assistant to work there. The secondary occupation has extraordinary talent. Yi Gu touched his chin and showed an interested look inside the room, for children sat in a circle, playing flying chess and chatting. You have no idea how big and beautiful the inner gate of the academy is. Xia Xiao used both hands to vividly tell Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue about the interesting things that happened to her in the inner gate of the academy in the past few days. The principal is also a beauty. The most powerful magician in the South Territory. I heard that she has lived for more than 300 years, but she still looks young, in her 20s or 30s. It's amazing. And she is very nice to me, and even praised me for my talent. As she spoke, Xia Xiao pouted again in frustration. It's a pity. If only you could come with me into the inner gate of the academy, then we could do missions together in the future. Yi Gu nodded her little head. Okay, don't keep thinking about this. I've already told you that this is impossible. Xia Xiao hummed a few times in grievance, but no one knew what she was humming about. Yuli sat there quietly, still looking timid, and didn't say much. Obviously, she, like Gao Xinxue, is a relatively silent type. However, Xinxue's mother is a pure cold goddess. Except when she treats Yega and Xia Xiao, she will show her gentle and maternal side. At other times, she always treats outsiders with an indifferent and ruthless look. keeping people at a distance. Why Yuli is different. This girl is a pure introvert and socially anxious. If she stares at Yigo for more than 3 seconds, she will get nervous. If she stares at Yigo for more than 10 seconds, her face will turn red, her head will get hot, and steam will come out of her head. Yigo also got some information about Yuli from Xia Xiao. He came from a poor family, had no extraordinary talents, was introverted and shy, and had always had low self-esteem since childhood. In this world, there is a natural gap between ordinary people and extraordinary people. Extraordinary people must be superior. All the nobles of the empire are from extraordinary families, and ordinary people can only look up to extraordinary people in a humble manner. The gap between them is much greater than the racial discrimination on earth in the previous life. If extraordinary people are first-class people, then ordinary people can only be considered third-class people at best. Second-class people are the pets raised by extraordinary people. This time, Yiga noticed that Yuli was secretly glancing at the alchemical tools and rune instruments in his room. The little girl seemed very interested in the experimental equipment. Are you interested in those things? Yigo asked proactively. Why Yuli was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and subconsciously waved her hands. No. But before she could deny it, Xia Xiao immediately said, Shaoli is a super tech geek. She is the assistant to the professor of the experimental class in our college, and she also has several side jobs. Yuli was embarrassed. No. Oh, don't be so shy. Xia Xiao said with a smile. Although Shaoli is an ordinary person, she has many part-time jobs, such as enchanter, talisman master, prop master, alchemist, rune master, hacker, network security officer. The instructor said that although Shaoli is an ordinary person, she has extraordinary talent in her secondary jobs. In the future, she will definitely be able to refine many valuable props and potions, become a super rich woman, and make a lot of money. Yuli felt even more embarrassed, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, and she tightly grasped Xia Xiao's arm. Xiao, you don't have to talk nonsense. Yiga scratched his chin, thinking that it was really hard for one person to have so many secondary jobs. Considering Yuli's family financial difficulties, it's not surprising. In the game, secondary professions such as enchanter, alchemist, and alchemist are generally chosen by civilian players. Since you don't spend real money, you can only make money by selling potions, pills, and helping people enchant. These secondary occupations are really just pure brick-moving work in the early stages, which is quite hard. Only in the later stages, if one can become an alchemist of special grade or above, can one have a good income. Wait, Yuli. Yiga was stunned and suddenly thought of something. In the game's 2.75 version, the mysterious female NPC who always wears a robe and hood is taciturn, and always stays in a dark corner, the legendary goddess of the secondary profession. Could it be her? This little girl is the inventor of the awakening potion in version 2.75. Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh shit. The girl with the treasure that fell from the sky hit me in the face. What is this? Chapter 29. It must be easy to bully. Yiga looked at Yuli quietly, as if thinking about something. While Yuli quickly noticed Yi's burning and straightforward gaze, the girl suddenly felt very shy and quickly lowered her head to avoid his gaze. She didn't even know where to put her hands. Of course, she didn't hate the way Yiga kept staring at her, she just didn't know what kind of expression to make, fearing that she would not behave well and leave a bad impression on her savior. Xia Xiao noticed Yuli's strange behavior and noticed Yi's eyes. She immediately pursed her lips and clapped her hands on Yi's thigh. Why are you staring at me? Yiga, oh, sorry. After coming to his senses, he continued playing flying chess with a few girls. However, Yiga has gradually started to make some plans. 2 days later, Yiga set his eyes on Yuli. He asked someone to find out Yuli's home address. Yuli lives in a lower-class civilian area in Atlanta. It is a narrow street with old tube-shaped buildings everywhere, and the girl's home is in one of the buildings. Normally the girl would stay at the War Academy in the dukedom city of Yazan, but today was the weekend, so she came back. Today, the girl was walking alone on the muddy path home, carrying a simple little bag, just like any other weekend. At this moment, 2 men in black suits, with gloomy faces and villain-like looks suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. The timid and introverted Xiao Yuli was frightened by the 2 ferocious men. She shrank her neck timidly and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" One of the tall men wearing sunglasses said coldly, "Our young master wants to invite you to have a drink, come with us." Another fatter man in a suit next to him elbowed him and cursed in a low voice, "Idiot! How old are you? You can't drink." "Oh, that's right. The man in sunglasses continued, that means I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea, soda, or QQ Star. It's all the same. Little boy, you won't give me face, right? Yuli, 5 minutes later, Yuli was taken by two ferocious-looking men to a seemingly ordinary store selling items for extraordinary people. The girl didn't know what the two men brought him to such a place. 4.2 tall men led her inside, down a creaky wooden ladder, and into a dim cellar, which was an extraordinary laboratory. This item store is of average size, but the extraordinary experimental equipment under the cellar, as well as equipment for making various props, alchemy, furnaces, alchemical vessels, etc., are very complete. The girl's attention was quickly attracted to those fancy instruments. You're here. Yi Ji's voice sounded, and he sat down at a table. Yuli didn't expect that the person who came to see her would be Yi Gu. Looking at Yi Ji's smiling face, the girl suddenly felt dazed. Just sit down, why are you standing all the time? Oh, okay, what would you like to drink? Yi Gu asked. Juice? Soda? Coffee? Yuli was so nervous that she clenched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. It's all right, Yi Gu, are you nervous to see me? Yes, no, it's not. Yuli said, I thought it was a bad guy. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes slightly. Actually, I am also a bad guy. According to those people in the White Way, I am a dangerous demonized mutant. Yuli quickly said, I know you are definitely not, you are a good person, oh? Yi Gu looked at the girl with interest, smiling, then you are wrong, I am not really a good person. Yuli didn't say anything else. Being stared at by Yi Gu, her cheeks turned red again and she lowered her head. What a socially anxious girl, Yi Gu thought so. No wonder, even in the later stages of the game, this female NPC always covered her true appearance with a thick black robe and hood, as if she was always embarrassed to let people see her appearance. She was also the only NPC who did not have a single line from beginning to end. What do you want to talk to me about today? Yuli asked timidly. Nothing. Yi Gu said, after we met that day, I kept thinking, what a cute little girl, and she's a white-haired girl, she must be easy to bully, and if I punch her, she'll definitely cry for a long time, Yuli. Oh, no. Yi Gu smiled and said naturally, I mean, after that day, I thought, it would be great if I could become childhood friends with such a cute girl. So I sent someone to find you. Ah? Yuli's heart seemed to have been hit hard. Yege's words were too sudden and direct. The little girl's expression suddenly became extremely flustered, even her ears turned red, and she had no idea how to react to Yege's words. Childhood sweethearts? Grew up together? With Master Yega? Yi Gu asked innocently, what's wrong? Shouldn't children make more friends outside to play with? We are just pure friends. There is no interest, status, or power relationship involved. Those are the relationships that only adults would consider, right? Yuli, don't you want to be friends with me? No, it's not. That's great. Yi Gu said, then, as a childhood sweetheart, you have to go through the test first. Yuli was at a loss, yeah? Yi Gu put a thick exercise book on the table. Help me with my homework. Yuli, I heard that you are the assistant of the professor of the inner sect of the academy, so your studies must be very good. Yi Gu said, come on, I believe this test will not be difficult for you. Yuli opened the homework book and found that the whole book was basically filled with questions about potions and elixir refining. Yuli breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this type of secondary occupation question happens to be her strong point. At least this way he wouldn't make a fool of himself in front of his savior. Yuli, who had no doubt as to why childhood sweethearts had to go through such a test, picked up her pen and began to write seriously. Soon, Yuli finished writing a homework book. I'm fine. Huh? Did you finish it so quickly? Yi Gu was a little surprised, then said with satisfaction, it's really nice to be childhood sweethearts with Yuli. You will definitely help me with my homework in the future, right? Yuli, yes, then I will reward you with another homework. Yi Gu put another exercise book in front of Yuli. The girl opened the exercise book again. This time, the exercises were still all about refining various extraordinary objects, but the types of questions were much more difficult than the previous one. At least they were the content that only high-level extraordinary refiners had to learn, and there were some questions that Yuli had never seen before. Because these are the formulas for refining extraordinary objects that Jigu copied from future versions of the game, so they certainly will not be included in the current teaching. Materials of the game world. Chapter 30. I'm sorry, just this once. Yuli looked confused. These shouldn't be the homework for elementary school, right? Yigo watched from the side. What's wrong, can't you do it? It seems that being a childhood sweetheart with Yuli is not a panacea after all. I need to make a few more childhood sweethearts to help me with my homework. When Yuli heard this, she quickly said, I will try my best. Under the desk lamp, the girl looked determined and began to write seriously and diligently. Yigo watched from the side and smiled with a look of success. An hour later, the girl finished all the exercises again, but this time, Yigo found many mistakes, so he shook his head and pointed at a question. This is wrong, look. Then he began to explain to the girl. Yuli was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that Jigu also knew the extraordinary refining technique. She had thought that a young nobleman like Jigu must be very poor at his studies. Besides, someone like young Master Yega shouldn't be short of money, right? Why would you learn a secondary profession? Soon, Yuli was attracted by Yi Ji's explanation. She found that Yi Ji's concept was very novel, something that even the refining masters in the War Academy had never talked about. Then, Yigo led Yuli into actual combat. Come to those extraordinary instruments and start to actually refine the extraordinary potions. Yuli stood by and watched Yigo operate. She was so fascinated by what he was doing that she completely forgot about time. In a blink of an eye, the night passed. Success. During the actual combat, Yuli finally let go without realizing it. When the first extraordinary buff potion that was originally supposed to appear in version 1.4 was successfully made by her, the little girl couldn't help but shout with joy, but after calling out, Yuli reacted and looked cautiously at Yiga next to her. Feeling a little embarrassed, Yiga looked at the enhanced buff potion from version 1.4 and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, she is the future goddess of the secondary profession in the game. She has an amazing talent. The production process of that buff potion is quite complicated. He tried many times but failed to succeed in refining it. Yuli just looked at the formula he gave her and successfully figured it out on her own. Not bad, my little childhood sweetheart is really smart. Yiga looked at the research results of the whole night on the table and said, it's almost time. Let's stop here today. I'll send someone to take you back. Is that it? Yuli actually felt a little unsatisfied and had some regrets in her heart. Yiga looked at the girl's expression and smiled. It's already noon of the second day, don't you think you're still not satisfied? Noon of the next day? Yuli finally reacted and looked at the time. She was immediately shocked. She didn't expect that so much time had passed. Her mother must be worried. I want to go home. The girl quickly picked up her school bag and rushed out. Yiga looked at the girl's panicked back and smiled faintly. In the next few days, Yiga and Yuli would meet in the cellar of the extraordinary item store almost as soon as they got out of school. Yiga taught her the synthesis methods of many late-stage potions in the later versions of the game. Yuli became more and more trusting and dependent on Yiga, and completely regarded him as a half-teacher. At the same time, I also regarded him as a confidant, because for things like alchemy, there are really few people studying them in the academy, and even fewer people who are talented. Most of the students in the inner sect of the War Academy came from wealthy families. Those young masters and young ladies had no shortage of money and certainly would not study any secondary professions, and Yiga was her first real friend with whom she could share her hobbies, not only alchemy, but also alchemy, talisman drawing, array drawing, puppet making, rune matrix, enchantment. Yuli was pleasantly surprised to find that Yiga was interested in all the things she liked. Not only could he communicate with her, but he could also teach her a lot. She felt that Yiga was truly amazing, as he could actually teach her so much knowledge that she couldn't even learn from the professors at the War Academy. Shaoli, can we go to the arcade together after school today? Xia Xiao held Yuli's arm and pouted. I don't know what Yiga is busy with recently. Every time I go to look for him, he's not there. Shuer is always busy with her inventions. I'm almost bored to death. Yuli pinched her fingers and said a little embarrassedly, I may have something to do today. Xia Xiao was surprised. Do you have something to do today? Yes, because I made an appointment with a friend in advance. I'm sorry, Xiao, it's okay. I'm happy that you can make friends. Xia Xiao smiled cheerfully like a little angel. Your friend must be a very cute girl, right? Can you introduce your friend to me someday? This. Yuli lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the bell for the college to open after school rang. Yuli quickly stood up and said awkwardly, I have to go first. Yeah, go ahead, see you later. See you later. Yuli picked up her school bag and ran out quickly before the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Her fluttering white skirt had disappeared at the gate of the college. I'm sorry, Xiao, just this once. 30 minutes later, Yuli and Yigu met again at the old place. Hey, my little Qingmei is here. Yigu looked at the girl with a smile. Yuli was always embarrassed by Yi Ji's words. After all, it was some time ago, and the little girl didn't even have a friend to talk to, and now, this handsome little boy in front of her has become both a teacher and a friend to her, and this little boy was actually her savior, Master Yega. What are we going to learn today? We're not learning anything today. Not learning anything? Yuli was a little confused. Yigu intends to get straight to the point. He took out 2 bulging little bags, placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of her. For you. What's this? You'll know when you open it. The girl hesitantly untied the red string at the mouth of the bag. I saw that there were actually 10 soul crystals in the bag. The other bag was full of gold coins. There are as many as 40 or 50 of them. The face value of a gold coin is 10,000 yuan, that means there are 400,000 or 500,000 here. This. Yuli was so scared that she waved her hands quickly. I can't take it, don't push it away yet. I'm not giving it to you for free. Yigu looked into her eyes and said, I want you to work for me. Work? The girl looked confused. Yigu, I just happen to need someone who is proficient in various secondary professions. I think you are a good fit. Yuli calmed down and seemed to gradually understand. Then there is no need for so many soul crystals, Yuli said. I am just a mid-level deputy professional, and I am not that valuable, and you are Xiao's friend and my savior. If you need anything, I can actually help you for free. You got the title of intermediate deputy a long time ago. If you take the exam again now, you will at least be a senior deputy. Yigu interrupted her, shook his head, and said slowly, and I think you are wrong. I am not asking you to help me do something, nor am I simply asking you to take a job. What I mean is, I want you to work for me permanently. And, it will only work for me forever. Chapter 31. Yuli's goal. Yuli was stunned. She opened her cherry lips slightly, seemed very surprised. I have already paid the money to buy you from the academy. Of course, I'm not saying that I can buy you out permanently with just this little money. This is just a deposit. Yiga smiled and pushed a piece of agreement in front of Yuli. Yuli picked up the agreement and started reading it in a daze. Monthly salary, 1 million federal currency? 30 soul crystals? Yuli was so surprised that her voice began to tremble. For an ordinary child from a poor family who grew up in a civilian area, 1 million is simply an astronomical figure. Let alone 30 soul crystals. Even 1 soul crystal is something that her family can only afford by selling everything they have. The soul crystal she gave to Yigo that day was also the salary she had saved up for several months when she worked as an assistant to the professor in the academy. Yigo looked at Yuli's reaction and smiled slightly. Let me tell you in advance, think carefully before signing. This agreement comes with a soul contract, which means that if you violate the terms of the agreement, your soul will be punished. In other words, this thing is no different from a contract to sell one's body. Of course, the same goes for Yigu in reverse. As long as the agreement takes effect, Yuli will belong to Yigu, and Yigu must support her forever. I. Yuli felt a little uneasy holding the agreement, and pursed her lips. I don't think I deserve so much money. I'm just an ordinary person, a mid-level deputy. You will definitely regret signing me. Yigu thought, regret? With only 30 soul crystals a month, he could buy out a secondary occupation god to work for him permanently. That was a ton of money, wasn't it? Yigu touched his nose, thought about it, and said reluctantly, in this case, let's change it to 20 soul crystals per month. What do you think? It feels like it's still too much. $10 then? Too much. $5 then. My driver charges more than that. 5, Yuli still felt in her heart that she was not worthy of 5 soul crystals a month, but if she could get this money and resources, she could give her family a better life. Okay. Yuli thought for a while, then 5 soul crystals a month. Deal. Yiga thought, Why do I feel like I'm cheating a silly, cute, and ignorant little girl? When others negotiate, they just haggle and try to raise the price. This girl is so good. After a lot of nagging, she asked me to lower the price. Is that okay? The agreement was signed up. Yuli took the bag of gold coins and soul crystals with gratitude, clenched her fists, and said with a fighting spirit, "Thank you, Master Yi Gu. I will definitely work hard for you." Yi Gu, this silly girl, even if she gets cheated, she will probably still have to help others count the money, right? Yi Gu shook his head. From now on, you don't have to call me Master Yi Gu all the time. Just call me Xiao Yi like Shio and Schwer Du. Yuli imagined in her little head the scene of her calling Master Yega Xiaoya. How is this possible? Such an intimate name is too shy. Besides, Master Yega is her boss now, so that would be too rude. Yuli's cheeks flushed. I can't say it. Yi Gu shrugged. Then you can just call me Yi Gu. Yuli felt embarrassed. It seems impolite to call the boss by his first name, right? The name is not important. Yi Gu said, I have a job for you right now. As he spoke, he placed a list of extraordinary material ratios on the table and pushed it in front of Yuli. Yuli picked up the formula sheet blankly and looked at it carefully. This is, I want you to research and make a special potion liquid according to the above material ratio. Yi Gu said, its effect is to allow ordinary people to awaken extraordinary powers and become acquired superpowers. Awakening, a person with superpowers? Yuli was stunned for a moment. Yi Gu smiled slightly and said calmly, the reason why human extraordinary people can control extraordinary powers such as supernatural powers, magic, fighting spirit, and spiritual energy is because they have TD extraordinary cells in their bodies that ordinary people do not have. The development and formation of these TD cells is due to the guidance of extraordinary genes. These cells will help the human body form soul nodes within the veins, allowing the human body to become a carrier of these supernatural auras. The first extraordinary person in the human race also evolved slowly from an ordinary person after the revival of spiritual energy. Then, theoretically speaking, if we can modify genes and make the genes and cells in the body evolve, then ordinary people should also have the opportunity to become extraordinary people. Yuli. If other people heard Yi Ji's idea, they might think he was a lunatic and that it was absolutely impossible. Extraordinary talent is determined by genes and is something a person is born with. How can it be awakened through taking drugs? But in fact, this is something Yuli had fantasized about countless times since she was a child, because she was an ordinary person, but lived and learned alchemy in a circle surrounded by extraordinary people. She naturally suffered a lot of discrimination and humiliation. That's why she has such low self-esteem. Yuli knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between ordinary people and extraordinary people. It's like a child who is ugly, honest and not smart, and will definitely be bullied if he plays with other children. Not only that, even if you are a secondary professional, after upgrading to a high level, if you want to go further, you must possess extraordinary powers, because some advanced potions and pills require the infusion of extraordinary power to be successfully refined. As an ordinary person and a secondary professional, Yuli had fantasized more than once, is it possible for her to invent a drug that, after taking it, could awaken extraordinary powers in people and turn ordinary people into extraordinary people? Of course, such thoughts were only random fantasies that she dared to have when she was alone in bed. Yuli once plucked up the courage to propose this idea to the professors in the college. However, the professor at the college reprimanded and ridiculed her mercilessly, and was extremely angry. The reason is simple: most extraordinary people believe that they are born special, noble, and superior to others. As a result, an ordinary person came to ask him whether it is possible for ordinary people to rely on the power of science to undergo genetic modification and awakening. If I succeed, won't all ordinary people have the same status as me in the future? So what's so special about those who are born extraordinary? Although what Yuli said was just a very immature idea, the professor felt very uncomfortable just by listening to it. So after that, Yuli never dared to mention this matter to anyone again. She just kept it in a corner of her heart silently. She never thought that Yi Gu, as a transcendent being and a young master of a noble family, would have the same bizarre ideas as her. So when Yi Gu handed her the list of materials, the girl's eyes lit up immediately. Do you really think it's possible? Yuli's hands subconsciously clenched the list slightly. Is it really possible to make ordinary people awaken and become extraordinary people? Why not? Yi Gu smiled gently. As long as you dare to imagine something, nothing is absolutely impossible to achieve. In fact, Yi Gu knew that in addition to magic potions, There were also some elixirs and holy fruits in the later stages of the game. After eating them, he could directly obtain the job transformation of an immortal cultivator and directly gain hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. However, the requirements for becoming an alchemist or cultivating immortal plants and fruits are much more difficult than those for becoming an alchemist. Alchemists above the intermediate level must be immortal cultivators themselves and be at the 100 souls realm or above. Immortal cultivators are rare, so Yi Ge will not consider that kind of thing for the time being. I understand. Yuli swept away the shyness she had at the beginning and became a little excited. I will think of a way. No, I will definitely finish it. Yi Ge smiled. This was the first time he saw determination and confidence in the eyes of this little girl after all the days he had been in contact with Yuli. That is the look of recognition after one has determined his goal. Usually, Yuli always looks timid, inferior, and lacks confidence. Chapter 32. Maybe I made some new friends. Until evening. Yi Ge and Yuli just came out of the Yi family's extraordinary items store together. Then I'll wait for your good news. Yi Ge, if you need materials or equipment, come to me. Of course, you can also come to me if you need anything else. Yuli, okay. Oh, by the way. Yi Ge said, I want you to keep this matter a secret. The girl was slightly stunned. On? Whether it's about the research on potions or the fact that I bought you from the academy, it has to be kept secret. Yi Ge said, this is the boss's request. Even Xiao can't be told. Is that okay? No problem, but... Yuli blinked, stretched out her little hand, and pointed carefully behind Yi Ge. Yi Ge was puzzled and turned his head away suspiciously behind a big tree on the side of the road. A little girl with black ponytail was hiding behind the tree and secretly observing them, with only her little head showing. It's Takamatsu. Yi Ge, Gao Xinxue and Yi Ge stared at each other for 3 or 4 seconds before slowly saying, have I been discovered? Picture, Yi Ge, what do you think? So, Gao Xinxue didn't hide anymore, and came to Yi Ge's side, poking Yi Ge's face with her index finger. You went outside to find other kids to play with without telling Xiao and me? Yi Ge, I didn't. Gao Xinxue added another finger, changing from gently poking to gently pinching, but I caught you. Although she said so, Gao Xinxue's voice was still calm and the expression on her face was still as elegant and dignified as a beautiful doll. Yi Ge, don't you think Mother Miyuki wants me to make other friends out there? Not really. Gao Xinxue slowly let go of her hand, her eyes stopping at the thick research notebook that Yuli was holding to her chest. Have you been with this kid these days? No wonder I kept seeing you suddenly disappear these days. Yi Ge. Yuli lowered his head deeply and shrank his neck. What little secret do you have? No. You won't tell me? Really not. But I caught you. Ultimately, there was no way. Yi Ge briefly explained the whole matter to Gao Xinxue. Developing potions? Gao Xinxue was silent for a while, and looked at Yi Ge with bright and calm black eyes. For scientific research, why don't you come to me and find other children outside? Yi Ge, this is research in the field of alchemy and chemistry, which is not in the same field as the research you are good at. Gao Xinxue, I want to join. Yi Ge, stop making trouble. Gao Xinxue, I want to join. Yi Ge. Therefore, the secret research originally conducted by Yi Ge and Yuli became a 3-person team again after Gao Xinxue joined. Today is the weekend. After finishing her heavy homework, Xia Xiao finally has time to come to the Yi family. I can finally play with Xiaoye and Shuer. The training workload for the core students of the War Academy is too heavy, and there are also a lot of homework assignments for theoretical courses. The pressure is at least 6 or 7 times greater than that of ordinary classes. Xia Xiao felt that her Yaoyao energy was almost exhausted. Today she must find her 2 childhood sweethearts to replenish her energy. And Yuqing. Xia Xiao called out happily and sweetly, are Xiaoye and Shuer here? Xiaoye? Zhou Yuqing put her finger to her lips and thought for a while. Xiaoye seemed to have gone out early this morning. Eh? Did you go out? Xia Xiao tilted her head. What about Shuer? Zhou Yuqing said, Shuer seems to have gone out too. Neither of them are here. Xia Xiao raised her head, feeling very confused. Did Xiaoye tell me where he went? When will he be back? Picture, I don't know. Zhou Yuqing put her finger to her lips and thought for a while. He seemed to say that he was going on a date with someone today and would not be back tonight. Well, Schwer seemed to be the same. They seemed to go out together to meet someone frequently recently. I think they probably made some new friends outside recently. Picture, Xia Xiao? 2 days later. Ye Gu sat cross-legged in his room, holding his breath and concentrating, practicing seriously. Bite. Daily tasks have been refreshed. Task requirements: rub the head of the white blood spirit for 30 seconds. Task reward: soul-breaking pill, pink, *1 Ye Gu. What kind of mission is this? However, for the system's daily tasks, some very outrageous and abstract tasks would occasionally appear. Ye Gu had become accustomed to it over the past 3 years. There was another mission before, which required him to deliberately hide Xia Xiao's little leather shoes. That time, Xia Xiao was angry with him and ignored him for the whole day, so Ye Gu had to feed her several lollipops before she calmed down. Ye Gu turned his head to look for Bai Shueling. Then I found the little white cat on the locker. Ye Gu hooked his finger at her. Lingling, come here. Bai Shueling opened her eyes, thinking that Ye Gu was going to feed her, and she jumped into Ye Ji's arms excitedly with a meow. However, Ye Gu grabbed her head and rubbed it hard for more than 30 seconds, making the little white cat's hair extremely messy. Then Ye Gu put her aside. Okay, go now. White Blood Spirit. Chapter 33, College Assessment. Congratulations on completing your daily mission. Obtain, soul-breaking pill *1. Ye Gu picked up the soul-breaking pill, swallowed it directly, then closed his eyes, practiced his skills and continued to cultivate. The soul-breaking pill is a special elixir for immortal cultivators. For the cultivation of immortal cultivators, it has the effect of achieving twice the result with half the effort. The most important thing is that it can be stacked with the effects of other elixirs that accelerate cultivation. Ye Gu closed his eyes, feeling the pulling pill quickly taking effect in his body. He started to practice the Shangxi soul purification technique. Generally speaking, as long as a person practices the cultivation techniques, he or she is assumed to have entered the profession of a cultivator. Any extraordinary person below the earth realm can find a low-level cultivation method in the library and then choose to change his career to cultivate immortality. The progress of immortal cultivators is very slow in the early stages, so many opportunistic students will think, I can choose to change my career to immortal cultivation when I am stuck in the 9th stage of the Xian realm. Of course, this is possible. But in fact, the earlier the job change, the higher the upper limit of the ability can be obtained, and the more refined the spiritual power cultivated by the skills will be. Being stuck at the late stage of the profound realm and changing jobs is no different from self-destructing your upper limit, unless you are practicing a golden quality technique like Shangxi's pure soul technique. Most people who choose the immortal cultivation profession do so for the high-intensity late-stage ceiling. But if they choose to do so, what is the point of changing their profession to become an immortal cultivator? Ye Gu felt that Shangxi's soul purification technique was running rapidly in his body. For a moment, he felt as if his whole body was bathed in holy light, his blood circulation was unobstructed, and the black impurities in his body were quickly discharged and overflowed from the surface of his skin. Waves of energy are also constantly rising in the soul power nodes in the body. Boom. Call. Ye Gu opened his eyes. Breakthrough. The 3rd stage of the mysterious realm. The spirit of disaster standing on the clothes rack in the room was dumbfounded. You just broke through to the 2nd level of the profound realm a few days ago. It's only been a few days and you've broken through again? What kind of monster is my master in this life? Strangeness, Ye Gu thought. Isn't it said that after practicing the immortal cultivator's technique, the speed of cultivation will become extremely slow? Why, he didn't feel any obstruction or barrier when he was practicing. On the contrary, it seems that I'm practicing faster than before. Young master. The old housekeeper came to the door of the room and bowed slightly. We should go to school. Today is an important day for the college assessment. You should not be late. Ye Gu, got it. In the War College, not only the core members of the inner sect are assessed, but ordinary classes are also assessed every year. From elementary school to university, every student will receive corresponding scores in the assessment, and the scores will determine your credits and the treatment you will receive in your subsequent study and cultivation career in the academy. Whether a student will be valued by the college throughout the entire year, how much training resources he or she will receive, and how much private tutoring he or she will receive from professors, scholars, and senior mentors will all be determined by the score of this assessment. If you perform well in the assessment, you will have the opportunity to be selected to enter the inner gate. Of course, Ye Gu had no hope at all about entering the inner gate. Many forces in the southern border will also pay attention to the college's assessment. Organizations like the Night Watch, Demon Hunters, Confucian Company, Taoist Company, Monist Company, as well as the Psychic Guild, the Magician Guild, etc., will select children with higher potential, extend olive branches to them, and sign contracts with them. After they graduate, they can directly go to work in these big factories with very good treatment, including the major nobles. If a child gets excellent results in such an assessment, then he will definitely be given more important positions in their respective families. Ye Gu actually also has many potential competitors in the family, although he is the only son of Yi Shao, who is the current patriarch and clan leader of the Yi family. It does not mean that Yi Gu will definitely inherit his father's noble title. He has at least a dozen cousins. Many of Yi Ji's cousins had already finished their studies and were now basically on the front lines of the war, fighting against the dark race. Some of the best ones had even conquered several city-states of the dark race and transformed them into their own territories. Competition within large families is fierce, as is the case with all nobles in the empire. Come to the college of the class bell rang. A humanoid creature with red flames burning all over his body, holding a stack of lesson plans, pushed the door and walked into the classroom. Of course, there are teachers of other races in the war college, and the one on the podium is one of them. He is a member of the Flame Clan. The flames that naturally burn on his body all the time are the symbol of his race. However, the flames on their bodies do not actually have any temperature. In human cognition, it is a bit like cold fire. Only when they enter a combat state will the flames on their bodies truly produce high temperatures that can melt everything. The first round of assessment will begin soon. The Yen people have no mouths, and a buzzing sound comes from their abdomens. Please take your seats. In 1 minute, we will start the formal meditation. Those who can persist for 30 minutes will pass. Today's classroom is a little different from the classroom we usually have classes in. This is a room of nearly 200 square meters. Each student has a separate seat, and the seats are far apart. The seat under them is a blanket, and they need to sit cross-legged or with their knees bent. The classroom was silent, and every child looked nervous, especially for children from ordinary families. Their daily resources are far inferior to those of nobles, and the college assessment is their only chance to turn things around. Of course, Yi Gu looked relaxed. Gao Shinshue was sitting next to him, also with a calm expression. There are 3 rounds of assessment. The first round is meditation, which tests mental strength and willpower. Yi Gu raised his head at this time and found a bright blue eyeball forming on the ceiling of the classroom. It's the magic EYE. It seemed that somewhere in the academy, there was a high-level magician watching the assessment of their class. 1 minute passed quickly. Start. The Yen tribe mentor pressed the time button on the podium. Yi Gu didn't care much about it. He closed his eyes and naturally entered a state of meditation. Inner gate of the War College. Principal's office. Although it's called an office, the space here is ridiculously large. This is a very large space of 20 by 20. The overall tone is dark. It is spacious but not furnished. Much of the black crystal chandelier above and the black stone tiles on the ground looked very low-key and simple, but those who knew the business could tell at a glance that they were paved with the most rare and expensive soul crystal, the condensed moon black crystal. To be frank, the tiles alone were enough to buy an army of 10,000 people. The huge Kiel desk is the most eye-catching thing in this office. A graceful figure in a loose robe was leaning on the sofa chair behind the desk. The nameplate on the table in front of me read, "The greatest principal in history, Lan Mi." This is a woman with long gray silver hair, who looks to be in her 20s or 30s, with lazy eyes, beautiful and elegant, noble and mature. One hand is resting on the side of her face. She lies lazily, and yawns from time to time. Picture, it's interesting that a normal elementary school student can discover my magic eyes. Lan Mi's lazy eyes slightly opened, and she curled her hair with her fingers. Grade 4, Class 1. What's the name of this little guy? At the desk, an old man with a bald head said with a wry smile, Principal Lan. His name is Yi Gu. He is the little devil of the Yi family, the little guy that Duke Wang En specifically told about. Chapter 34, The Principal of the War College. Yi Gu? Lan Mi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Oh, that's the young master of the demonized mutant family, right? He is from the same family as the little guy that Duke Wang En stuffed in a few days ago? Yes. The Mediterranean elder paused, and seeing that Lan Mi's eyes were not right, he quickly reminded her, Duke Wang En specifically said that this kid from the Yi family must not be allowed to enter the inner gate of the academy. It's best to put him in an ordinary class, and don't give him too good treatment. Lan Mi yawned again and said nonchalantly, I didn't say I was interested in him, I just thought he was a little interesting. The Mediterranean old man breathed a sigh of relief, chuckled again, and said nothing more. Principal Lan. At this time, a servant came in from outside and knelt down to announce, Yi Xingxiang wants to see you. Yi Xingxiang? Lan Mi was at a loss. Who is Yi Xingxiang? When the Mediterranean elder heard this, he quickly reminded him, it's the little fellow you just mentioned, the one that Duke Wang'an stuffed into the inner door of the academy a few days ago. Oh, it's that relative. Yes. A member of a demonized mutant family was actually sent to the academy by Duke Wang'an himself. Lan Mi's eyes were full of amusement, and she twisted her hair around with her fingers again and again. It seems that there is an incredible PY relationship between them. Mediterranean old man, let him in. Lan Mi waved her hand nonchalantly. Yes. The servant retreated. After a while, Yi Xingxiang appeared in the principal's office. Yi Xingxiang had a flattering smile on his face, and his expression was one of servility and flattery. Hello, principal. When he saw Lan Mi, Yi Xingxiang couldn't help feeling a little nervous. While waiting outside the academy, he had been making preparations, thinking about how he should face Lan Mi after entering, so as to please this powerful principal. He knew very well that the great magician in front of him was no ordinary person. Lan Mi's identity was not simply the inner school principal of the Southern Territory War College. In fact, she was also the president of the entire Imperial War College. Although Lan Mi is known as the most powerful magician in the empire, she actually has more than one extraordinary profession. She is also a great supernatural being, a warrior, a cultivator, and a beastmaster. She has 5 different extraordinary professions at the same time. And the level of each profession has reached the apocalypse realm. Looking at the entire history of the human race, apart from Lan Mi, there have only been extraordinary people who have mastered 2 professions at the same time and reached the apocalypse realm in both. Lan Mi is unprecedented in this regard. She is not just an ordinary apocalypse realm transcendent. Lan Mi's strength is in the top 10 of the entire human empire. There are so many magical legends about her that it would take days and nights to tell them all. In the southern border, even if Duke Wang'an wanted to ask her for a favor, he could only say let's discuss it instead of giving her an order. In fact, looking at the entire empire, the only people who can command Lan Mi are probably those in the royal family. Lan Mi lazily crossed her legs, put her right hand on the side of her face, and glanced at Yi Xingxiang. What do you want to talk to me about? Yi Xingxiang said respectfully, it's nothing, actually. I just know that you like to collect all kinds of extraordinary spiritual crystals that contain power. We were in a hurry when we met last time, so I specially gave you a gift this time. As he spoke, his 2 followers brought up a heavy and gorgeous box and opened it. Sure enough, it was filled with all kinds of exotic spiritual crystals. They refracted the light in colorful colors and were very beautiful. Lan Mi glanced at the box, and the expression on her stunningly beautiful face did not change much. It seems that your father taught you a lot about gift giving and bribery when he was alive. This. Yi Xingxiang suddenly broke out in a sweat. Lan Mi, but the stuff is good, leave it here. When Yi Xingxiang heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He was afraid that Lan Mi would not accept it. As long as you accept his gift, it means there is room for many things. Then, Yi Xingxiang paused and asked tentatively, when can students enroll? Well, this. Lan Mi bit her lip lightly with her canine teeth exposed. After thinking for a while, she sat up. Well, since I have accepted your gift, then Night Bear. Night Light. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Mediterranean old man, Yi Xingxiang immediately replied, my name is Yi Xingxiang. Yes, Yi Xingxiang. Lan Mi hooked her finger at the attendant beside her. Bring his admission genetic examination report and extraordinary talent analysis report, yes. Soon, someone handed him a translucent tablet computer. Lan Mi picked up the tablet, and her fingers, like delicate jade carvings, gently slid across the screen, her eyes quickly scanning the data on the report. Yi Xingxiang gave a confident smile. He is still quite confident in his talents and genes. The Yi family is a family of demonized mutants, and generations of them are natural warriors. Their genetic talents are absolutely impeccable, and there has never been a case of sudden madness like other demonized families. Moreover, his current talent for learning immortal cultivation has reached S level. There are few people in the human race who have the talent for cultivating immortals, let alone S-level talent for cultivating immortals, which is even rarer. Sure enough, After Lanmi glanced at it for a few times, she nodded and said, "The learning ability value of the immortal cultivator profession is 60 points, which has reached the standard of S-level rating, and your demonized blood talent is to absorb the essence of women as a way to quickly improve your strength and strengthen your own demonic energy, right?" This. Yi Xingxiong looked a little embarrassed. After all, Lanmi is a woman, and it was a bit embarrassing for the female principal to point out his talent directly. Lanmi saw Yi Xingxiong's expression, narrowed her eyes, and said slowly with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I have seen many talents like this. I don't care how you have improved your strength to the earth realm at the age of 18, nor do I care whether the people who were used as your cauldron in the past were willing. Your character is something your parents and mentors should take care of. If you do something that harms the world in the future and need to be punished, it is the business of the Imperial law enforcement officers and the night watchman. I am just a principal. The only thing I care about is your strong potential." Upon hearing this, Yi Xingxiong immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. He just knew it, someone of Lanmi's status and strength, a super powerful man who has reached the apocalypse realm in all 5 professions, must be a person who has achieved success through the sacrifice of countless people and has stepped on the corpses of countless people. How could he care about such a small matter on the road to upgrade? If we only consider talent and potential, regardless of character and deeds, then Yi Xingxiong has absolute confidence. As far as he knew, there were only 2 humans in the Southern Territory who possessed S-level or above talent for cultivating immortals, and he was one of them. The other one is the direct disciple of Lang Yuaning, the palace master of Yuaning Palace, and also the holy maiden of Yuaning Palace, Xiao Yushi. She is currently in the demon class in the inner sect of the War College. The inner school of the War College is not divided into elementary school, junior high school, and university like the outer school. Instead, classes are divided according to their potential, and finally graded into 7 levels: passing, good, excellent, genius, outstanding, eccentric, and personally taught. Historically, Lanmi had 4 direct disciples, each of whom became a super powerful person famous throughout the world. These predecessors have now basically left the human continent and gone to the outside world to seek new opportunities, and among the students who have not yet graduated in the academy, there is not even one direct disciple of Lanmi. Yi Xingxiong thought, if that's the case, his potential rating should be about the level of a demon, right? At the very least, he should be an outstanding one. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can still stay with the beautiful Principal Lanmi. Chapter 35 Evaluation Results. Soon, Yi Xingxiong's evaluation results came out and passed. Yi Xingxiong was dumbfounded and could hardly believe his eyes. The last line of the paper report in my hand reads, "Potential assessment, pass." This line of words meant that he could only enter the lowest level class in the academy. Yi Xingxiong was silent for a long time, secretly suppressing the burning fire in his heart, raised his head and forced a smile. "Principal Lan, is it wrong?" Lanmi put her right hand against the side of her face, casually twirling a ballpoint pen between her fingers. Her beautiful aqua blue eyes glanced over and said, "Do you doubt my ability to calculate potential assessments?" "When, of course not. Any questions? There is none left, that's all. Let's go, just report to the academy on the date above." "Yes." Yi Xingxiong walked out of the academy gate with a face as gloomy as if he wanted to eat someone. The followers who were traveling with him remained silent, and no one dared to speak. Walking to a place where there was no one, Yi Xingxiong angrily crumpled the report form in his hand and stepped on it. How could there be only a passing rating? He is one of only 2 humans in the entire Southern Territory who possesses the learning talent of an S-level cultivator. It seems that it is because of my demonic mutant bloodline, Yi Xingxiong thought. This must be the only possibility, otherwise, it would be impossible for him, who possesses the learning talent of an S-level cultivator, to only receive a passing rating. The condition that Duke Wangan agreed to was only to allow him to enter the inner gate of the academy, but he did not promise which evaluation he could get or which class he could enter. Yi Xingxiong gritted his teeth. He thought this must be the arrangement of Duke Wangan, this damn old fox. "Principal, did Duke Wangan specifically instruct us not to let Yi Xingxiong enter a class that is too good?" In the office, the Mediterranean old man asked doubtfully. Lanmi's white fingers were still spinning the ballpoint pen as she said lazily, "Of course not. His talent is only at the passing level for the inner sect." The wrinkled face of the Mediterranean old man showed a look of surprise. Logically speaking, Yi Xingxiong's learning ability in the immortal cultivation profession has reached 60 points, reaching the S-level standard, which should be very rare, right? Although not as good as the SS-level talent of Xiao Yushi, the saint of Yuning Palace, but it shouldn't be that serious, right? Do you think that professional learning ability is everything? Lanmi said lazily and boredly, his bloodline talent is too ordinary. I have seen many immortal practitioners who have upgraded their cultivation by absorbing the energy of furnaces. The Yuan Yin energy in Yi Shengxiang's body is so turbid. Obviously, he has absorbed a lot of furnaces without knowing how much. As a result, this kind of cultivation method has only reached the first level of the Earth realm. It can't be called fast at all. Moreover, I sense that his mental strength has also been significantly damaged, which will have a great impact on his future cultivation. If his mental strength had not been traumatized, perhaps considering his demonic mutant bloodline, he could still be rated as excellent, but now, giving him a passing is already very good. The Mediterranean old man suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Has your mental strength been injured? Lanmi smiled and said, a lot of the nerve tissue in his brain has been irreversibly damaged. Not only his mental strength, but also his intelligence may be affected. Moreover, this should have happened recently, and I don't know who did it. Alright, stop telling me these boring things. I want to take a serious look at the assessments of these lovely students of mine. Examination room. Ye Gu closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and meditated quietly. Meditation is the most basic training ability for an extraordinary professional. At the same time, extraordinary professionals can also restore their MP through meditation. This first test, although on the surface it only requires them to meditate for 30 minutes, can be passed. But Ye Gu knew that the assessment of the War College would definitely not be that simple. Buzz, a shrill sound suddenly rang in my ears. In the classroom, uncomfortable expressions soon appeared on the students' young faces, and Ye Gu also frowned slightly. This sound was obviously some kind of sound-attributed spell, with a very strong influence that could disrupt the flow of soul power in the body of a transcendent. Many students soon couldn't hold on any longer, covered their ears and screamed in pain, ending their meditation state. I see. This round of assessment is to test the strength of the student's mental strength. In fact, Ye Gu had never thought that he would be able to pass the assessment and enter the core inner gate of the War Academy, but he also hopes to pass the assessment to see the extent of his current abilities. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye in the entire class. Only 5 students persevered to the end. Ye Gu and Gao Xinxue naturally passed the level easily, and their conditions did not change until the very end. It seemed that they were not affected by the sound spell at all. Although the remaining 3 students passed, their pale faces covered with cold sweat revealed that it was not easy for them to pass. However, what surprised Ye Gu was that one of the students was actually Jiang Xiaoming. Congratulations to the 5 of you for passing the first round of assessment. The Yen Clan instructor's abdomen made a buzzing sound again, and he used a pen to record the results on the lesson plan. Then, Ye Gu, Gao Xinxue and 3 other children were taken to another larger metal hall. Hey, Ye Gu. Jiang Xiaoming followed Ye Gu and waved his fist confidently. This time I will definitely be able to enter the inner gate of the academy and become a core student of the academy. Don't fail, otherwise I will have no place to find an opponent in the future. Ye Gu said indifferently, then you will be disappointed. I will definitely lose the election. Jiang Xiaoming was stunned. Are you afraid of being defeated by me, so you deliberately lost the election? That's not the case, right? There were many children gathered in the hall, making a little noise. They should be students from various regular classes who had passed the first round of assessments. Not long after, a tall male teacher with a narrow, bright red scar on his face walked out from a white metal door. The children in the hall suddenly fell silent and gradually became quiet. The male teacher's eyes were cold and his voice was fierce. Students whose names have been called, come in one by one and take the test. Chapter 36 Second round of assessment. Seeing this male teacher, many children showed fear. Jiang Xiaoming was horrified. No way, the instructor of this round of assessment is actually Instructor Scar Tiger. Scar Tiger is the nickname of this instructor. No one knows his real name. The students in the academy are very afraid of him because he is very strict and has a cold attitude. He will give extremely cruel punishments to unqualified students, and he will not show mercy to them regardless of their age or background. According to him, all students who entered the War College were soldiers of the Empire, and soldiers were not limited by age or background. Ye Gu heard that Instructor Scar Tiger was once an outstanding warrior of the Empire, but he was seriously injured once on the battlefield of all races. Now he has retreated to the second line and become an instructor in the War Academy. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad that I actually met Scar Tiger as the assessment instructor. Many of the children already had bitter looks on their faces and were whispering to each other. Yeah, I heard that every time he was an assessment instructor, the difficulty was several levels higher than that of others. Alas, it seems that there is no chance of being selected this time. I didn't expect to be able to enter the inner sect. I just hoped to pass the assessment and get more training resources and credits. But I didn't expect to run into him. Woo woo woo, what bad luck. Scar Tiger certainly heard the children's whispering, but he pretended not to hear anything and just sneered. The first one is from grade 6, class 1, Tang Hao. He picked up the tablet and read out the name of the first student to be tested. The child whose name was called stood up trembling under Scar Tiger's cold gaze and walked into the assessment test room. In less than a minute, bang. The metal door of the assessment test room opened, and the child was thrown out directly. He was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body, motionless, and obviously fainted. The students in the hall all let out sounds of fear. Jiang Xiaoming's voice trembled a little. No way, even the senior students didn't last a minute before being thrown out, and they were injured like this. What exactly is this round of assessment? Instructor Scar Tiger sneered. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. The conditions for passing this round of assessment are also very simple. As long as you can hold on for 10 minutes and still be able to stand when you come out, that's it. The sound of many children whispering could be heard again. The rules and conditions sound simple enough, but the simpler the conditions are, the more difficult it is to achieve them, Gao Shenxue said calmly. It seems that this round is a test of physical strength. Yi Ge nodded gently. Yeah. The first round of meditation assessment was clearly a test of mental strength. Assessing mental strength is actually not fair to all professionals, because students of the warrior profession must have weaker mental strength. It is of course easier for students of the magician profession to pass the first round, but if this round tests physical strength, the fragile mage students who remain will be in trouble. Most magic professionals have weak resistance to attacks. The second candidate for the assessment is Zhang San. The third candidate for the assessment is Lu Hua. The fourth candidate for the assessment is Gu Ju. In this way, out of more than a dozen children in a row, not a single one passed the test. Moreover, they were all covered in scars and blood, and were thrown out in a very miserable state, not to mention standing up. He wasn't even conscious when he was thrown out. It's hard to imagine what happened in there. Scar Tiger kept shaking his head. Well, the quality of students this year is really poor. When the 19th student was thrown out, the floor near the door was already covered with blood stains. The 20th candidate for the assessment is Jiang Xiaoming. Yes. Jiang Xiaoming stood up, gritted his teeth when he heard his name. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoming came out. His situation was better than the previous children. At least he persisted for 10 minutes. Moreover, he was not thrown out by others. Instead, he walked out slowly by himself, holding onto the wall. A Scar Tiger took a look and nodded. Jiang Xiaoming, the test has been passed. After Jiang Xiaoming heard the word passed, he couldn't help but force a smile on his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, but pretended to be calm. He deliberately didn't look at Gao Shenxue, thinking smugly in his heart, hey, I'm the first one to pass. Schwer must be looking at me now. Hey, looking at me. However, Jiang Xiaoming didn't show off for more than a few seconds. He finally ran out of energy, his eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Several extraordinary teachers from the medical department immediately ran over with a stretcher and carried him away very skillfully. At this moment, Gao Shenxue's clear eyes were looking at Yi Ge. Did you have enough this morning? I brought a lunchbox. Do you want to eat something before going in? No need. Yi Ge smiled bitterly, thinking, if I eat something, won't I just vomit it out? Gao Shenxue said with concern, you have been weak since childhood, so why don't you take part in this assessment? Yi Ge, I have been weak since I was 3 years old. The 20th candidate for the assessment is Gao Shenxue. Scar Tiger read out the name of the next candidate for the test. It's your turn. Yi Ge whispered, come on. Yeah. Gao Shenxue stood up and walked straight towards the white metal door with a calm expression. 10 minutes later, Gao Shenxue walked over with a calm expression. There was not a single scratch on her body. The wrinkles on her clothes didn't change much when she put it in, and even her high ponytail wasn't messy at all. Students in the hall? What's going on? No, why do other people come out with bruises on their faces, but this girl doesn't seem to have any injuries at all? Isn't this cheating? Quiet. Scar Tiger finally lost his patience and cursed at the students in the waiting area fiercely. The children shuddered all over and immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Gao Xinxue passed the test. Scar Tiger thought, it seems that there is finally a decent one. Okay, go out through the door over there and prepare for the last test. Remember not to communicate with other students. Gao Xinxue nodded, turned around to look at Yi Gu, and left the waiting hall. Yi Gu continued to wait here alone. The number of children in the hall gradually dwindled. One by one, the children were called into the examination room. There were hundreds of students in the hall, but only a few were able to walk out of the examination room standing. Yi Gu counted them roughly. In this hall, there should be no more than 20 students who have passed this round of assessment, and except for Gao Xinxue, the other children who passed the test were all seriously injured. Even if they came out, they only relied on their strong will to hold on and not fall down. The last student to take the test is Yi Gu. When Scar Tiger read Yi Ji's name, he was stunned for a moment. Click on the detailed information about Yi Gu on the tablet. Is he actually the young master of the Yi family? Chapter 37. They should need treatment. Yi Gu stood up and walked into the examination room without much hesitation. After entering the room, the metal door quickly closed with a heavy bang. The examination room was completely dark, and you couldn't see a thing. Yi Gu was a little confused. Why didn't they even turn on the lights? What were they doing? Shui! Suddenly, a strong sound of breaking wind came from my ears. Almost before Yi Gu could react, he had already subconsciously tilted his head to dodge, just in time to avoid the opponent's sneak attack. Ha! The attacker was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Gu to be able to dodge his attack so easily. In fact, the opponent's sneak attack was very swift and at a tricky angle. The strength of the attacker in the dark had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Profound Realm. Theoretically, it was impossible for an ordinary child at this age to dodge the attack of a warrior of this level. Yi Gu did not let his guard down, as he had sensed that there was more than one person in this place. Soon, the attackers launched a second attack. There was indeed more than one attacker in the darkness. Yi Gu heard more than a dozen different footsteps in succession, besieging him from all directions, making this originally quiet space seem very chaotic. I see. Yi Gu now roughly knew what the content of the assessment was. This round is indeed a test of physical ability in close combat. However, among the dozen or so examiners, almost all of them have reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Profound Realm. In such a dark and sneaky environment, the students coming in for the test have almost no chance to fight back. Then there is only one way left: get beaten. Being able to withstand a beating is a skill in itself. The more able a person is to withstand a beating, the higher his health points and the stronger his defense will be. Students who can withstand a 10-minute beating are indeed qualified to pass the assessment. This is such an outrageous and unique assessment, but I don't intend to take 10 minutes of beating for nothing. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes and used his mental power to sense the examiners who were besieging him in the darkness around him. Black mist surged out from his body, and the sharp cries of crows rang out in the darkness. The examiners who were wearing night vision goggles in the dark were stunned when they saw the red-eyed crows flying out of the black fog. What's this? 10 minutes passed. The white metal door creaked open slowly. Yi Gu walked out of the room unharmed. His condition was the same as Gao Xinxue's. Even his hair and clothes were not messy. Instructor Scar Tiger looked at him and thought to himself, as expected of a demonized mutant family, he really has some strength. You passed. Instructor Scar Tiger told him, go wait outside. Yi Gu walked a few steps outside and hesitated for a moment. By the way, are there any extraordinary people in the medical department? Yes. Scar Tiger was stunned and thought, is he still injured? Go to the door, the second room. If you are injured, you can go get treatment first. Yi Gu said, oh, you misunderstood. You are not going to treat me. Scar Tiger raised his half-broken eyebrow slightly. Who else could be treated then? I think the examiners inside are in great need of treatment. A faint smile appeared on Yi Ji's shy and well-behaved face, then he turned and left the hall. A Scar Tiger stood there in a daze for a few seconds, then he reacted, seemed to understand something, and rushed into the metal room to check. As the metal door slowly opened, light slanted into the dark examination room. I saw more than a dozen examiners lying on the ground in different postures, motionless. They looked unharmed, but they had all fainted. Their expressions before fainting were extremely hideous, fearful, and pale, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before fainting. Scar Tiger could feel that they were all seriously injured, and the spirit power in their bodies was already very weak. Scar Tiger's pupils shrank. What on earth happened? In the principal's office, there is a sparkling light in Lan Mi's eyes. She saw everything that just happened in the examination room through the magic mirror. Hey, hey, hey! Earth C. The beautiful female principal couldn't help but slap the table with her hand, and said excitedly, "Did you see clearly just now? Did you see clearly what this child did? See clearly." The Mediterranean old man was still in a daze, and said with astonishment, "It's incredible, this kid actually defeated 17 examiners of the 9th level of the Profound Realm by himself. And he has actually reached the 3rd stage of the Profound Realm? Doesn't the information of this kid say that he has just reached the 1st stage of the Profound Realm? Great, really great." Lan Mi shouted like a little kid who saw a favorite toy in the mall, looking very happy. This child's potential has obviously not been fully tapped. Did you see the process of his fight just now? He didn't even use his full ability. I didn't expect that there would be such a great seedling in an ordinary class. What a surprise! The Mediterranean elder was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that something was wrong with Principal Lan's words, and hurriedly said, "Principal, you don't want to let this child enter the inner core? But you must not do that." Duke Wang Yin and the Federation Superhuman Association. Lan Mi glanced at him and said, "Di, you seem to care a lot about Duke Wang Yin and the Federation Superhuman Association? Could it be that you accepted money from them?" The Mediterranean old man coughed twice and said awkwardly, "Principal, to be precise, it was not me who took their money, but the Academy. The Academy's income this season also includes 30 combat training rooms donated by Duke Wang Yin and the Federal Superhuman Association, 100 sets of superhuman experimental equipment, 20 alchemy furnaces and 500 training dolls." "Oh? So that's the case?" Lan Mi put her finger on her lips and thought about it carefully. "Yes." The Mediterranean elder continued, "There is also Lang Yuaning, the palace master of Yuning Palace and the president of the Imperial Cultivator Association. Her apprentice is also currently studying in your academy, Nangong Ru, the chief of the Imperial Night Watch, and her sister are also students in the inner sect. The attitudes of these two great men towards demonized people are also extremely hostile." Chapter 38 Lan Mi's suspicion. Lang Yuaning, Nangong Ru. "So they are those two arrogant women." Lan Mi rolled her eyes and said, "So their apprentice and sister are also studying in my academy. Why didn't you tell me before?" The Mediterranean old man was ashamed. "Principal, I mentioned it to you once last month, but you were studying new magic at that time and never paid attention to it. Besides, you always can't remember my name, really?" Lan Mi twisted her hair with her fingers. "Well, I really can't remember the names of students who have no talent." Mediterranean old man. Lang Yuaning's apprentice Xiao Yushi and Nangong Ru's sister Nangong Choyue are both top geniuses with SS level learning ability. In the eyes of Principal Lan Mi, I am a student without talent. Is that okay? In fact, Lan Mi certainly doesn't think that these two children are not talented. However, the palace master of Yuaning Palace and the director of the Night Watch are both her old enemies. Of course Lan Mi didn't want to say anything nice. At least he didn't want to say anything nice. That's right. Lan Mi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. She clapped her hands and said, "If I accept Xiaoyigu into the inner sect, doesn't it mean that Lang Yuaning and Nangong Ru's apprentices will have to be classmates with the little demon in the future? Then these two arrogant women will definitely be pissed to death, right? Mediterranean old man?" "Oh, Di." Lan Mi asked, "I remember that in the last assessment, the inner sect and the ordinary class were tested together, right?" Mediterranean old man. "Yes, the final round of assessments for the inner and outer gates were indeed held together. After passing the first 2 rounds of assessment, the outer students will have the opportunity to take the final round of testing and take the same exam as the inner students. The difficulty of this round is, of course, based on the difficulty of the core students in the academy. If one can pass this round of exams, it means that the student has met the standards to become an elite student at the Imperial War Academy. If the inner gate students fail to pass the assessment, they will be demoted. Some will drop from the good class to the passing class, while those in the passing class will drop directly to the ordinary class." "Great, I have an idea." Lan Mi said excitedly, "Hey, Di, go and assign Yi Ji's 3rd round of assessment to the same group as Lang Yuaning or Nangong Ru's apprentice. If Lang Yuaning or Nangong Ru's apprentice were defeated by this little demon, then these two arrogant women would definitely be pissed off, right? Lanmi's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly raise, as if she thought of something happy, and she let out a smug laugh like a villain. Then, I can ridicule those two stupid and arrogant women, Mediterranean old man, but, the Mediterranean elder wiped his sweat and said, this is against the rules. Normally, the ordinary class that enters the third round of assessment should be grouped with the inner gate passing class. Lanmi rolled her eyes at him and said, I usually tell you that you are stupid, but you don't believe me. With Xiao Yega's ability, if he were to take the test together with the passing class, he would definitely be the first in the end, but if he takes the test with the monster class, not only will his opponents become stronger, but the difficulty of the questions will also increase dramatically. If he fails to complete the task, won't it be a natural consequence to eliminate him? The Mediterranean old man was stunned for a moment and muttered softly, that's true, but if that's the case, wouldn't it be a waste for him to get the chance to enter the Black Abyss secret realm? This is an opportunity that only the Excellence class and the Monster class can get. Lanmi smiled faintly, entering the Black Abyss secret realm, although there are opportunities to obtain many rare treasures, peerless skills, and even ancient inheritances, but risks and opportunities coexist. If a person with insufficient strength enters, it is good to be lost in it forever. The worst outcome is basically a near-death experience, with the soul corroded. But judging from your attitude, are you confident that this child can pass the test in the Void Spirit secret realm? The Mediterranean old man scratched his head. That's not the case. The old man thought about it and felt that what the principal said made sense. Yi Gu is merely an S-level student in terms of both supernatural powers and archery. With S-level learning ability, one might already be a top genius who was the center of attention in ordinary schools for extraordinary people, but at the Imperial War College, it can only be described as mediocre. What is most lacking here is talent, especially in the intersect, for example. Which student in the excellence class or above does not have an SS level learning talent? This may be the best solution for the principal. In this way, not only will Yi Gu have the opportunity to enter the core of the academy, but if Yi Gu dies in the secret realm, Duke Wang En and the Federal Superhuman Association will definitely be very satisfied. The Mediterranean old man nodded secretly. As expected of Principal Lan, he is really far-sighted. Lanmi leaned her elbows on the desk, put two fingers on the side of her face, and looked at Yi Gu in the magic mirror, thoughtfully. Based on this child's performance just now, his learning ability should definitely be more than S-level. And he just used the ability of the Beast Tamer profession, but why is it that his admission physical examination report shows that his Beast Tamer's professional learning ability talent is only 58A? Lanmi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly into a slit, and that charming face became interested again. Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, and Jiang Xiaoming came to a room in the college again. This room is very special. There are strange patterns and runes printed on the middle floor, which looks a bit like some kind of ancient formation. There are thousands of students in the ordinary classes of the War College, but only about 20 of them have passed the first 2 rounds of assessments. All of them are now gathered in this room. A middle-aged teacher came out and said in a buzzing voice, "Congratulations on passing the first 2 rounds of tests. You will have the opportunity to take the test of the Secret Realm copy with the core students of the Intersect. If you can clear the Secret Realm copy, you will have the opportunity to enter the inner gate. At the same time, the Secret Realms are also opportunities that you must cherish. Each Secret Realm will only be opened once a year, and there are many rare treasures, top-grade spiritual treasures, and even ancient inheritances in the Secret Realms. As long as you get them with your own ability, these will all belong to you, and the Academy will not ask you for them." All the children showed excited expressions, clenched their fists, and secretly cheered themselves up. Only Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue did not show much reaction. Now, the Secret Realm dungeon assessment begins. The middle-aged teacher said, "You will be randomly sent to different Secret Realm copies. The difficulty and rewards of these Secret Realms are different. It depends on your luck which one you will enter randomly." Buzz, the formation pattern on the floor of the room flashed a dazzling and blinding white light. The white light gradually grew larger in the room until it completely enveloped everyone. Chapter 39 Fairy Yushi. After an unknown amount of time, the white light gradually disappeared. Yi Gu slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is a strange forest that covers the sky and the sun. The huge and sturdy spiritual trees are at least 100 meters high, and 5 or 6 adults cannot hug them. It is like entering a giant tree forest of the Carboniferous period. The plants in the forest are all strange and bizarre, including bowl-sized carnivorous plants, gorgeous purple lawns, and colorful magic fruits. Beside Yi Gu, there were 8 other students besides him. As expected of the Black Abyss Secret Realm, the spiritual energy here is so abundant that it's amazing. Have you seen that magic pattern tree? I've only seen it in the Magician's Guild. Our president's desk is made of that wood. It's incredibly expensive. I didn't expect there would be so many here. Just picking some spiritual plants around here should be enough to make a fortune. Everyone should be careful. The Black Abyss Secret Realm is full of dangers. We are not here for a spring outing. That's right. Yi Ge glanced at the other students who were taking the test. Apart from him, the other students were obviously older than him. They were basically boys and girls around 15 or 16 years old. There were even a few adult students over 18 years old. The youngest was 13 or 14 years old, and he is the youngest among these 9 people. Soon Yi Ge discovered that many of these people were characters in the game that he knew. The handsome and well-dressed young man was named Chu Ruohua. He was the son of the lord of Wanjian City and a distant relative of the imperial family. In the game, he was an NPC with a very arrogant and bad character, and he often mocked the passing player adventurers. The girl in the red magician's robe is the daughter of the vice president of the Magician Guild of Yazan City. She is very talented but also very materialistic. The tall and thin boy holding an ancient brown musket in his hand was the nephew of the head of the Demon Hunter Guild in Asen City. His family often secretly engaged in the business of reselling demon bones of demon beasts without the knowledge of the empire. The fat boy with a lot of flesh on his body is the son of Marquis Gaobua. He is a mechanic and has a lot of wealth, but his family will soon go bankrupt. Every student has a strong background. It's worthy of being called the War College.at this time. Yi Ge paid special attention to a quiet and taciturn girl. The girl was about 15 years old, with a soft face, gentle eyes, and skin as beautiful as a painting. Her long hair, like a raven's feather, fell to her waist like a waterfall. Her plain white dress brought out her unique poetic and gentle temperament. She was so beautiful that she looked like a fairy from the fairyland. Picture, Xiao Yushi? Yi Ge's eyes moved. In the plot of the game, there is the Saint of Yuning Palace, the largest sect of immortal cultivators in the human empire. The Yuning Palace has always hated the demons and also hated demonized humans. The palace master Lang Yuning even declared that she would kill all the geniuses of the dark race. Asa Saint Xiao Yushi has been burdened with the mission of exorcising demons since she was young. The fairy Yushi in the game's plot is also a very popular character. With her pure appearance that seems otherworldly, and her kind, gentle, poetic and beautiful temperament, she is undoubtedly the white moonlight in the hearts of countless game players. However, this kind and pure saint of the immortal sect, who was the center of attention, did not have a very good ending in the game. Fairy Yushi originally had the opportunity to break through the Saint realm, but due to the inner demons since childhood, she fell into deep confusion and eventually became possessed during the process of cultivation. Ultimately, her pure mind was gradually controlled by the inner demons and she developed 2 personalities. Often in the dead of night, the dark second personality comes out to cause trouble and wreak havoc on the world. He was eventually surrounded and killed by the Empire's Night Watch. Yi Ge quietly looked at the legendary Fairy Yushi, thinking, she is indeed more beautiful than the one in the game CG. Fairy Yushi, I didn't expect that we would be assigned to the same group. Chu Ruohua walked in front of Xiao Yushi, trying his best to show his most elegant and graceful side, and smiled like a gentleman. Xiao Yushi nodded gently and said, yes. Among these students, only Chu Ruohua had the courage to walk up to Xiao Yushi and say hello. The others hardly even had the courage to get close to her. Whether in terms of status, identity, strength or appearance, the gap is too big. Ha! Who is this little brat? At this time, a student finally noticed Yi Ge was really conspicuous because he was the youngest and the smallest among all the people. No one noticed him just now. It was only because they had just arrived in the secret realm and everyone's attention was still on observing the surrounding environment. Chu Ruohua looked at Yi Ge and asked in confusion, how can there be such a young child? Yeah, and he shouldn't be in the monster class or the excellence class, right? I've never seen him before. Hey kid, who are you? Where are you from? Xiao Yushi also turned around and looked at Yi Ge with calm and emotionless eyes, seeming to be slightly curious about this. Yi Ge said in a slightly childish voice, I am from the regular class, in the 4th grade of elementary school. I passed the first 2 rounds of tests in the academy and came to participate in the secret realm assessment. The little white cat curled up in Yi Ge's clothes trembled all over and got goosebumps when he heard Yi Ge's voice. He can obviously speak well and is more cunning than anyone else, but he insists on pretending to be a childish and naive child. It is really unbearable that her master in this life is a stupid guy pretending to be young, someone said in surprise. Shouldn't the students who advance from the ordinary class go to a random low-level secret realm dungeon? How come they were teleported to the Black Abyss secret realm? Yigu was like a shy child, and said sheepishly, well, I don't know, maybe I sent it to the wrong place. Everyone laughed and thought that Yigu was really unlucky. The Black Abyss secret realm is only opened once a year. It offers the highest rewards among all the secret realm copies, but it is also the most dangerous and full of murderous intent. For ordinary people, coming here can be said to be in mortal danger. Even these chosen ones cannot guarantee that they can pass through the Black Abyss secret realm stably. Everyone here is at least from the excellence class. You are from the ordinary class. Coming to this secret realm is simply seeking death. Chu Ruohua grinned and said, little friend, I think you should just stand still and wait for us to pass the level. Then the academy will automatically take you back from the secret realm copy. Otherwise, you will be killed in vain. Yigu hesitated for a moment and shook his head, that won't do. I fought so hard to get this opportunity. A few people in the crowd chuckled softly. Most of them were laughing at the boy's young age and ignorance. Their older status naturally makes them feel superior in front of their younger generations, but they forget that they also went through this age. By the way, a big student laughed for a while and asked, boy, what's your name? Yigu smiled innocently and said, my name is Yigu. Sudden silence, the smiles on the faces of several students gradually disappeared. Several people were stunned and looked at each other with incredible expressions. Night song? Chu Ruohua asked immediately, which night? The falling leaves, or, it's the night when night falls. Everyone's expressions froze to I in the human empire. Absolutely no one else would casually use the surname Yi. Is your father the Lord of Yechun? Chu Ruohua frowned, yes. Chapter 40. Do you want to dance too? Everyone stopped talking, and suddenly it became extremely quiet. The atmosphere became a little subtle and weird. Most of the students present were children of the empire's nobility. The Yi family is a family of demonized people. In the eyes of many imperial nobles, the Yi family is undoubtedly a symbol of disaster, barbarism and war. This surname makes them both disgusted and fearful, but they looked at Yi Ji's shy, well-behaved, and innocent appearance with complicated expressions. It is totally unimaginable that they are from the same clan as those war maniacs from the Yi family. A demonized mutant? Xiao Yushi seemed to be thinking about something. A student whispered, hey, how come you are from the Yi family? Another student said, it's okay. Even if he is a little demon from the Yi family, so what? He is only 10 years old now. And look at his innocent appearance. He doesn't have any bloodline from the Yi family at all. He is probably the most useless and weakest coward in the Yi family. Roar! At this time, the roar of an unknown and violent creature came from the distant woods. The echo of the ferocious roar continued to echo among the mountains and forests. All the students were startled and became alert. Soon, the monsters appeared. In the giant forest ahead, dozens of ferocious and terrifying monsters were running towards them. These magical beasts are as strong as bulls and 3 times larger than wild bears. The dark red magic patterns on their bodies look like flowing magma, and the muscles under their dark skin are filled with powerful explosive power. They are all various strange beasts that were once contaminated by the demonic tide and carry some impure demon blood. They were originally normal spirit beasts and strange beasts, but now they have been contaminated by the dark blood, which has made them extremely violent. The level of every magical beast has reached the earth realm, Yigu thought. So that's why, no wonder these people said that this secret place is not the place for him to come, not to mention so many earth-level monsters. Even just one is not something an elementary school student can handle. Everyone be careful. Chu Ruohua spoke calmly, pulling out a long sword inlaid with gorgeous jewels. Several other students were also ready to go. The students with the profession of gunner drew their guns, the students with the profession of magic picked up their staffs, the beast masters and ghost masters summoned their spirit pets and contracted ghosts, and they all prepared for battle. Second level supernatural power, thunder and lightning. Second level magic wind blade. Third level martial arts, breaking punch. First level auxiliary skill, strength enhancement. The students displayed their skills one after another. The warriors rushed to the front, the mages and gunners followed up with long-range concentrated fire output, and the assistants provided healing and status in the back, and the coordination was perfect. For a moment, All kinds of skills were flying around and the battlefield was in chaos. Yigo watched from the side and nodded repeatedly. Well, he is worthy of being the inner sect of the War Academy and a core student trained by the human Qin Empire. He is much better than his classmates in the ordinary class. When he was in the first grade of the ordinary class, he accidentally encountered a yellow-level monster during a mission. No one in the class could help except his childhood sweetheart. Only Yigu, Gao Xinxue, and Xiao Xia were fighting. The other students could only huddle in the corner, trembling and shouting 6,666. The talents of these people can indeed be called geniuses among the human race. Soon, those dozens of monsters were suppressed by the students' skill output, but at this time, several of the monsters finally noticed Yigu. This human child undoubtedly looks like the easiest one to bully. Yigu heard the roar of the beast and raised his head, then he saw a magical beast 3 times the size of a wild bear pouncing towards him. A student of the auxiliary profession hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to provide protection for Yi Ji's spell, but Chu Ruohua immediately gave him a look. A little demon from the demonized mutant family. What's the point of saving it? Upon seeing this, the students in auxiliary professions put down their hands and stopped casting spells. Yigo watched the huge monster rushing towards him and stood there without moving, as if he was frightened silly. Be careful. Xiao Yushi saw this scene, his eyes flashed, and he spoke to remind, but it was too late. The monster's huge and sharp claws have already hit Yi Ji's body. Seeing this, Chu Ruohua grinned. It turns out that the Yi family's demon species are nothing special. However, the next moment, Chu Ruohua's smile disappeared. He looked shocked. The moment when the monster's huge claws slapped down, Yi Ji's body turned into a ball of empty black mist and disappeared. The ferocious monster slapped nothing and was stunned for a moment. The black mist gathered a few meters away and turned into Yi Ji's appearance. Yigo pointed one finger upwards, and a ball of strange black crackling electric current condensed. Copy ability Magical Lightning Thunderbolt. Yigo raised his hand to cast the skill with almost no chanting time. A black lightning flashed out and hit the body of the monster. Roar. The monster's chest was instantly burnt by the black lightning. The smell of burnt flesh and blood wafted out, and it let out a painful roar. Other students? Chu Ruohua was surprised and asked, Lei Yu, this Yigo, why do his skills feel so similar to yours? Lei Yu was stunned. I don't know either. Roar. The monster covered the burnt wound on its chest, and after a while of pain, it revealed a ferocious face and bared its teeth as it roared at Yigo, obviously enraged. Oh. Yigo saw that the monster was not killed, and said leisurely, the Earth Realm monster is really thick in blood. Roar. The monster rushed towards Yigo again. Seeing this, Yigo immediately raised his hand and pointed, releasing another black lightning. This time, the black lightning hit the beast's leg. The Warcraft staggered forward and almost fell. Let's dance. Yigo narrowed his eyes, cast a spell again, pointed his finger, and released lightning. His 10 fingers released black lightning flashes one by one in sequence. Yigo released more than a dozen magical lightning bolts in succession. The Earth-level monster really seemed to be dancing, twitching, and swaying constantly due to the black electric current. This is probably how the so-called breakdance came about, right? What surprised Chu Ruohua and others was that Yi Ji's movements did not involve any casting or chanting process at all. What the hell? Doesn't this person need to chant spells or make hand seals to cast spells? And your skills don't have CD, is your mana unlimited? Finally, after being struck by black lightning for more than a dozen times, the monster finally couldn't hold on and fell heavily, eyes rolling, body twitching, foam coming out of mouth. Xiao Yushi looked at the fallen monster with confusion in his eyes. How did he do it? Yigo looked at the fallen monster, then looked at his own attribute panel. Soul power. MP 1421/1500. It seems that this move does not consume much energy with his current soul power limit. He should be able to release black lightning of this energy about 300 times. Well, not bad, good skill. I stole it. The other monsters that originally wanted to besiege Yigo hesitated at this time and lingered not far away, not daring to come over. Yigo turned around and looked at them. Why, do you want to dance too? Chapter 41 Final Hidden Reward. Final. More than 50 monsters were killed by the joint attack of the students of the War Academy, except for Yigo, Xiao Yushi, and Chu Ruohua, who remained calm and composed. The other students still looked a little breathless. It seems that dealing with so many monsters at once is a bit of a burden for these students, and it consumes too much soul power. Chu Ruohua glanced at Yigo with a serious look. I didn't expect that this little demon, despite being so young, could have such terrifying strength. The the flesh and blood of the dead monster gradually melted into a pool of black water, leaving only the fallen monster bones. The demon bones turned into balls of light and were sucked into the space by the rings on the hands of the students who were killed. That space ring was invented by Professor Rhodes, a master of supernatural powers in the space department of the War Academy. Moreover, this kind of space ring is not for sale to the public and is not for sale. In the Academy, it is only given to some elite students and is considered an honor. Every time you enter the dungeon, the ring will automatically record the kill records of each student and automatically pick up the spoils dropped by the students after the kill. Among those present, only Yiga was not an intersect student, but Yiga raised his hand and waved. All the magic bones dropped by the monsters he killed disappeared. Obviously they were collected by him. The other students were a little surprised. Why Yiga actually also has a space ring? How is it possible? In fact, Yiga simply put all those magic bones into his system inventory. Chu Ruohua frowned. Even the most basic space ring can only store items of 10 square meters, and it is available only to students who have at least entered the inner gate. Could it be that Yi Ji's ring was obtained by the Yi family through some illegal means? At this moment, for brilliant light, curtains suddenly fell. Ripples appeared in the air, and several lines of text appeared before everyone's eyes. Congratulations on completing the first trial level. The Black Abyss Secret Realm dungeon is divided into 4 major areas. Students who have passed the trial, please choose the area you want to enter. 1. Wanluan Valley. 2. Jinglington. 3. Dusk Forest. 4. Well of the Black Abyss. Yiga glanced briefly over the long lines of text. So that's how it is. This must be the power of the legendary Academy principle. There is a brief text introduction behind each area. The area of the Black Abyss Secret Realm is very large, but through these light curtains, students can make choices based on their needs and be directly teleported to the vicinity of their destination, which can be regarded as a shortcut. Chu Ruohua looked at the lines of text and thought that Wanluan Forest, Jingling Pond, and Dark Forest were all very good places to go. These places were rich in resources and contained many natural treasures. There was even a chance to find some ancient relics left over from the lost civilization of all races. The only thing that must not be touched is the Well of Black Abyss. In fact, it is said that the Black Abyss Secret Realm itself is the territory of a dark demon lord. So there are so many magical beasts contaminated by dark blood here. It is mentioned in the history books of the Empire that the Secret Realm of Black Abyss was once a kingdom territory thousands of years ago. Later, the entire kingdom was swallowed up by the Well of Black Abyss and buried deep in the underground abyss. This is the origin of the name Black Abyss. The Black Abyss Secret Realm was thus ruled by the Demon Lord. The entire territory was shrouded in demonic energy and isolated from the outside world. Even human extraordinary people found it difficult to enter in the face of the demonic energy, and the Dark Demon Lord, according to legend, lives in the Well of Black Abyss. The little fat boy turned to look at Chu Ruohua. Senior, which one are you going to choose? Chu Ruohua curled her lips and said, you can choose anyone, as long as you don't choose the Well of Black Abyss. Choosing there is seeking death. Except for Xiao Yushi, several other students nodded in agreement. Chu Ruohua took out a white scroll from her arms. Although, if you encounter difficulties in the secret realm and want to give up, you can be recalled to the academy by the principal by using this scroll, but the scroll requires time to start up. The startup time is exactly 8 seconds. However, when most dangers come, there is simply no 8 seconds to breathe. Moreover, standing there in a daze for 8 seconds when in danger is simply seeking death. Yiga looked at the 4 options and was stroking his chin gently, thinking about which area to explore. At this time, the game system suddenly gave a prompt. Byte. Hidden mission has been released. Task requirements: clear the Black Abyss Secret Realm or survive for 3 hours. Task reward depends on the selected scenario. Please select 1. Wanluan Valley. Difficulty: Sea Level. Adventurer mortality rate: 30%. 2. Jinglington. Difficulty: B Level. Adventurer mortality rate: 41%. 3. Dusk Forest. Difficulty: Sea Level. Adventurer mortality rate: 27%. 4. Well of the Black Abyss. Difficulty: S Level. Adventurer mortality rate: 99.98%. Yiga smiled faintly. The mortality rate of adventurers is 99.98%. It seems that the human adventurers in this version don't quite understand the secret realm of Black Abyss. The Black Abyss Secret Realm copy is the first low-level ancient copy in the game. The high level and difficulty of the boss are actually secondary. The key is to master the skills and methods. Except for the Well of Black Abyss, the other areas are not actually part of the Black Abyss secret realm at all. They are just on the outskirts of the Black Abyss secret realm. When the server is first launched, there is a high chance that all players, no matter how high their level is, will die 7 or 8 times in this map before they can gradually figure out the rules of this map. For example, at which stage you need to take antidotes to prevent poison, when you need to be on guard against your consciousness being invaded, which monsters you can attack, which monsters will be hit by illusions when you attack them, which monsters will be killed by their own power rebounding after being attacked, etc. In short, it is quite complicated. In the game, masters usually die 7 or 8 times. In reality, a mortality rate of 99.98% is normal. Later, various strategy videos appeared on the internet, and the death rate of this map gradually decreased. As long as you master the skills, the difficulty of this picture will drop by more than 1 level. Yigo was once in the top 10 of the civilian combat power list in the game. He almost vomited after playing this map of the Black Abyss Secret Realm dungeon. He was so familiar with this picture that coming here was like coming home. Yigo chose Well of the Black Abyss without hesitation. The mission has been updated. Mission content: clear the Well of Black Abyss, or survive for 3 hours. Rewards: 1. Kill a monster and get 100 points for system exchange mole points. 2. Kill a demon and you will be rewarded with 200 system points and a 10% chance of getting a rare demon bone. 3. Kill a berserker and get 1000 system points as a reward. 4. If you successfully enter the Well of Black Abyss without dying, you will have a 20% chance of obtaining a pink quality treasure. 5. Successfully survive for 3 hours, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 system points and a random ancient material. 6. Defeat the final boss, the Black Abyss Demon Lord, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 system points. You will receive a random pink quality ancient item, and there is a 1% chance of receiving a red quality ancient inheritance. Final hidden reward: 1. Destroy the entire Black Abyss well. You will devour the dark power of all the monsters in the entire Black Abyss secret realm, and randomly obtain a red quality ancient demon inheritance, and obtain the title of public enemy of the demons. The demons' hatred towards you will permanently increase by plus 9,999. All demon units you encounter in the future will prioritize you as their attack target. 2. Kill or subdue the escaped boss Black Abyss Demon Lord, and you will gain control of the entire Black Abyss secret territory. Chapter 42: The Well of the Black Abyss. Although Yigo is an old player of the game, he was still shocked when he saw the hidden reward at the end: control over the entire Black Abyss secret territory. Doesn't that mean that if I complete it, the secret realm will belong to me in the future? There are such hidden rewards? Yigo was deep in thought. In the game map of 10,000 races, although there is indeed a mechanism to seize territory, the Black Abyss secret realm is a public copy. There are important game plots in this copy. How can a public copy become a player's territory, unless, is my game system in developer mode? Yigo suddenly remembered a rumor on the gaming forum back then: the son of the penguin boss was also playing this game. In order to please the boss's son, the person in charge behind 10,000 races secretly increased his character's fortune, equipment explosion rate, and the probability of strengthening and amplification by several times, opened up hidden plots and tasks for him, and gave him a developer system, allowing him to freely establish a territory in any public area in the game, let all NPCs be dispatched by him, and freely modify all the rules of this place, allowing him to have a game experience. Like a creator in the game, my gaming system, could it be this kind of system? Yigo thought about it carefully, shook his head, and felt that it was unlikely. After all, this is just a rumor. Moreover, he has been using the system for 3 years, and except for the first time he got 3 golds from the novice gift package, he did not feel that the explosion rate had increased significantly. Xiaoyushi, which area do you plan to explore? Shu Ruohua looked at Xiaoyushi with a somewhat flattering smile. He took part in the assessment this time not just for the final result, he also wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to the people in Yuning Palace. Yuning Palace is the largest immortal cultivation sect in the empire. If Wanjian City wants to go to Yuning Forest to collect top-quality immortal materials for sword making, they must get approval from Yuning Palace. Xiaoyushi is the holy maiden of Yuning Palace. If he could get engaged to her, it would be beneficial to the future development of Wanjian City, and he will definitely get his father's praise and reuse because of this. Xiaoyushi nodded slightly and raised her pair of gentle almond-shaped eyes. The girl had an air of ethereal beauty beyond her age. She looked at the 4 light curtains in front of her and said softly without hesitation, "Well of the black abyss." The other students were stunned for a moment. Shu Ruohua was stunned. Why? That place is a life-threatening place. Xiao Yushi remained silent and did not answer. The little fat boy whispered, "Senior, I think we should go to the Dusk Forest together. This place is full of dangers. It will be safer if we all walk together." Shu Ruohua gritted her teeth. He thought that he and Xiao Yushi were both students in the monster class, so the difference in their strength wouldn't be too big. Since Xiao Yushi has the courage to enter the well of Black Abyss, it means that she must have done some research beforehand and is confident that she can pass it. So if I follow her, there shouldn't be too much risk, right? Shu Ruohua said with gritted teeth. "All of you, follow me into the well of Black Abyss." The other students were all shocked. "What? If you want to offend me, just choose another area." Shu Ruohua didn't care about anything else and decided to drag everyone into it. Just as the fat man said, the Black Abyss is full of dangers. Even if you choose the area with the lowest difficulty, you cannot guarantee your safety. If everyone acts together, the chances will definitely be greater. Everyone looked at each other, and one student mumbled a few words, hesitating. The Black Abyss Secret Realm is an extremely difficult Secret Realm copy. Even for the other areas, they dare not say that they can definitely pass it, let alone the well of Black Abyss. Although they all don't want to offend Shu Ruohua, what's the point of offending her if they lose their lives? Please make your choice. The 4 light screens in front of me were gradually disappearing. Xiao Yushi chose the light curtain of the well of Black Abyss without much hesitation, closed his eyes, and was surrounded by a ball of white light. Several other students also chose their respective teleportation locations one after another. Shu Ruohua paused and chose to follow Xiao Yushi and chose the well of Black Abyss. After a dazzling white light disappeared, Yigu, Xiao Yushi, Shu Ruohua, and the little fat man appeared near the well of Black Abyss at the same time. Damn, these guys dared to disobey me. Shu Ruohua gritted her teeth and thought bitterly when he was in college, these people basically obeyed his orders because he is a student in the monster class, while the others are only in the excellence class. He didn't expect that they would dare to disobey him this time. Yigu glanced at Xiao Yushi, Shu Ruohua, and the little fat boy, feeling a little surprised that he didn't expect that besides himself, there were 3 other people who entered the well of Black Abyss with him. As expected of an elite student among students, are they also fearless of death? Yigu looked at Xiao Yushi and suddenly remembered, in the original game plot, Xiao Yushi seemed to have entered the well of Black Abyss when he was 15 years old. It was that experience that caused her to be trapped by her inner demons for the rest of her life. So, I am now directly participating in the story missions of the original game? Yigu crossed his arms and looked at Shu Ruohua and the little fat boy beside him. No, the plot should have been changed slightly. It turns out that in the game's plot, Xiao Yushi entered the well of Black Abyss alone, and there were no these 2 people. So, it is because of his appearance that the butterfly effect occurred, which changed part of the plot history? Senior, this place is so weird. The only one who listened to Shu Ruohua's words, the little fat boy, shrank his neck timidly and looked at the surrounding environment. This place is different from the lush and green spiritual forest just now. It looks extremely desolate. The sky is dark and gloomy, and the black earth looks like it has been polluted by evil spirits. There is no grass anywhere and there is no life at all. Chapter 43 Fairy Sister better not move. Shu Ruohua looked at the dark and devastated land in front of her, feeling somewhat uneasy, but in front of Xiao Yushi, she had to act calm. What's so weird about this? We are students of the War Academy, extraordinary warriors of the human race. In the future on the battlefield of all races, we will see all kinds of ugly, weird, and terrifying dark races. What does this weirdness mean to us? Will you also shrink behind your superiors and tremble on the battlefield of all races? Let's see if your superiors will blow your head off with their soul guns. The little fat boy pursed his lips and refused to speak. Shu Ruohua said, "Okay, we don't have much time, let's move on." The 4 of them moved forward in the dungeon map together. The dark land was filled with a faint blood-red fog, which made people feel that some indescribable strange creatures would run out of it at any moment, so everyone walked very carefully. Shu Ruohua glanced at Yigu. He didn't expect that this little brat would actually choose the well of Black Abyss, but this is not important now. This well of Black Abyss is said to hide the remains of an old civilized kingdom, but it is also full of dangers as it is the territory of a certain demon lord. Shu Ruohua must be vigilant at all times. Strange. Shu Ruohua said, "Where exactly is this Black Abyss well? Why haven't we found it after walking for so long?" Clam, Just as he finished his words, suddenly one monster after another crawled out from the ground and staggered towards them. Shu Ruawa's heart tightened, and she was a little nervous at first, but he soon discovered that there were only a dozen monsters coming out of the ground. Moreover, its level is even lower than those monsters encountered just now on the outskirts of the secret realm. It is only at the profound realm level. Shu Ruawa breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I didn't expect that the monsters in this black abyss well area are even lower level than the monsters outside. I really thought this place was very dangerous. Fairyushi, you don't need to take action against these little monsters. Let me take care of them. Shu Ruawa looked at the little fat man. Give me a buff. Fatty student, oh, okay. He put his hands together and used his auxiliary skill, first level auxiliary skill, agility enhancement. As his soul power twisted and rose, a brilliant beam of light fell on Shu Ruawa. Agility plus 150. Shu Ruawa's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed towards the monsters with a long sword in hand. Swish. Ka! Snap! Sword lights danced wildly. Shu Ruawa easily killed the monsters one by one. Shu Ruawa himself is a transcendent being with the strength of the 7th level of the Earth realm, so it is easy for him to deal with these monsters in the mysterious realm. After the monsters were killed, their bodies turned into blood and transformed into wisps of black soul energy, which entwined around Shu Ruawa. But Shu Ruawa was completely unaware. Ego watched the fight from the side and laughed secretly in his heart. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I thought that with his current strength in the Shen realm, if he wanted to clear this map, he would definitely have to spend a lot of effort before meeting the big boss. I didn't expect to run into such a reckless and stupid NPC. Maybe it can be put to good use. At this time, Bai Shuling's little cat head popped out from Yi Ji's collar. The two soft cat ears trembled, and the scarlet and smart eyes looked around the place. Then she raised her cat head and meowed. Yi Ego lowered his head. Are you saying that this place is dangerous? Are you telling me not to go too deep? The little white cat nodded vigorously. As the reincarnation of the Empress of the Spirit Demon Clan, Bai Shuling possesses an excellent talent for perception. She could sense the scent of some powerful demon creature nearby that inherited the blood of ancient demons, and there is something indescribably strange about this place. The dark red fog seemed to hide some deadly aura. In short, it is definitely not something that Yiga can handle now. Yiga smiled and said, is it dangerous? Then you have come to the right place. White blood spirit. Xiao Yushi was watching the battle from the side and soon realized that something was wrong here. Those monsters kept breaking out from the ground, emitting chaotic and indescribable low and hoarse murmurs. The blood-red fog around them became thicker and thicker. There's something wrong with these monsters, Xiao Yushi pondered for a while, then slowly raised his hand, wanting to help. Sister Fairy, please don't attack these monsters. At this time, Yi Ji's voice suddenly came. Xiao Yushi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Gu beside him with a puzzled expression. The monsters continued to make low murmurs, and Shu Ruawa felt a daze in her head. However, the Earth Realm swordsman's strong will allowed him to withstand the pressure of his mental power and kill all the monsters. He really has some strength. Yiga nodded. I actually passed this level using the wrong method. As expected of a student in the demon class, he does have some abilities. However, Shu Ruawa was obviously not feeling well. Status: cursed, poisoned, corroded by demonic energy, haunted by demonic hatred, mentally disturbed. HP continues to decrease, -26, -31, -19, -32. Affected by the negative buff, mental state -186, intelligence -2, on the spot judgment -98, memory -21, brain cell activity -10%. Shu Ruawa stuck the sword upside down into the ground, supported his body, and felt his vitality slipping away. What the hell are those monsters? Give me a healing spell quickly. Shu Ruawa gritted her teeth and said to the little fat man. Ah. Okay. Upon hearing this, the little fat man quickly cast a spell, first level auxiliary skill, healing. A green light fell on Shu Ruawa's head. HP, +50, -25, +50, -31. Even so, it's of no use. Once the effect of the healing spell wears off, the erosion of the demonic energy will continue to deduct health. Shu Ruawa cursed inwardly, then took out another bottle of intermediate life potion and drank it. This time, the real well of black abyss appeared in front of the four people. I saw a huge abyss slowly appearing on the ground. It was an extremely large, dark circular hole the size of 2 football fields. It was completely bottomless and everything around it was constantly being sucked into the abyss like a pouring waterfall. Shu Ruawa widened her eyes. This thing, you call it a well? Chapter 44. Confused girl. Yi Gu had seen the well of black abyss many times in the game CG, but experiencing it in person was indeed a different experience. The well of bottomless darkness is still expanding. Of course, its current size is still small. This huge dark abyss once swallowed up an entire kingdom and city-state. The ground beneath his feet was like turbulent black quicksand, constantly being sucked into the abyss, like river water falling into a waterfall. Chu Ruohua screamed, fell on her buttocks to the ground, and was swallowed up by the well of the abyss along with the quicksand in the blink of an eye. Yigo was also about to be sucked in. He glanced at Chu Ruohua, raised his hand and threw out a talisman with 2 fingers, which stuck to his back at lightning speed. Meow. The little civet cat was so frightened that its fur stood on end. It kept scratching Yi's chest and howling at him. It means that he should leave quickly. It's still not too late for him to leave now, although she was the empress of the spiritual demon clan in her previous life, but now she is just an ordinary meow. Yiga smiled, and reached out to stroke the cat's fur to comfort it. Don't be afraid, you're already here. As he said this, he jumped into the abyss. Meow. The kitten's face was full of despair. It's over, this shit shoveler must be crazy. I don't know how long it took. Xiao Yushi opened her eyes to this the underground world of the well of black abyss. There was a hint of trance in the girl's eyes. The world in the abyss was not as chaotic and dark as she had imagined. She saw the ancient kingdoms and city-states of the past, the magnificent and tall building walls, the ancient fortresses, the sculptures of monsters, above the dark red sky. Black clouds formed a spiral vortex of the abyss. She had just fallen from that vortex of the abyss. This, really underground. After Xiao Yushi took a deep breath, he stopped worrying about this matter. The myriad race's territory is a world filled with all kinds of extraordinary powers. On this territory, various civilizations and various magical powers are pieced together. Nothing is impossible. Even if there is an alien continent above the sea of clouds in the sky, it is a very common thing. The girl came here today because she had important things to do, so she couldn't stay here. Oh, fairy sister, you and I are together. We are really destined to be together. A voice came. Xiao Yushi was slightly stunned, then turned around and saw Yi Good. A white two-tailed civet cat was lying on Yi Ji's left shoulder, and a black crow with red eyes was standing on his right shoulder. The boy has a fresh and handsome face, a green baby face, and a shy and pleasing smile, which makes it difficult for people to have a bad impression of him. Xiao Yushi looked at the boy's handsome smile and felt that he was very kind. It is really hard to be on guard against a boy like this, but Master also said that any creature that has anything to do with the devil, whether it is human or other species, is the darkest and most evil existence in the world and must be eradicated no matter what. Xiao Yushi was silent for a moment, then asked with lips parted slightly, "Are you the only one? Where are the others?" Yiga shrugged. "We just fell down, and the few of us were spinning around in the whirlpool of the abyss. Maybe they were all dropped to other places." Xiao Yushi paused again and asked, "Just now when we were up there, why did you tell me not to attack those monsters?" "Those monsters are not real entities, but undead spirits." "Undead? Even if we don't attack the undead, the well of black abyss will open. As long as we conceal our presence, the undead won't be able to find us. If we must attack, we must use some game props to deal with the undead, such as..." Yi Gu paused at this point, thinking that he almost forgot that Xiao Yushi was not a player, but a character in the game world. She probably wouldn't understand if he talked to her about props. But once you attack, you will be entangled by the dark aura of the undead monsters, infected with various negative buffs, and smeared with the monster's curse. Once you are smeared with this buff, the hatred of all the monsters in the entire black abyss well will be attracted to you. The more you kill, the more you will be smeared, and the more you are smeared, the more you will be attracted, and this vicious cycle will continue. Xiao Yushi suddenly realized, "I see out if this boy hadn't reminded her in time, I'm afraid she would be in the same situation as Chu Ruohua." "Well, I understand. Thank you for reminding me just now." Xiao Yushi's eyes were filled with gratitude. "It's okay. Didn't Sister Fairy remind me just now?" Yiga narrowed his eyes. "But Sister Fairy should be from Yuning Palace, right?" "Right. The attitude of Yuning Palace should be hostile to all demonized people, right? Why did Fairy Sister remind me just now?" Xiao Yushi did not answer. Yiga smiled faintly and didn't wait for Xiao Yushi to answer. "This place is full of dangers, please be careful, Fairy Sister." After saying that, he turned and left. The girl looked at Yi Ji's back and suddenly remembered what happened in the sect a few days ago. The eldest brother killed more than a dozen demonized people in front of all the disciples of Yuning Palace. The hot blood splashed on the white ground of the hall, and the red was dazzling. However, those demonized people had human rationality and had never done anything sinful. The look in their eyes before they died was still fresh in the girl's memory, but the eldest brother said that the reason they were polluted and turned into demons was because they had a dirty fate. They did despicable things in their previous lives, which led to such bad consequences in this life. People with pure hearts will not be corrupted by demons in darkness. What is right and what is wrong? The girl shook her head. Although she was called the saint and had always been the pride of Yuning Palace for her cultivation and talent, she had always been pure and had never experienced any worldly things. Despite her high position, she had never experienced any disputes. All the right and wrong were instilled in her by her elders. She couldn't think of an answer. Yi Ge walked along a long corridor. On the left and right sides are sculptures of various monsters. These sculptures have different postures and ferocious faces, and they look quite artistic at first glance. It was eerily quiet everywhere, but he felt that there was an indescribable horror secretly staring at him in the dark. Yi Ge walked straight over, looking completely defenseless. The giant monsters opened their eyes one by one. They looked at Yi Ge as he walked by, with the fangs at the corners of their mouths slightly raised, revealing a hideous sneer. Ha, another human adventurer seeking his own death. During these days every year, we always have a lot of big meals. This kid looks very young, his flesh and blood must be very fresh. That's right, brothers, I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll get him together. Yi Ge still didn't turn around, but a barely noticeable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The monsters crouching on a row of sculptures were preparing to launch a sneak attack unexpectedly. At this moment, Yi Ge, who had walked to the end of the hall, suddenly turned around. He didn't know when his left and right hands had condensed into two giant black fireballs the size of truck tires, and he raised his hands and blasted them out. Chapter 45. Why don't they attack you? 2 rows of monster statues? 2 huge black fireballs flew out of his hands, like rolling millstones, and directly destroyed an entire row of monster sculptures. Screams rang out from the 2 rows of monsters. The monsters, disguised as stone statues and not restored to their flesh, were very fragile. Just like ordinary stones, they had never expected Yi Ge to be so despicable. He actually turned around and launched a sneak attack. Despicable human. These 20 or so stone statues were arranged in a line and were crushed and melted into gravel powder by the 2 rolling black fireballs. Tip: successfully kill 26 monsters and get 2,600 points for system exchange mall points. Yi Ge looked at the rubble on the ground and couldn't help but chuckle. Who told you to pretend to be stone statues? The crow on his shoulder asked suspiciously, Sir, how do you know that these stone statues are actually monsters in disguise? Yi Ge thought to himself, of course, I don't know how many times I have played this map. I know where these monsters will spawn with my eyes closed. These monsters can be killed instantly with one move when they are in stone statue state, but it will take some effort to wake them up. Guessed. Yi Ge said. The spirit of disaster was confused. Guess? Is this okay? Okay, now let's go see where Brother Ruohua is now. Yi Ge took out a positioning device, which was invented by his childhood sweetheart Gao Xingxue. It was very useful. 2 red dots appeared on the instrument. 1 of the red dots is moving to another area. Chu Ruohua walked alone in the ancient ruins of the city. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable. Who could have imagined that there is such an incredible world and such a magnificent city-state beneath the well of Black Abyss? Many of the buildings here still have traces of the old kingdom and city-state civilization, but many of the murals on the walls have become totems of the demons, and many of the sculptures of heroes have become sculptures of monsters. Could this be the lair of the Black Abyss Demon Lord? Chu Ruohua couldn't help but shiver. It's eerily quiet here, yet it feels like danger is lurking everywhere. If this is really the lair of the Lord of Black Abyss, then there must be a lot of monsters here. Chu Ruohua looked up at the magnificent hall in front of her with its carved beams and painted rafters. He didn't dare go any further. It is said that since the entrance to the well of Black Abyss appeared, no student from the War Academy has ever passed it, not to mention clearing the level. There are not many people who come back alive, even if there are good opportunities here, and no matter how many ancient treasures and inheritances are buried here, if you can't get them and lose your life, wouldn't that be a big loss? He is the son of the Lord of Wanjian City and the pride of the Sword Professional Guild. He still has a bright future, but he doesn't want it to be ruined like this. Chu Ruohua gritted her teeth, took out a bundle of teleportation scrolls, and prepared to return to the academy. Senior. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Yi Ge appeared. It's you? Chu Ruohua narrowed her eyes. Why are you the only one here? Where's Xiao Yushi? I don't know. Yi Ge shrugged. She and I met before, but then we parted ways. Chu Ruohua thought that there must be a reason why Xiao Yushi would choose the Well of Black Abyss on his own initiative, but now, he didn't know where Xiao Yushi was, so it would be irrational to stay. Although he wanted to have a good relationship with Yuning Palace, he was not a fool and knew the importance of things. Yi Ge glanced at the scroll in Chu Ruohua's hand and asked, Senior, are you going to give up the assessment and return to the academy? Chu Ruohua felt really unlucky. It was really embarrassing to let a 10-year-old kid see him trying to run away, but no matter how embarrassing it is better than losing your life. That's right, I'm leaving. Chu Ruohua snorted, you continue to stay here. Yi Ge tilted his head in confusion, but the hall ahead seems to have a lot of treasures hidden in it. Don't you want to go take a look, Senior? I'm not interested. No, you might be interested. Chu Ruohua was just wondering. At this moment, a hoarse and sharp roar sounded. More than 30 brutal and ferocious monsters slowly crawled out from the dark corner of the square, approached silently like a group of hyenas hunting wild deer, and surrounded them. Hiss! Chu Ruohua took a breath of cold air. These magical beasts are all above the Earth realm. Unlike the previous time in the Black Abyss Forest, there were 9 people at that time, but now, there are only him and Yi Ge left. Chu Ruohua immediately drew out his sword, looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Yi Ge, however, looked indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Roar. The monsters observed the surroundings for a while, and finally all pounced over. Second level sword skill, Gale Slash. I saw Chu Ruohua holding a long sword, wielding it very skillfully, and the sound of the sword breaking through the air continued. The long sword was as sharp as autumn water, and as Chu Ruohua danced with it, it drew out brilliant sword beams. The sword dance was so fierce that it seemed to cut the air, and one monster after another was killed with precision. Yi Ge stood quietly aside, his eyes following Chu Ruohua's graceful figure. The eyes of the 2 little crows and the white cat on his shoulders also moved along with his figure. Wow, really amazing, great swordsmanship. No wonder it is a monster class. Even with so many debuffs, it still has such strong strength. However, it is a demon beast from the Earth realm after all. After killing the 3rd monster, Chu Ruohua was already exhausted and out of breath, and the wrist holding the sword was shaking slightly. The skin, flesh and armor of these Earth-level monsters are really too hard. This time, he noticed Yi Ge, who was standing aside, oblivious to the crowd and seemed to be watching a play. Chu Ruohua? No. Why don't these monsters attack you? Yi Ge looked around and said, I don't know. Maybe they like you more. You? Chu Ruohua was speechless for a moment, because he was no longer able to talk. Those monsters have attacked again, asshole. Chu Ruohua was inevitably injured under the siege of a group of magic beasts. He gritted his teeth and said, don't underestimate me, Chu Ruohua, the #1 prodigy in Wanjin City. 3rd level sword skill, draw the sword and slash. Chu Ruohua's eyes became sharp. He suddenly put the sword back into the scabbard, and then pulled it out suddenly. A sharp sword sound suddenly rang out, and powerful soul energy was released from the sword. He swung his sword forward, and a brilliant sword energy instantly cut through the air, making a deafening sound. Wherever this sword energy passed, the monsters were cut in half, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yi Ge, 6666666, Chu Ruohua. Chapter 46, Senior doesn't want to make a big deal, right? Swish. Accompanied by the last howl of the monsters, the more than 30 monsters were finally killed by Chu Ruohua with his sword. Chu Ruohua also sat down on the ground, with his sword inserted to the side, breathing heavily. The flesh and blood of those monsters turned into black gas, flew into the air, and then silently wrapped around Chu Ruohua's body. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Why didn't they drop even a single demon bone? Chu Ruohua felt that she had been working in vain for a long time. Moreover, he felt that he was infected with more and more debuffs. Chu Ruohua quickly took out a bottle of intermediate purification potion, tilted his head back and drank it, but this purification potion doesn't seem to be able to completely eliminate these negative buffs. This place is really weird. Must leave quickly. Senior, you did a great job. Yi Ge came over at this time. Okay, now let's go to the palace and take a look. Get lost. Who wants to go with you? Chu Ruohua glared at him fiercely. There was no one else around now, just him and the 10-year-old kid in front of him. He doesn't need to pretend to be graceful. Chu Ruohua stood up, patted his clothes, and said with a gloomy face, I'm leaving. If you want to die, go by yourself. Then he took out his teleportation scroll. Ye Gu smiled slightly. Senior, you probably don't want others to know about the ugly things you did, right, Scandal? You must be the financier behind those soul crystal smugglers who were caught in Yazan City a few days ago, right? Chu Ruohua was shocked. Ye Gu, smuggling soul crystals is a serious crime in the Empire. What soul crystal is, I don't know. Chu Ruohua looked guilty, but of course he refused to admit it. You little brat, how dare you talk nonsense without any evidence? Do you know who I am? Chu Ruohua made a ferocious expression and wanted to threaten. I know that you are not only the son of the Lord of Wanjin City, but also a distant relative of the current emperor. Ye Gu said leisurely. After the death of the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty, the aristocratic circle of the royal family became chaotic. Marquis Penyuan's son was killed by you and several other aristocratic playboys, right? It seems that Marquis Penyuan has not found the murderer yet. Chu Ruohua widened her eyes. Ye Gu continued to speak slowly. The reason is that you and several other nobles secretly played fun games with the daughter-in-law of Marquis Penyuan, but were accidentally discovered by the son of Marquis Penyuan. You're afraid that things will get out of hand, so you're just going all out? Chu Ruohua opened her mouth slightly, her throat dry and unbearable. How could you? Ye Gu smiled and said, the Yi family's intelligence system is very powerful. In fact, it was purely because of his scandalous deeds, which were mentioned in the later game plots. Ye Gu took a step forward, looking into Chu Ruohua's eyes with calm but oppressive eyes. Senior, you don't want this to get out of hand, do you? If the emperor knew about this, it would be very detrimental to your family, Senior. You probably don't want to see your mother kneeling in tears before the emperor to beg for mercy for you, right? So you want to go on an adventure now? Let me think about it. Chu Ruohua's expression changed immediately. Without hesitation, he pulled up the long sword from the ground and said with a wry smile, since we're already here, how can we not go all the way to the end? Don't you think so? Very good. Ye Gu nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go, please lead the way. The other side, Xiao Yushi walked among the silent and deserted city-state buildings and came to a palace with an exotic style. It's really difficult to tell which monsters are real and which are undead. Fortunately, the boy reminded me, Xiao Yushi always felt that Ye Gu had a maturity that exceeded his age. The girl saw many things in him that were different from her impression of demonized people, but now is not the time to think about that. The girl entered the palace and saw an extremely huge statue of a monster right in front of the hall, and next to it were 2 rows of sculptures of humanoid monsters. They stand on 2 feet like humans, but have the heads of demons and hold long-handled sharp weapons in their hands. Crack, crack. As the girl approached, the demons opened their eyes and gradually woke up. He, there is another ignorant human being who comes here to seek death. Brothers, wake up, we can have dinner again. Xiao Yushi's eyes were calm and cold, and her slender fingers, as soft as onion roots, formed a seal to gather spiritual power. The group of demons were stunned for a moment. They felt that the spiritual energy in the air around them seemed to have a soul, and the flow rate became extremely fast, all converging towards the girl. The plain white dress fluttered in the air, and the long black hair flowed like silk. Immortal technique, by Yao. Buzz, in an instant, the girl's eyes flashed white, and her slender, jade-white fingers formed a magic seal. A ray of light spread out from the girl like ripples. The sky and the earth seemed to suddenly lose their color, and everything turned gray as paper. Ah! The demon's desperate voices echoed throughout the hall. Kill! Chu Ruohua rushed into another hall with a sword in hand. All the monsters and demons were awakened by him and surrounded him. Puff! After a fierce battle, Chu Ruohua killed all the monsters and knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. I'm so unlucky today. Chu Ruohua's face was full of bitterness. He took out a bottle of life potion and a bottle of purification potion from his body and drank them all. The purification potion is not cheap in this 1.15 version. One bottle costs 5 imperial gold coins. Because there are not many types of potions in this version, there is only one type that can bring purification effects, and the required materials are very expensive. Ordinary civilian players who want to clear the level in this version have to use purification potions sparingly. As for Chu Ruohua, she has already used up more than a dozen bottles today. In other words, at least 50 or 60 imperial gold coins were spent by him. Roar! At this time, several more roars of beasts were heard. Dozens of monsters with hideous faces and red eyes slowly crawled out from the dark corners in all directions. Mad, there's more? Churuawa gritted her teeth, drew her sword and stood up again. As the saying goes, if someone is carrying the heavy burden forward, it means there is someone who will ensure your good times. The sound of Churuawa fighting fiercely with monsters continued to come from upstairs. Just by listening to the roar, it seemed that Churuawa was going crazy. Yiga walked around the dungeon of the palace leisurely. I remember there should be a treasure chest in this room. Yiga took a torch and shone it forward, and sure enough, he saw an ancient black treasure chest. Bang! He smashed the treasure chest with a punch and took out a few things from it. Black magic charcoal? This stuff is a great material for strengthening weapons. Steal it. Demon skull, purple quality item, not very useful, just take it. There is no upper limit to the inventory anyway. This is a human's fat white sea. How come there is such a thing? Do demons collect this stuff? Yiga quickly looted the entire dungeon. At this moment, Yiga suddenly heard a sound deep in the dungeon. Who's there? Yiga looked into the dark shadows and asked coldly. There was no response, but something seemed to shrink back, like the rustling of coarse cloth on the ground. Yiga narrowed his eyes, took 2 steps forward, picked up the torch and shone it in the distance. Chapter 47, Prisoners in the Dungeon. Yiga picked up the torch and shone it in the distance. The orange-red flame halo dispelled the darkness, and the dim light illuminated the iron door of a dungeon. The iron door was rusty and had some dark red bloodstains. There were several dirty and thin figures in the cell. When they saw the light, they immediately shrank back, but behind them was a white and peeling wall. A pair of clear but timid eyes appeared and looked at Yiga timidly. Human? Yiga raised his eyebrows slightly. No, not just humans, there are also demons, monsters, spirits, elves, orcs. It seems that they are all slaves captured by the demons. It is not uncommon to see many enslavements of other races in the demon territory. For example, many dark races with demon blood have the habit of keeping other races as slaves or even as food. For example, the vampires like human blood the most, so they raise many humans in captivity like cattle and sheep. Whenever they need blood, they can take it directly from the pens and pour it into a cup to taste it like fine wine. Of course, there are also some vampires who still prefer the traditional way of sucking blood, biting directly on the neck. What puzzled Yiga was Dai and the original game plot. He didn't remember that there were so many prisoners imprisoned in this dungeon. Crack, the mechanical sound of a revolver turning, something cold pressed against the back of his head. Don't move. A boy's voice suddenly came from behind, and the tone sounded a little childish. Yeg's body movements suddenly stopped and his eyes glanced back. A yellow-skinned boy stood behind him. He looked to be about 10 years old, about the same age as him. He had 3-dimensional facial features and short, messy hair. He looked like the kind of kid who looked rather naughty at first glance. In his hand was a T-100 high-pressure soul energy revolver. The huge muzzle could almost fit a baby's fist. It was extremely powerful and could directly kill monsters at the Xian realm level. It was a work that Gao Xinxue released when he just started working as a mechanic seller online. The boy grinned proudly. Hey, I caught you, huh? Before he could finish his words, Yi's body turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. The boy looked dazed, not knowing what was going on. Soon, the black fog gathered again, and Yi's figure appeared behind the yellow-skinned boy. Nightsinger held a Shadow Moon Cyberblade and placed it on the boy's neck. Don't move. I've got you, boy. Yi's Shadow Moon Blade was pressed against the boy's neck. Ready to kill him, the boy quickly exclaimed. Brother. No. I surrender, I am a human being. Are you human? Yiga asked doubtfully. Yes. The boy raised his hands. Absolutely human, 100% human genes, no demon blood. Then why did you sneak attack me? I thought you were a demon. I hate kids who don't tell the truth. Yiga raised the blade and cut the skin on his neck, and bright red blood flowed out. No. I'm telling the truth. The boy said with a sad face, I just wanted to be naughty and scare you. I really don't mean anything else. Yiga had a blank expression on his face. What happens after the intimidation? After the intimidation, it's time to rob, right? How is that possible? The boy looked upright and indignant and said, My dad said that only bad kids rob people. I never do that kind of sneaky and robbing things. Snap, Shadow Moon's blade cut through the package the boy was carrying on his shoulder. All kinds of magic stones and spirit crystals suddenly poured out and scattered all over the ground with a crash. Boy, Yiga, no wonder when he came down from upstairs just now, he found that the treasures in many treasure hunting locations were gone. It turns out that they are all here. After a few seconds of silence, the boy laughed dryly and said, "What I mean is, at most I would only steal things from the demons, and would never attack my fellow humans. At most, I would only attack demonized people." Yi Go had been about to put down his straight knife, but after hearing the last sentence, he immediately raised it again, put it close to his neck, narrowed his eyes and said, "You really want to frame me, boy?" A few minutes later. Yi Go has basically figured it out. The boy's name is Song Jia. He is not a student of the War Academy, but a wandering adventurer. His extraordinary profession is Soul Gunner, a branch of shooter. He used to be a member of the Demon Hunter Guild, but was later kicked out. Yi Go was curious. "How dare you come to the Well of Black Abyss alone at such a young age?" Song Jia was not convinced. "What do you mean I'm so young? But I'm talking about the same age as you. I am a student of the War College, so naturally I am different." "Hey, what's so great about the War College? My hometown is in a desolate black area, surrounded by no man's land with a hostile environment. To the east are ogres, to the south are the Rotten Clan, to the west is a ferocious beast forest, and to the north is a demonic swamp. The difficulty of survival there is much more difficult than the missions you, the noble children of the Empire, take on in the War College. But you only have the strength of the 4th level of the Yellow Realm. Do you dare to come to the Well of the Black Abyss?" Yi Go was a little curious. In fact, Song Jia's 4th level of the Yellow Realm is not considered low at his age. Most of his classmates in the ordinary class of the War Academy are only at the 3rd or 4th level of the Yellow Realm, and Song Jia obviously does not have as many cultivation resources as them. But the problem is, this is the Well of Black Abyss, and a large number of monsters are Earth-level monsters, and the boss of the Secret Realm copy, the Lord of Black Abyss, is even a heaven-level demon. Yi Go originally thought that his level of Xian Realm was high enough to clear the map above his level, but he didn't expect that this wandering adventurer was braver than him. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to kill monsters anyway." Song Jia patted the backpack he had just mended and said with a grin, "I'm just here to make some money and leave. And I'm not bragging. I don't dare to say much about other things, but as for my ability to hide, track, and escape, even the Heaven Realm may not be as good as me." Night Song ponders. "Your name is Song Jia?" Yi Go paused and asked, "Was it because you flirted with the daughter of the guild leader that you were kicked out of the Demon Hunter Guild?" Song Jia, "How do you know?" Yi Go didn't say anything, thinking to himself that as expected, he was the intelligence dealer, treasure hunter, and Black Domain Gun King who appeared in the Black Domain 2.0 version. Chapter 48, Intolerable. "You said you wanted to introduce me to a job?" Song Jia touched his chin and looked at Yi Go with suspicion, as if to judge whether he could be trusted. "Is the meal included?" Yi Go, "Of course." Song Jia rolled his eyes and said, "What is the job description? Let's talk about it in advance. I'm not good at fighting head-on. I like sneak attacks at most. Just do what you are best at." Yi Go said, "Tracking, investigation, gathering intelligence, and stealing." Song Jia was surprised. "How do you know I'm good at gathering intelligence? Has the news that I helped those young masters in Yazan City collect information about the private lives of noble girls spread?" Yi Go, "Just tell me whether you will do it or not." Song Jia rolled his eyes and said immediately, "Yes, of course. Working for the young master of the largest demonized mutant family in the Empire, I can be considered half an upper-class person in the future, right? After returning to the town, I can brag to the kids there for a year, but to tell you the truth, I was just bragging." Song Jia shrugged and said, "Actually, I only have some petty theft skills. I was able to sneak in here without being discovered by those monsters, not because of my amazing abilities, but because I have lived in the Black Wasteland town in my hometown for a long time, so I am very familiar with the habits of those monsters and applied some devil-scented spices on my body." Yi Go smiled, "You are quite an honest thief." Song Jia muttered quietly, "It's not honesty. Everyone knows the great reputation of your Yi family. What if I lie to you and you get angry and kill me?" "It would be fine to just kill him. His life is not worth a few gold coins anyway. The Yi family has always been known as a group of war maniacs. It is said that all the people in this demonized family are moody, dark, cold-blooded, ruthless, and violent. They are all monsters who love to eat people, What if the young master of the Yi family gets angry and sends troops to take over the town where his hometown is? Don't worry, I certainly don't think highly of your current abilities. Yi Ge said calmly, but I will train you and turn you into the best intelligence hunter. Really? Song Jia was suspicious. As a child from a dark and desolate small town, this was the first time that a city dweller thought he was worth training. When he was in the Demon Hunter Guild before, the reason why he was kicked out so easily was because the adults in the guild felt that he had average talent and there was no regret in kicking him out. This place has been almost cleaned out, let's go. Yi Ge turned around and suddenly saw the captured slaves locked in the iron cages in the dungeon. Song Jia followed his footsteps and looked in the direction of his gaze. He said with some regret, "What a pity. These people have been corroded by the demonic aura here. They probably won't live for long. Those who survive will definitely become demonized people. But it's true. Death might be a relief for them. They are suffering here." Yi Ge's eyes were calm. Without saying anything, he walked away. Inside the hall, there were corpses of dead monsters lying all over the ground. Shu Ruohua was half kneeling on the ground, supporting her body. Her clothes were torn and the wrist holding the sword was trembling slightly. "As expected of you, the #1 prodigy in Wanjian City. You did a great job. You actually killed them all." Yi Ge patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go. I have finished searching here. The next location is the fortress in the east." Still continuing? Shu Ruohua's eyes were filled with fear. "We have killed in more than a dozen areas. You have also looted more than a dozen areas. Your storage ring should be almost full, right? You are still not satisfied?" He was a 6th level Earthrealm Transcendent, and despite having a lot of negative buffs, he still killed hundreds of Earthrealm monsters. Fortunately, he is in the monster class and has extraordinary talent and strength. If it were any other ordinary Earthrealm Transcendent, he would have died hundreds of times already. "Yi Ge, I haven't even seen the boss yet. What are these levels worth?" "Shu Ruohua, let's go, senior. You have to finish what you start," Yi Ge said, walking out with his hands behind his back. Song Jie glanced at Shu Ruohua quietly and felt that this guy's eyes were a little scary. He shuddered all over and hurriedly followed Yi Ge's footsteps. Shu Ruohua's eyes gradually became colder, as if she wanted to eat someone. He held the sword and slowly stood up. A soul energy bursts out. Sword intent is awe-inspiring. Boom. "I've lived for more than 10 years, and this is the first time someone dares to treat me as a tool." Shu Ruohua stared at Yi Ge's back sinisterly, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, "You forced me to do this." Yi Ge stopped. Of course, he had already felt the powerful soul power and sword energy that Shu Ruohua burst out due to anger. "Can't you bear it anymore?" Yi Ge turned around and said with a smile, "Want to kill and silence the witness? You are asking for death. It should be a taboo in the academy to attack classmates in the secret realm dungeon, right? The principal won't know." Shu Ruohua said solemnly, "Even if she knew, she wouldn't do anything to me just because of you, a student from a demonized family." Having said that, Shu Ruohua still felt a little uneasy. Even if the principal didn't pursue the matter, if the Yi family found out, he would still be doomed. Everyone knows how terrifying the Yi family is. If other nobles wanted to openly go to war with someone in the empire, they might have to consider face, reputation, chances of winning, economy, and all sorts of other messy issues. The reason why the Yi family was called a group of lunatics by the nobles of the empire was because once they were angered, if they wanted to take revenge on someone, they would use any means necessary and would not care about the consequences. They would bite each other like a pack of mad wolves, and would not let go until the other party was completely bitten to death, or even if they themselves were beaten to pieces. Even if they kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own, it is not a pity at all. No one wants to fight a madman, and to be frank, although Yi Xiao is only a viscount, if the Yi family really sends out their death squad, in the entire empire, except for the royal family and the 4 dukes, I am afraid no one can be their opponent. But now is not the time to think about that. Shu Ruohua gritted her teeth and tried her best to force herself not to think about the consequences. He just wanted to kill this bastard kid in front of him. Chapter 49. It's time to fight the boss. Song Jie felt the murderous intent from Shu Ruohua and had already dodged away. Yi Ge's face was calm. When that handsome and shy little face calmed down, there was a unique kind of composure. It was this calm and unhurried look that seemed like a provocation in Shu Ruohua's eyes. Yi Ge said, "Your remaining life, soul power, physical strength, and the status of various attributes should be less than 30% of your full strength. Chu Ruohua sneered, 20% is enough to deal with a little brat like you in the mystical realm. Today I will let you see how terrifying the students of the War Academy's monster rating are. Chu Ruohua's figure suddenly became blurred, and in the next breath she appeared in front of Yi Gu. The long sword in his hand pierced Yi Ji's throat. Oh my god, that's fast. Song Jia, who was observing secretly, couldn't help but be amazed. This young man looked so weak, but I didn't expect him to explode so quickly. Die. Chu Ruohua's eyes revealed endless anger and murderous intent. Shwat, a sword pierced Yi Ji's chest, but Yi Ji's body suddenly turned into misty black mist and dissipated into the air, accompanied by a few sharp cries of crows. Chu Ruohua's eyes moved. He had already noticed this move of Yi Gu when he was fighting against monsters in the outer forest. Several black crows swooped down towards him. Chu Ruohua reacted quickly, swinging his sword like lightning, killing all the crows that wanted to attack him, but those crows did not splatter blood. Instead, they turned into a ball of black mist after being cut. Chu Ruohua realized that there was something wrong with the black fog and took several steps back to avoid being chased by it. It seems that black mist skills are related to his pet crow. What kind of weird ability is this? The next moment, Yi Ji's figure also appeared in the black fog. His eyes were sharp, and he held in his hand a high-tech cyber sword with a white blade and a faint red glow. As the future successor of Wanjian City, Chu Ruohua had never seen such a sword before. The sword body seemed to be made of some kind of nanomaterial and some rare metal. The faint red light wrapped in the sword edge did not seem to be soul energy. The sharp edge was already piercing straight towards him. Hey, you dare to play close to me? Chu Ruohua smiled. He was afraid that Yi Gu would use this strange black fog displacement ability, combined with the black lightning skill he used before against the monsters in the woods, to launch a long-range attack on him. Unexpectedly, Yi Gu did not choose a tug-of-war, but chose to engage in close combat with him. Fighting in close combat with a swordsman? You're courting death. Chu Ruohua swung the sword in his hand, and it collided with the strangely shaped technological sword in Yi Ji's hand. Bite. When the two swords collided, an extremely sharp sound of metal collision was heard. The sword in Chu Ruohua's hand, which was inlaid with rare crystals, shattered like an ice lake in an instant. Chu Ruohua's pupils dilated, and at that moment he thought he was dreaming. The sword in his hand is named Ling Hua. It was forged by the best swordsmith in Wanjian City. It is a top-quality sword even among pink-quality weapons. He also spent a lot of money to find the best weapon strengthener and enchanter in the South Territory to strengthen and enchant the sword, and it has been strengthened to the level of plus 10 stars. How could it be shattered with just one blow? Puff Guangli shattered the gorgeous sword and stabbed it into Chu Ruohua's chest. Chu Ruohua's inner lining also had a cold and soft armor protecting her body, but it was also pierced by a sword. In front of Guangli, it was like a thin piece of paper. Blood suddenly flowed out and splashed on the ground like spilled red wine. Chu Ruohua wailed in pain, covering her bleeding wound, her face pale, and staggered backwards. Yi Gu held the bleeding Guangli and walked slowly towards him step by step. Chu Ruohua finally showed panic. No. You can't kill me. My father is the mayor of Wanjian City. I am also a student of the monster rating of the War Academy. The principal will not allow you to do this. Yi Gu turned a deaf ear to it. Forget it. Although they were in a secret realm, Yi Gu could feel that the principal had been watching every move of them, the students, since they entered the dungeon. That if she really wanted to stop it, she should have stopped it long ago. Seeing that Yi Gu didn't seem to want to let him go, Chu Ruohua gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. Third level sword skill, draw the sword and slash. Chu Ruohua held the broken sword in his hand, and an invisible sword energy actually grew out from the broken gap of the sword. He swung the sword forward fiercely, and a sharp sword energy broke through the air and slashed towards Yi Gu. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes and did not retreat at all. Copied the sword technique, black light sword slash. He also swung out a sword energy, but this time his sword energy was black, and was wrapped in a strange black light. Wherever the sword energy and black light passed, all the light in the surrounding air seemed to be swallowed up. The two sword energies intersected, and the black sword energy instantly swallowed up Chu Ruohua's weak sword energy. I saw a faint black line flashing across Chu Ruohua's waist. Chu Ruohua was stunned for a few seconds. He lowered his head and saw that his upper body and lower body were being separated. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Soon, my vision and consciousness gradually blurred, and the world before my eyes turned blood red. Song Jia, who was hiding aside, also opened his mouth slightly with a stunned expression on his face. Oh my, is this true? A transcendent person in the mysterious realm actually killed a big boss in the Earth realm. Yi Gu used his soul energy to evaporate the blood on the Guangli sword, and then put it into the system's inventory. He bent down and found a space storage ring from the dead Churuawat. However, it cannot be opened directly. This space ring is obviously encrypted and requires one's own soul power to be injected before it can be opened. I'll take it back and let Miyuki Mama study it. Songjia also walked over cautiously. No, did you really kill him? This guy is the son of the Lord of Wanjian City after all. Aren't you afraid of revenge from his father? Yiga smiled. Let them retaliate. He really didn't believe that in the Qin Empire, there was any noble who dared to openly go to war with the Yi family. As for revenge in secret, he was even less worried. Hasn't the Yi family been secretly suppressed by other forces in the empire and used enough shady tricks? Let's go. Yigu said, we have almost cleared all the monsters in this city. It's time to fight the boss. Chapter 50. Have you guys already started a group? Inside a dark red and magnificent black abyss palace. A huge humanoid demon creature, 3 meters tall, sat on the throne of the palace. With a strange and evil face, the dark red blood-like light outside the house fell in, reflecting his terrifying demonic face. He is the lord of this Black Abyss secret realm copy, the Black Abyss Demon Lord. I didn't expect that there would be human adventurers who dared to come into my territory and even killed so many of my demon warriors. The Black Abyss Demon Lord said in a hoarse voice, full of majesty, you really don't know how to live or die. At this time, a spiritual wind blew, and a handsome man in white clothes appeared in his hall. It turned out to be a human being, and judging from his ancient attire and the ethereal aura lingering around him, he seemed to be a cultivator. Is it you? The Dark Abyss Demon Lord lowered his dark red eyes and snorted coldly, why are you here again? The man in white clothes smiled and said, of course I'm bringing you new goods. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. A group of human children tied up with ropes and wrapped in nets appeared in the hall. There were about 30 children in the big net. They looked young and most of them were about 7 or 8 years old, both boys and girls. When they saw the terrifying appearance of the Demon Lord, their pale and young faces showed expressions of fear and terror. They were extremely frightened, their petite bodies trembling like sieves, but they could not cry at all, because Li Yizi had used his spiritual power to seal their tear glands and vocal cavities before he came. The Black Abyss Demon Lord took a look and smiled with interest. Heh, you seem to be more anxious than me. Probably no one would have thought that Li Yizi, who was loved and admired by the human race and was called the Immortal Knight, would actually cooperate with a demon race like me in order to improve his own realm. He even went so far as to kill his own compatriots. Ha ha ha. Li Yizi put one hand behind his back, his face was calm and his heart was not beating. He said lightly, these children are just ordinary people without extraordinary talents. Their lives will be ordinary, mediocre, and tortured by birth, aging, sickness and death. Their existence will not bring any value to the human race or the future of the empire. But if they become the stepping stone for me to break through the apocalypse in the future, then their value will more than increase 100-fold. They should feel honored for their sacrifice. Ha 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 ha! The Black Abyss Demon Lord laughed in a hoarse voice. But haven't you, the Yuning Palace, received offerings from the common people and claimed to fight for them? You humans are really hypocritical. You are obviously more unscrupulous than us, the dark race, yet you insist on saying those high-sounding words. Li Yizi smiled lightly, without any shame at all. Humans are inherently hypocritical. I just made the same mistake that all humans make. Hoof. The Lord of Black Abyss sneered at him. The demon seed has not yet sprouted, and I haven't found a way to make it sprout yet. But the people you sent should be able to temporarily keep the seeds nourished for a week. During this time, they should produce some essence. I will leave a bottle for you. Li Yizi nodded gently, I will come again in a week. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Big brother, it really is you. A cold voice sounded at this time. Li Yizi stopped and turned around to see a girl in a white dress and with an ethereal air walking out. Xiao Yushi appeared silently. There was no expression on the girl's face, but she felt very complicated. A month ago, she discovered that the eldest brother's behavior was abnormal and seemed to be related to the demon race, but she had no evidence. Unexpectedly, the eldest senior brother, who always had a dignified, gentle, and handsome image and whom she regarded as a role model since childhood, turned out to be such a despicable and shameless villain. Li Yizi frowned slightly. The expression on the face of the Black Abyss Demon Lord changed slightly, revealing an expression of watching a play, and said with interest, oh? It seems that your behavior has been discovered by your junior sister. Li Yizi exhaled heavily and shook his head. What a mistake. It seems that I was not careful enough before. The Black Abyss Lord looked at him and said, "What are you going to do now? Kill him? She can't die, otherwise the sect will be in chaos, and the master will investigate to the end." Li Yizhi said in a cold voice, and a fairy sword slowly condensed in his hand. "It's okay, don't worry about it, let me deal with her, and then I will erase her memory, so that she won't ruin our business." Xiao Yushi's heart sank. She had never thought that the senior brother she had in mind would actually say such a thing. The person in front of me seemed to have become a complete stranger. Or did she never really know the senior brother before? Okay. Then I'll watch the show from the side. The Lord of Black Abyss rested his chin with one hand and leaned his elbows on the armrest of the throne happily. Junior's sister. Li Yizhi walked slowly toward Xiao Yushi, holding the immortal sword in his hand, and said in a cold voice, "If you behave like you did before, nothing will happen to you." Xiao Yushi's cold eyes were as clear as lake water, her facial expression didn't change at all, but the girl's heart was already torn apart. The girl thought of Yi Gu who had just helped her. She looked again at the cold man in front of her who was walking towards her with an indifferent expression. A boy with demon blood would take the initiative to help her, but the senior brother in front of her, who had watched her grow up like a real brother and had always been regarded as a righteous immortal hero, wanted to erase her memory. The concepts of good and evil became blurred again in her mind. Boom. The girl exploded in silence, her eyes glowing with brilliant white light, majestic spiritual energy swirling around her like a storm, her plain white dress fluttering in the wind. Earth Realm 9th level. Li Yizhi's eyes darkened. She is worthy of being the saint that Master favors and values the most. At this age, he is already on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly realm. This kind of talent has probably never appeared in human history for tens of millions of years. It seems that you are unwilling to listen to my senior brother, so don't blame me for being rude. Li Yizhi did not dare to delay, and burst out with the strength of the 5th level of the heavenly realm, swinging his sword fiercely. The two men fought fiercely in the hall, neither of them showed any mercy, and all kinds of magical skills were used. The Lord of the Black Abyss had the attitude of a man who was just having fun, sitting high on the throne of the Lord of the Darkness and watching this great show, human infighting. Ha, it's really interesting, huh? You guys have already started a group here? At this time, a slightly childish voice suddenly sounded. Yi Gu walked into the hall. He had a small body with two little pets standing on his shoulders. He had a shy and handsome appearance and looked harmless. Chapter 51. It's not important to the dying college. Inside the principal's office, Lanmi sat on the principal's throne, leaning back in a lazy posture, her jade-white elbows resting on the armrests. With a finger resting on her chin, the large magic mirror in front of him was showing everything that happened in the Black Abyss secret realm. I didn't expect that Jining Palace, which has always been known as a prestigious and upright sect, would actually have a scumbag like Li Yizhi. Although Lanmi said this, there was no sign of anger on her face. Instead, she grinned with a gloating look on her face. If that woman Lun Yuaning knew that her good disciple did something like this, I wonder how interesting her expression would be. Ha 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 ha. Oh, what should I do? I really want to see it right now. Mediterranean old man, but, principal, the Mediterranean old man stood in front of the desk and couldn't help but say, is this really okay? Shuruawa is now dead in the secret realm copy, and Wanjin City. Lanmi waved her hand nonchalantly. Hey, isn't it normal for someone to die in a secret realm? I've said it before, unless there is some extremely special accident in the secret realm, such as the secret realm collapsing. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if they all die in there, I won't intervene. It can only be said that they are incompetent. Think about it, if they are on the battlefield of all races in the future, will there be anyone to help them? But, shut up. Okay Dihai, stop being so long-winded. You are obviously only over 200 years old. Why do you always act like those old men who have been cultivating for more than 1,000 years? No wonder you are bald at such a young age. Earthsea, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I want to watch the boss battle. Lanmi rubbed her hands like a little girl, her face full of anticipation. I didn't expect that Xiao Yega could actually get in front of the Black Abyss Lord. I hope that even if he can't beat him, he won't die. Otherwise, it would be such a pity. Dihai opened his mouth and thought, judging from the principal's attitude, if Yi Gu was not dead, he would not really want to summon him into the inner sect, right? But it's probably unlikely. Yege's level is only at the profound realm. For a transcendent being in the Shin realm to have come this far is already amazing, but facing the boss of the heaven realm, there is no possibility of survival. There is a difference of 2 major levels, and the gap in strength between the two is really too big, that is an insurmountable gap. Moreover, the Black Abyss Demon Lord was at the 9th stage of the Heaven Realm. He was only 1 step away from breaking through the 100 Souls realm. Dihai actually felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, he is such a talented child. It's a pity that if he wasn't a demonized mutant, it would be fine. Xiao Yushi didn't expect that Yigo would come here. This is too messy. Originally, she thought that Yigo would just wander around the secret realm, take some benefits and go back. Zhang Li Yi thrust his sword, the immortal spirit wrapped around the sword intent, making it extremely lethal. Xiao Yushi quickly retreated and used magic to form a barrier to resist. Why, is he your friend? How dare you be distracted at this time? Li Yizi said, you can't even protect yourself now. Xiao Yushi did not respond, but frowned slightly in resistance. The Dark Abyss Demon Lord's dark red eyes, like lava, looked at Yigo, who appeared at the gate, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the human adventurer who broke into my territory would be such a little kid. Yigo raised his little head and looked at the huge Black Abyss Demon Lord. Well, you are indeed uglier than in the game. The Black Abyss Demon Lord was silent for a moment. What did you say? He didn't understand what Yigo said first, but he understood what he meant later. Boy, do you know who you are talking to now? The hoarse voice of the Lord of the Black Abyss became heavy, and one could faintly feel his anger. It was obvious that he could not accept that a boy dared to be so disrespectful to him. Yigo smiled faintly. Of course I know. In the Nightmare War 300 years ago, you were defeated by Baron Didac of the Nightmare Clan. You originally possessed the power of the omnipresent realm, but now you only have the magic power of the heavenly realm. Later, you created the Well of the Black Abyss in this place with the seeds of the Demon Realm tree that you found, and turned this place into your Black Abyss realm. You called yourself the Lord of the Black Abyss, am I right, Kamruel? The Lord of the Black Abyss widened his eyes. How do you know my real name? Yigo slowly raised his right hand and whispered playfully, for a dying person, this doesn't seem to be important. After saying that, he suddenly raised his palm and attacked. A huge ball of black flame roared out. This huge black fireball continued to grow larger as it flew out, and was eventually as big as the head of a small truck. It was several times larger than the black fireballs that had been used against monsters outside the forest before. Boom! The black fireball exploded on the throne of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. The scorching flames spread due to the explosion, forming a blazing black fire curtain. When Xiao Yushi saw this scene, his lips slightly opened. Not only her, but Li Yizi's attention was also drawn, and he was stunned, because this move made too much noise. Originally when Yigo appeared, Li Yizi felt very funny in his heart. How dare a 3rd level profound realm transcendent run up to and provoke a 9th level heavenly realm demon lord? It's just so young and ignorant. It was not until the black fireball was fired from Yi Ji's hand that his eyes widened. Could this be a fireball that could be condensed by the mysterious realm, and is this some kind of variant of fireball? Why is the flame black? Roar! From the black flame curtain came the brutal roar of the Lord of the Black Abyss. Call. I saw a huge human figure breaking through the fire curtain and rushing towards Yigo. Yigo seemed to have anticipated this and dodged to the side 1 step ahead. Boom! The Lord of the Black Abyss punched down, and the floor of the hall suddenly cracked. The earth shook, and the whole scene fell to pieces. A long crack quickly spread on the ground. Countless pieces of gravel splashed and flew around Yigo, but Yigo didn't move at all. His eyes were calm and clear. How dare you ignore me? The roar of the Black Abyss Demon Lord was eardrum shattering. He thought Yigo had just dodged his attack, and immediately swung out his huge arm to sweep over. The 10-year-old Yigo was only less than 1.5 meters tall, while the Black Abyss Demon Lord was more than 3 meters tall in his normal form, like a giant in front of him. Call. When the arm of the Black Abyss Demon Lord swept across, the surrounding air vibrated and flowed due to the magic power of his heavenly realm. Yige's body turned into black mist the moment he was hit, and appeared 10 meters away the next moment. Then another giant black fireball came towards them. The surging and scorching heat waves swept across, and the fire waves roared. The Lord of the Black Abyss believed that the variant black fireball used by Yigo had at least the power of the Earth realm level. Moreover, the chanting speed of this little guy when casting the spell was so fast, it was really outrageous. Chapter 52, The value of being the first civilian player in the entire server to complete the game without taking any damage. The Black Abyss Demon Lord was at the Celestial Realm after all, and did not suffer much damage from the black fireball, but he was still pushed back 2 steps by the impact of the fireball. As soon as the retreating heels touched the ground, the third giant black fireball followed. Lord of the Black Abyss? No. What the hell is your chanting speed? Yiga seemed to see through the mind of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. Chant? Who would chant if they were decent people? Normally, after a magician casts a fireball spell, he will need a certain amount of time to adjust the elemental disturbance in his body and wait for the fire element to stabilize before he can mobilize it again. In terms of the game, it is the skill CD, and the Lord of Black Abyss has discovered it.yege's singing speed is not fast, but there is no singing at all, there isn't even any skill CD. In just a dozen seconds, Yego kept moving backwards, nimbly dodging the attacks of the Lord of the Black Abyss, while at the same time continuously launching more than a dozen dark fireballs. Really treat the fireball as a normal attack. At the door of the boss hall, Song Jia was lying secretly, sticking his head out and observing secretly. The noise made by the battle between Lord Black Abyss and Yigo was really too loud, even more exaggerated than the battle between Xiao Yushi and Li Yizi. The originally majestic and magnificent hall quickly cracked into several gullies on the ground, and several stone pillars collapsed one after another. The shocking cracks in the ground soon spread to Song Jia's feet. Song Jia was startled and quickly jumped to avoid falling into the crack in the ground. This is too outrageous, Song Jia wondered. Is this new financial sponsor really just a transcendent in the mysterious realm? While Yigo was fighting, he still had time to turn around and glance at Song Jia, who was peeking at him from the gate. He tapped the Bluetooth headset in his ear and said, "What are you still watching here? Have you forgotten what I told you to do?" When Song Jia heard this, he came back to his senses. Oh, don't worry, boss, I'll do it right away. After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. Boom! The Lord of the Black Abyss clasped his fists together, raised them above his head, and smashed them down heavily on Yige's small body, but Yiga seemed to be very casually dodging to the side and easily avoided his attack. The Lord of the Black Abyss was almost going crazy. Almost there again. Why is it always a little bit off? Why does it feel like this guy knows how I'm going to attack every time? Yiga raised the corner of his mouth slightly to smile. He has already cleared the Black Abyss dungeon too many times, and he can dodge many skills even with his eyes closed, even if it was just a fart. He knew what the boss wanted to do. Yiga still remembers that the game video guide he posted on the internet. Civilian players can pass the Black Abyss dungeon without any damage by just using fireball and scraping techniques. Received 18 million views on X Station. When that video came out, not only players on the internet were dumbfounded, but even the game planners were dumbfounded. They originally launched this extremely difficult ancient copy in order to get more players to spend money to buy equipment, improve their combat effectiveness, and make some money, but the planners could never imagine that someone could be so cruel and crazy. Today I will let you know the value of the first backboard maniac in the national server of the 10,000 Races map, the first civilian player in the world to clear the Black Abyss Well dungeon, and the only civilian player in the top 10 of the world server PK list. Boom! Another black fireball hit the chin of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. Human. Little. Ghost. I'm going to eat you alive. The Lord of the Black Abyss went completely crazy. His body suddenly jumped high up, and then fell down rapidly. Yiga was calm and composed, as still as a mountain, and the memorized information from previous levels kept appearing in his mind. The boss's first form is not very fast. Even a profound realm character can still dodge it as long as they see his moves clearly and raise their hands. But be careful of the splash damage from his demonic energy. Boom! The Lord of the Black Abyss fell heavily to the ground, splashing countless pieces of gravel. Yiga lightly tapped the ground with his toes, then quickly retreated gracefully. After the boss uses the high-altitude rapid fall skill, there will be a 3-second delay period, during which the player can output it. As Yiga retreated, he raised his palm and quickly shot out a black fireball. In 3 seconds, Yiga instantly released 3 black fireballs. 3 black fireballs all hit the vital parts of the Black Abyss Demon Lord's head. The Lord of the Black Abyss staggered back 2 steps and then slowed down. He felt that Yiga was completely teasing him, hateful. The Lord of the Black Abyss was furious, but facing the prophetic Yiga, he had no way to catch him no matter what he did. He was like a ferocious and strong beast, but was helpless because of a tiny fly. Yiga, when the boss raises his right hand, he will release a wave of magic energy forward. This move is the most difficult to dodge for low-level players and requires very skilled techniques. The boss leans forward, which means he is trying to charge. At this time, you can easily interrupt his charging action by casting a fireball to attack his forehead. The boss's jumping attack is very fast, and the attack angle is 46 degrees. You need to stand 10 meters in front of the boss and dodge 2 steps to the left to avoid the attack. His attack should be 5 centimeters away from you. When you find an opportunity to attack, it's best to stand 97 degrees to the left of the boss, because this position is the blind spot of the boss's vision. His reaction to attacks from this position will be about 35% slower than other normal attacks. Xiao Yushi and Li Yizhi had completely stopped fighting at this time, because the hall was almost about to collapse. The earth was shaking as if it was experiencing a magnitude 7 earthquake. The two looked at the scene in the hall in disbelief. Li Yizhi's face was full of surprise. He felt like he must be dreaming. What is going on in this world? A transcendent being from the mysterious realm fought back and forth with a demon from the heavenly realm. No, it can't be said that there is a return. From the very beginning, the Lord of Black Abyss had never encountered Yi Gu. If the two were of equal levels, the Black Abyss Demon Lord would have been killed long ago. It's just like a mad bull being teased in a bull ring. Boom! Finally, after the load-bearing beams of the hall were collapsed by the fireball, the entire Demon Lord hall finally collapsed. There was a loud bang. The beams of the house collapsed, and fine dust and sand fell like rain, and the roof of the entire hall collapsed. Chapter 53 Second form. The magnificent and majestic Demon Lord's palace finally collapsed. In the underground passage of the main hall, Song Jie held onto the wall of the passage. The violently shaking ground made him dizzy, and he staggered and almost fell. Ward God, what the hell is going on up there? Song Jie was secretly shocked that he had already placed several talismans here according to what Yi Gu had instructed him to do, although he didn't know what Yi Gu wanted him to do by setting up these things here. Oh my God, I better run away, otherwise I will definitely die here. In the dungeon, a group of children in dirty clothes huddled in the corner of the cage, looking in horror at the ever-expanding cracks in the ceiling above their heads, as well as the debris and dust that kept falling from it. 8-year-old Arthur had no idea what was going on. He could only close his eyes and hug his 7-year-old sister with his small body and arms. Brother, I'm afraid, Yi Zi said in a weak voice. No. It's okay, I will protect you, Arthur said, even though his own body was shaking. Boom. The ground finally collapsed completely. The children screamed. Fortunately, the iron cage that held them was very sturdy. Even when the roof collapsed, the iron cage did not deform. This was originally intended to prevent them from escaping, but now it saved them instead. Arthur opened his eyes with difficulty in the smoke and dust. The dust particles in the air made him choke several times, and the fallen debris scratched his head and drew blood, but he still managed to see two figures in the blur of smoke and dust. One is the Black Abyss Demon Lord, who was over 3 meters tall, completely black, and looks hideous and terrifying. There was another one, who turned out to be a little human boy who was not much older than him. The ceiling of the dungeon collapsed just now because the Lord of the Black Abyss was completely maddened by Yi Gu, and he directly jumped into the air and fell to the ground, collapsing the floor of the palace. The palace collapsed, and the ground collapsed with it. Yi Gu and the boss fell into the dungeon together. Yi Gu raised his head and looked at the Black Abyss Demon Lord in front of him. You were so anxious, you even demolished your own house just to kill a mere Xian realm cultivator like me? Boom! Facing Yi Ji's provocation, the Lord of the Black Abyss became more and more violent in his attacks. Stinky. Little. Ghost. Don't be so complacent. The deafening demonic sound echoed in the space. His belly suddenly opened, revealing a terrifying big mouth with sharp teeth. After the magic power accumulated and condensed there for a short period of time, a chaotic magical impact came towards Yi Gu, but Yi Gu had already judged the trajectory of his attack when the big mouth's chaos cannon was charging, and jumped up to avoid it. Boom! The magical shockwave swept across and hit the underground iron prison where the children were. Imprisoned, Arthur was startled and quickly lay down with Yi Zi in his arms. The upper part of the iron cage was destroyed in an instant by the sweeping magical impact, and the iron cage was also dissolved by the magical power in an instant, becoming as fragile as paper. Yi Gu glanced at them from the corner of his eye, and then he also saw the captive children in the dungeon. I didn't expect that there were prisoners of various races imprisoned underground here. How many alien slaves did this guy capture? Boom! The big mouth on the belly of the Black Abyss Demon Lord once again released streams of demonic energy that swept across, but no matter how many times he released it, Yi Gu seemed to be able to deal with it easily and cleverly every time, and at the right time, he could always seize the gap after the boss cast the spell and respond to it with black fireballs, constantly consuming and attacking it. The battle between Yi Gu and the Lord of the Black Abyss was reflected in Arthur's clear pupils. He and Yi Zi both came from a remote and impoverished village on the border of the empire. There were few extraordinary people there, and few adventurers coming and going. A wandering magician who could condense a small flame was almost the most superior existence in the eyes of these children, because the adults in the village who often scolded them were very afraid of these wandering magicians. Therefore, in Arthur's impression, it is absolutely impossible for humans to defeat monsters, just as it is natural for rabbits to be hunted by wild beasts. The most common memory in their childhood is the scene of humans fleeing in panic under the invasion and plunder of various dark races. At this moment, the scene of Ygg fighting with the Lord of the Black Abyss undoubtedly brought a great impact to Arthur's young cognition. Can humans actually fight against demons? Boom. Boom. Bang, boom, boom. In the college office, Lonmi and Dihai looked at the image in the magic mirror together. Dihai was completely stunned. He never expected that Ygg could fight with the Lord of the Black Abyss to this extent. There was no longer much surprise on Lonmi's face. She was just curious about what kind of skill the black fireball technique that Ygg used was. This a variant of magic that he improved upon by improving fireball. Lonmi herself is the best magician in the empire, but she has never seen this kind of black dark attribute fireball spell. No, let alone seeing it. Even the ancient magic books of the past dynasties have never recorded such a spell. If this was really improved by Ygg himself, could this child also have the talent to become a magic inventor? Xiao Yushi and Li Yizi had already used their magic to escape at the moment the Demon Lord's palace collapsed. Xiao Yushi was flying in the air, looking at the ruins of the palace below, somewhat worried about Yi Ji's situation. The palace has collapsed for so long, why hasn't Ygg come out yet? Shwat, a sword ball suddenly stabbed over. Xiao Yushi came back to his senses. The sword passed by her and cut through the wide white sleeves of her arms. Bright red blood immediately flowed out from her white arms. Li Yizi sneered, "Junior sister, you can't even protect yourself, and you're still concerned about that little devil? I won't show you mercy." He just waved the magic sword in his hand, muttered the sword formula silently, and made a seal with 2 fingers of his other hand. The 3 sword shadows turned into 3 long rainbows that broke through the air and shot straight towards Xiao Yushi. A cold light flashed in Xiao Yushi's cold eyes, and with a wave of his white sleeves, he shattered all 3 flying sword shadows. What? Li Yizi's expression suddenly changed. Brother, you are beyond help. Xiao Yushi's voice became extremely indifferent, and revealed a holy and ethereal air. She was surrounded by a pure white halo. The light was pure and flawless, washing away all dust and darkness like holy water. Xiao Yushi's figure gradually blurred in the light, as if she had merged with the world. Her long hair fluttered in the air, her clothes fluttered like a fairy, and her eyes gradually became firm and deep, as if she was a goddess who could see through all the falsehoods in the world. Li Yizi wanted to say something, but it was too late. The brilliant white light instantly enveloped his body. Li Yizi only felt that his body was being torn apart rapidly bit by bit. Being swallowed by the white light was as painful as being torn apart by 5 horses. After half a cup of tea, the white light gradually dissipated, and Xiao Yushi's figure gradually became clear. No one heard her sigh. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud explosion above the ruins on the ground. Ygg and the Lord of the Black Abyss finally broke out of the ruins one after another, rushed out of the dungeon and came to the ground. The Lord of the Black Abyss has entered the second form of boss. In the second form, his body became even larger, and his height increased by 2 meters again. His dark body surface looked like torn muscles, and his original rock-like skin and muscles had now turned into crystalline skin of obsidian color. The fawn-like mouth on his belly had grown even bigger, and dark demonic energy like black smoke continuously flowed out of it, making him look even more brutal and terrifying. Chapter 54, The Third Slash. It's over. Ygg smiled. Finally we have reached the second stage. In the second stage, the Black Abyss Demon Lord will be taller, and his speed, strength, agility, and burst will all be improved. In addition, the CD time of releasing the magic energy shock will be reduced by 70%, and the recovery speed of HP and MP will be increased by 80%. It is basically a state of unlimited firepower. However, the weaknesses of the Black Abyss Demon Lord in the second stage are also obvious. During the first stage, players are completely unable to get close to the boss, as the boss's magic power will form extremely deadly energy radiation damage around its body surface. Even characters in the 100 Souls realm would be seeking death if they get close to the boss in the first stage, but in the second stage, the boss will mobilize all his magic power to attack, which means giving up defense. This is the moment Ygg was waiting for. Unfortunately, entering the second stage early was the worst decision you ever made. Ygg said, because you don't even have the chance to enter the third stage. Lord of the Black Abyss, I want to see how long you can keep talking big. Boom. the ferocious mouth on his belly once again spurted out a magical shock die in the second stage. The diameter of his magic shock is twice as large as before, and the power is much greater than the first stage. It is even more difficult to dodge, but Yi Ge did not retreat but advanced instead. He took advantage of the gap when the boss was spraying and faced it head-on. What does he want to do? When Xiao Yushi saw Yi Ge's action, her heart tightened. Yi Ge concentrated his attention and, with his flexible movement, nimbly dodged the sweeping attack of magic power. He knew very well that if he was hit by this move, even if he was just touched, for a character in the profound realm like him, he would be killed instantly. There was absolutely no second possibility, but this is indeed the best time to take out the boss in one go, so it is worth the risk. The timing of this attack is difficult to grasp. Even if ordinary players know how to dodge it, it is impossible to do it without practicing hundreds or thousands of times. In his previous life, Yi Ge also gave a very detailed instruction on this section in his game walkthrough video. However, other players' comments below were, "He actually wants to teach me." Yi Ge was very fast and dodged the infinite magic spray attacks from the Black Abyss Demon Lord again and again. The next moment, he arrived in front of his huge body. Doomsday Curse. A large amount of strange black fog surged out around Yi Ge's body. Countless red-eyed crows emerged from the black fog, making sharp bird calls and swooping down towards the Lord of Black Abyss. When the Lord of Black Abyss saw those little crows flying over, he didn't take them seriously at first. With a wave of his hand, the crows turned into ethereal black mist and floating black feathers, but the next moment, the Lord of Black Abyss felt something was wrong. The strange black mist swirled around him, as if it could penetrate into his body, which was as hard as black steel. Then, the Black Abyss Lord felt that something was wrong with his body. Skill, Doomsday Curse effect. For a certain period of time, the special effects of silence, confusion, vulnerability, and dark burning are applied to the target. The target will enter a magic forbidden state, unable to use any skills, and unable to trigger life and magic recovery. All positive buff effects are invalid, all damage received is increased by 50%, mental power is minus 500, and life points are continuously lost at 300 points per second. The duration of this skill depends on the opponent's strength. The Lord of the Black Abyss widened his eyes. He found that he could no longer use his magic attack. The evil energy in the body seemed to be sealed and could not be mobilized at all. That feeling is like being constipated. No matter how hard the Black Abyss Demon Lord pushed open his big belly mouth, all that came out was farts, and he was unable to condense any powerful energy impact. What on earth is going on? It's time to end it. Yi Ge jumped above the boss's head. Originally in the game guide, he only used Fireball, and was a civilian character with no equipment, no skills, and no talents, so he could only use the scraping method to slowly grind through the third stage, the fourth stage. It took several hours to pass the level, but the current Yi Ge is no longer a civilian character dressed in blue. Yi Ge was seen falling from a high altitude, with two weapons surrounded by pink halos suddenly appearing in his hands, a shadow moon, a handful of light. Swish! Yi Ge landed behind the Lord of the Black Abyss, holding the sword in both hands and slashing across. Two flashes of light passed by, and the hard skin of the Black Abyss Demon Lord was cut into two pieces. The attack hit, and 10% of the target's HP was absorbed. The attack hit, and absorbed 10% of the target's MP. The two swords crossed and slashed, and with the Doomsday Curse vulnerability effect, more than 33% of the boss's health was directly wiped out. Roar! The Black Abyss Demon Lord let out a painful roar. He didn't understand. They were just two very small wounds. Why did the vitality and magic power in his body seem to be drained away in an instant? He staggered forward a few times and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Xiao Yushi was flying in the sky. Her almond-shaped eyes, which were usually cold and calm, were now filled with ripples, and her pupils were full of surprise. Every attack, every movement, and every action of Yi Ge looked so dangerous. Xiao Yushi felt that even she would not dare to use this kind of fighting method of playing with fire on the cliff. It was like watching someone dancing on a tightrope, always feeling shaky, but the final result was always just right. Yi Ge was like a mathematician. In his eyes, all the attacks of the boss were like regular mathematical formulas. Every attack seemed to have data showing it, and the range of each attack was calculated by him exactly. What Xiao Yushi didn't understand was how he, as a transcendent in the mysterious realm, could cut down a demon from the heavenly realm with one sword? Does it hurt? Yi Ge said indifferently, but he didn't stop after all. The Lord of the Black Abyss is a descendant of the devil from the heavenly realm, and the effect of the Doomsday Curse on him is very limited. It is estimated that the duration may not exceed 5 seconds, but in fact, for him who is the #1 civilian player in the whole server, even a 3-second magic band time is definitely enough. Swish! Yiga dodged again at an extremely fast speed and stabbed 2 sharp blades into the boss's stomach. The huge black mouth on the belly suddenly let out a painful wail. The last cut, Yiga narrowed his eyes. He drew out his 2 weapons, stepped on the chest of the Lord of the Black Abyss, and quickly reached his throat in a few steps. Taking into account the 2 previous attacks, plus the consumption of the first stage of Dark Fireball, the boss's health should still be 32.71%. Buzz, with their hands together, Guangli and Ingwe created a bright red bloom on the throat of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. The pupils of the Black Abyss Demon Lord dilated instantly. This time he didn't scream, but his body froze completely at that moment. After wiping the knife, Yiga fell backwards, turned over gracefully, and landed steadily. Yege's eyes were calm and his voice was understated. It's over. Chapter 55, The Well of Black Abyss is closed. Arthur struggled to crawl out of the collapsed dungeon ruins. His dirty little hands were rubbed by the gravel, but he still struggled to crawl to the ground. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The more than 5-meter tall Black Abyss Demon Lord fell heavily under the double-edged slash of the 10-year-old boy. Wow, so powerful, Arthur said in horror. Yiga held Ingwe in his left hand and Guangli in his right hand, and stood in front of the dead demon Lord Heiyuan. The boss setting of the Lord of the Black Abyss originally had 4 stages. In the second stage, when his health drops to 20%, he will trigger the 3rd stage, transform into a stronger monster, and instantly recover to full health. But when he had 30% plus of his health left, Yiga killed him with 1 move. He didn't even give him a chance to transform, and skipped the 3rd and 4th stages. TSK, I'm so mean. The Lord of the Black Abyss was seen lying motionless on the ground, his body gradually dissolving. Part of his dark flesh and blood turned into ethereal black gas, and part of it melted into black blood. Task progress change reminder. Task: defeat the final boss, the Black Abyss Demon Lord, and be rewarded with 50,000 system points. You will receive a random pink quality ancient item, and there is a 1% chance of receiving a red quality ancient inheritance. Task progress completed. Obtain 50,000 system points. Randomly obtain ancient pink quality material. Black Abyss Curse Bone. Yiga nodded with satisfaction. Although I failed to trigger the 1% red quality bonus, it's still pretty good. After all, it's only 1%. If he could win so easily, he would start to suspect that he had some strange aura. Yiga put away the 2 weapons. At this time, Xiao Yushi floated down from the sky, dressed in fluttering white, and came to his side. The girl couldn't help but ask, "How did you do that?" "Sister Fairy, do you want to know?" Yiga smiled faintly. "No, this is paid content, you can't tell others casually." Xiao Yushi was stunned, and a trace of confusion appeared in his clear and bright eyes. On? Paid content? Buzz, boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the earth suddenly began to shake violently. Xiao Yushi originally thought it was an earthquake, but she soon realized that it was not an ordinary earthquake. Even the airflow in the air and the demonic energy in the secret realm began to become extremely chaotic, and the entire Black Abyss secret realm seemed to be shaking. Above the sky, something abnormal happened at the entrance that Yiga and Xiao Yushi entered. The Well of Black Abyss, the vortex of black fog and sea of clouds underwent strange changes. It seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, as if it was gradually closing. Xiao Yushi's eyes moved. What's going on? Yiga said calmly, the Lord of the Black Abyss is dead, so the Black Abyss secret realm will also be closed. This is a part of the plot, so Yiga certainly understands it. Xiao Yushi heard this and said quickly, then let's leave quickly. It's too late. Yiga said, those who did not enter the Black Abyss well and went to other areas of the secret realm should still have a chance to return to the academy through the teleportation scroll, but we are inside the Black Abyss well. After the passage to the Black Abyss well is closed, our connection with the outside world will be completely cut off. Xiao Yushi took out the scroll and tried it, and found that it was just as Yiga said. The runes on the scroll flickered weakly twice, then dimmed and could not light up again. What should we do then? The girl pursed her lips. She didn't understand why Yiga could still be so calm at this moment. Yiga said, don't worry, it's just that the conventional passage is blocked, there are other ways out. Xiao Yushi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. For some reason, the girl always felt that Yiga seemed to have been here before. He was not only familiar with all the rules here, but also very familiar with the weaknesses of the boss, but he is only 10 years old, and he is just a student in an ordinary class. Has he really been here before? Boom. At this time, the dead lord of the Black Abyss suddenly resurrected. Most of the body of the Black Abyss demon lord had completely melted into black water, but the big mouth on his belly suddenly soared into the sky, and curled up like a ball, and fled away swiftly. Xiao Yushi turned around. What is that? Ye Ge turned his head and took a look, then said calmly, the true form of the Black Abyss demon lord is that thing just now. I didn't expect he's not dead yet? Xiao Yushi paused, looked at him and asked, don't we need to chase him? Ye Ge smiled, of course I have to chase her, but there's no need to rush. The Lord of the Black Abyss curled up into a ball and rolled quickly like a meatball into the half-collapsed dungeon and into a secret underground passage. Damn human brat. I will come back for revenge. The Black Abyss Lord kept rolling forward. Now he had no limbs, only a round ball of flesh similar to a head, but his head had no eyes, nose or other organs, only a big mouth full of teeth. So he could only move forward in this way. Once I swallow the demon seed and restore my demonic body, I will definitely come back. Oh shit. The Lord of the Black Abyss was rolling forward while uttering harsh words in a sharp voice as he tried to escape. Suddenly he felt as if he was tripped by something. The whole person, oh no, the whole ball of flesh, flew forward and hit the wall of the passage in front hard. Heiyuan's big mouth slowly slid down from the wall, making him groan in pain. This time, he discovered that the stone walls around this passage seemed to be covered with something. I saw the image of a talisman paper gradually appearing on the wall, and the words on the talisman glowed blue, as if containing some kind of extraordinary power. Heiyuan Dazue was stunned for a moment. He ordered foreign slaves to build this passage, but he doesn't remember there being such a spell here. Heiyuan Dazue didn't know what the pattern of the blue words on the wall meant, but he soon realized that this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. In the entire narrow and dark passage, more and more patterns of this blue talisman paper appeared on the wall. 10. 20. Hundreds. Heiyuan opened his mouth wide and the hairs on his body stood up. Buzz. Hundreds of spell papers flashed at the same time, and with a hum sound, more than 100 blue light shadows bloomed at the same time. These beams of light wrapped around Heiyuan's mouth like ropes, tying him up tightly and making him unable to move at all. Chapter 56, Devil Seed. Important world plot option. What the hell is this? Heiyuan's big mouth screamed sharply and struggled desperately, but now all he had left was a mouth and a fleshy body. How could he possibly break free from the constraints of more than 100 talismans? Ye Ge appeared in the passage, holding a torch, and walked slowly towards them. Oh, I got it. Ye Ge shone the torch in the distance and saw the bound and chained Heiyuan big mouth. Songjie followed behind him, and when he saw the captured Heiyuan big mouth, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, in this damn place, can we actually catch the devil? Ye Ge walked closer and took a look, only to find that the black ball of flesh actually had hands and feet. It's just that it's a little out of proportion with his body. That big mouth takes up almost 70% of the entire meatball, and the rest is full of bloated wrinkled flesh, which looks quite disgusting. Ye Ge, surprised? Unexpected? You? Heiyuan Dazue was completely unable to understand and looked at him incredulously. What trick did you use? Oh, this is a trap talisman. Ye Ge took out a blue talisman and said lightly, it is usually used by demon hunters to capture wild monsters. Of course I know this is a trap. What Heiyuan Dazue didn't understand was, this is obviously his dungeon. How could someone place so many trap symbols in a place like this? How did this guy know that I would escape here? Heiyuan's big mouth looked at the human boy in front of him, and suddenly he felt like he fell into an ice cellar. Could it be that this kid, not only can it move automatically, can you even predict the future? Zheng. Ye Ge took out Angyue. When Heiyuan Dazue saw this black high-tech straight horizontal sword, he was immediately frightened. Of course, he knew how powerful this weapon was, and he quickly begged for mercy in fear. Wait a minute. I am willing to surrender to you. Spare me, Puff. The words haven't been finished yet. Ye Ge had already stabbed through the fleshy head with a knife. Well, the Black Abyss's mouth froze for a moment, and the last breath he had left made him struggle a few times, but he soon lost all his vitality, and his wrinkled flesh, which looked like mud, gradually began to melt. Ye Ge pulled out Angyue neatly. I'm sorry, you're too ugly. I don't want to recruit someone as ugly as you. It would be too embarrassing to remove you. Songjie next to him. At this time, Ye Ge saw a stone door at the end of the passage. There seemed to be something emitting a faint purple light in the crack of the stone door. Songjie was curious. What is that? Ye Ge narrowed his eyes, paused, and said, you wait here. Songjie, oh, okay. Although he was curious, as a child who grew up in the Black Wasteland, he knew very well that people were often killed by curiosity. Yigo came to the stone gate. Inoue waved his hand and slashed away. With a flash of cold light, the stone gate was instantly cut in half and collapsed with a loud bang. Yigo walked in and found that this was a very large underground space, at least 10 meters high from the ceiling. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge oval-shaped lifeform with a dark red body, and its outer shell was somewhat similar to that of a plant. There were many things like roots on the surface of this deep red lifeform, connecting to the surrounding walls and the soil underground, and it seemed to be absorbing nutrients from the soil. Yigo thought, could this be the demon seed in the background story of the game that can grow into the demon tree? Before in the hall, he seemed to have overheard the name demon seed from the conversation between the Black Abyss demon lord and Li Yizi. No, this thing is called a seed? Yigo had a strange look on his face. In the game's plot, the Lord of the Black Abyss originally escaped, and the players did not intercept him, nor did they discover the plot of the demon seed, so the legend of the demon tree has always been in the official background story of the game, until the version before Yigo traveled to this world. Players were unable to see the true face of the demonic tree. I saw the huge dark red seed trembling slightly, just like a heart of flesh and blood connected to many roots, beating gently from time to time. At this moment, a transparent system task prompt box suddenly popped up in front of Yigo. Hidden task options. Enter the plot branch. Players, please make your choice carefully. Choice 1, burn the demon seed with fire. You will destroy the entire Black Abyss secret realm, and the Black Abyss secret realm will be permanently closed in the future. All the monsters in the secret realm will die instantly. At the same time, you will devour the demon seed and all the magic power of the monsters in the entire secret realm, and randomly obtain a red quality ancient demon inheritance, and at the same time obtain the title of public enemy of the demons. You will be cursed by the ancient demon spirits, and the demons' hatred value towards you will be permanently increased by 99.99. In the future, all demon units will prioritize you as their attack target. Choice 2, hand over the demon seed to the Imperial Federation Superhuman Association. You will gain plus 500 favorability from the human White Path superhumans, plus 1000 favorability from the public, and a banner of outstanding citizen. The attitude of the White Path towards the Yi family will change slightly in the future. Choice 3, inject your own blood essence. You will become the master of the demon seed and the new lord of the Black Abyss secret realm. Note: this option is an important choice that will affect the entire world plot of the 10,000 Races map. Players must consider it carefully. Yigo was completely stunned. Actually, is there a hidden plot that is not in the original game plot? Yigo slowly calmed down and looked at the options in front of him calmly and carefully. The system prompted choose carefully twice in a row, which means that this option should really have a huge impact on the world's plot. No matter which one he chooses, it is possible to change the future game plot and create a huge butterfly effect. Yigo pondered, the second option is definitely not to choose. There is no need to consider this now. That's option 1 and option 3, one is to destroy it. The other is to become its master? How to choose? Yigo closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he felt as if there was some living being in the seed calling him, as if it could establish some kind of spiritual connection with him. But could this also be the devil's temptation? Yigo opened his bright eyes and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But no matter what, he has already made his choice in his heart. Yigo walked forward slowly and raised his hand slowly. Chapter 57 Soul Connection established. Yigo stretched out his hand and gently stroked the surface of the seed, and the throbbing from his soul and mental power seemed to become even stronger. The white blood spirit on the right shoulder seemed to sense something terrible. The kitten silently shrank into the back collar of Yi's clothes, with only its head showing, observing carefully and secretly. Calamity, you used to be a demon messenger. Do you know anything about this demon seed? Yigo suddenly asked. The red-eyed crow on the left shoulder said, legend has it that it was the last seed left before the death of the Tree of Life that grew in the demon realm during the super ancient civilization period. Its whereabouts have been unknown since then. Many top dark race masters are still searching for it. I didn't expect it to be on a little heavenly realm demon. I guess he must have picked it up by chance. Yigo raised an eyebrow. Super ancient demonic civilization? Yes. That happened more than 10 billion years ago. The spirit of disaster said, the death of the demon realm tree directly led to the largest mass extinction of demons in the demon realm. At least 98% of the demon creatures disappeared. All the dark races you see now are actually the descendants of the demons that survived at that time. Why did the demonic world tree die at that time? Of course, it was done by the gods. They were the only beings that could suppress the demons at that time. The gods, Yi Ge pondered. There are gods above the map of all races, but there is no background information about what Calamity said in the game at all. Maybe the official just hasn't released this information? This demon seed is still in the stage of not germinating. The spirit of disaster said, "It seems that although the Lord of the Black Abyss has obtained this seed, he does not know how to activate it." Yi Ge asked, "Then do you know?" The spirit of disaster pondered for a moment and said, "It needs to be injected with the purest blood of the ancient demon king, but this is no longer possible in this era. More than 1 billion years have passed. Even if the surviving dark races still have the blood genes of the super ancient demon races, they are probably too weak to be recognized." Before he could finish his words, Yi Ge gently scratched his index finger with his fingernail, and bright red blood flowed out. Then he touched the surface of the seed with his index finger. Buzz, the black light suddenly lit up, and the entire huge underground space was filled with this dazzling black light, disaster spirit. The entire underground space was filled with buzzing sounds. Yi Ge's eyes were calm, and the burning flame of life was reflected in his clear pupils. In his soul consciousness, he seemed to be able to hear the heavy and vital heartbeats. Crack. I saw a small crack appear on the hard shell of the seed. As time went by, the crack became larger and larger, and a hint of tender red began to emerge from the inside of the seed. It was a new embryo, which struggled to break through the constraints of the seed and grew towards the surrounding walls and underground. The embryo gradually grew and began to grow roots, stems, and leaves. The roots penetrated deep into the soil, absorbing nutrients, and the stems and leaves extended upward. It was extremely strong, and even though it had just sprouted, its roots and stems were almost as thick as the roots of an adult banyan tree. The white blood spirit hid in Yi Ge's clothes. The little kitten raised its head and looked at the scene with horror on its face. Her previous feeling was indeed correct. Yi Ge indeed has the pure blood of the ancient demon king. You have made your destiny choice. Soul connection established. You have become the master of the demon seed and the new lord of the Black Abyss secret realm. Obtain mission reward, random red quality ancient heritage treasure chest unlocked permissions. You can freely mobilize all resources currently in the Black Abyss secret realm. Yi Ge did not open the treasure chest for the time being. He first checked the condition of the seeds. Current stage of seeds, germination stage, life, 10,000/10,000 infancy stage, possess certain self-defense capabilities within the Black Abyss territory. Energy required to advance to the next stage, 0/1000 introduction. The seed has self-awareness and can absorb nutrients from the surrounding soil and convert them into energy required for advancement. It can also devour all things with energy in the world as food. Everything that has energy. Yi Ge murmured these words. After thinking for a moment, he took out a blue soul stone from the item space. The roots of the seeds seemed to sense the energy reaction and slowly and actively stretched out. However, it did not take the soul stone from the night singer directly, but stopped in front of the night singer, like a cat or dog waiting to be fed by its owner. You're pretty smart. You know you can't ask for something that's not given to you. Yi Ge smiled and stretched out his hand to hand over the soul stone. The dark red roots slowly wrapped around the soul stone, took it away, and slowly retracted into the soil. Yi Ge took another look at the status of the seeds. Energy required to advance to the next stage, 1 out of 1,000. I see. Yi Ge raised his head and looked at the seeds, smiling faintly. A young girl in a white fairy dress was standing around a group of dirty slave children, performing magic to heal the wounds of some of the injured children. Yez raised her little head in a cute way, looking at the fairy sister in front of her who was as beautiful as a poem and as white as cream. She just thought she was really beautiful, not worldly, not bothered by worldly dust, so when Xiao Yushi stretched out her hand to her, Yi shrank her neck timidly, hesitating and not daring to put her dirty hands on the fairy sister's white and tender palm that was not stained with a trace of dirt. But Xiao Yushi smiled faintly, and in an instant she became as beautiful as a blooming flower. She took the initiative to hold the girl's dirty little hand, placed it in her palm, and circulated her spiritual power to heal her. How amazing! Is this the magic of the immortal that you mentioned? Yi looked at her arm with a silly look on her face. The scars on it were disappearing quickly. A bubble of snot slowly emerged from the girl's nose and was quickly sucked back by the girl. Arthur did not stay with Xiao Yushi. Although he was injured when the dungeon collapsed, he was now huddled alone in a corner of the ruins, his face full of fear, his body trembling strangely from time to time. He knew his illness had recurred, but he was trying hard to suppress the throbbing in his body. He knew that the fairy sister over there was a supernatural being. Arthur knew very well that if the supernatural being knew about his illness, he would be driven away like a monster by the adults just like he was in the village before, or even killed. What those extraordinary adults hate most is monsters. Unfortunately, Arthur still couldn't control the monster in his body in the end, following a terrifying hysterical roar. Xiao Yushi's attention was immediately drawn to it. Arthur's whole body was wrapped in a terrifying demonic energy. His right eye had become completely black, with dense blood vessels spreading in it. Those blood vessels gradually became clearer and denser, like a piece of darkness contaminated by blood ink. Chapter 58 Magic Eye Syndrome, Evil Eye Syndrome? Xiao Yushi looked at Arthur and frowned slightly. This is a symptom of being severely contaminated by demonic energy. Most people will die when their bodies are eroded by evil spirits to a certain extent, but for some people, their bodies will be completely transformed by the evil spirit, and eventually some kind of genetic mutation will occur. The evil eye syndrome is one of them. People with the evil eye will lose all reason in humanity when they have an attack, becoming crazy, violent, belligerent, insensitive to pain, extremely aggressive and destructive, gaining powerful strength, turning into a berserker who attacks everything around him without hesitation. Elder brother. When 7-year-old Yi Zi saw her brother suddenly go crazy, she immediately wanted to run over. Xiao Yushi stopped her. No. It's too dangerous. Roar. Arthur let out a hoarse roar like a wild beast, and crouched on the ground like a wild beast. Then he made a posture of gathering strength, bared his teeth, and suddenly pounced towards Xiao Yushi. The children around were so scared that they screamed and ran away. Earth Realm Level 5, Xiao Yushi's cold eyes flashed, thinking that after the boy's demonic eye syndrome broke out, he suddenly gained such powerful power. This child was supposed to be just an ordinary person without any extraordinary talents. Xiao Yushi quickly pushed Yi Zi away, then swung out her white silk, wrapped around Arthur's small body, and threw him out. Roar! Arthur was thrown out by Bai Ling for more than 10 meters, but he quickly turned over in the air and landed steadily. Arthur had a ferocious expression and bared his teeth. His terrifying demonic eye was like a black hole that swallowed everything. Dark red demonic energy rose and fell from his body. It has been corroded so badly by the evil spirit. Xiao Yushi secretly felt that something was wrong. Arthur pounced again. Xiao Yushi used white silk to deal with him. The two fought for several rounds. The girl knocked him away several times and used white silk to injure him severely, but Arthur seemed to feel no pain. No matter how many times he was hit or knocked away, he would get up again and again, rushing towards the target, attacking, and attacking non-stop. The attack power of the Demon Eye Berserker still exceeded Xiao Yushi's imagination. Xiao Yushi once again used 2 white silks to wrap around Arthur's body, but there was only a loud boom. The demonic energy surrounding Arthur seemed like a conscious entity. The 2 white silks were torn into pieces by him easily. Xiao Yushi took a step back, his eyes fixed, and he had no choice but to make a seal with his hands. Immortal technique, spiritual shock. The girl's body was gleaming with holy white light, which knocked Arthur away again, causing him to roll several times on the ground. This time, Yi Ge and Song Jia walked out of the dungeon together. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Song Jia exclaimed. Arthur was obviously attracted by his voice and turned to look at them, his black, blood-stained eyes staring at them as if he was staring at prey. Magic Eye Berserker? Yi Ge raised his eyebrows. Roar. Arthur came running towards them like a monster. What the hell? Song Jia jumped up in fright and ran to the side quickly. Yi Ge still stood there, looking at Arthur running towards him expressionlessly. Be careful. His attack power is comparable to that of the Heaven Realm. Xiao Yushi said hurriedly. Yi Ge ignored him and just pulled out Guang Li silently. Sword skill, sword drawing style. Arthur pounced at him very quickly. However, he himself didn't know what was going on. He suddenly felt dizzy, and then found himself being thrown out by some clever force. His entire body flew more than 10 meters away, and with a loud bang, it hit a stone statue heavily, breaking the statue into 2 halves. Xiao Yushi was stunned. What Yi Ge used just now should have been just the most common upward sword technique, but Yi Ge put Guang Li back into the scabbard die in the second stage of Mystic Eye Syndrome, before it completely turns into a Mystic Eye Berserker, using light damage to attack its weak point, the Mystic Eye in its right eye, can temporarily restore it to normal. Fortunately, the game strategy from that time has been imprinted in my mind and I haven't forgotten it. Arthur's small body fell to the ground. This time he did not get up and continue attacking like he did in the previous times. Instead, he lay on the ground groaning in pain. Elder brother. Yi Zi ran to Arthur's side. He has regained consciousness? Xiao Yushi walked closer and asked hesitantly. Well, he is awake for the time being. Yigu said, after all, it is only the second stage of the Devil's Eye syndrome, and it can still be controlled. Do you know a lot about the Evil Eye syndrome? Xiao Yushi asked. Magic Eye syndrome can be considered a disease of demonic gene mutation. As a demonized person, of course I have some understanding of it. Yigu smiled innocently. Xiao Yushi, that's true. The two came in front of Arthur. Arthur endured the pain in his body and slowly got up from the ground up. He soon saw Xiao Yushi and Yigu walking towards him, and he immediately became nervous, his eyes full of fear. Are you going to kill me? Xiao Yushi was silent. The Evil Eye syndrome is an incurable disease. Once you are infected with the Evil Eye syndrome, it is only a matter of time before you become an Evil Eye berserker. If we bring him back and hand him over to the Imperial Federation Superhuman Association, he will probably be executed. Xiao Yushi didn't know what to say. She just felt that it was a bit cruel to say these words to such a young child who had just woken up from the Evil Eye syndrome. Yigu suddenly said at this time, Sister Fairy, if we give this child to Yuning Palace, do you think Yuning Palace will save him? Xiao Yushi opened her mouth slightly. Yigu, in fact, you should know very well that if he is handed over to any of those so-called reputable and upright forces, or even the Federation Superhuman Association, he will not be able to survive. There should be only one ending: execution. Xiao Yushi was silent for a moment, then said softly, the demon eye is an incurable disease. They will continue to suffer until they are completely transformed into demons. Master said that executing these demonized people before they completely lose their humanity is the true humanity. At least this way, we can help them maintain the last dignity of humanity. Really? Yigu said dimly, I don't think it's humane to help others give up their lives before they give up their lives. Also, who told you that the Devil's Eye disease is incurable? Haven't you ever thought that this is a lie? Xiao Yushi was stunned. Chapter 59. Prove it to me. What does this mean? Xiao Yushi wanted to ask clearly. Yigu said softly, Devil Eye syndrome is a genetic mutation that occurs when humans are eroded by demonic energy. Even if he is saved, his genetic mutation is irreversible. In other words, the best outcome is that he will become like me, a demonic genetic mutant with rationality and humanity. Those righteous people all wish that all the demonized people would die. Do you think they would still use up their resources to study this disease and save a demonized person? If this precedent is set, there will be more and more demonized people in the future. This is certainly not what some bigwigs in the Empire want to see. Xiao Yushi hesitated for a moment, but there are indeed many cases of demonized people hurting people. I think the Empire probably just wants to reduce the occurrence of such tragedies. Yigu glanced at her and said, if I had enough power, I could publish a story about Yuning Palace disciples harming people every day for 365 days a year, and every day would be different. What do you mean? Does your perception come from the truth others tell you, or from your own experience and eyes? As an earthling in his previous life, Yigu knew too well the power of public opinion. It can completely blind the eyes of countless people, create strong stereotypes, and create a world of false information in people's brains. It's like in the past, many foreigners came to travel in China, and were finally surprised to find out why this place was different from what they had imagined. That is, what you see is what others want you to see. Of course, internal and external stereotypes also exist. Once people lose the ability to think, they will soon be lost in the fantasy world built for them by others using information. Why was it that when the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty was alive, the demonized mutants could live in harmony with ordinary people without any trouble, but after the second generation, accidents happened frequently and they became public enemies? Yigu looked into the girl's eyes calmly. Have you really never thought about it? Xiao Yushi remained silent for a long time, confused and puzzled. The girl's eyes looked a little hesitant. No one had ever said such words to her. She felt as if something had been solved deep in her heart, but soon new doubts entangled her mind. Yigu squatted down in front of Arthur. Hey, what's your name? Arthur looked up at Yigu timidly. As an 8-year-old child, he didn't understand a word of what Yigu had just said, but he knew that Yigu in front of him was an extraordinary person, and he is an extraordinary person who defeated the leaders of those demons. The extraordinary people are all high and mighty. In the past, in the border villages, even if it was a teenage extraordinary child, the adults had to kowtow and flatter him. Arthur hesitated and did not answer. He was a little worried that he might say something wrong and offend the extraordinary young master in front of him, but at this moment, For some reason, the scene of Yi Ge beheading the Black Abyss Demon Lord with 3 sword strikes suddenly appeared in his mind. It would be great if I could be as powerful as this extraordinary young master, then I'll have the power to protect my sister. Arthur suddenly mustered up some inexplicable courage. My name is Arthur. Arthur. Yi Ge thought. He didn't remember this name in the game background. This child is only in the 2nd stage of Demonized Syndrome and has not yet officially become a berserker, but he already possesses strength above the Earth realm, which is enough to show that his talent is quite outstanding. I guess in the original plot world line, he either turned into a berserker with a magic eye and went completely crazy, or died in the dungeon of the Lord of the Black Abyss, or was taken back by other human adventurers and executed by the Federation of Superhumans Association. Legendary figures who can leave their names in historical plots are often lucky. Those who were originally quite gifted and talented, but died on the road to becoming legends due to various accidents, were forever buried in the quicksand of history, and became an insignificant speck of dust in history. This is the portrayal of the fate of most people in this era of war among all races. How long have you been showing symptoms of the Demonized Syndrome? Yi Ge asked. Arthur recalled for a moment and said cautiously, 2 years, huh? Song Jie said with a strange look on his face, nonsense, right? I have never seen anyone who didn't go completely crazy within 3 months after developing the Devil's Eye syndrome. Usually, consciousness will be completely eroded in less than 2 weeks. I'm telling the truth. Arthur said angrily, because I want to protect my sister. She's only 7 years old. If I turn into a berserker, no one will be able to take care of her. Yi Ge raised his eyebrows. Really? In other words, you have been suppressing the symptoms of the Devil's Eye syndrome forcibly, and your consciousness has not been completely eroded in 2 years? Well. Arthur regretted what he said. He was a little worried that Yi Ge would treat him as a freak. Well, prove it to me. Yi Ge said, if you can prove that you really have the fortitude to endure the pain of being eroded by the Devil's Eye disease, then I will teach you how to control the demonic fighting power in your body. Of course, the premise is that you have to work for me in the future. Xiao Yushi's cold face showed a look of surprise. Song Jie was also surprised and asked, is this true? Do you know the method? Arthur was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up. Okay. But how to prove it? Yi Ge took out a potion bottle. It contained some kind of purple liquid that shimmered in the light. After taking it, you will feel level 12 pain. If you don't make it, you'll die. Arthur had extended his hand, but when he heard the words "you will die," he hesitated for a moment, but soon, his eyes became firm and he took the potion. You keep your word. Arthur said this, tilting his head back and drinking the potion in the bottle in one gulp. Yi Ge gave a faint smile. Strange. What's going on? Lami frowned tightly. The image in the magic mirror was completely covered by a strange black fog, making it impossible for her to see the situation in the Black Abyss secret realm. There had never been such an accident before. Di Hai said, Principal, the entrance to the Black Abyss secret realm seems to be about to close. Could it be that something unusual has happened in the Black Abyss secret realm? That shouldn't be the case. Lanmi said in surprise, the Lord of the Black Abyss secret realm has already been killed by Yi Ge, so why would the entrance be closed in advance? Di Hai said, it's possible, because the Black Abyss secret realm is connected to the life force of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. Now that he is dead, the secret realm will soon collapse. Lanmi thought about it and felt that this was indeed possible. Okay, notify all the students and bring them back. Yes. Di Hai immediately cast a spell, using the sound transmission technique. Listen, all students, an unknown situation has occurred in the Black Abyss secret realm, and it is suspected that it will collapse soon. The entrance to the secret realm will be closed in advance. All students should prepare to return to the academy immediately. Chapter 60 Assessment. Oh my god? What's going on? Is the secret realm going to collapse? No wonder there was an earthquake just now. Let's go now. Don't kill any more monsters, or you can't go back. Principal. We are ready. Please take us back quickly. The students who were exploring the Black Abyss secret realm were a little panicked and quickly stepped onto the transmission beam that would take them back to the academy. Di Hai clasped his hands together, opened his eyes again, exhaled deeply, and said, Principal, all the students except the one from Black Abyss well have been brought back. Besides the well of Black Abyss? Lanmi raised an eyebrow. What about Yigu and Xiaoyushi? I also sent them a teleportation beam, but no one has come back yet. Dihai said, and the well of black abyss is sealed by some strange black fog. My voice transmission technique cannot reach them, so I can't get in touch with them. It seems like there really is an accident. Lanmi thought for a moment, tapped her fingers lightly on the table, and said, forget it, I'll personally take them back. Wait a moment, Principal. Dihai closed his eyes again and used his mental power to sense for a while, then he opened his eyes and said, they are back. Xiaoyushi and Yigu have also boarded the transmission beam and will be back to the academy soon. Is that so? Lanmi leaned back in her seat, playing with her silver gray hair with her fingers, as if thinking about something. These two little guys stayed in the secret realm for so long after defeating the boss. What were they doing? A few days after the college assessment ended, the results are announced. Ha 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 ha, yay! Jiang Xiaoming shouted excitedly in class. His assessment score for this secret realm copy reached 61 points. This means that he has reached the passing standard for the academy's inner core students. When the classmates saw Jiang Xiaoming's grades, most of them showed envious expressions. Entering the inner gate undoubtedly means getting several times more resources and training than before. It can be said that there is a bright future. Jiang Xiaoming immediately took the report card and ran excitedly to the seats of Yigu and Gao Xinxue. He wanted to show off. I saw Yigu sitting in a seat in the corner, but he looked like he didn't care about his grades at all. A report card was casually thrown on the side of the table. Yigu was leaning back in his chair, holding the game console in both hands, playing games. He opened his mouth and exclaimed off from time to time to accept the fruit fed by his deskmate Gao Xinxue. Jiang Xiaoming, I clearly entered the inner door, but why do I feel like I have lost? Jiang Xiaoming felt as if he had bitten a lemon in his mouth, and his heart was filled with a pang of pain, and his little fists clenched tightly. Hateful, I also want to be fed. Student Yigu, you are too immature. Jiang Xiaoming muttered sourly, you are already 10 years old and you still need to be fed. You should know that we are extraordinary warriors from the War Academy. Crack. Yigu took a bite of the honeydew melon that Xinxue's mother fed him, chewed it with a crunching sound, and made an indistinct sound. What's the matter? Yigu has now completely given up resistance. There was no way he could refuse Miyukima. Just lie down. Oh. I am so ashamed. Jiang Xiaoming raised his chest and said proudly, I ranked first in my copy in this assessment. And I was admitted to the inner gate this year with 61 points. Passing class. Yigu, well, congratulations. Jiang Xiaoming frowned. Hey Yigu, even if you were not selected by the inner sect this time, you don't have to give up on yourself like this? I still regard you as my lifelong rival. Yigu didn't say anything and continued playing the game. Gao Xinxue, who was standing next to him, was holding a small pink lunchbox in one hand and a fork in the other. She looked at him with gentle eyes and asked softly, would you like an apple or a melon next? Yigu tilted his head and thought for a while. Melon. Cracked. Gao Xinxue forked a melon and passed it to Yiji's mouth, then opened her mouth slightly to signal. Yigu, a Jiang Xiaoming, that's enough. No, as a super warrior of the War Academy, the future pillar of the human race, the backbone of the future fight against all races, don't you care about the results at all? Jiang Xiaoming looked indignant, and then he saw the two report cards on the table. TSK, I want to see how many points you got in the exam to make you give up on yourself like this. Jiang Xiaoming angrily picked up the two people's report cards and spread them out to take a look. Then he froze for a moment. He opened his mouth slightly, stunned for several seconds. Then he rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he had seen it wrong. Gao Xinxue's transcript contained a lot of professional terminology and analysis, and the last line of the transcript, which indicated the transcript assessment score, was 100 points. The assessment scores of the War College are quite strict. Generally speaking, as long as you can get 60 points, it is enough to meet the standards of the inner gate passing class. 70 points is good, 80 points is excellent, 90 points is genius, 95 points is outstanding, and 100 points is a monster. That is to say, Gao Xinxue also entered the inner sect, and was rated as a core student of the evil spirit level by the academy, even in the War Academy, where the Empire's talents gather. It is difficult for a demon-level student to appear in a few years. Jiang Xiaoming was stunned for a few seconds, then looked stiffly at Yi Ji's report card next to him. Surprisingly, there was absolutely no analysis or evaluation from the teacher on Yi Ji's transcript, and there was no specific score written in the grade column. But the last line of his list had two very simple big words, personally taught, and a line of scribbled evaluation signature, the greatest principal in history, Lanmi, personal review. Chapter 61 Yi Shengxiong's defense is broken. What the F? Jiang Xiaoming screamed in fear in the class. You were all admitted to the inner sect too? And Yi Gu, you became the principal's personal disciple? As soon as these words came out, all the students in the class turned their heads and focused their eyes on him. The children's voices of amazement and discussion continued to ring out. Yi Gu sighed and said helplessly, Why are you shouting so loudly? Why am I shouting so loudly? This is the principal's personal instruction. Jiang Xiaoming gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. I thought I finally beat you once, but in the end you still overtook me. But I will never give up. One day, I will definitely beat you once. No matter what. Hey, Yege, did you hear that? Yi Gu was very calm, neither feeling much joy nor thinking that this thing was worth showing off. The report card was on the table in front of him, but to him it was just an ordinary piece of white paper. Of course he understood his own talents, with SSS-level learning ability in 10 professions and the ancient mutant bloodline of the Demon King level. In terms of talent, there should be no one in the entire human empire who could match him, but Yi Gu couldn't understand why the attitude of the college's superiors suddenly changed so drastically. For some unknown reason, he was sent to the inner gate, and he is actually the direct disciple of the legendary principal. As far as he knew, the legendary principal had not accepted any students for nearly 100 years. He and Gao Xinxue were both from demonized families. Especially him, he was the son of the current head of the Yi family, and it was very likely that he would take over the position of Viscount Jishao and become the new lord of Yeqing. Under such circumstances, the principal actually chose him to be his personal disciple. Is there some conspiracy behind this? Yi Gu touched his chin, thoughtfully. The news quickly spread throughout the southern border. After all, Lan Mi was one of the top 10 masters in the empire and the most powerful magician among the human race. The fact that she suddenly started to accept a personal disciple was already a hot topic. However, now, this direct student is actually the young master of the Yi family, Yi Gu. This almost made the topic explode. What does this Lan Mi mean? Duke Wangan's face was as gloomy as the sky covered with dark clouds, without a trace of sunshine, not allowing the demonized mutant families to get too good resource treatment, controlling the growth of the demonized mutant families, and not allowing them to develop too smoothly. This has been the unwritten rule of the empire for hundreds of years. No one took the initiative to break it. He even sent someone to remind Lan Mi about this matter. As a result, this woman. It's too outrageous. Not only did he accept a little demon into the inner sect of the War Academy, but he also accepted him as his personal disciple. Behind him, a trusted subordinate said respectfully, My Lord Duke, do we need to report this matter to the Empire? Wang Yan snorted coldly, Humph, do you think that such a big thing will not get the news from the higher-ups? Trusted subordinate, that's true. Wang Yan paused and said expressionlessly, but it doesn't matter. Report it as normal. By the way, talk to the royal family and remind them of the seriousness of this matter. Wang Yan knew very well that although he was one of the 4 dukes, he had no control over Lan Mi, the rebellious woman. It would be better if His Majesty the Emperor himself sent someone to find her and bring her to justice. That's right. Wang Yan pondered for a moment and then said, I heard that after Xiao Yege participated in the assessment of the Secret Realm dungeon, the Black Abyss Secret Realm was suddenly closed? Trusted subordinate, it seems so. Wang Yan thought, although Lan Mi has always been rebellious and loves to have fun, that woman is indeed very powerful and has very high standards. She would definitely not look down on ordinary students. The fact that she was accepted as his personal disciple showed that Yi Gu was indeed special and outstanding. But he had also seen Yi Ji's genetic talent report for the physical examination before entering the War College. Judging from the data, although he is indeed extremely talented, in the War College, a place with no shortage of geniuses, he should only be rated as a genius or excellent at most, with only S-level learning abilities for the psychic profession and the archer profession. It is impossible for him to reach the level of being taught by Lan Mi himself. Could it be that something happened in the secret realm? Let that kid get some special ancient inheritance. Wang Yan was silent for a long time, then said in a deep voice, Send someone to find out what happened in the Black Abyss Secret Realm dungeon that day, and why Lan Mi wanted to accept him as his personal disciple. Yes. The trusted subordinate responded and was about to retreat when he suddenly thought of another thing. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke, one more thing. My subordinates have already mobilized 2 billion in funds. But those 2 top-grade soul-gathering pills have already been bought by someone at the online auction house. Oh? Wang Yan raised his eyebrows immediately. Who took the photo? I don't know. The trusted subordinate said, it's an anonymous, mysterious buyer. Wang Yin pondered, there are many people in the empire who can afford the price of 2 billion, but with so much liquid funds, there are not many people who are willing to spend 2 billion to buy 2 red pills. Who could it be, asshole? After Yi Xingxiong got the news, he was undoubtedly completely devastated. He punched the mirror in front of him and shattered it. There was a sharp and crisp sound, and the expensive crystal mirror cracked into spiderweb-like cracks, dividing his face, which was twitching slightly with anger, into a dozen pieces. The broken lenses flashed a cold light on the floor. His hands were also cut and blood dripped onto the floor. He is unwilling, he is not convinced. In his eyes, Yi Ge was just a little kid in the Xin realm. Although Yi Ge possesses 2 S-level professional learning talents, the upper limits of his superpowers and archer professions are nowhere near as high as his upper limit as an S-level cultivator. Although they both had the same demonic gene mutant bloodline, they were treated differently, which really annoyed him. Chapter 62. It's too outrageous, damn. Yi Xingxiong yelled and cursed, why do all people favor Yi Ge? It's okay that my grandfather favors him, but even the principal of the War College favors him so much. But he is obviously a waste with mediocre talent. Master Xingxiong, please don't worry. An old servant stood beside him and said in a low voice, I think there must be a lot of strange things about this matter. Logically speaking, the inner sect of the academy should not accept demonized students. But he not only entered the inner gate, but also became the principal's personal student. Yi Xingxiong clenched his fists, and blue veins popped out clearly on his strong arms. He knew very well what kind of people Lan Mi's 4 previous disciples were. Point 1 is the current female mage protecting the Qin Empire, the chief high priest, the current manager of the Yinyang family company, the chairman of a famous chaebol group, and the richest man in Beijing. 1 is a wandering swordsman who is known as the strongest warrior of the human race. He is known as the strongest weapon master and is proficient in using all melee weapons. He is now traveling around the land of all races. It is said that he has fought with several dark race lords in the Holy Land and never lost. There is also one who is said to have dragon blood, a princess of the Dragon Clan. The friendly relationship between the human race and the Dragon Clan for so many years has been maintained by the relationship between this princess and Lan Mi. The last one is even more mysterious, and almost no one knows her background and whereabouts. Yi Xingxiong's face was filled with gloom. He thought that after entering the inner gate, he had already secured the position of the head of the Yi family. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I really don't know why the principal is so blind. Yi Xingxiong's expression was gloomy. Could it be that Ji Shao secretly gave the principal a better and more precious gift? His father once told him that favors and exchange of interests are the most important things in the world. I am the circle of the imperial aristocracy. As long as you are good at using these 2 things, there is little that cannot be accomplished, the old servant reminded. Master Xingxiong, I think you should not underestimate Master Yega. Yi Xingxiong glanced at him coldly. What do you mean? The old servant said, that night, you fought with Master Yega. Although he attacked you by surprise and you didn't have time to defend yourself, you really had no chance to fight back, didn't you? Yi Xingxiong's face became increasingly gloomy. The words no room to fight back were like several tons of heavy rocks, pressing heavily on his heart. What do you mean? The old servant lowered his head, not realizing the repression and coldness in Yi Xingxiong's voice. I want to say that although the data shown by Master Yi Ji's physical examination talent is average, he is a beastmaster of the 2nd level of the Xian realm, and he can suppress you, a cultivator of the 1st level of the Earth realm. I think his talent may not only be as shown on paper. Before he could finish his words, the old servant was lifted up, his feet off the ground, his face full of panic. Yi Xingxiong grabbed the old servant's neck, lifted him above his head, and stared at him expressionlessly. Come on, tell me, what does no chance of fighting back mean? I didn't mean that. The old servant's wrinkled face turned red, his words were unclear, and he looked like he was completely out of breath. Tell me. What does no chance of fighting back mean? I was ambushed by him at first. Ambushed? Do you understand? Yi Xingxiong's face was ferocious, and he roared hysterically. If he hadn't attacked by surprise, I could have easily killed a useless beastmaster like him with one move. I am a cultivator with S-level learning ability. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with the hand that was pinching the old servant's throat. Crack. The old servant's body was like a kite with a broken string. He fell weakly to the ground with a plop, unable to move anymore. The other men nearby all looked trembling with fear, not daring to say a word. Okay, the rest of you, do you have anything else to say? Yi Xingxiong turned around and looked at them with a sinister look. A young subordinate rolled his eyes, quickly climbed forward, and said with a wry smile, Master Xingxiong, I think you are right. Last time, that guy just didn't follow martial ethics and plotted against you. If you fight him head on, he will definitely not be your opponent. Do you need to say this? Is this the kind of flattery I want to hear? Yi Xingxiong snorted coldly. Although he said this, after hearing it, he did feel comforted and his anger subsided a lot. That's right, I was just ambushed by that sinister guy last time. Yi Xingxiong told himself this in his heart. The question now is, what should I do? Yi Xingxiong gritted his teeth and said, he has become the principal's personal disciple. In the future, he will have the great magician Lan Mi to back him up. How can I compete with him for the head of the Yi family? The young subordinate smiled and said, isn't this simple? As long as he dies, it will be fine. A dead person will not compete with you for the position of the head of the family. According to the information I received, a student from the monster class died in the assessment copy that Yi Gu and his team participated in this time. He was the son of the lord of Wanjin City, Chu Ruohua. I think the Chu family must be in chaos now. Is there such a thing? Yi Xingxiong was silent for a moment, but so what? It's simple. The young subordinate laughed and said, not many people know what happened in the Black Abyss secret realm, but no matter how Chu Ruohua died, you can throw the dirty water on Yi Gu. As long as you provoke the Chu family a little bit. Yi Xingxiong's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha, you are really smart. Yi Xingxiong reached out and stroked his young subordinate's head, just like he was stroking a dog's head. The young man smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to make it easier for Yi Xingxiong to touch him. Of course. Yi Xingxiong grinned and looked ahead with a sneer. Yes, maybe I can stand with the Chu family and deal with this kid. Not only can I get rid of a scourge, but I may also be able to gain a powerful ally in the future. Now, everyone who stands with the Chu family will be doomed. Lan Mi sat in the office, playing with a pen in her hand, and quickly made a list. This is the Soul Crystal export list of all foreign trade of Yazan City in the past 2 years. You wouldn't know until you check. After checking, you found that the numbers for several items didn't match. The number of missing items is at least tens of billions. Chu Ruohua was obviously not doing this alone. He only relied on his status as a student in the War Academy's elite class and did not have such great ability. The Wanjian City behind him is the big boss. Give this list to the law enforcement officer of Yazan City. Lan Mi handed the list to Dihai. Dihai took the list. Okay, by the way, call my Xiao Yega over to me. Lan Mi pouted like a little girl and said unsatisfactorily, she has become my personal student, but she hasn't taken the initiative to visit me in all these days. This is too outrageous. Happy New Year. Chapter 63. It must be a misunderstanding in the academy. Inside a certain advanced training room. Yi Gu stood in the actual combat training room, a ball of scorching black flames slowly condensed in his palm. Boom. The 3 training combat puppets that rushed up were hit by the 3 consecutive black fireballs he threw. The 3 puppets exploded with fierce black flames, and blew into a pile of parts on the spot, scattered in every corner of the combat room. Yi Gu let out a breath. He opened his properties panel. Character Yi Gu age, 10 years old. Race, human level, mysterious realm, 3rd stage HP, 1400/1400 soul power, MP, 1405/1500 4-dimensional attributes, strength 85, agility 91, spirit 97, stamina 95. Basic attributes, physical attack 253, magic attack 288, defense 270, resistance 285, burst 300, speed 270, agility 265, perception 290. Special attributes, luck 5, charm 10, intelligence 12. Yi Gu thought that 1 magic lightning bolt would consume about 5 points of soul power, while 1 black fireball would consume 20 points. The skills he copied using the magic copy technique will not have a CD, and their power will not decrease if released continuously. However, if it is released continuously within a short period of time, 5 seconds, more soul power consumption points will be required. The first time is 20 points, the second time is 30 points, and the fourth time is 45 points. However, the power of the dark fireball is indeed not small. The combat parameters of the 3 combat puppets just now are equivalent to 3 ordinary 3rd-level transcendents in the profound realm. In other words, he can basically kill a normal extraordinary person of the same level in seconds with just one black fireball. Yigo came to the corner of the practical training room and clicked a few times on the computer touchscreen on the wall, adjust opponent level. The third level of Earth Realm. This time, Yigo directly adjusted the strength of the actual combat training puppet to a whole level higher than his own. The floor of the combat training room opened and a steel combat puppet was teleported up from underground. Copy Magic Dark Fireball. Yi Ji's eyes flashed, and a ball of black fire instantly condensed in his hand, and he shot it towards the Earth Realm puppet that was rushing towards him. This time, as expected, the Earth Realm combat puppet was hit, and the blazing black flames dissipated. It only took a step back and rushed towards Yigu again. Xia Xiao stood outside the glass cover of the practical training room with a curious look on her face. The little girl held onto the thick glass with her hands, her eyes following Yi Ji's movements in the room, watching Yigu constantly dealing with a fighting puppet in the training room. Schwer, isn't this too dangerous for Xiaoye? Xia Xiao pursed her lips in worry. He is only at the third level of the Profound Realm, and he has chosen a puppet from the Earth Realm as his training opponent. Will he accidentally hurt himself? Gao Xinxue shook her head. No. Really? Xia Xiao looked for a while, then came and sat down next to Gao Xinxue. From time to time, she turned her head to look at the situation in the practice room with some concern. By the way, what are you doing? Xia Xiao blinked curiously, watching Gao Xinxue make a table full of things that look like cakes. Is this food? Well, a little snack. Gao Xinxue said softly, I'm making a midnight snack for Xiaoye tonight. I made it with the natural treasures I collected in the assessment copy this time. Ah, it's so cute. Can you teach me? I want to try it, too, sure. Two little girls sat together making small cakes. Xia Xiao suddenly remembered something at this time, and asked shyly, Schwer, you and Xiaoye, have you made any new friends outside recently, new friend? Gao Xinxue tilted her head and thought about it. Yuli was introduced to them by Xia Xiao first, so she should not be considered a new friend. So he shook his head, no. Is that so? Why do you ask? No. Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully and felt relieved immediately. She thought Schwer had never lied to her. If Schwer said no, then it must be no. It seems that there must have been a misunderstanding before. Boom. Followed by a loud bang as a ball of black fire exploded, the Earth Realm combat puppet finally fell down heavily. Most of the parts on its body were destroyed, and some black fire was still burning on its body. Yigo let out a deep breath. The final test result was that it took 5 dark fireballs to kill a third-level Earth Realm Transcendent. 5 black fireballs can kill a Transcendent who is a whole level higher than you. It sounds quite powerful at first glance, but in fact, in actual combat, it is quite difficult to use a skill with a medium-speed shooting skill like Dark Fireball to hit a third-level Earth Realm Transcendent. The opponent was a whole level higher than him, and his agility attribute was much higher than his own, so he had no chance of hitting all 5 shots. Humans won't rush over like the fighting puppets without thinking. The reason why he was able to defeat Chu Ruohua so easily in the secret realm before was because his condition at that time was already almost exhausted, and he was also afflicted with a lot of debuffs. He was able to kill the Black Abyss Demon Lord purely because of the backboard. He knew this boss too well and knew what he was going to do every time he raised his hand. If you really meet a Celestial Realm Transcendent who is smart, good at using tactics, and cannot predict the future, it will definitely not be that easy. Yigo has never been a conceited person. He needs to appear calm and confident in front of the enemy, but he must also always know his own weight in his heart. In his previous life, Yigo had seen too many cases of talented young people who, after achieving success at a young age, became arrogant and eventually became mediocre like everyone else. In this world of conflict among all races, even a moment of arrogance often means death. At this moment, Yigo suddenly felt a certain throbbing in his mental consciousness. It was as if something was calling him in his soul. Is it a demon seed? Yigo pondered for a moment and opened the panel of the demon seed. Current stage of seeds, germination stage life, 10,000/10,000 energy required to advance to the next stage, 391/1000. The seeds are absorbing nutrients from the surrounding soil and converting them into energy, plus 0.1, plus 0.2, plus 0.1, plus 0.2. Chapter 64. Why does it feel a little bit unserious? Yigo discovered that as the seeds continued to absorb energy and nutrients, a portion of them would actually be transferred to his body. I didn't expect this effect. In this way, isn't it equivalent to having a plugin that automatically upgrades 24 hours a day, adding experience to him all the time? TSK, it turns out there is such a good thing. Yi Ge came out of the training room and saw Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiao, two little childhood sweethearts, sitting at the table in the hall outside, pinching something. Gao Shenxue still looks so calm and dignified. Even though she is very young, she is already very skilled in making these snacks. Xia Xiao didn't know what was going on. Her tender and fair face was covered with flour and cream. However, the girl's expression was still very serious. She pursed her lips, wrinkled her nose, and struggled with the flour on her hands. It was quite cute, and people couldn't bear to laugh at her. Yi Ge, what are you doing? I'm making a snack for you, Xia Xiao replied in a babbling voice, holding a cake that she had finally made in both hands, looking at him expectantly with sparkling eyes. Does it look good? Yi Ge squatted down to observe. Is this a pig's head? Xia Xiao said with a smile. No, this is made according to Xiaoya's face. Yi Ge was silent for a moment, then stretched out his two ruthless iron hands and pinched her soft face from left to right. Just now I was thinking of not having the heart to laugh at you, you hateful little girl. Xia Xiao's tender face full of collagen was pinched and kneaded into various shapes by Yi Ge, and her words were unclear. Whoa. Don't bite or pinch. It hurts. Schwer, save me, Xiaoye is bullying me again. Gao Shenxue tilted her head and said slowly, but aren't you always happy after being bullied by him? Yi Ge, Xia Xiao stammered, no way. Schwer, don't talk nonsense. Ha, woo, Bai Shuling lay on the table beside him and yawned loudly. The kitten's two fluffy snow-patterned tails were wrapped around its body, and it curled itself up into a small white ball. Humans are indeed strange creatures. Everyone likes to pinch and knead each other, and will the person being kneaded actually feel happy? What a weird racial culture. Didi at this moment, Yi Ge's watch suddenly rang, indicating that someone was calling Dai. In this world, the level of technology is actually not more backward than in the previous life, but not many people use mobile phones. Most of the time, communication and internet access functions are completed on a watch. Yi Ge let go of Xia Xiao's face and glanced at the caller ID on his watch. It was the college's Dean of Academic Affairs calling. BP pressed a touchscreen button on his watch and answered the call. A small holographic human image appeared in front of him. Dai's face appeared in front of Yi Ge. He coughed twice and said, Yi Ge, the principal wants you to go to her office. Call me? Yi Ge thought about it and agreed. The principal has accepted him as his personal student. Now. Of course, now a new would drop. Yi Ge hung up the call and shrugged at Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiao. I have to go to the principal. Gao Shenxue, well, we'll wait for you to come back and finish school together. Yi Ge, okay. Left the practice room and went down the teaching building. Yi Ge walked through a large campus before finding the building where the principal's office was located. The War College is very large, almost equivalent to a small city-state. The legendary principal lived in a very remote location, and very few students in the college had the opportunity to see the principal in person. When Yi Ge arrived in front of the teaching building, he was almost stunned. Is this a teaching building? This is basically a castle, right? There were several guards downstairs in the castle, but none of them stopped Yi Ge. They stood there motionless like sculptures. Obviously someone had already greeted them in advance. A maid in maid uniform came out and welcomed him in with a smile on her face. Yi Ge was taken to a large room. This room should be an office, which is twice as big as the classroom where he originally took classes. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s or 30s, with gray hair and blue eyes, sat behind the keel desk, rocking back and forth in a swivel chair. Photo, Lanmi was originally sitting on a chair taking a nap. She opened her eyes when she heard someone knocking on the door. Her blue eyes were half narrowed as she looked at Yi Ge carefully. Yi Ge had long heard that the great magician Lanmi was a beautiful and elegant woman, but when they actually met, the beauty of the principal was far beyond his expectations. The servant bowed slightly and then left, closing the door. Only Yi Ge and Lanmi were left in the room. Lanmi had a smile on her face the whole time. Are you surprised that I would recruit you into the inner sect and accept you as my personal student? Yes. Yi Ge responded honestly. Lanmi smiled and said, you are the descendant of a demonized mutant family. Logically, I really shouldn't accept you, but I think your potential is enough for me to make an exception for you. Yi Ge was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the beautiful principal would speak of such unspoken rules so frankly. I'm very curious, how did you do it? Lanmi narrowed her eyes. A transcendent in the mysterious realm actually defeated a demonic boss in the heavenly realm alone. This is unprecedented in the entire history of the human race. Yi Gu, just good luck. Lan Mi circled a bunch of her hair with her fingers. Well, it seems that you still don't want to tell me the truth. Well, I will allow you to have a little secret of your own. However, I have made such a big exception for you this time. When you become successful in the future, don't forget to repay me, your teacher Yi Gu. Okay, come here. Lan Mi waved at him and looked at him with a smile. Don't be so reserved. Come here and let the master take a good look at your bones. Yi Gu hesitated for a moment, always feeling that something was wrong, but finally walked to Lan Mi's side. As soon as she walked to the side of the beautiful female principal, Lan Mi immediately stretched out her two white hands and pinched Yi Ji's face from both sides, just like Yi Gu had just rubbed Xiaoxiao, rubbing his face like a glutinous rice dumpling. Lan Mi's face was full of joy. He is indeed a little boy. He looks even cuter and better looking than in the video. Yi Gu, how do you feel, my new teacher, is a little bit unserious? Chapter 65, Having Fun. Wow, Yi Ji's face was pinched hard by the beautiful principal. At only 10 years old, he was completely unable to resist. Alas, is this the retribution for bullying Xiaoxiao just now? It turns out that there is a cycle of fate. Principal, is it okay? Yi Gu said in a humming voice. Lan Mi reluctantly let go of Yi Ji's face, and then pretended to pick up the pen and wrote a few words in the notebook on the table. Not bad, amazing bones, extraordinary talent, extraordinary potential, a good material. Yi Gu thought, you were just rubbing my face just now, right? Where can we see the extraordinary potential? Yi Gu glanced at the notebook on Lan Mi's desk, wanting to see what the principal had written in the notebook. All I saw on the notebook was, cute, well-behaved, doesn't resist, feels good to rub, delicious little fresh meat, I can rub it often in the future. Yi Gu, from now on, you are my student. No one in the academy will discriminate against you just because you are a demonized person. Lan Mi twirled the pen with her fingers. If any professor in the academy dares to make things difficult for you because of your bloodline, tell me and I will hang him up and beat him. Yi Gu, okay, principal. Also, since you are already my direct student, don't call me principal anymore. Lan Mi said with a smile, call me teacher or sister. Yi Gu, okay. Very good. Lan Mi gently put down the pen, and then his expression gradually became serious. He said solemnly, then, next, we should do something very important. When Yi Gu heard the words very important, he immediately became serious. What is it? Lan Mi said seriously, just to have fun. Yi Gu looked confused and asked, yeah? Yuning Palace. Lang Yuaning sat in the palace hall, her expression sullen and her eyes almost spewing fire. Under her wide purple fairy robe one could feel her body trembling slightly with anger. The disciples standing in the main hall stood in several rows, and no one dared to say a word. I was afraid that I would accidentally anger this terrible master who always had a bad temper. Shier, is what you said true? Lang Yuaning said in a cold voice, did your senior brother really do something worse than an animal? Xiao Yushi nodded slightly, her face still as cold and calm as ever. Yes. All the disciples looked at each other. No one would have thought that the eldest brother, who had always been upright, talented and handsome, and revered as a chivalrous immortal by countless people, would be such a hypocritical villain. Snap. Lang Yuaning had already crushed the cup on the tea table into powder. I didn't expect that Yi Ji would actually do such a thing. This evil creature has ruined the reputation of our Yuaning Palace. He is so abominable and hateful. What a pity that he was left to die like this. If he were still alive, I would have skinned him alive myself. Hearing this, all the disciples in the hall, except Xiao Yushi, shuddered. Of course, they all knew the methods of their beautiful master. Although Yuning Palace is the first righteous immortal cultivation sect of the human race, Lang Yuning is never lenient towards disciples who violate the rules of the sect, and is even colder and more ruthless than many underworld gangs. Forget it, if he dies, he dies. Lang Yuaning sighed. Fortunately, Sierra, you are okay. If Xiao Yushi's memory was really erased by Li Yizi, then her brain would definitely be damaged to some extent, and her future practice would also be affected. Li Yizi, this hateful traitor, actually wanted to hurt Sierra. Letting him die like this is really a bargain for him. At this time, a disciple came in from outside, holding a watch in his hand. Master, there is a video call for you. It's from Principal Lan Mi of the Imperial War College. According to the rules of Yuning Palace, immortal cultivators cultivate their bodies and minds, and all disciples practice on the Immortal Mountain all year round. They are not allowed to touch electronic entertainment projects in the secular world on weekdays, and they must also disconnect from the modern network. Therefore, disciples of Yuning Palace are not allowed to carry communication watches on their bodies. Long Yuaning frowned. Lanmi? It's that woman. Why did she suddenly call me via holographic communication? Taking the watch, she hesitated for a moment and pressed the answer button on it. A holographic projection screen popped up immediately. On the screen, there was a video recording, and the audio of the conversation between Li Yizhi and the Lord of Black Abyss could be heard. It's you? Why are you here again? Of course I'm sending you new goods, Lord Demon. Oh, you seem more anxious than me. Probably no one would have thought that Li Yizhi, who was loved and admired by the human race and was called the Immortal Knight, would actually cooperate with a demon race like me in order to improve his own realm. He even went so far as to kill his own compatriots. Ha ha ha, these children are just ordinary people without extraordinary talents. Their lives will be ordinary, mediocre, and tortured by birth, aging, sickness and death. Their existence will not bring any value to the human race or the future of the empire. But if they become the stepping stone for me to break through the apocalypse in the future, then their value will more than increase 100-fold. They should feel honored for their sacrifice. Xiao Yushi was slightly stunned. Of course, she was familiar with these conversations. It turned out to be the conversation scene between Li Yizhi and the Black Abyss Demon Lord in the Demon Lord's Hall in the Black Abyss Secret Realm. All the disciples present were shocked. On the screen, Li Yizhi's ambitious and evil smile made all the disciples present feel very unfamiliar. Good fellow. There were some disciples who originally trusted the senior brother, and they secretly felt that there might be some misunderstanding in this matter, but after seeing the video footage, they were completely speechless. It turns out that there is such a big difference between being in front of people and being behind people. Long Yuaning was so angry that she was shaking all over. This traitor, it really brings shame to Yuning Palace. Lan Mi. Long Yuaning said angrily, you put this in front of me, what exactly do you want to do? Swish, Lan Mi's holographic image finally appeared. She was seen leaning back in a chair with a relaxed look on her face, and the background was obviously her office. Oh, I don't mean anything. Your disciple just happened to have an accident during our student assessment. As the headmaster of the War College, I must give you an explanation and let you know what happened. Long Yuaning said angrily, are you trying to explain to me? I don't even want to expose you. Don't you just want to laugh at me? Lan Mi was stunned. Ah? Ha ha ha. No no. He he he. He he he. Is it really that obvious? Long Yuaning. Chapter 66, Childlike Master. Lan Mi smiled playfully. Oh, it's really no big deal. Even if it's a famous and upright sect, it's normal to have a few scumbags occasionally. In my opinion, it's probably because your way of cultivation is too old-fashioned and repressive. What era is it now? You still emphasize the idea of pure heart and few desires, and the Great Way is ruthless. You lead such a large sect to hide in a remote fairy mountain and isolate yourself from the modern world. This is why your disciples are so depressed that they turn to evil ways. Long Yuaning's face was icy. What do you know? This is the rule of our Yuning Palace for thousands of years. It was set by our ancestors and has never changed. Lan Mi, because it has never changed, don't you think it should change with the times? Long Yuaning opened her mouth slightly, preparing to say something. Lan Mi interrupted her. Forget it, I know you will definitely not accept it. I am not interested in listening to a lot of teachings from our ancestors and a bunch of confusing principles. I came to you today not only to mock you, but also for another reason. Long Yuaning snorted, what's the matter? Lan Mi's lips curled up into a playful smile. Your disciple Xiao Yushi almost had his memory erased when he was in the Black Abyss Secret Realm. You should know clearly what would have happened if Xiao Yushi had faced Li Yizhi and the Black Abyss Demon Lord alone in the dungeon. Long Yuaning frowned. What exactly do you want to say? Lan Mi smiled and said, I mean, you should at least say thank you to that kid from the Yi family, right? Long Yuaning's eyes widened. What did you say? Don't you think it's wrong? Humph, he himself is also a challenger of the Black Abyss Secret Realm. He fought against the Black Abyss Demon Lord for his own benefit. Why should I thank him? That's a bit of a lie, isn't it? Even if it's just a small favor, you should still be thanked. As the saying goes, a drop of water is repaid with a spring of water. What's more, he really saved your disciple once. Isn't your Yuning Palace a prestigious and upright sect that values uprightness, propriety, righteousness, and shame? You shouldn't understand this principle, right? Besides, you can ask your beloved disciple. Lanmi said with a smile, while she was in the Black Abyss dungeon. Did she receive any other help from Xiao Yega? Lan Yuaning bit her lip lightly and turned to look at Xiao Yushi. Sheer, is it true? Has he helped you? Xiao Yushi's face was calm. He nodded and replied softly, yes, he did help me a lot. Otherwise, I might not have been able to walk to the Lord's Hall of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. Lan Yuaning, Lanmi smiled and said, hey, did you hear that? You don't believe what I said, but you also don't believe what your beloved disciple said? Lan Yuaning, Lanmi said, or do you want me to play the video of your disciple being helped? No need. Lan Yuaning glared at her fiercely. Since what Sheer said is true, she really received help from the young master of the Yi family. I will naturally thank him and repay him for this favor someday. Oh, what else to do another day? Lanmi said, turning the camera to face Yi Ji's innocent and confused face. Come, he is here with me now, you can thank him in person. Yi Gu. Lan Yuaning gritted her teeth. Lan? Me? Hey, Lanmi still smiled. What's wrong, Yuning? Why do you look so angry? Did you do this on purpose? Yes. Why, as an upright and righteous immortal sect, your Yuning Palace can't even say thank you, right? Xiao Yuaning, you must know that as a master, your words and deeds represent your own sect and will also affect the future conduct of your disciples. You probably don't want your Yuaning Palace to be described as a group of arrogant, rude, and ungrateful people in the future, right? Or, enough. Lan Yuaning took a deep breath and exhaled solemnly. No matter what, since Sheer was saved by the young master of the Yi family, our Yuaning Palace owes him a favor. I am willing to thank him. Okay, this is the bearing that a famous and upright sect should have. Lanmi said, and asked Yi Gu to face the screen. Come on, start your performance. Yi Gu just felt a little bit amused and helpless that he now understood what Lanmi meant by having fun. Lan Yuaning slowly came in front of the camera. Yi Gu finally saw Lan Yuaning in the picture. This is the legendary master of Yuning Palace, the first immortal cultivation sect of the human race. Many people who have never seen Lan Yuaning, but have only heard her name or the legends about her, would definitely think that she is a stern, ruthless, and cold-faced middle-aged woman. However, in reality, Lan Yuaning looks like she is only in her teens, and she has a very young face, a baby face, and is not tall, even less than 1.6 meters, so at first glance, she looks even younger than Xiao Yushi. Picture, many new disciples who had just joined the sect would even regard her as a junior sister when they first saw her. Only after being severely tortured did they realize how terrifying their 1,000-year-old childlike master was. When Yi Gu saw that face, he thought, wow, this image is even more childish than the one in the game CG. Is this the legendary queen-like voice and lowly face? Thank you. Lan Yuaning stood in front of Yi Ji's holographic projection and thanked him with gritted teeth. You helped Sheer once, so my Yuning Palace owes you a favor. If anything happens to your Yi family in the future, my Yuning Palace will definitely help you. Lanmi blinked her eyes and said, Xiaoningning, the way you gnashed your teeth is so scary. People who know you think you are thanking me, but people who don't think you are going to eat my Xiao Yega. Leave it to your own business. Lan Yuaning glared at her angrily. I'm here to thank Sheer's benefactor. It has nothing to do with you, the principal. Okay, I won't say anything. Don't be so angry. Lanmi smiled and turned to look at Yi Gu. How about it, Yi Gu, do you accept her thanks? Yi Gu shrugged. I don't care. Chapter 67, this thing, why does it look so familiar? Doesn't matter. Inside the main hall of Yuning Palace, all the disciples and elders couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment when they heard this. To be able to have the palace master of Yuning Palace, the #1 sect of immortal cultivators, personally promise to owe you a favor. This is an opportunity that many people would love but cannot obtain. This kid actually said it doesn't matter, a female elder thought to herself. After all, she is still a 10-year-old child. When he grows up and thinks about this, he will definitely regret what he said, right? Lan Yuaning snorted softly. Little kid, at such a young age, has learned to act cool, but of course she wouldn't argue with a 10-year-old. Whether you care or not, I, Long Yuaning, will definitely repay the favor you owe me. Long Yuaning said, glaring at Lan Mi, who was watching the fun with a smile behind Yi Gu. Is this okay? Well. Lan Mi put her finger to her mouth, with a slightly reluctant expression. Well, since Xiao Yigu doesn't care, then as a teacher, I certainly don't have much to say. Teacher? Lang Yuaning looked at her and asked, so the rumor is true? Did you really accept him as your personal student? Yeah, what's wrong? You should know that the current leader of the human race, His Majesty the Emperor. Lan Yuaning paused halfway through her words, looked at Yi Gu beside Lan Mi, and stopped talking. Forget it, you can do whatever you want. Okay, I'll hang up first. Bye, little Ningning. Lan Mi blew Lang Yuaning a kiss across the screen with a smile on her face. Next time your disciples of Yuaning Palace make a fool of themselves, I'll call you to have fun again. Lang Yuaning glared angrily. You. Before she could really get angry, Lan Mi had already hung up the holographic communication. This Lan Mi. Lang Yuaning was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she had no place to vent, which made her feel very angry, and none of the disciples dared to say a word. They all knew that no matter what, they must never anger their master when she was angry, otherwise, they will have no good results for the whole year. All of you, get off. Lang Yuaning waved her wide sleeves and said, I want to talk to Sierra alone for a few words. Yes, the tense disciples and elders seemed to be relieved and left one after another. Xier, tell me, what happened to you in the Black Abyss secret realm? Lang Yuaning glanced at Xiao Yushi and asked, did that little devil really help you? Xiao Yushi nodded gently, yes. Then she briefly recounted everything that happened to them in the secret realm. Really? Lang Yuaning's beautiful eyebrows stood up. That little devil will actually help you? But soon, Lang Yuaning also figured it out. I'm afraid that the little devil had already anticipated the Yuning Palace's principle of repaying favors, so he took the initiative to remind and help. I didn't expect that this little devil, who is only 10 years old, is so scheming. Lang Yuaning let out a deep breath. Never mind. No matter what, as long as Sierra is fine. After all, she hadn't had a Taoist partner or children for more than 1,000 years. She has always treated Xiao Yushi as her own daughter. Oh, right. Lang Yuaning asked again, I heard that the Lord of the Black Abyss captured slaves from various tribes and imprisoned them in the Black Abyss secret realm. Among them are many children? Xiao Yushi nodded gently, yes. So, after the death of Lord Black Abyss, what happened to the captured slaves and children? They were all taken back to the Yi family by Yi Gu through the teleportation formation. Lang Yuaning was shocked. Take him back to the Yi family? Xiao Yushi responded, yes. Lang Yuaning frowned. Since they are rescued prisoners, why don't you hand them over to the Federation Superhuman Association? Instead, let that little devil take them away? Xier, do you know what will happen to these captives and children if they fall into the hands of the Yi family? Lang Yuaning said with a serious expression. She knew about the glorious deeds of the Yi family's ancestors. Yi Quan, the old devil of the Yi family, once rescued many captives when he led his troops to fight against the dark alien race, but they don't mean well. I heard that all these captives were trained and brainwashed by the Yi family to become the Yi family's death squads. They were given the most cruel and cold-blooded training and became the Yi family's killing machines. Speaking of which, what is the difference between this and falling into the hands of the dark race? Lang Yuaning believed that Yi Gu took in these children because he definitely wanted to select those with hidden extraordinary talents, brainwash them from an early age, and train them to be warriors who would swear allegiance to the Yi family until death. As for those without talent, they would probably become servants, slaves, or even, such a young child has to accept such cruel and inhumane life and death training since childhood. It is really pitiful. Master, what do you think will happen to these captives if they are really handed over to the Federation of Superhumans Association? Xiao Yushi looked into his master's eyes calmly and asked seriously. Lang Yuaning raised her eyebrows and said, of course I will give you a reasonable resettlement. Really? Xiao Yushi pursed her lips. They have been imprisoned in the well of the Black Abyss for so long that their bodies have been contaminated by the demonic energy to some extent, contracting dark diseases, suffering from demonic eye disease, demonic blood disease, and some even becoming demonized mutants. If they really show these symptoms, will the Federation of Superhumans really care about them? Of course. Lang Yuaning looked at her puzzledly. not understanding why Sierra would ask such a question. She said calmly, "The Federation Superhuman Association is a guild that unites all the righteous forces within the Empire. Naturally, it will help those mortals and provide them with all possible treatment so that they can live a peaceful and happy life again." Xiao Yushi shook his head gently. "Master, you haven't come down the mountain for too long, and have been away from the secular world for too long. Now is not the era when the late emperor was still alive." Long Yuaning? Long Yuaning's face was dazed, as if she had been struck by lightning. "Sierra, this is the first time that I have refuted her and talked back to her like this. So, what happened?" War College, President's office. After Lan Mi hung up the holographic communication, she rubbed Ji's face with her hands and played with it hard. "Well, your physique is really good. Don't worry, I will definitely train you well." After Lan Mi had rubbed it to her satisfaction, she picked up the pen seriously and wrote something in the notebook. Yigo. Lan Mi turned her head away, somewhat unable to bear Yi Ji's resentful look, and coughed twice. "Ahem. Well, since you have become my student, this is a greeting gift from your teacher." After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved it. 3 rays of light appeared on the table and gradually turned into 3 objects. One of the 3 things is the iron plate on the inner door of the War College, which has the symbol of a sword and a musket on it, and is proof of identity. Yigo remembered that Yi Xingxiong also had one. With this iron plate, you can unlock many permissions within the academy, including books at a higher level in the library, more instructional classes from professors, and the ability to rent many laboratories and training rooms. There is also a top-level storage space ring that can hold a full 1,000 cubic meters of things. In the current version of the game, the storage ring is still a prop unique to the War College. It was not until later versions, when the plot gradually developed, that the major families, forces, and companies finally imitated the space ring and developed space bags, space capsules, and so on. In this version, a space ring is undoubtedly a priceless treasure, not to mention a top-level space ring. The last one was a small box containing 2 pills that emitted a faint red light. When Yigu saw the pills in the 2 boxes, he was stunned for a moment. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Chapter 68 Village Stories Top Grade Spirit Gathering Pill? Yigu looked stunned. He looked at it several times before he was sure that he was not seeing things. "Ha!" Lan Mi blinked. "This is a red treasure, very rare in the human kingdom. Do you recognize it?" Yigu, "Yes, I've seen it in a book." I thought to myself, I know this thing very well, and I still have several of them left in my system space. Yigo had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that? He immediately opened his game system panel and opened the auction house panel. Upon checking, it turned out that a system prompt message is displayed. System message: the 2 top-grade soul-gathering pills you placed on the auction house have been bought, and the proceeds have been deposited into your space backpack. Yigo, good fellow, not bad. You are well-informed and knowledgeable. You are indeed worthy of being my student. Lan Mi said with a smile, I spent 2 billion to buy these 2 pills from a mysterious seller at the auction house. Although there is a premium, this kind of red quality treasure is rare. Look, teacher, I treat you very well, right? You must repay your teacher when you grow up. Yigo, okay. If you take one of these pills, your cultivation speed will increase tenfold over the entire year. Lan Mi smiled and said, remember not to waste them. Just take one and save the remaining one for next year. Yigu was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, in that case, teacher, you can keep one for yourself. Oh, no thanks. Lan Mi smiled. I also take some cultivation medicines made from natural treasures, which also have the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation. However, they cannot be combined with this kind of elixir, and some of the effects conflict with each other. It would be a waste if I took them. Yigu was silent for a while, then said, I am just your first day student. Yes, that's true. Lan Mi nodded, and then spread her hands, but there's nothing I can do. I have a problem. When I see good seedlings not being cultivated, I feel uncomfortable all over. Yigu smiled after hearing this, okay, I understand. He picked up the space ring, then raised his hand and waved it, storing all these things into his space. Okay, you go back first. I'll let you know when the next class is about to start. Before that, you should practice hard and don't be lazy, otherwise I will punish you severely the next time we meet, and tie you up and hang you up and spank you. Lan Mi said seriously. Why Yigu, I see, well, go ahead, good boy. Goodbye, teacher. Yi Ge bowed slightly to Lan Mi to express his gratitude, then prepared to turn around and leave. When he reached the door, Lan Mi suddenly called him again. Hey, wait a minute. Yi Ge turned around and asked blankly, Teacher, is there anything else? Lan Mi rolled her eyes and said, Look, I just gave you so many gifts and treated you so well. It's reasonable for you to come over and let the teacher rub you for a while, right? Yi Ge. In the evening, Yi Ge brought Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao back to the Yi family. Gao Xinxue turned to look at Yi Ji's face and suddenly asked, Xiaoyi, why is your face so red? Yi Ge touched his face and thought to himself, how the hell should he answer such an embarrassing question? You can't say that the principal was the one who made me like this, right? Nothing. Xiaoye, you just went to the principal's office. What did the principal say to you? Xia Xiao asked with a curious look on her face. Actually, he didn't say anything. Yi Ge smiled bitterly. He just gave me some small gifts and told me to study hard and make progress every day. Really? Xia Xiao was very naive and didn't think too much. She just clapped her hands happily and said, But you have also entered the inner gate. In the future, we will have the opportunity to go to school together and complete tasks together. It's great. Yeah. After returning, Yi Ge had dinner with Gao Xinxue and Xia Xiao. After dinner, Yi Ge looked up and asked the old housekeeper, Housekeeper, where are the 2 children I brought back? The old butler bowed slightly and said, Master, they are in villa number 7. There are at least dozens of villas in the Yi family manor, and each villa has its own number. Yi Ge nodded. Take me to see them. Arthur has been very nervous since he came to the Yi family. After all, he was a child from a small border village. From childhood to adulthood, the most thing he had experienced was poverty. He had never seen such a magnificent and beautiful manor. This is where the king lives, right? Beautiful magical musical fountains, majestic sculptures, manicured gardens, everything seemed so unreal to Arthur. Arthur held his sister's hand tightly and was taken to a room by a maid. Although this place is big and beautiful, Arthur was still very nervous. He had heard about the family of demonized mutants in the stories of the elders in the village before. In the stories of the old people in the village, it was a family of demons in human skin. They were the most terrifying existence among the human race. They were vicious and violent, and scrupulous, ate raw meat and drank blood, and were bloodthirsty. Those stories about the demonized family can even stop children from crying in the village. But no matter what, Arthur was mentally prepared. He gritted his teeth and thought that it didn't matter even if he was trained as a killing machine and turned into a murderous maniac who did all kinds of evil things. As long as he could protect his sister, that would be enough. Chapter 69 is not quite the same as expected. The maid of the villa first took Arthur and Yi Zi to a clean room. I gave them a clean set of clothes, pointed to 2 of the rooms and said with a smile, Hey, this room is yours from now on, and the other room is yours. You guys should get familiar with them first. Arthur was slightly stunned. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He originally thought of lying in a dark dungeon like the one in the Black Abyss secret realm on a large bunk bed with a dozen slaves. After all, such an environment was in line with their status as lower people. Every day he had to fight with his fists for a better bed and food delivered by his master. He also had to rely on his strength, ruthlessness, and fearlessness to ensure that he would not be bullied by other slave children. This was something he had become accustomed to after being captured and becoming a slave. Even when he was in the small border village, the situation was similar. In that lawless area, the empire didn't care about it at all, so fists were everything there, and the village chief would only protect those who gave him gifts. Yez stood timidly behind her brother at first, but she was soon attracted by the cleanliness of the room. The little girl looked around the room with a silly and cute look on her face, her mouth slightly open, and a big strand of hair on the top of her head twisted from time to time as her head turned. Excuse me, sir, I would like to ask you a question. Arthur stopped the maids and asked nervously, Are we really living in this place? Sir? Several maids were stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Hearing their laughter, Arthur felt somewhat embarrassed and his cheeks felt a little hot, but he had no idea what they were laughing at. We are not adults. The maid shrugged. I am also a servant here, and this is a normal room. We all live in places like this. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise. How is it possible? A servant can dress so well? Live in such a nice place, a maid blinked and said, This is originally a servant's mansion. All those who live in this villa are servants of the Yi family. Arthur felt dazed for a moment. Servant? Living in such a nice house? Such good conditions, Could it be that the Yi family really has too much money and has nowhere to spend it? He still remembered that when he was a child, he once wandered south with his father and mother and went to work in the home of a certain quasi-yellow realm extraordinary master. However, the quasi-yellow realm master wanted to squeeze out any value from them and turn them into human-shaped cattle and horses that only needed to be fed grass to work. It's good enough to feed them, how can you expect them to have clothes and shelter? The maids chattered among themselves. What's that? Master Xiaoye lives in a more beautiful place. But in this world, only Master Xiaoye deserves to live in such a nice place. Yeah. Master Xiaoye is definitely the cutest and most gentle boy in the world. I really want to hold him in my arms and love him well. Oh, if only I could have come to the Yi family a few years earlier, then I would have had the opportunity to bathe young Master Yi when he was a child. Last month on my birthday, I even got a pat on the head from Master Xiaoye. Ah, Arthur, how do you feel? This demonized family is a little different from what I imagined. After a while, the maids left chatting and laughing, no longer paying attention to the two children. Arthur and Yi Zi were still standing in the room stupidly, holding their clothes in their hands, not daring to change them or find a place to sit down. Yi Zi looked around and saw the white and soft bed. Her eyes lit up and she immediately wanted to jump over happily, but Arthur stopped her. Wait a minute. The hair on Yi Zi's head trembled, and she turned around and asked in a puzzled voice, "What's wrong, brother?" "First, wait a moment," Arthur said worriedly. "Don't touch those things yet, maybe it's a mistake. What if he moves into the room, his dirty feet step on the clean floor, and is told that this place doesn't belong to them at all? Are you, a piece of trash tainted by the blood of darkness, worthy of living here? Look at your dirty hands, you have made my bed dirty." If that happens, it will definitely draw the wrath of the young master, who might throw them to feed the monsters in a rage. Yi Zi didn't quite understand why her brother did this, but she still stood beside him obediently, turning her head from time to time to look at the temptation that the big white bed brought her. The little girl's eyes fell on the table in the room, where there were several pieces of bread, milk, and other food. In the Black Abyss dungeon, even half a piece of moldy bread could only be obtained by defeating several children who were several years older than them. Yi Zi wanted to run over and stuff the delicious-looking food into her stomach, but she finally restrained herself. But she couldn't hold back her saliva. The little girl looked at the food with a silly expression, bubbles of snot and saliva popping out from time to time, and then being sucked back in. So, the two little guys stood there stupidly in the room for several hours. A few hours later, Yi Gu arrived. He saw the two siblings standing in military posture, one behind the other, and looked confused. "What are you doing?" Arthur was stunned for a moment. Yi Gu raised his eyebrows. "I remember that you came from a border village. In that area, children of your age shouldn't be unable to take a bath and change clothes by themselves, right? Or do you not know how to turn on the water heater?" "Arthur, no, it's not." Yi Gu raised his wrist and looked at the time. "I will only give you 10 minutes. Take a shower, change into clean clothes, eat a piece of bread on the table to fill your stomach, and then stand in front of me immediately. Otherwise, don't be a soldier. I will arrange for you to clear the sewer tonight." Arthur shuddered. Yes. Chapter 70 Seat Advancement. 10 minutes later, Arthur and Yi Zi, both neatly dressed, stood in front of Yi Gu. The dirt on the body was basically washed away, and there was a hint of shower gel scent, and he looked much more energetic. Yi Gu nodded. "Follow me." Arthur and Yi Zi hurriedly followed Yi Gu. Along the way, many maids, servants, and butlers saw Yi Gu and stopped to bow and greet him. "Hello, Master Xiaoye." "Master Xiaoye has become cuter again." "Master Xiaoye, last time I accidentally went into the wrong restroom. You promised to punish me personally, don't forget it." Yi Gu. Arthur followed behind, staring in amazement all the way. It turns out, there are servants in this world who actively ask for punishment. Yi Gu took them both to a room. The room is very large, it is an extra-large combat training room, and there are many training data recording instruments and many modern equipment. Yi Gu waved his hand, and two servants came over with a few suction cup stickers and stuck them on Arthur's body. Arthur let them do whatever they wanted, not daring to move. Yi Gu looked at him and said, "Okay, now, let the evil eye syndrome in your body break out, and let me see to what extent you can control it now." Arthur said in a low voice, "The evil eye syndrome can occur at any time, but it is not something I can control." Yi Gu said calmly, "No, you should be able to control it now." Arthur, Yi Gu, if someone with the devil's eye wants to control the mad fighting power in their body, they must personally experience pain of level 12 or above. If you can endure it, you can control this power. And you have passed this level, so now you should be able to freely control the onset of the Devil's Eye. Arthur was a little dazed. Really? Yiga didn't say anything, took out a remote control and pressed it. A combat puppet was activated, and the combat system locked onto Arthur. The mechanical body slowly began to move and walk towards him. Prove it to me. Yiga said, prove to me that you can not only control the onset of the Demon Eye syndrome, but also control your own power after becoming a berserker. Only then can I use you with confidence and let you become my warrior. At the same time, you must also learn to control this power in order to protect your sister. Good. Arthur gritted his teeth and walked towards the fighting puppet without hesitation. His right eye gradually turned dark red, and countless bloodshot veins expanded rapidly, as if covered with a layer of blood ink. His whole face became ferocious and fierce, surging demonic energy emanated from his body, and he was filled with murderous intent. Roar. Arthur rushed towards the fighting doll like a mad beast. An old butler walked up to Yigu and asked in a low voice, Master Yigu, do you really think that people with the magic eye disease can control their consciousness? Yigu smiled slightly. In this version of the game, there is no such profession as magic eye berserker among the human race. All patients with the mystic eye were deemed doomed to die. They were also considered the source of disasters. They were crazy, violent, and attacked everything they saw, and they were tireless and painless. People avoided them and were terrified of them. This profession was not truly discovered until version 3.25, and was classified as a warrior profession among the mutated extraordinary people of human beings. It was also the most perverted profession in that version, no doubt about it. This directly leads to the current version of the game being extremely unbalanced. In version 3.5, players on the forum said, an army with only 500 magic eye berserkers can easily destroy a city-state guarded by tens of thousands of warriors. Of course, the Mystic Eye Berserker is so perverted that not all game characters can change their jobs. The Demon Eye syndrome itself is a genetic mutation that is contaminated by the aura of darkness. The probability of obtaining this special mutation is no more than 1 in 10,000. After version 3.25, all characters with the Mystic Eye mutation talent have become extremely popular in the game's character recruitment market. A Mystic Eye Berserker who has never received any training has been sold for tens of millions of dollars by a large number of game studios. It is not easy for ordinary players to just play the role of the Mystic Eye Berserker. If they want to form an army of Mystic Eye Berserkers, it is simply impossible. But this version, Yigu thought, it would be weird if someone would snatch this version from him. The people in this version, people with the evil eye disease, are like a plague, and there is no time to hide from them. Soon, bursts of exclamations from the servants were heard in the training room. Bang! Crack! Kong! Ah! Arthur was like a mad beast. In just 2 minutes, he tore the fighting puppet into a pile of scrap metal with his bare hands. The old butler was stunned. What a terrible destructive power. The fighting puppet that Yigu just activated has the strength of the 9th level of the Earth realm. A slight smile appeared on Yigu's lips. Huff, huff. Arthur panted like a wild beast, slowly turned around, walked towards Yigu, and walked towards him step by step. The old housekeeper's heart tightened, and he quickly stood in front of Yigu. Young master, be careful. Yigu said calmly, don't worry, it's okay. The old butler was stunned. Thump. Arthur knelt on one knee in front of Yigu. Master Yigu, I'm done. Yigu nodded with satisfaction. Very good. At this moment, a certain throbbing and calling suddenly came from Yigu's soul consciousness. Is it a demon seed? Yigu opened the system panel and found that the demon seed had completed the nutrient absorption during the germination period. Current stage of the demonic world tree, budding stage life, 10,000/10,000 energy required to advance to the next stage, 1,000 status. Advanced demon seed. After advancing, I can breed or evolve. Please come to my side and make a choice. Yigu thought. It seems he has to go to the Black Abyss secret realm. Butler, I'll leave this to you. Yigu pointed at Arthur with his chin. Train him well for me, don't be polite, this kid should be very durable. The old butler, yes. Yigu returned to his room. Since becoming the master of the Black Abyss secret realm, he has the ability to freely open the door to the Black Abyss secret realm at any time and in any place. Yigu took out his shadow moon, his eyes were calm, he made a sword flower, and then suddenly slashed the air in a cross shape. Shwa shwa. Where the straight and horizontal sword passed, a cross-shaped black sword energy lingered in the air for a long time. Then, the black cross sword energy began to expand to the surrounding space, and even tore open a black crack in the other dimensional space. It gradually turned into a cross-shaped door to another dimension. Chapter 71, New Demonic World. Yiga stepped into the door to the other dimensional space and came to the secret realm of Black Abyss. Now, this place has undoubtedly become his exclusive territory through the demonic tree. He can even sense all living beings within this area. It's really a magical feeling. Yiga came to the underground. In front of the demonic tree, he was surprised to find that the demon seed, which had just sprouted and was only in the budding stage, had now grown to a height of more than 20 meters, like a mature towering ancient banyan tree. The surface of the black tree was faintly flashing with dark red magic patterns, and its thick and gnarled roots penetrated into the surrounding soil. Countless spreading branches had completely filled this underground space, but Yiga knew that what he saw were only the roots of the demon realm tree. And the thing that was beating slowly like a heart was now surrounded by dense roots. This is just the beginning. Yiga smacked his lips and scratched his ears. He couldn't imagine how big this thing would be in the future. Tip: the demonic world tree has entered its growth period. Current stage of the demonic world tree. Growth period: life 50,000/50,000 magic, 10,000/10,000 soul points. 1 growth period. 1. Possess certain self-defense capabilities within the Black Abyss territory. 2. It can affect the ecology of the entire territory and create more demonic plants and demonic aura. 3. Can breed demon creatures. The type of demon creatures bred depends on the host that activates the demon seed. Energy required to advance to the next stage, 0/50,000. Tip: the demonic world tree has entered its growth period and can be nurtured or evolved. Please select 1. Breed a monster girl. A2. Breed a monster girl. B3. Breed a monster girl. C4. Breed a monster girl. D5. Evolve the roots of the demon realm tree to give it stronger self-defense capabilities, allowing it to have stronger offensive power against enemies that invade the area. Yiga? No. Why are there only monster girls? Yiga had a weird look on his face. It seems that it is not necessary to evolve the roots and gain stronger self-defense capabilities for the time being. Anyway, the Black Abyss secret realm is now closed, and no other enemies will come in for the time being. Not if you don't choose to evolve, you can only choose one from 1 to 4. After thinking for a moment, Yiga chose 4.4. Breed a monster girl. D in the making. Consumption: 1 soul point, 10,000 magic points. Time remaining, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. I saw a huge crimson flower bud connected by many roots of the demonic tree, and it suddenly trembled slightly. Yiga stood up from the ground. Are you done? The huge flower bud slowly bloomed. A dark red-haired demon woman appeared in front of him. The woman lowered her head with her eyes still closed, as if she had not yet fully awakened. Her dark red hair was exceptionally long, hanging from her head to the ground. Those long blood-red hairs like algae were connected to the deep red flower of the demon world that gave birth to her, just like an umbilical cord, and seemed to be still slowly absorbing the remaining nutrients of the flower of the demon world. After several seconds, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her appearance was amazingly exquisite, beautiful, mature, and charming. She was an absolute stunner. Her pair of heterochromatic eyes showed a bit of bewilderment. Master? Picture, Yiga thought. It seems that this is not an ordinary demon creature. It can speak as soon as it is born, and it speaks human language. You know human language? Yiga stared at her and asked. Both the spirit of disaster and the white blood spirit emerged. One emerged from the black fog and landed on his shoulder, and the other emerged from his collar with a cat's head, and together with him, they looked curiously at the beautiful red-haired demon sister in front of them. The red-haired demon woman seemed to have not yet fully awakened. She spoke in a dreamlike voice with her eyes half open, and said intermittently and softly, I am the cells of the demon world tree, and the cells of the master, the product of the fusion. I can learn the master's language and basic cognition. Yiga touched his chin. Then I am yours. Never mind, by the way, what's your name? The red-haired demon woman paused, then slowly uttered 2 words, Hong Ko, 4th tone. Hong Ko? Is that your name? Yes. Yiga hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and asked again, Hong Ko, is your main ability design? Hong Ko answered slowly, I am the consciousness split from the demon world tree. I can help you manage the entire demon world, let the demon world tree breed faster, and evolve, create demon warriors for you, and my combat effectiveness will increase as the demon world tree grows. The demon world? Yiga was stunned. Hong Ko said, yes, the ancient demon world has been destroyed, but where the demon world tree grows, a new demon world will slowly form, slowly breed new demon life, and form a new demon world civilization. She paused, frowned slightly, as if enduring some kind of pain, and then continued, Master, I have transmitted to you through my consciousness the entire demon world's expandable sphere of influence. After hearing this, Yi Gu opened his game system panel. Sure enough, the system sent a new reminder. The map of the myriad races has been updated. Open a map, or the entire map of the Black Abyss secret realm appeared in front of him, including the Wanluan Valley, the Pure Spirit Pond, the Dark Dusk Forest, and the outer forest areas. Honko said softly, the Demon Realm tree will transform these areas first, because these areas are currently in the Black Abyss secret realm. It will only take about 3 days for these places to be full of Demon Realm plants, and then the power of the Demon Realm will continue to expand. Continue to expand. Yi Gu murmured again, and then asked, how to expand? Swallow the territories of other races in the 10,000 races map? No. Honko replied, the demon realm does not belong to the same dimension as the 10,000 races continent in the earth realm. It is similar to the god realm and will expand its space in another plane. However, when our power grows, you can also lead the demon race to invade the earth realm. There is one more chapter, which will be published later. I am very busy today. Woo 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 woo. Chapter 72. You must have heard wrongly, I see. Yi Gu was deep in thought. That being said, the entire Black Abyss secret realm will become a real demon world in the future. According to the ranking in the game data, among the major races in the entire territory of all races, the gods rank first and the demons rank second. The human race only ranks 9-3 RD. Yi Gu smiled faintly. When the demonic world tree matures and breeds a demon army with pure ancient blood, even if the Empire is determined to destroy my Yi family, what should I be afraid of? Yuning Palace, the palace master's bedroom. Long Yuning sat on the bed in her bedroom with a dazed look on her face. Sierra was a child she had watched grow up. She had always been obedient and well-behaved. She had always regarded Sierra as the most trusted elder and had never talked back to her. Although their relationship is that of master and apprentice, it is better than that of mother and daughter. But why, after only studying at the Southern Border War Academy for less than half a year, has Sierra become so rebellious, even refuted her so bluntly? Could it be that Lanmi, that woman, said something bad about me in front of Sheer and instilled some weird ideas in Sheer? Long Yuaning bared her little fangs and clenched her fists in anger. Wrong. Last week, Sierra had just returned to Yuaning Palace once before taking the exam. It that time, Sierra still seemed to have nothing wrong with her. It became like this after the assessment. Long Yuaning narrowed her eyes slightly. In addition, Sierra's attitude suddenly changed so strangely this time, and she always spoke for the young master of the Yi family. Could it be that the kid from the Yi family gave Sheer some kind of drug that could make her lose her mind? Damn Yi family kid. If I knew you taught Sheer something indecent, I would never let you off easily. Long Yuaning picked up a pillow from the bed and placed it on her legs. She raised her 2 pink fists and pounded on the pillow repeatedly with gritted teeth, as if she was using the pillow as a vent to Yi Gu. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Palace Master, are you there? It was Elder Sun's voice. Long Yuaning immediately adjusted her sitting posture and expression, smoothed her hair, and said lightly, come in. Squeak, a female elder walked in from outside the house. Palace Master, are you in a bad mood today? Elder Sun looked at Long Yuaning's beautiful face in confusion. Just now when I was outside, I seemed to hear you talking to someone? Long Yuaning, how is that possible? I am the only one in this room, who else can I talk to? You must have heard it wrong. Long Yuaning said seriously. But, no buts, you heard it wrong. Oh, yes, Elder Sun was a little confused. Could it be that she really had heard it wrong? Long Yuaning glanced at her and said, what's the matter? Tell me. Elder Sun heard this and immediately said, it's like this. Do you remember that 2 years ago, I took some of the disciples in the sect to the border area of the Empire for training? By the way, I killed many monsters and rescued many civilians who were harassed by monsters and suffered. At that time, there was a demonic disaster there. Tens of thousands of demons destroyed all the villages in that area, and all the land was contaminated by the toxins of the dark aura. Long Yuaning nodded. She also knew about this, but why is Elder Sun bringing this up now? I'll be frank with you, said Elder Sunday at that time, we found an amazing child there, a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old. She seemed to have a very special healing ability. She emitted a green holy light, and wherever she passed, all the rotten land that had been corroded by the dark toxins was restored to its original state in an instant. Lung Yuaning's eyes suddenly changed. You mean Life Mu Ling? That is a rare bloodline talent left over from ancient times. I didn't expect it to still appear today, yes. Elder Sun nodded. But the little girl didn't seem to have truly awakened her bloodline, nor had she truly learned how to use this talent. The effect of the life spirit only lasted for a dozen seconds before it ended. But it was also in those few seconds that she saved her brother's life. Where is this little girl now? Lung Yuaning asked immediately. I didn't have a chance to save her at that time. Elder Sun said with a little apology, I'm sorry, Palace Master. The number of demons was too huge. If I had chosen to take my disciples to save her, I might have had to give up the lives of many other people. Moreover, I couldn't be sure that the little girl's talent was Life Mu Ling, so Lung Yuaning fell silent suddenly. Forget it, your choice was not wrong, you don't have to apologize to me. Lung Yuaning glanced at her and said, Why are you still telling me this now? That's right. Elder Sun said, after the demonic tide receded, I led people back to look for her, but the little girl had disappeared. I thought she had been eaten by the monsters, so I didn't mention it to you again, but just a few days ago, when the Black Abyss Secret Realm was opened, I happened to be exploring the area near the entrance to the Secret Realm, and suddenly I sensed the same spiritual energy from that year. Lung Yuaning frowned. Are you telling the truth? Are you sure? I can't be mistaken. I remember the incident very clearly. After all, it was an ancient bloodline, and this kind of bloodline is so rare that the probability of it appearing again is extremely low. Elder Sun nodded and said, I was about to go in and check it out, but the entrance to the Black Abyss Secret Realm was suddenly and unexpectedly closed. Later, I heard from people that the young master of the Yi family, Yi Gu, seemed to have rescued many captives and slaves held by the demons from the Secret Realm, including many human children. I wondered if the child from that year was one of them. So, I went back to the border area and found a person who survived the demonic tide and lived in the same village as the little girl. I found out some of the child's identity information and learned her name. Elder Sun said, her name is Yi Zi. Chapter 73, finally became a Kryptonian Yi Zi. Lung Yuaning fell into deep thought after hearing this, so that's how it is. So, this child is very likely taken back by the young master of the Yi family. Palace Master, this matter is of great importance. Elder Sun said solemnly, if that child really falls into the hands of the Yi family, it will be bad. Lung Yuaning hesitated, but this time, Sierra still owes the young master of the Yi family a favor. Elder Sun said quickly, it's a small favor, but if that child falls into the hands of the Yi family, he will inevitably encounter inhuman treatment and eventually be trained to become a killing machine of the Yi family. Just think about it, that's a demonized family. They have no bottom line, are cruel and bloodthirsty, and are capable of anything. A child with the gift of life and soul will be tortured to death in a place like the Yi family. She might be lucky to be trained into a killing machine. Who knows, those demonized people might want to use the method of soul plundering to directly seize her blood and life. Then dissect her body for research, and then, Lung Yuaning couldn't help but shudder when she heard this, and a lot of images instantly appeared in her mind. So cruel, absolutely not. Lung Yuaning's palms clenched the corner of the table and said seriously, how about this, you take 100 soul-gathering pills and go to the Yi family, saying that you are repaying the Yi family's favor, and then take the child back. If they have any other conditions, agree to them. Yes. Elder Sun immediately stood up and walked to the door. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh, by the way, what if the Yi family refuses to release us? Lung Yuaning said calmly, as long as the exchange conditions are sufficient and the benefits are satisfactory enough, they will definitely let him go. Yes. Elder Sun turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something. But, what if the child doesn't want to come back with me? Lung Yuaning rolled her eyes at her. Do you think this is possible? Elder Sun scratched his head and said, that's true. Then he was about to walk out again. Lung Yuaning, wait a moment. Elder Sun stopped for the third time, turned around and asked suspiciously, Palace Master, what happened again? Forget it, I'll go there myself. Lung Yuaning suddenly remembered what Sierra had said before. Master, you haven't come down the mountain for too long, and have been away from the secular world for too long. Now is no longer the era when the late emperor was still alive. Lung Yuaning snorted in dissatisfaction. I want to go and see what the mundane world has become like now. The growth rate of the demonic tree is faster than expected. In just 2 days, it had grown from more than 20 meters to over 100 meters in height. The treetops and trunks had already emerged from the ground, towering into the sky. Moreover, the life energy emitted by the demonic tree has completely transformed the entire Black Abyss secret realm, making the entire demonic realm abundant with dark attribute energy, and countless kinds of ancient demonic plants have bloomed here one after another. Some of the magic pattern trees with various colors have even grown huge devil fruits. Wait for these devil fruits to mature and fall to the ground. And then new demonic creatures will be born, and the roots of the demon realm tree began to spread further, expanding the scope of the demon realm. At home, in the bedroom. Yigu sat on the bed in his room, closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. The demonic world tree is connected to his senses. As the demonic world tree continues to grow and obtain nutrients, part of its energy is absorbed by him. So in the past 2 days, Yi Ji's strength has skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed. Mysterious Realm Level 4, Mysterious Realm Level 5, Mysterious Realm Level 6, the 7th level of Shen Realm. The main reason why the demonic world tree can grow so fast in such a short period of time is Krypton Gold. The demonic tree can devour all things with energy in the world and convert them into its own nutrition. So Yigu can of course also take the initiative to feed the demonic tree with energy-containing items. For example, the Imperial Gold Coin. The gold in this other world is not even exactly the same material as the gold in the Earth world. The gold coins of the Qin Empire are made of gold-rich and high-pressure energy. Each gold coin is absolutely valuable, so it can be used as the universal currency in this world. Even if you use Imperial Gold coins to trade with foreign races, there will be absolutely no problem. It's a bit like the concept in the immortal cultivation novels of the previous life, where spirit stones were always used as circulating currency. Yigu had just received a huge sum of money from his kind-hearted beautiful teacher 2 days ago. Now he has more than 2 billion yuan in his hands, so it can be said that the thing he has no shortage of is money. In his previous life, Yiga never spent money in the game. Even if he made some money by reselling materials and equipment in the game with the help of the business system in the game and his relatively good business acumen, he would sell them directly on the online trading platform and exchange them for RMB, so he always wore civilian clothes, and in this life, he finally felt the joy of spending money. Yigu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. After spending 200 million yuan, he was able to level up 4 times in one go. After all, he is only in the profound realm now, and his level is still relatively low. In the words of the game, his experience bar is relatively small, so it is relatively easy to upgrade by spending money, but the rise in the past 2 days seems a bit too rapid. The extraordinary cells in the body have not yet adapted. 0.4 soul power nodes in the body lit up at once, and it expanded too quickly. Level 4. This is an achievement that most people can only achieve after practicing for several years, and it only took him 2 days. Let's take it easy for now, I'll spend more in 2 days. Well, Yiga looked at his hands with a complicated expression. It turns out that this is what it feels like to become stronger without any effort. I finally fell and became a shameless Kryptonian gold man. In his previous life, as the only civilian player in the top 10 of the PvP list, he had originally aspired to become the first civilian in history to reach the top by relying on his skills without spending a penny. In the end, did he become a Kryptonian? There's another chapter? Later. Chapter 74. Can you teach me too? Yiga left his room, put his hands in his coat pockets, and walked in the corridor of his big villa. A small figure caught his attention. Yez stood in the middle of the aisle, her innocent eyes revealing a hint of confusion, and the big aho hair on her head swayed from time to time like a signpost. She stood at the door of a large study, looking at everything in the room with a silly face, but she never went in. Yigu had already arrived in front of her. Yez finally noticed Yigu, and quickly turned around clumsily and bowed to Yigu. Oh. Hello, Master Yigu. The little girl is already 7 years old, but due to long-term malnutrition since childhood, her figure looks extremely thin and her body is not well developed. She looks like she is only about 5 years old. Yigu looked at her and smiled faintly. Why are you here alone? Yi raised her neck. Well, I'm playing hide-and-seek with Sister Shio and Sister Shinshue. But I'm lost. Yigu, well, understandable. The Yi family was indeed too big, almost as big as an ordinary university in his previous life. Not to mention Yi, even he himself had not visited several places in the family manor. Yigu turned his head and looked at the study room next to him. you have been standing here for so long, what are you looking at? Nothing. Yeezy shook her head, I just haven't seen so many books. Are you interested in books? Yiga suddenly thought that in this world, it was not so easy for ordinary people to get access to books. Although the Qin Empire had been established for more than 1,000 years, many of its developments were still incomplete due to the threat from other races outside. Before the death of the founding emperor, although he unified the human race, unified the writing system, unified the currency, and built the Great Wall of Defense for all races, there were still many things he did not have. Time to do. The human race in this world is a world with a huge gap between the rich and the poor. The status of the extraordinary and the ordinary people, the nobles and the common people, are divided into different levels. The steel jungle with heavy traffic and the slums with piles of garbage and waste may be separated by only a river. The city with extremely high-tech civilization and the serfs wearing cloth clothes and pigtails and speaking Mandarin may appear at the same time. Many times, if you travel back and forth between two cities, you feel like you were living in the future the day before, but when you arrive in another city-state the next day, you feel as if you have come to the old century where civilization was extremely backward and people still believed in various superstitions, and you feel a strong sense of separation. Ye Gu paused, looked at Yeezy and said, since you are interested, why don't you go in and take a look? Yeezy pinched her clothes with both hands. My brother said that we are servants and cannot enter any room without permission. Ye Gu smiled and said, this study room was originally used by servants. There are no important taboo books. Come in. Ye Gu brought Yeezy into the study. Yeezy looked at this place in surprise, and the hair on his head shook more frequently. There was a large table in the middle of the study. Ye Gu placed a book in front of her and said, but I guess you don't know how to read, do you? Yeezy was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, yeah. Ye Gu sat down at the table, come and sit here. Yeezy hesitated for a moment, and she suddenly remembered that her brother once said that servants cannot sit with their masters, otherwise they will be beheaded. But it was the host who brought it up, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeezy sat down obediently next to Ye Gu took a pen and taught her how to hold the pen. Then he held her little hand and wrote 2 words on the book leaf. This is your name. Ye Gu smiled. Oh. There was an indescribable brilliance glittering in Yeezy's eyes. Then, Ye Gu formed a seal with his hands and silently chanted the spell, first level magic, spirit reading. He placed his palm above the book, and a magical white light fell, lingering on the copybook. I cast a spell on this book. Ye Gu handed the calligraphy copy to Yeezy. Use your pen to write along the strokes above. The magic above will connect to your spiritual consciousness and directly give your brain the interpretation and pronunciation of the meaning of these words. This is a shortcut for noble students in this different world to learn basic knowledge and common sense. Therefore, in this world, aristocratic students generally do not have to spend too much time learning basic knowledge such as Chinese and mathematics, and can save a lot of study time. Starting from the last year of kindergarten, children will begin the enlightenment education of supernatural knowledge and learn the most basic mantras, mental methods, hand seals, runes and spells for operating supernatural powers. Yeezy's eyes lit up. She held her book in both hands, looking at the word Yeezy on it with a cute and happy expression. Then, if I can read in the future, can I also learn magic? Can I also help you, young master, like my brother? Yeezy remembered that he and his parents once went to work at the home of a wizard who was in the quasi-yellow realm. The wizard's home had many extraordinary books. His father said that it was because the wizard read a lot of those books that he was able to use magic. That's why Yeezy is so interested in books. If she also knew those magical spells, she could protect the people around her. Of course. Ye Gu smiled, although he is not sure yet whether Yeezy has the talent to learn supernatural powers. However, Yuli is already researching the awakening potion. With her talent and ability, it shouldn't take too long. Ha! Why are you guys here? Xiaoxiao and Gao Xinxua ran in from outside the study. I saw Ye Gu holding Yeezy's little hand and teaching her to write word by stroke. Gao Xinxua supported her knees, half knelt down in front of them with a curious look on her face, and looked at the calligraphy in front of them. Are you teaching her how to write? Yeah. Ye Gu shrugged. You guys were playing hide and seek with this girl, and she got lost. When I saw her, she was right here at the door. Xiaoxiao looked at Ye Gu and Yeezy's hands and pursed her lips gently. Xiaoya, I also have some questions about drawing, questions about power control that I can't answer at the academy. Can you teach me? Yi Gu? Chapter 75 How to Start, Schwa above Night City. A purple light fell from the sky. Long Yuaning, dressed in a lavender fairy dress, suddenly appeared on a tall building in Night City. Long Yuaning's cold eyes gazed into the distance, overlooking the small city that had already fallen into the night. Her purple fairy skirt and soft black hair fluttered in the wind, and her graceful figure looked like a fairy descending to earth in the night. A thin purple veil hung over her beautiful face to hide her features. The main reason is that she knows that her appearance does not really match her voice and identity. That he is the headmaster of the largest immortal cultivation sect in the empire, and his voice is very powerful, but he has a cute little girl face. There were several people who had heard of her name before but met her for the first time. Everyone showed a very surprised expression when they saw her, and kept staring at her cute baby face. This made Lang Yuaning feel very uncomfortable. This is Night City? Yeqing is a city-state governed by the Yi family, but Yexiao is only a viscount after all, and the area of the city-state is not that large. But under the governance of the Yi family, this city eventually became quite prosperous, with heavy traffic and bustling crowds, especially the dazzling variety of snacks at night, and the atmosphere of life everywhere. I never thought that after only a few hundred years without leaving the mountain, the cities in this world have become like this. Lang Yuaning felt as if she were in another world, and murmured, "It is much cleaner than the old ancient city, and the architectural style has changed a lot." Strange, the rumored Night City shouldn't be like this, right? Isn't it said that the people of Yeqing are all in dire straits under the tyrannical rule of the Yi family? Ho-hoo, what's this smell? Why is it so fragrant? Forget it. We can't delay things, so let's go to the Yi family as soon as possible. Lang Yuaning instantly turned into a wisp of misty purple smoke. Between a thought, Lang Yuaning's figure suddenly appeared outside the gate of the Yi family manor, standing on a leaf on the top of a tree by the roadside. When she raised her eyes, she saw the magnificent Yi family manor in front of her under the night sky. Several Yi family guards were standing near the gate, but no one noticed her. A super powerful person at the peak of the apocalypse realm. Lang Yuaning was just about to float down from the tree. Just as she raised her feet to step on the leaves in her white embroidered shoes, she suddenly hesitated. By the way, after I go down and stand in front of those guards, what should I say as my first sentence? Lang Yuaning was deep in thought. Well, I'm looking for your young master. Ask him to come out and see me. Not so good. After all, he helped Shira this time, and Yuning Palace still owes him a favor. This seems too arrogant and rude. How about we just ask for Yi Quan, the old man of the Yi family? But I'm not very familiar with Yechuan. Lang Yuaning suddenly realized that she had never taken the initiative to visit anyone, and it was usually others who took the initiative to visit her. If there is something that really requires going down the mountain, the disciples or elders in the palace will go and do it. Ever since she was born in Yuning Palace, her master had taught her that the main focus of an immortal cultivator is to cultivate one's body and mind. One must put an end to the mundane world, cut off all emotions and desires, and completely cut off those mundane trivialities that disturb one's mind and concentrate on cultivation. Only then can one achieve great success in the future. So, in the past 1,000 years, except for the great war between the human race and the dark race 1,000 years ago, when she led the disciples of Yuning Palace to the battlefield of all races to help, she almost never left the mountain at other times, so, her experience in socializing with people is almost zero. It's like a social phobia person who is too embarrassed to ask for directions on the street. Lang Yuaning looked embarrassed. Oops, if I had known this earlier, I would have brought Elder Sun along, or, go back again and bring an extra disciple with you. No. If my disciples knew that their master couldn't even socialize with others, how would she save her reputation as a master? If this gets out, won't Yuning Palace become a laughingstock, especially that bastard Lanmi? I'm sure he'll call her again and laugh at her. Lang Yuaning took a deep breath, slowly spit it out. Don't be impatient. Isn't it just a visit to the Yi family? It's no big deal. Is it harder than cultivating to the apocalypse realm? Lang Yuaning stared at the gate of the Yi family from afar, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Let me think about it for a while. So, in the dark night, Lang Yuaning stood on the treetop in the cold wind, hesitating and brewing at the door of the Yi family all night. Yes, house, study, under the warm light of the study. Yi Gu, Xiaoxia, Gaoxinxue, and Yi Zi, the four little ones sat around the table in the study, and each of them had a thick book in front of them. The crow stood on the top of the bookcase, combing its dark feathers from time to time. The little white cat, with two fluffy snow-patterned tails, was lazily lying on the desk next to him. yawning from time to time. The whole picture looks quite warm. Yi Gu and Xia Xiao sat face to face. Yi Gu read quietly while Xia Xiao supervised her studying and doing homework. Xia Xiao raised her head and glanced at Yi Gu from time to time, muttering in a depressed tone, "When you taught Yi Zi to write just now, you didn't teach her like this." Yi Gu looked up blankly. "Ah, Xia Xiao, you just like that." "Yi Gu, that's because Yi Zi has never held a pen before." Xia Xiao took a breath of air and puffed up her cheeks. "There is no motivation to study like this." Picture, Yi Gu smiled and said, "Why, is there any difference in this teaching method?" Xia Xiao, "I hate you." Under the table, the girl's foot in white stockings suddenly kicked him. "I don't want to write anymore, let's play some games." Xia Xiao jumped down from the high chair, came to Yi Ji's side and shook his shoulders. Yi Gu, stop studying your abilities and come play games with me." Yi Gu closed the book in front of him, smiled and looked at her. "What do you want to play?" Xia Xiao rolled her eyes and hummed for a long time. "For example, riding a big horse." Yi Gu raised his hand and tapped her little head, with a speechless look on his face. "You are already 10 years old, why do you always want to play such childish games?" Xia Xiao rubbed her head aggrievedly. "It's all because of the regret that you didn't play with me when we were kids." Yi Gu shook his head helplessly. "Not now, maybe later." "Later?" Xia Xiao tilted her head. "How long will it be later?" "Yi Gu, let's talk about it 8 years later." 8 years. Xia Xiao shrugged her nose and said angrily, "That's too long. I think you are just trying to coax me. After 8 years, you will definitely find it childish and refuse to play with me again." "No, I promise." "Okay, then let's make a pinky promise that you won't complain no matter how many times I let you ride me." Xia Xiao stretched out a little finger and stared at Yi Gu with pouty lips. Yi Gu. Chapter 76 Fishing Enforcement. Yue Ning Palace. Elder Sun arrived at the palace master's bedroom early in the morning and saw two maids sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. When the two maids saw Elder Sun, they immediately bowed and greeted him. "Elder Sunday." Elder Sun nodded slightly, then asked, "Is the palace master awake?" A maid bowed and said, "The palace master is out traveling and has not returned yet." Elder Sun was stunned for a moment. "A day and a night have passed, and you haven't come back yet? Strange. With the palace master's strength, 20 trips back and forth should be enough. Why does it take so long?" These 2 days were weekends and there were no classes in the college. So Xia Xiao stayed directly at Ye's house at night and slept in the same bed with Gao Xinxue. Morning. Yi Gu came to Gao Xinxue's room and heard the sound of 2 girls playing in the water while taking a bath in the bathroom. Knock knock knock. Yi Gu raised his hand and knocked on the door, saying helplessly, "Didn't we say we were going to the magic playground together at 9 in the morning? It's 10 now, and you're not ready yet?" The noise in the bathroom quieted down. Then Xia Xiao's voice came out, hurry up, Xiaoya." Wait a moment. Yi Gu had no choice but to sit down on the sofa in the room and pick up a book to read. At this moment, an abrupt shadow suddenly moved slowly across the ground. The shadow seemed to appear alone on the ground, with no objects around it, just like you didn't see a person, but saw a person's shadow walking on the ground. Yi Gu glanced at him and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" The next moment, Zero's figure slowly emerged from the shadows, like a person slowly floating up from a dark quagmire. "Master, several suspicious people have entered Night City's sphere of influence and are behaving strangely." Zero knelt on one knee and spoke in a low voice. "Suspicious person?" Yi Gu paused and asked, "Have you confirmed the other party's identity?" "They came from Wanjian City. I suspect they are from the Chu family." Ling's eyes were calm. "They entered the city in disguise and forged their ID, so I think they are very suspicious." 10,000 Swords City? Yi Gu understood it all at once. Oh, sure enough, what is supposed to come will come. It seems that the people of the Chu family already know that Chu Ruohua died at his hands. Do father and grandfather know about this? Yi Gu asked. I think they definitely know. Ling replied, they also have many death squads that are good at reconnaissance. That's fine. Yi Gu nodded. These guys are acting strangely, and ever since we started targeting them, they've been hanging around the Yi family. It's obvious that they have some ulterior motives. Ling said. Yi Gu said calmly, oh, their intentions are not a mystery, they are coming for me because I killed the son of the lord of Wanjian City, Chu Ruohua. Zero showed a slightly surprised look, then he asked, in that case, do you want me to capture them and bring them to you? Yi Ge waved his hand. No, it's not illegal to enter Yecheng. Night City has always been open to the outside world, and anyone who is a human can enter. Although they forged their identity cards, it was indeed against the laws of the Empire. However, even if they were arrested for such a small matter and handed over to the Imperial law enforcement officers, with the Chu family's network of connections in the Imperial court, they would all be released within 2 or 3 days. It's meaningless. There are only 2 possibilities for the Chu family to come to Yecheng. The first was to seek an explanation from the Yi family for Chu Ruohua's death, but they had no evidence. When Chu Ruohua was killed, there were only him and Chu Ruohua, and at most Lanmi, who used the magic eye to observe the situation in the secret realm. That if Lanmi wanted to betray him, he would definitely not have accepted him as his personal disciple, let alone spend 2 billion to buy him the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. The second possibility is that they want to play dirty tricks. Yi Ge sneered. Obviously, their purpose would not be the first one, because in that case, they would not need to conceal their identities and sneak into Night City. Then it can only be the second one. It is not illegal to enter Night City, but if the other party dares to cause trouble on the Yi family's territory, that would be a different matter. We can do some stinging enforcement. Yi Ge smiled and glanced at Ling. If they dare to do anything, don't let them go back. Ling's eyes flashed. Yes, I understand. After saying this, his figure disappeared into the shadows again. At this moment, Long Yuaning was still standing on a big tree outside the Yi family manor. As a person at the peak of the apocalypse realm and one of the top 10 strongest people in the empire, of course no one can see her unless she wants to squeak. The big iron gate of the Yi family opened. Yi Ge, Gao Shenshua, and Xia Xia were sitting in a black stretched sedan, which slowly drove out. It's the young master of the Yi family. Long Yuaning murmured to herself. Finally he came out. Since the child named GZ was taken away by him, I might as well go straight to him and talk to him. Well, but how should I put it? If I'm too fierce, I, the dignified palace master of Yuning Palace, shouldn't be called a weird sister who scares children, right? Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, several dark shadows followed Yi Ge in his car, flashing quickly in the bushes and chasing after them. Lang Yuaning glanced at the backs of those people leaving. Strangeness. These people, like me, have been lurking outside my house for a whole night. It doesn't look like they are the guards hidden in the surrounding area of the Yi family who are responsible for keeping watch. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in Lang Yuaning's head, and she seemed to understand something. I understand. Ha, as expected, I knew it. In this world, there are indeed many people like me who actively seek people out but don't know how to start the conversation. Lang Yuaning thought she had discovered the truth and nodded vigorously. Chapter 77. Planning in Wanjian City. On top of a certain building. Unlike Night City, Wanjian City is a city-state with a strong ancient style. To be precise, this is a city-state with an oriental cyber-ancient charm. The buildings here have a classical charm, but are also full of technological fantasy. The ancient oriental architecture and postmodern neon lights are perfectly intertwined. Wanjian City is home to many swordsmen, and they worship martial arts while prohibiting magic and supernatural powers. Most people here, whether they are powerful or common, carry a sword, and each person's sword represents their status. City Lord Chu Wanha and Yi Xingxiong sat face to face. I still can't figure out how Ruohua died at the hands of a little brat who was only in the profound realm. Chu Wanha's eyes were gloomy, and the veins on his palm holding the teacup were exposed, showing extreme impatience. When Yi Xingxiong came to Wanjian City and found Chu Wanha, everyone in the Chu family was almost going crazy because of Chu Ruohua's death. This was exactly what he wanted, to stir up trouble. Chu Ruohua was the most gifted genius in the Chu family in the past 100 years, and he died so casually. Moreover, the Southern Border War Academy refused to give any specific explanation, only saying that Chu Ruohua died in the secret realm during the assessment. Of course the Chu family was furious. It was not until Yi Xingxiong's arrival that Chu Wanha finally understood why the War Academy refused to give an explanation, because the murderer turned out to be the direct disciple of Lan Mi, the most powerful magician of the human race. Chu Wanha was extremely angry and immediately sent someone to investigate Yi Ji's information. With only a SS level learning talent and a demon with demonic blood, he actually became the direct disciple of the great wizard Lan Mi? Is the principal blind? You have to know that his son Chu Ruohua was originally the swordsman with the best chance of awakening to become a sole swordsman in Wanjian City. He was his most promising successor. Although Wanjian City is rich in swordsmen, it has not produced a sole swordsman for more than 100 years. He had invested too much effort and resources in Chu Ruohua. He gave him 4 or 5 learning ability enhancing secret medicines, fed him no less than 20 soul-gathering pills, made the best sword for him, and found the best equipment enhancer and enchanter in the Empire to enchant and enhance his sword. He also sent him to the Southern Border War College, and he finally became a core student of the War College and was rated as a monster by the principal. Who would have thought that he would be harmed at such a young age? Yi Xingxiong smiled and said, City Lord Chu, don't worry, I believe there will be a result soon. After my cousin dies, I will be the best successor to the Yi family. When I become the head of the Yi family in the future, we can have more business cooperation. Then I will give you 20% profit. How about that? Oh? Chu Wanhe looked at Yi Xingxiong curiously. I remember that besides Yi Ge, you should have many outstanding brothers and sisters, right? Why are you so confident that you can stand out? Yi Xingxiong smiled and said, after Yi Ji's death, I was the only student in the Yi family who entered the inner gate of the Imperial War Academy, and Duke Wang En also promised me that he would help me get the title of Patriarch of the Yi family. Chu Wanhe raised his eyebrows, thinking that he was in cahoots with Duke Wang En. No wonder he, as a demonized mutant, could become a core student of the War Academy. Well, if you can really become the master of the Yi family, then of course you can. After all, you have helped me this time by providing me with the defense layout of Yeqing and a fake identity ID of Yeqing. Chu Wanhe smiled and thought to himself that he wanted to give him a 20% profit. He didn't know whether this kid was naive or an idiot. Alas, it would be great if everyone else in your Yi family was as reasonable as you. Chu Wanhe said with a smile on his face, look, we are not targeting you demonized people. We will of course gladly welcome and accept demonized people like you who are sensible, humble, and friendly. Yi Xingxiong also happily picked up the teacup, still feeling happy that he had established a good relationship with another big shot in the Empire. Sure enough, only he can truly lead the Yi family and be recognized by other nobles in the Empire. Grandpa really didn't know what was good. That's why he handed the Yi family over to Uncle Yi Shao, and that's why the Yi family is in such an embarrassing situation in the human empire. By the way, Chu Wanhe asked him seriously, are you sure that the Night City defense layout drawing you gave me is correct? Of course. Yi Xingxiong said affirmatively, that was given to me by my father. As long as we are not discovered by the secret sentries of Yeqing, it will be easy to sneak into Yeqing and kill that useless piece of Xian realm Yi Ge. After all, among the assassins sent by Chu Wanhe this time, there is a sword-level assassin at the Shura level. Even Yi Xingxiong thought that sending a Shura-level killer to kill Yi Ge, a little brat in the Xian level, was a waste of talent. That's good, Chu Wanhe let out a breath. He had his reasons for sending a Shura-level assassin to kill a little brat from the Xian level, because he absolutely cannot allow failure. The Shura realm assassin he sent this time was not only powerful, but more importantly, experienced. It's not just the experience of killing people, but also the experience of dealing with the aftermath after killing the target, without leaving any tales or traces, because Chu Wanhe knew very well what the consequences would be if this assassination failed or left a tail. That is the Yi family's crazy revenge. That family is a group of war maniacs that even the dark race is afraid of. Chu Wanhe didn't want to be targeted by such a group of crazy people. Of course the drawing that Yi Xingxiong gave me was real. Unfortunately, what Chu Wanhe and Yi Xingxiong didn't know was why Yi Ji's father, Yi Shao, has updated the sentry post layout of Yi City more than 3 times since the first day he officially became the patriarch of the Yi family. These secret sentries of the Yi family are like an all-pervasive net, covering every vein in the busy Yi City. Any outsider below the Apocalypse realm cannot escape their surveillance, unless the Yi family let them in on purpose. Night City. Those little ghosts seem to be going to the magic amusement park? A man covered in a black cloak, with a bandage on his cheek and a gloomy look, stood in the bushes, staring at Yi Ge and his friend's car as it slowly drove into the magic amusement park. Humph, I didn't expect that the little brat from the demonized family would go to such a childish place. Another assassin in black turned around and asked, Mr. He Liao, are we going to do it in the amusement park? Of course. The bandaged and gloomy man slowly drew out a sharp dagger. This kind of place is most suitable for creating chaos and carrying out assassinations. Let's go, and follow my instructions later. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen figures rushed out from the bushes on the roadside. Afterwards, Long Yuaning, in a purple fairy dress, floated over silently, looking at the backs of the killers with a puzzled look on her face. Strangeness, what on earth are these people here for? Doesn't he look like a social phobic? Chapter 78, Have you found a treasure again, inside the magic amusement park? Boss, how much is this? Yi Ge pointed to a magical staff on the shelf of the stall. The stall owner smiled and rubbed his hands. this. 300 coins, but if Master Yi wants it, 200 coins will do. Yi Ge took the staff, weighed it in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and paid the money. Give. Yi Ge handed the magical staff to Yi Zi. Yi Zi looked at the staff in his hand, and the hair on his head trembled suddenly. Then he raised his head and said in a baby voice, Master Yi Ge, I can't pay. This is for you. For me? But, of course it's not for free. Aren't you a servant in the Yi family now? When you make money in the Yi family, you must pay it back to me, oh. When Yi Zi heard this, she snorted with joy. The girl touched the magical staff in her hand, which was taller than her, as if she had found a treasure. Yi Ge looked at her calmly. Last night, your sister Xinxue taught you the basics of supernatural knowledge, right? Yi Zi thought about it and said, Right. Yi Ge, try it and show me. Yi Zi, okay. Xia Ye. Xiaoxiao and Gao Xinxue walked over. The two girls were dressed like beautiful rich sisters today, wearing the same white dress, the same cat ear headdress, the same stockings, and holding 2 ice cream cones in their hands respectively. When they walked on the street, they would definitely attract people's attention. Hey! Xiaoxiao handed the ice cream cone in her right hand to Yi Ge. Look, I'm very good to you. I haven't forgotten your share. Thank you. Yi Ge reached out to take it. Xiaoxiao retracted the cone in an instant. Just stretch your neck. Yi Ge? Xiaoxiao hummed and said, I just want to try what it feels like to feed people like Schwer. Yi Ge, what kind of weird habit do you have? Yi Ge didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still took a sip of the ice cream cone that she handed to him. Xiaoxiao reached out her hand and touched Ji's hair with a satisfied look on her face. Baby, you were so good. Oh my, I was wrong. I was just joking. Gao Xinxue saw the magical staff in Yi Zi's hand and asked, Did you buy this for her? Yeah, that's right. Yi Ge let go of Xiaoxiao and responded. Isn't it a bit too early? Gao Xinxue wondered. I just taught her some basic spells about supernatural powers yesterday, and she hasn't finished learning them yet. Yes. Xiaoxiao also nodded vigorously, and it's a magic wand. If you don't have innate talent, you can't practice supernatural powers, right? You haven't even confirmed her talent yet. You might as well buy Yi Zi an ice cream cone. Yi Ge smiled faintly. No, not too early, and I think she definitely has talent. Yi Zi, try using this staff. Use the knowledge you learned yesterday to show your two sisters. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi clenched the staff tightly with both hands. After a few seconds of silence, a green light emanated from the magic stone on top of the staff. Gao Xinxue and Xiaoxiao were both a little surprised, but soon, the holy green light disappeared. No matter how hard Yi Zi tried, she could not achieve it again. Yi Zi seemed a little anxious. She wanted to prove her ability in front of Yi Ge. Yi Ge put his hand on her shoulder. That's enough. You haven't learned the basics of supernatural power control yet. This is enough. She actually has supernatural talents. Gao Xinxue looked at Yi Ge. You saw it a long time ago? Yeah. Yi Ge smiled when he fell into the dungeon after fighting the boss in the Well of Black Abyss. He sensed a flash of wood-attributed supernatural energy. Moreover, unlike Xiaoxiao's mutated water and wood abilities, Yi Zi's ability is a very pure wood ability. Based on Yi Ji's understanding of the game map of all races, he believed that Yi Zi's talent was most likely the legendary golden quality supernatural talent that inherited the blood of the sacred beast of the forest, Life Mu Ling, and now it just happens to confirm his inference. So, Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Ge in surprise. You found a treasure again? Yi Ge, yes. Long Yuaning also entered the magic amusement park. What on earth is this place for? Why are there so many children? Long Yuaning walked among the crowd and saw the children holding all kinds of beautifully decorated cones, lollipops, and candied haws. Are those things food? When I was a kid, I never saw anything like that. It looks delicious. What will it taste like? Long Yuaning stared at those things and looked at them carefully for a long time. Bang! Long Yuaning gritted her teeth and tapped her forehead. Oh my god, what am I thinking? I am the palace master of Yuning Palace. The head of the most powerful sect in the empire. How can I eat a child's toy? Business is important. Lang Yuaning walked forward a little further. Soon, Yi Ge, Gao Xinshui and Xia Xiao appeared. There was another little girl with conspicuous ahog next to them. I saw a green Holy Spirit light flashing from the staff in the little girl's hand. Lang Yuaning's eyes changed. Life is soul mending. Sure enough. Elder Sun was right. The supernatural power inherited from the ancient sacred beasts of the forest has actually reappeared in the world, so that skinny little girl is Yi Zi. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. The huge magic Ferris wheel not far away suddenly exploded for some unknown reason and collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Ge, Gao Xinshui, Xia Xiao, and Yi Zi were right under the Ferris wheel. Lang Yuaning's pupils suddenly shrank. What happened? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dozen or so killers appeared again, moving quickly among the crowd in the amusement park. Murderous look. Lang Yuaning narrowed her eyes. Could these people be? Help! When people in the amusement park saw the huge Ferris wheel collapse, they fled in panic. A huge black shadow covered the four little kids, Yi Ge, Gao Xinshui, Xia Xiao, and Yi Zi. Yi Ge looked up and saw the huge Ferris wheel collapsing towards him. However, Yi Ji's expression was not panicked at all, and his eyes remained unchanged. Xiao. Oh, okay. I know. Xia Xiao also seemed very calm and clasped her hands together, even though he is essentially a 10-year-old child, naive and playful as usual. But when something happens, his psychological quality as a core student of the War Academy is immediately revealed. Xia Xiao, first level supernatural power, barrier condensation. Chapter 79. I think I understand. He Liao has always believed that a killer's hunting moment is an art. It was like the hand of the god of death slowly stroking the face of its prey. Seeing the panic, fear, and helplessness on the prey's face when facing death was the most artistic picture in his eyes. After He Liao saw Yi Ge and the others enter the magic amusement park, he immediately observed the surrounding terrain and then designed a series of serial assassinations. Chu Wanha repeatedly stressed that this assassination must be done cleanly and without leaving any traces. If you are caught, you must commit suicide immediately, because Chu Wanha doesn't want to be retaliated by these crazy people from the Yi family. It would be best if it was designed to be a tragic accident. He Liao thought this was too easy. What he was best at was the art of creating surprises. Killing someone in front of you, humph, that's something a low-level killer with no sense of art would do. First level supernatural power, barrier condensation. Xia Xia uses her supernatural powers. An invisible barrier appeared above Yi Ge and the others' heads. The timid Yi Zi screamed in fear, hugged Yi Ge beside her tightly, and closed her eyes in fear. Yi Ge looked at the collapsed Ferris wheel calmly. The huge magic Ferris wheel tilted and collapsed with a loud bang, and after smashing through the colorless barrier, it suddenly stopped above their heads. Crack, crack. The entire huge Ferris wheel actually began to become stiff and wooden little by little, growing fresh green branches and leaves, and gradually turned into a huge round tree. But Yi Ge knew that this was not the end yet. This is just the prelude to the assassination. Really, bang. Before the magic Ferris wheel was about to be completely turned into wood, the magic energy stones installed and hanging on the Ferris wheel suddenly exploded collectively. The magic stone is the power source of the magic Ferris wheel, and it is also the source of this entertainment project that can perform magic effects for tourists even without a magician. The energy of this kind of stone is generally very stable, and as long as it is installed properly, there will be absolutely no accidents. But today it suddenly exploded. The exploding magic stone formed a large amount of explosive crystal dust, which scattered in the air and fell from the sky like snow. He Liao, who was hiding in the distance, gave a signal to the other killers who were ambushing around. When the killers saw this, they immediately understood what he meant. He raised his hand and several silver threads shot out from his sleeves. Swoosh, swoosh, silver threads shot out from the darkness in all directions. Yi Ge looked down and felt that his body and feet were unable to move for a moment, as if they were tied up by some invisible silk thread, and the crystals from the explosion of magic stones that filled the sky were already falling from above. Oh, there are so many tricks. Yi Ge smiled secretly, used silver thread to control his movements. He couldn't move now. If the magic crystals fell and burned him alive, and then the killers took back the silver thread, it would look like an accidental death. After investigating the incident afterwards, no explanation could be given as to why Yi Ge, who was at the profound realm, couldn't even escape from the dust, because these silver threads will not leave any traces. Wow, that's really fancy. How many episodes of Conan have these killers watched? Yi Ge raised his hand and waved. With the sharp cries of crows, a strange black fog surged out, covering him and Gao Xinshui and others around him. The crystal dust of the magic stone fell down with a crash, forming a sea of fire. The next moment, Yi Ge and the others appeared in another place more than 20 meters away along with the black fog. He Liao's pupils shrank. What ability is this? I didn't expect this kid to have such a life-saving skill. He Liao's eyes turned cold. Forget it, we can't create an accident. Don't waste time, just kill him while the amusement park is in chaos. Then retreat immediately. He said this harshly into the Bluetooth headset. Yes. The killers lying in ambush all around heard the order and appeared from all directions at the same time. 18,000 Souls Realm killers, holding various short swords in their hands, rushed towards Yigu at the same time. It all happened extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of them. Yiga still had a calm and composed expression. Gao Shenxue, Xiaoxiao, Yi Zi, and others next to them didn't even react. They had just been brought here by Yi Ji's black fog, and before they could figure out what was going on, a dozen sharp daggers appeared in front of them. At this time, a man with a cold and gloomy face appeared from nowhere and stood in front of the dozen killers. He raised his hand and waved it, controlling the shadows around him, covering the killers. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out. These killers didn't even see how Zero attacked before several of them lost their lives in an instant. At the same time, other shadow warriors also appeared one by one. They seemed to have set up a siege network from the beginning, and began to encircle and suppress these killers. They didn't intend to let any of them go. He Liao's heart skipped a beat. Zero's figure was reflected in his pupils. This person is actually also in the Shura realm. As for the other shadow warriors, they are at least strong ones in the universal realm. He Liao's heart sank to the bottom. Then he didn't hesitate at all, immediately dodge and choose to retreat. As a killer, it is of course very important to observe the development of the situation at the assassination scene and then make judgments and choices immediately when it is time to retreat. You must not hesitate. I didn't expect that the young master of the Yi family actually has a Shura-level warrior by his side, and so many assassins secretly protecting him, and the behavior of the Yi family kid just now, as well as the behavior of those assassins, seemed to have already discovered them and were deliberately waiting for them to make a move. Could it be that their whereabouts had been exposed from the moment they entered the city? Could it be that the secret sentry layout diagram given by Yi Xingxiang was fake? He Liao cursed inwardly, but at this moment, nothing can be said. The mission was undoubtedly a failure. The only thing we can do now is to retreat quickly and not get caught. Black Liao's extraordinary profession is assassin, which is a branch of the warrior profession and the fastest profession among all human professions. So under normal circumstances, as long as the opponent is not a big shot in the Apocalypse realm, there will be absolutely no problem in escaping and saving your life. Even the assassin who was also in the Shura realm just now would never be able to catch up with him. Schwat, a beautiful woman in a purple fairy dress, suddenly appeared, landed in front of him, and blocked his way. Black Rhino. Heaven, Apocalypse realm? I think I understand. Lung Yuaning looked at He Liao seriously. So you are not social phobics, but assassins who want to assassinate the young master of the Yi family, right? Black Fang's mouth trembled slightly. The terrifying aura and pressure of the Apocalypse realm strongman directly suppressed his body so that he could not move, and cold sweat ran down his face. That's great. I was just wondering how I should repay Shear's favor. Lung Yuaning said this calmly, raised her hand and lightly slapped He Liao in the air. Puff. Black Fang spat out a large amount of blood mist and flew backwards. There is another chapter, which will be posted later. Chapter 80. I think I know you. He Liao's entire body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Wow, He Liao fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. This is really a ghost. Where did this powerful person from the Apocalypse realm come from? Lung Yuaning floated down from a high place and walked in front of him with an expressionless face. Who sent you to kill him? Lung Yuaning stared at him and asked. He Liao did not respond, but just showed a pale smile. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would fail in a mission. If the assassin fails in his mission, there is only one ending. That means you must commit suicide immediately. Lung Yuaning seemed to see through his intention. Her beautiful little eyebrows frowned slightly. She immediately raised her hand and grabbed with her 5 fingers. An invisible hand in the void grasped his chin. Crack. His jaw was crushed in an instant. This way, he wouldn't be able to bite the poison sac in his mouth and commit suicide, but He Liao was dismissive. It's useless. Not only did he have a poison sac hidden in his mouth, but he also had a special toxin sealed within his body's veins. If the mission fails, he can use specific martial arts techniques to quickly circulate the toxin throughout the body. He Liao smiled secretly, closed his eyes, and was about to practice his martial arts to commit suicide. However, soon he suddenly discovered that his soul power could not function. What happened? He Liao was stunned for a moment. He opened his eyes and found that he was enveloped by a strange black mist that came from nowhere, and the black mist actually slowly penetrated into his body. What's this? Black Liao was surprised. Why Yiga was standing not far away at this moment. He raised one hand and used the skill of the Spirit of Disaster. Skill, Doomsday Curse Effect. For a certain period of time, the special effects of silence, confusion, vulnerability, and dark burning are applied to the target. The target will enter a magic forbidden state, unable to use any skills, and unable to trigger life and magic recovery. All positive buff effects are invalid, all damage received is increased by 50%, mental power is minus 500, and life points are continuously lost at 300 points per second. The duration of this skill depends on the opponent's strength. This move can make the target enter the forbidden magic state directly, which means sealing all the meridians and soul power nodes in the body, making it impossible for the soul power to function normally. The last time Yiga caught the spy outside the Yi family, he used his skills to activate the toxins in his body, and then he committed suicide. So this time, he certainly wouldn't give the other party any chance to commit suicide. How could it be possible? He Liao was sweating profusely, but he still refused to believe it and kept trying to circulate his soul power to activate the toxins in his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, the soul power nodes in his body seemed to be blocked by constipation, and his soul power could not condense at all. Yiga walked up to him slowly and said, "Okay, don't try it, it's useless. With your Shura realm strength, you should have been able to escape the effects of the Doomsday Curse very quickly. Unfortunately, you got slapped by a peak powerhouse in the Apocalypse realm. Now the health bar and other attribute status should be less than 5%, and it is almost in a dying state. So, don't waste your energy struggling." He Liao slowly raised his head and looked at him in surprise. What kind of witchcraft did this guy use? You should have a good sleep first. We will interrogate you slowly when we get back. I will play with you then. As Yiga spoke, he gave a wicked smile and actually took out a brick from behind. He raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Well. He Liao's eyes went dark, and he gradually passed out. I was knocked unconscious by a brick. What a shame. Yiga looked at He Liao, who had lost consciousness, and threw the brick aside. Not long after, Ling and a group of other shadow warriors tied up all the assassins and brought them to Yiga. Oh nar. Ling came to Yi Ji's side and said softly, "Several people committed suicide, and we were unable to stop them." Yeah. Yiga put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. Just now, when the shadow soldiers subdued those killers, Yiga took the opportunity to cast the Doomsday Curse on a few of them. However, the casting speed of the Doomsday Curse is not fast, so there are bound to be a few that slip through the net. It's okay, that's enough. Yiga pointed at the black fangs on the ground with his chin. Their leader has been caught, this guy must know more. Pack them up and take them back to the Yi family. I will interrogate them myself then. 0, yes. Yiga asked again, by the way, are there any tourists in the amusement park injured? Ling replied calmly, yes, 19 people were slightly injured, no one was seriously injured, and no one died. Because you just explained that we must ensure the safety of the Night City civilians in the park, so we sent out a few shadows to protect those civilians and no serious harm was caused. Yiga nodded gently, that's good. It's okay, you guys go ahead. 0, yes. After that, 0 and the other shadow warriors, along with He Liao and the other subdued killers, slowly sank into the shadows under their feet and disappeared. Lang Yuaning looked at Yiga with some surprise, with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that you would still care about the safety of civilians. In his impression, shouldn't all demonized mutants be cold-blooded and heartless? It's good enough if you don't dominate or act tyrannically, so why would you care about the safety of the people? Yiga looked at her strangely. They are all citizens of Yecheng, and my father is their city lord. It would be strange if I didn't care about them, right? Lang Yuaning, eh? By the way, I seem to know you. Yiga looked at Lang Yuaning carefully with innocent eyes, as if he suddenly remembered. By the way, you are the ant from Yuning Palace who video chatted with my teacher in the school office that day? Lang Yuaning? Chapter 81. You are really innocent, what did you call me? Lang Yuaning was furious. Who is the auntie? Yiga was stunned. Ah? But, my teacher said that you are more than 1,000 years older than me. Then, Grandma Yuning? Lang Yuaning, she couldn't refute it for a moment. Hateful, it's that bastard Lanmi again. Snort. Lang Yuaning turned sideways and snorted lightly with an expressionless face. However, she couldn't help but take a few more glances out of the corner of her eye, carefully sizing up the boy in front of her. He has clear eyes and eyebrows, a fair complexion and a handsome appearance. Like a young boy who has walked out of a painting. I didn't expect a little boy to be so handsome, even. As good looking as Sierra when he was a child, could it be that Lan Mi accepted this boy as his apprentice just because he is good looking? I'm just kidding, please don't take it as an offense, Palace Master Lang. Yi Ge smiled faintly, then put away his childish smile and put his hands behind his back like a little adult. But I am very curious, why is Palace Master Lang here? Lang Yuaning was embarrassed for a moment. Of course, she couldn't have the nerve to tell others about her experience of standing at the gate of the Yi family for a whole night. She turned her head and said expressionlessly, I just happened to pass by here. Just passing by? Yes, I just arrived in Yeqing, and I wanted to visit your Yi family. Lang Yuaning said calmly, during this assessment, you helped Sierra to some extent, and this time, I am repaying your favor. Favors? Yi Ge looked around, where are they? Lang Yuaning frowned, if I hadn't been here, the assassin leader would have escaped, right? Why don't you consider this as repaying your favor? Yi Ge smiled faintly, these assassins have been discovered by my people since they sneaked into Yeqing yesterday. How could I let them escape? In fact, he had already ordered the shadow troops to set up a triple encirclement in the entire area near the amusement park. Even though the Black Fang had escaped just now, there were still 2 layers of encirclement waiting for him. There was no way he could leave Night City alive. Lang Yuaning was surprised. Yesterday. So you had already discovered these assassins before they ambushed at the gate of your Yi family last night? Yes, we are just conducting a fishing expedition. Lang Yuaning fell silent. I didn't expect that this little devil from the Yi family would be so cunning at such a young age. But, Palace Master Lang, didn't you say that you just arrived in Yeqing and happened to pass by? Yi Ge looked at her doubtfully, then how did you know that these assassins had been squatting outside my house all night? Lang Yuaning's expression froze for a moment. Yi Ge looked at Lang Yuaning's expression and suddenly remembered the character of this 1,000-year-old housewife in the game plot. He said playfully, could it be that Palace Master Lang also arrived last night like them, but because she forgot to bring her entourage, she didn't know how to communicate with others because of social phobia, so she didn't dare to ring the doorbell? Lang Yuaning Sigma, the roots of my ears instantly turned red, and the temperature of my cheeks also rose in vain. How is it possible? Lang Yuaning deliberately acted disdainful, and tried to hide her inner feelings in panic. I am the Palace Master of the Yuaning Palace, the largest immortal cultivation sect of the human race. A strong man at the peak of the apocalypse realm. How could it be possible? How could it be possible that I am like what you said, like a shy woman who has never seen a stranger? Yi Ge, well, that's true. But Palace Master Lang personally came to visit me in Yeqing today. It shouldn't be just for this matter, right? Lang Yuaning opened her mouth and was about to say something. This time, Gao Xinshuat and Xia Xiao came over with Yi Zi. Xia Ye. Xia Xiao ran over and saw Lang Yuaning, and asked in confusion, huh? Who is this beautiful sister? Lang Yuaning saw Yi Zi, who had a dazed look on her face. Behind Gao Xinshuat, her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. This little girl is Yi Zi? Yes, that's right. Yi Ge said calmly, she was a captive captured by the demons that I rescued in the Black Abyss secret realm. Just like the information you, Palace Master Lang, have obtained, she possesses the supernatural power and bloodline of the ancient forest sacred beast, the life-mulling spirit. Lang Yuaning, I didn't expect it to be really ancient, huh? She suddenly felt something was wrong and looked at Yi Ge in astonishment. How do you know I did this for? She clearly hasn't said anything yet. Yi Ge smiled and said, although you didn't say it, all your thoughts are written on your face. As soon as she saw Yi Zi, Lang Yuaning said her name, which must have been done through investigation. The only reason why she would investigate a girl captured by the demons could be because of the ancient supernatural bloodline in her body. Not hard to guess at all. To be honest, you are really thoughtful. Yi Ge smiled and said, although you are the master of a palace, you are more innocent than I thought. Pure and innocent, Lang Yuaning clenched her little fists. I asked this little devil praising me or mocking me. Lang Yuaning looked at Yi Ji's handsome face with a smile on it. This child looks shy and well behaved, but there is indeed a little devil living in his heart. Humph, he is worthy of being the student of that bastard Lan Mi. Even his personality is just as bad. Since you have seen the purpose of my coming, I won't beat around the bush. Lang Yuaning said expressionlessly, you make a condition? Condition? Of course it's that kid. Oh, you mean, you want me to name a price and buy the child like a commodity? Don't talk nonsense. What I mean is, Lang Yuaning frowned. She originally wanted to say that she wanted to save the child and get her out of the clutches of the Yi family, but halfway through her speech, she suddenly felt like she couldn't go on before coming here. The night city she had imagined was not like this. A night city, as a border city-state ruled by demonized people, should have been gloomy and dark in her previous fantasy. For example, the sky was completely filled with a thick dark atmosphere, and the sun could not be seen all day. The city was surrounded by a bottomless moat. The river water was as black as ink, and occasionally red foam surged. Countless pale skeletons floated on the river. The people living here suffered from fear and despair. Under the dark rule of the demonized people, they were forced to dedicate everything to the Yi family, but now that I'm here, I feel that this place is not as bad as the rumors say, and the little girl named GZ didn't look that miserable. He even changed into a set of clean new clothes, put a lot of toys on his body, and was taken to the magic park by Yigu and his friends to play. How does he look like he's being bullied? Lang Yuaning frowned. What is going on? Chapter 82. An ominous premonition. In fact, if you want to take someone away from me, you don't need any conditions at all. Yiga shrugged. As long as Yi wants to go with you, I don't care. Really? Lang Yuaning's eyes lit up. Why Yigu? Well, of course, I never deliberately keep anyone who wants to leave me. Lang Yuaning heard this and immediately came to Yi. She bent down slightly, half squatted, and smiled kindly. Little friend, come with me, okay? I will help you practice and become an immortal like me. Yeah? Yi was stunned for a moment with a silly expression, then shook her head violently. No. Lang Yu was stunned for a moment. Why? Yi ran from behind Gao Shenxue, circled around and ran to behind Yigu, grabbing Yi Ji's clothes with only half of his head exposed. I am already Master Yi Ji's servant. Lang Yuaning's expression was complicated. You follow me to cultivate immortality, become a righteous immortal who is respected by others and can change the world with a wave of your hand. Isn't it better than being a servant? Yi still shook her head like a rattle. I don't want to be admired by others, and I don't want to be manipulated. I will help Master Yega do great things in the future. So I can't go with you. The little girl grabbed Yi Ji's clothes even tighter. Lang Yuaning had a complicated expression that if Yi hadn't been standing alive in front of her, she would have even thought that Yi's mind was controlled by Yi Ji's dark illusion, but the little girl's eyes were clear and innocent. How could she look like she was under the control of an illusion? Could it be that this little girl is too young to tell the difference between a cultivator and a servant? Yiga smiled. Palace Master Lang, Yi has already made her choice. Lang Yuaning sighed softly. All right, in that case, I won't force it. Please keep this thing. It is a gift from me to you. Lang Yuaning gave Yi a green jade pendant. Oh. Yi stretched out her hands blankly and took the jade. Lang Yuaning turned her head and looked at Yigu again. She raised her hand and waved it, and a ball of light slowly floated out. These are 100 spirit-gathering pills. Even if it's just a thank you gift for helping Sierra in the secret dungeon before. Thank you. Yigu waved his hand without hesitation and put the ball of light into his system inventory. Then he said seriously, don't worry, Palace Master Lang. Since I've accepted your gift, I will definitely not easily tell others that you are a shy and socially anxious person who doesn't even dare to ring the doorbell. Lang Yuaning? You shouldn't be so rude. I am not a social phobic. Yiga nodded seriously. Yes, I believe it. Lang Yuaning, the sun slowly sank on the distant horizon. The crimson sunset spread across the entire sky from the west, as bright as blood. Above the tea house in Wanjian City, Chu Wanha and Yi Xingxiong have been sitting here for the whole day. He Liao had already sent them a message in the morning. Yi Gu, Gao Shenxue, Xiao Xiao, and an unknown little girl went to a magic amusement park together. He Liao had already arranged other killers to set up multiple serial assassinations at the scene and was ready to take action against him. When Chu Wanha heard the news, he was very happy. A magic amusement park, huh? It seems that the little brat from the Yi family is still a child after all. Such crowded places are best for creating chaos and then carrying out assassinations in the chaos. Originally, what Chu Wanha was most worried about was that Yigu would stay at the Yi family and not come out until Monday, when he would be driven to the Yazan City War Academy by the Yi families. Housekeeper in that case, He Liao and the others would have no chance to take action. The War College is Lan Mi's territory, so there is no chance for him to take action. But now, there is no doubt that a great opportunity has fallen from the sky. In Chu Wanha's eyes, Yigu is already a dead man. After all, He Liao is a killer in the Shura realm. In such a chaotic scene, Killing a little ghost in the Xian realm is something that can be done with just a thought, however, since He Liao sent back this message this morning, the entire assassin team has completely lost contact. No more news came back. Chu Wanha knew very well that if He Liao succeeded, he would definitely send him a message to inform him immediately to end this situation. There is only one possibility, that means He Liao's assassination attempt failed. Even in the entire assassin team, not a single assassin sent back any news. This meant that He Liao and his men had not only failed, but had even been completely wiped out. They had all fallen into the hands of the Yi family. Chu Wanha's hands began to tremble slightly, and the white jade teacup in his hand was cracked by him accidentally. Master Yi, Chu Wanha asked solemnly, are you sure that there are no mistakes in the secret sentry layout you gave me? Are you sure? Yi Xingxiong frowned. He had been sitting here for so long that he had already guessed the result. It seems that the assassination attempt by the killer sent by Chu Wanha failed. Chu Wanha took a deep breath. He tilted his head back, drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, and then put the cup heavily on the table. It seems that we don't have to wait any longer. There is no doubt that the mission has failed. Yi Xingxiong frowned. Didn't you say that the assassins sent out were from the Shura realm? And there were more than a dozen assassins from the Thousand Soul realm to help, plus my secret sentry layout. How could they fail in assassinating a mere profound realm brat? How should I know? Chu Wanha's expression seemed a little gloomy. He had been quite cautious and sent Mr. He Liao to take action personally. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Thinking of the sudden loss of more than a dozen subordinates in the Thousand Souls realm and one subordinate in the Shura realm, he suddenly felt extremely distressed. Then, Yi Xingxiong paused and asked nervously, those assassins you sent out won't betray us, right? That won't happen. Chu Wanha exhaled heavily and said, He Liao and the others are all professional killers. They all know that if the mission fails, they must commit suicide. Each of them has a special toxin hidden in their body. As long as they use specific martial arts to practice the technique, the toxin will quickly spread throughout the body, killing them instantly in just a few seconds. Yi Xingxiong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Really? That's good. Chu Wanha was afraid of revenge from the Yi family. As a member of the Yi family, Yi Xingxiong was of course more aware of the horror of the Yi family. If Grandpa knew about this, it would be no joke. Chu Wanha didn't say anything else, feeling vaguely uneasy, although, it is true that He Liao and the others will definitely commit suicide after their failure. But why does he always have a bad feeling in his heart? Chapter 83 Do What You Have to Do. Night Family Dungeon. It was dark and damp, and the torches on the walls were flickering with dim green flames. Ye's figure emerged from the darkness at the end of the dungeon passage. There was also a tall jailer accompanying him. Young master, it's right here. The jailer opened a cell door. The cell was dark and gave off a stench of decay. There were dozens of black iron chains on the wall, tightly binding a man, who was none other than He Liao. He Liao has regained consciousness, with several branding marks carved on his face. As soon as he woke up, he tried to circulate his soul power again to activate the toxins in his body, but it still failed. Every time he tried to circulate his soul power, the mark on his face would burn like fire, causing his soul to suffer. Yi Gu said, don't waste your energy. Do you know why there are no lamps here, but these green torches? Because these netherworld flames, as well as the prisoner mark on your face, will together produce a force that suppresses the condensation of human soul power. Even if you are in the Shura realm, once you are locked up here, you will be no different from an ordinary person. He Liao moved his mouth. His voice was dry and hoarse. I won't say a single word. Oh, you're a tough guy, right? You have the professional qualities of a killer. Yi Gu walked forward. It's okay, I'm not going to ask you, I'll talk to your head directly. As he spoke, Yi Gu reached out and grabbed He Liao's face. Lingling, I leave it to you. I'll give you something delicious to eat when I get back. Yi Gu rubbed the kitten on his shoulder with his cheek. The Baishu Eling lying on his shoulder immediately rolled his eyes. TSK. Only at times like this will you think of me. Although Baishu Ling finally curled his lips and obeyed obediently. He stared at He Liao's eyes with his scarlet eyes and performed pupil techniques. Blood spirit illusion. Ugh. Under the influence of the blood spirit illusion, Black Liao's pupils suddenly became dilated. In less than 3 minutes, tears kept flowing from my eyes. His facial expression became increasingly hysterical. He kept wailing in pain, as if he had experienced something extremely painful. 15 minutes later, He Liao confessed everything in his psychedelic sleep. Really? Xu Wanhe and Yi Xingxiong are hooking up. Yi Ge was not particularly surprised by this result, so he did not react too much. After He Liao escaped from the blood spirit illusion, he fainted again. Yi Ge turned to the jailer and asked, "Did you record everything?" "Yes, it was recorded," said the jailer. After watching the interrogation video, Yi Quan was silent for a long time. Yi Xiao and Zhou Yuqing looked at each other, and no one spoke. "I didn't expect that Xingxiong would end up doing something so stupid." Ye Chuan sighed, a hint of sadness in his light gray eyes. He is his grandson after all. It would be a lie to say that I didn't feel anything at all. Yi Quan put his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Ge. "At the birthday banquet, you had already discovered his betrayal. Why didn't you report it?" Yi Ge said calmly, "My cousin is also a very cautious person. The moment I caught him giving me the drug, he used his soul power to vaporize the drug in his hand, so I have no evidence. Even if you are willing to believe me, my uncle is still your son, and my cousin is still your grandson. If I speak without evidence, it will only make things difficult for you. In fact, after the birthday party, I had the opportunity to get rid of him directly, but if I kill him directly without any evidence, it will definitely cause the anger of my uncle and his family. Father's other brothers and sisters will definitely use this as an excuse to impeach him as the head of the family. Yes, the Yi family is actually not united. As a family of demonized people, the genes of fighting, bravery, and not admitting defeat are engraved in their blood. There are more than a dozen descendants of Grandpa Ye Chuan, and every demonized person with the surname Yi is a person who never admits defeat, whether it is towards outsiders or towards their own people. Moreover, the Yi family does not pay much attention to the difference between direct and collateral lines. As long as you have the blood of the Yi family and are strong enough and capable enough, you are qualified to compete for the position of clan leader. This also makes the competition for the position of clan leader more intense. Back then, Yi Xiao was able to stand out from the dozens of direct and collateral descendants of the Yi family and become the final family patriarch. Naturally, he had fought his way out of a road filled with conspiracy, blood, and bones. Although the Yi family, a family of demonized people, has always been called a group of war maniacs by the outside world. In fact, if any member of the Yi family really has only killing it once in his mind, such a person would probably have been eliminated from the family and would never see outsiders. Yi Quan looked at Yi Ge, nodded with satisfaction, and showed a kind smile. "It's rare that you have so many thoughts, but you can actually tell Grandpa in private. Don't you think Grandpa won't believe you?" He, I know that Grandpa loves me the most." Yi Ge smiled innocently like a child, "But I don't think it's necessary, because I believe that after my cousin and I made such a fuss that night, you must have noticed something. At least a chef saw it, right? You will definitely investigate. After you finish your investigation, you will definitely have a clear idea in your mind. Although you still don't have evidence, having a clear idea in your mind is enough for you." Ye Chuan looked at Ye Ge and was silent for a long time. "The young are formidable." Ye Chuan said this secretly in his heart, then he turned around, walked slowly to the window, put his hands behind his back and looked out at the moonlight in the distance. He didn't speak for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Night Owl said, "Father, this matter, there is naturally no need to discuss Yi Xingxiong any further." The elders who knew the truth but condoned his behavior and even provided him with the layout drawings of the secret sentries naturally cannot escape blame either. Yi Quan closed his eyes and said calmly, "Go ahead and do it. You are the head of the Yi family now, so you don't need to ask me anymore." The Yi family always has only one attitude towards traitors. Yi Xiao also understood what his father meant and stopped talking nonsense. Okay. 3 days later. Yi Xingxiong's father, and everyone in his lineage, including all his confidants and subordinates, all disappeared from the Yi family. Chapter 84 Rewards and Punishments. Yi Xingxiong escaped this disaster because he was not at the Yi family at that time. In a shabby rental house in Yazan City. Yi Xingxiong was hiding here, and he had been hiding here for several days. At this moment, his face was pale, his lips were purple, and his hands were shaking slightly as he grabbed his hair. As expected, those killers fell into the hands of Yi Ge and his men. Xu Wanhe, this idiot. Didn't he say that those killers were professional assassins, and if they failed, they would definitely commit suicide? Yi Xingxiong knew very well that now that the truth had been revealed, the Yi family would definitely not let him go. The tolerance of the demonized mutant family for betrayers had always been zero, so Yi Xingxiong did not even think of going back to beg for mercy from his grandfather. He knew that if he returned to Yecheng now, there would only be one possible outcome. No. Now it's not just Yecheng, he doesn't even dare to show his face. Even in Yazan City, Yi Xingxiong feels extremely unsafe. Yi Xiao will definitely send a killer to deal with him to eliminate future troubles. That person has always been so cruel. In the past few nights, whenever night fell, Yi Xingxiong would tremble, feeling that he was in danger all the time. In the darkness outside the window of the room, it seemed that there was always an indescribable thing staring at him coldly. Yi Xingxiong didn't dare to go to the war college. Principal Lan Mi would definitely not protect him as a student with only a passing rating. He now only dared to hide in this rented house. He didn't dare to use the money in his personal account because he knew that once he used it, the Yi family would know where he was. Even this shabby rental house was stolen after he killed a civilian couple. After not seeing the sun for several days, Yi Xingxiong hardly ate a single bite of food because he simply couldn't eat. The beard on his face hadn't been shaved for several days, making him look a little sloppy. How could he look like the elegant and handsome young man he used to be? He was sweating all the time, and even had hallucinations. He seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Damn it! When did my mental strength become so bad? Yi Xingxiong rubbed his head hard that he bit his lip, bleeding, and forced himself to calm down. Why Yi Xingxiong knew very well that if he continued to stay here, the only thing waiting for him was death. We must find a way. Join Duke Wang in. No. This is obviously impossible. He is no longer of any use to me. That old fox Wang An will never take him in. It would be good enough if he didn't kill him. Join the Chu family. I'm afraid Chu Wanha himself is panicking now. Yi Xingxiong thought about it and felt that the only way out was to leave Qin. Yes. If we can leave the human empire, there are so many countries among all races. If we escape to the neutral territory of alien races, there might be a glimmer of hope. Before leaving, Yi Xingxiong's eyes were slightly fierce. He must kill Yi Gu. Yi Gu has been practicing in the academy under the personal guidance of Principal Lan Mi these days. After taking the training courses from the principal for a few days, Yi Gu realized that although this beautiful female principal looked like a fun-loving person and always had a smiling face, she was a real devil when it came to the training courses for her students. The number of EGE's courses and the intensity of his training are almost 20 times higher than before. Yes, you read that right, 20 times. Lan Mi added almost all the subjects related to the extraordinary professions to his study course list: martial arts, shooter, mechanics, magic, superpowers, cultivation, beast taming, auxiliary, mutation, ghost taming. None of them are left out, from basic theoretical knowledge to the practical application of soul power, spiritual power, magic power, fighting spirit, and other energies. Yi Gu didn't know how his teacher was sure that he could learn so many things. However, rigorous training naturally has its benefits. In just a few days, Yi Gu made another breakthrough. His level has been raised from the 7th stage of the Profound Realm to the 8th stage of the Profound Realm. In such a short time, you have already jumped several levels. Lan Mi gently patted Yi Ji's cheek with her fingertips. Xiao Yi Gu, you seem to have a lot of secrets that the teacher doesn't know. Yi Gu, it's all thanks to the top-grade spirit gathering pill you gave me, teacher. Lan Mi rolled her eyes at him and said, don't try to play tricks on me. Even if you take 10 top-grade soul-gathering pills, and the effects of all these pills can be stacked, it's impossible for them to have this effect. Yi Gu, forget it, I'm not going to force you to answer. Lan Mi smiled gently. How much of the 3rd-level magic, Pyroblast, that I taught you yesterday have you mastered? Yi Gu thought for a moment and said, I think I've basically mastered it. Lan Mi's eyes lit up with joy. Really? Then show me how to do it. As she spoke, the headmistress raised her hand and snapped her fingers. 3 Celestial Realm combat puppets slowly rose out from underground. I'll give you a test. Lan Mi said with a smile, you are only allowed to use this skill once, but you have to kill all 3 combat puppets of Heaven Realm strength. If you succeed, the teacher will promise you one thing. It can be anything that the teacher can do. Yi Gu didn't care much about the reward the teacher promised. His mind was already thinking quickly about how to complete this task. He muttered, use only one skill to kill 3 Heaven Realm puppets. If you want to kill 3 Heavenly Realm puppets with one skill, the first reaction seems to be to let these puppets stand in the same small area and kill them with the explosive spread of Pyroblast. Pyroblast is a 3rd-level magic skill and an advanced magic of Fireball. Normally, it is a skill that only magicians in the Earth Realm can learn and perform. Yi Gu is now at the 8th level of the Profound Realm, and forcibly performing the fire explosion technique as a cross-level move. Using skills across levels is not a rare thing in the world of geniuses. In fact, many geniuses in the academy can do it. It can almost be said to be a standard configuration for a genius. Among the core inner school students of the Imperial War Academy, anyone who cannot use skills across levels will feel ashamed. but the problem is that using skills across levels comes at a price. The first is that the power will definitely be reduced, and the MP consumption is also huge. Considering these 2 points, using skills across levels is somewhat not worth the cost. Therefore, many geniuses generally would not choose to do so in battle even if they can use IT. IT has little practical attributes, but its highest attribute is used for bragging. Since Yi Gu uses skills across levels, the power of Pyroblast should be reduced. But now he has to face this seemingly impossible test at the same time. Not only does he have to use skills across levels, but he also has to kill 3 Heavenly Realm puppets in 2 levels in seconds. Yi Gu pondered for a long time, and seemed to have thought of a countermeasure, and said, "Okay, I know. Come on. Don't be so anxious, I haven't finished yet." Lan Mi narrowed her eyes. "I just talked about rewards, not punishments. If you win, the teacher will of course give you a reward. But if you fail, I will spank you 100 times. Yi Gu?" Chapter 85 Yi Ji's method. Yi Gu was embarrassed. "Teacher, isn't it inappropriate?" "Oh, it's okay, don't be afraid," Lan Mi said seriously, "and I will hit you very gently, definitely not too hard." Yi Gu, even if the spanking is not used too hard, it is still embarrassing for a 10-year-old boy to be spanked. Yi Gu took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'll try." Buzz, the bodies of the 3 Heavenly Realm combat puppets moved, and their joints made a cracking sound. Then, their eyes suddenly turned red, as if they were locked onto Yi Gu. Lan Mi came to the side and sat down comfortably on the sofa in the corner. She tapped the air with her fingers and said with a smile, "It started. I saw 3 Heavenly Realm combat puppets moving one after another and then attacking Yi Gu. Yi Gu didn't move at first, and calmly observed the movements of the 3 puppets. So fast, moreover, their attack angles are completely different, and there is no way to use the diffusion range of Pyroblast to kill them all in one blow. Why Yi Gu still didn't move? One of the combat puppets had already rushed in front of him, jumped high, and kicked him in the face. Yi Gu didn't intend to fight it head-on, and swiftly dodged the puppet's kick that directly cracked the floor. Call. At the same time, a ball of scorching flame suddenly flew towards his ear. Yi Gu? He saw the red light out of the corner of his eye and immediately lowered his body, allowing the fireball to smash past him. One of these fighting puppets is actually a magician. Yi Gu frowned. He originally thought that the 3 combat puppets should all be warrior puppets. After all, the martial puppets of the academy were standard and relatively cheap. I didn't expect there is a magician type. This makes things even more difficult. If the 3 combat puppets are all warrior types, by focusing on the details, you might be able to find a chance to gather the 3 of them in the same area. But a warrior plus a magician means that one of them is a melee fighter and the other is a ranged fighter, so it is impossible for them to stand in the same area. While Yi Gu was dodging the warrior puppet's downward kick and the magician puppet's fireball attack, the gunman puppet hiding farther away immediately picked up a large caliber rifle and fired several shots at Yi Gu. The fierce bullets hit his feet with a ding-dang-dang sound, but were also dodged by Yi Ji's agile body. A warrior, a magician, and a gunner. The combat puppets of 3 professions are equivalent to opening up 3 attack lines at once, while Yi Gu was busy dealing with the attacks of the 3 puppets. He thought to himself, "This is more difficult than I thought." Not only that, the movements of these 3 fighting puppets do not seem to be as simple and stupid as those of ordinary puppets. They would even coordinate tactically with each other, not giving Yi Gu any angle or opportunity at all. Why Yi Gu felt under tremendous pressure. He couldn't find any chance to attack and could only dodge. He turned his head and looked at Lan Mi, who was watching the fight on the side. Lan Mi was seen sitting on the soft sofa with her legs crossed. Her right hand, which was placed on Hesi's thigh, moved gently from time to time with her slender white jade fingers. One could vaguely see several light blue soul power threads connected to her fingertips. Why Yi Gu finally understood. It turns out that Lan Mi was controlling these fighting dolls. Yi Gu, teacher, that's despicable. You cheated. Lan Mi blinked her beautiful blue eyes. Where is cheating? I didn't say at the beginning that these fighting dolls were AI. Yi Gu, what's wrong? Do you want to give up? Lan Mi said with a smile, "It's okay if you want to give up. The teacher won't blame you. It's just a small punishment for Xiao Yega. Even if you fail, the teacher won't be disappointed in you." Yi Gu let out a sigh helplessly. It's really hard to meet such a teacher who loves to play tricks. Call. Another bright fireball came towards Yi Ji. Yi Gu came to his senses and dodged again. The 3 combat puppets continued to cooperate and launched a series of combo attacks on Yi Gu. The difficulty was already 2 levels higher, and with Lanmi's control and the cooperation of different professions, it went from hell level to the most insane hell level, not to mention being restricted to only one skill. Even if there were no restrictions at all, Yiga probably wouldn't be absolutely sure of being able to defeat these puppets. It is already a very difficult thing to be able to hold out for so long without being defeated under the fierce attacks of these three fighting puppets. Lanmi held her chin with one hand and watched the battle in the training ground. Not bad. You lasted longer than I thought. I originally thought that Sayaka could only last about a minute with her ability. I didn't expect he could hold out for so long. This child can really give me a lot of surprises. Ding ding ding. Another series of bullets hit Yiji's side, splashing out sparks. As Yiga moved, he quickly observed the positions and casting speeds of the three combat puppets. Although they are puppets controlled by the teacher himself, the speed at which they cast skills is no different from that of ordinary Heaven Realm combat puppets. After the magician casts the fireball spell, it takes about 5 seconds before he can cast the next skill. The rifle in the gunman's hand looks like the standard M79-4. Imperial law enforcement officers, with a 20-round magazine and a fixed reload speed of 3.5 seconds. Because it's a puppet, the reload speed is almost the same every time. If you want to find a gap, it should only be a short moment. It seems that this is the only way. Yiga stared at the attack gap between the magician puppet and the gunner puppet when they were reloading and their skills were on CD. He suddenly jumped up and quickly went around and came to the back of the gunner puppet. His right palm was facing upwards, and he instantly gathered all the soul power in his body. A ball of scorching black flame appeared in his palm. Boom. Yiga raised his hand and released a black fireball, hitting the gunman puppet on the back. Lanmi's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. Isn't this the dark fireball technique that is unique to Sayoj? But the task this time is to defeat these three puppets using Pyroblast. Did Yiga give up? Lanmi didn't understand. She didn't know what Yiga was planning. I saw that after the black fireball hit the puppet, it did not explode on the spot. Instead, it pushed the puppet forward like a rolling wheel. And the black fireball gradually grew bigger and bigger, from a fireball the size of a truck tire to as big as a locomotive. The black fireball pushed the gunner puppet towards the warrior puppet and the magician puppet. Chapter 86 Murderous Intentions. At night I see, Lanmi seemed to understand after seeing this scene. Why Yiga wants to find a straight line to hit all the targets like playing bowling, but it's not that easy. Lanmi raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and moved her slender fingers again, controlling the two fighting puppets to jump away in two different directions, avoiding the flying dark fireball. The range of flames after the fireball explosion is completely incomparable to that of Pyroblast. In fact, even Pyroblast cannot achieve such a range. Sayaka, you lose. Lanmi smiled. Boom. The black fireball pushed the gunman puppet more than 10 meters away, and finally exploded between the other two puppets. After the explosion, a huge black fireball splashed out hundreds of small red firebombs from inside, and these firebombs spread in all directions like exploding fireworks, and those scattered firebombs splashed to the other two fighting puppets, and suddenly exploded again. Boom 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 boom. Lanmi was stunned. The core of that huge dark fireball actually contains a pyroblast, utilizing the splash from the explosion of the dark fireball, followed by a secondary explosion and splash again. The powerful spread of this multiple fireball technique directly reached a range of nearly 200 square meters. Dang 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 dash, a puppet's head was blown away and flew dozens of meters, rolling to Lanmi's feet. The steel doll had been completely dented by the splashing firebombs, and its surface was covered with burn marks. Lanmi was so shocked that she couldn't describe it for a moment. This is a puppet of heavenly level. Although they have no intelligence, their physical attributes are made according to the average values of their respective professions. The three puppets were all within the range of the explosion, and each one was blown to pieces, with parts flying everywhere. The warrior doll in the best condition has a higher defense, so only its surface is still intact. At least its limbs and head are still intact, but the chest is blown into blur. It should be still usable after a little repair. Seeing that his plan was successful, Yiga slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Teacher, this time I should consider my challenge a success, right?" Lanmi looked at Yiga deeply. With the explosion covering such a large area, its power is even enough to kill a transcendent person at the heavenly realm level. Incredible. Did you create this move yourself? Lanmi looked at him and asked. Why Yiga thought for a moment and said, Yes. If I only use Pyroblast, I can't find the angle to attack, so I just want to try this temporarily. Temporary. Lanmi fell silent, thinking that this little guy really had a talent for inventing magic skills. He can combine the two skills of Dark Fireball and regular Pyroblast into one skill. The question is, how does he stabilize the energy of two different attributes? Even Lonny couldn't understand this. If an ordinary magician learns to do this, the fireball will probably explode in his palm while he is rubbing it. You have to know that innovative magic also has risks, just like doing chemical alchemy experiments. Not to mention fusing two different elements, even two of the same elements may produce immeasurable risks and may hurt yourself. This little guy is really brave. He actually dares to make such an attempt on the spur of the moment. You're done. Lonny smiled gently, but you also cheated. My original test question only allowed you to use Pyroblast, but yours is obviously not a simple Pyroblast, so she deliberately drew out the tone, then said with a wicked smile, I've decided. I'm going to punish and reward you at the same time. Yi Gu. It was not until the evening that Yi Gu left the war college. Alas, he is obviously more than 300 years old, and he is also a top-level expert at the Apocalypse realm, but he is still playing tricks on his students. Yi Gu muttered sadly that he did not choose to use the reward authority immediately. He plans to keep it for now. Anyway, he doesn't have any special needs now. In the future, when he has something special that he needs help from the teacher, he can think about asking the teacher for some reward. The moonlight is quiet, casting a hazy silver gauze over the city-state buildings. Yi Gu walked alone on the dark night path. He did not plan to go back to the Yi family tonight. He planned to go to the small prop shop where he and Yuli had a secret meeting before. Because Yuli had just called him to tell him that she had made new progress in her research on magic potions in the past 2 days and wanted him to go over and take a look, so Yi Gu did not ask the old housekeeper to drive to pick him up. The path was very quiet at night, with only the occasional barking of dogs and the hooting of owls from the trees on the roadside. Yi Gu would occasionally stop and look at the owl on the tree with a smile. The stray cats and dogs on the roadside would occasionally come up to Yi Gu, look at him, and gently rub his shoes and pants. As a beastmaster, Yi Ji's animal affinity attribute is very high, so the impact of Yi Ji's charm attribute on these animals will be increased 3 times. The little white cat on his shoulder scratched Yi Ji's clothes with its claws in frustration, as if urging him to leave quickly. Yi Gu stayed there for a moment. Not long after, for some reason, a dark and terrifying aura suddenly approached from the dark alley in the distance, and formed an obvious and strong murderous intention. This murderous intent even scared away the owls on the treetops and the stray cats and dogs nearby. The birds in the bushes flapped their wings and chirped and flew into the air. Yi Gu also sensed the murderous intent. He turned his head and looked at the dark alley with calm eyes. I saw the outline of a man gradually emerging from the darkness. Yi Shengxiong's eyes were as gloomy as the abyss of the night, flashing with sharp cold light. His facial muscles were twisted, as if every vein was filled with hatred and malice, and he revealed his demonic aura without any concealment. He stared at Yi Gu like a wolf wanting revenge. Chapter 87, Burning Blood to Sacrifice the Soul. Yi Gu didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Yi Shengxiong. It is not surprising that a person who was at the end of his rope does anything. Yi Shengxiong looked much older than before, with even a few strands of gray visible at his hairline. His eyes, compared to their previous evil look, now had a bit more ferocity and madness. Earth Realm Level 3? Yi Gu could clearly feel that Yi Shengxiong's demonic energy level had increased a lot, from the first level of the Earth Realm to the third level of the Earth Realm. It seems that you used the burning blood to sacrifice the soul? Yi Gu smiled faintly. Burning blood to sacrifice the soul is a method of burning one's own lifespan to gain a chance for a breakthrough and upgrade. There are many strong people in this world who, when they encounter a bottleneck in their cultivation, will resort to burning blood and sacrificing their souls in a desperate attempt. The lifespan of extraordinary people is generally longer than that of ordinary people, and even longer for those who practice immortal cultivation. After breaking through the 100 souls realm, the aging rate of extraordinary people will become very slow, and as their levels increase, they gain more and more lifespan. So there are many people who can still look young even after hundreds of years, but for most people, it is extremely difficult to upgrade after breaking through the 100 souls realm. At this time, if they want to continue to make progress on the path of becoming a transcendent, they can only use the blood-burning soul sacrifice. Yi Shengxiong is still so young, but he has already used the method of burning blood to sacrifice the soul at the Earth Realm. There is no doubt that he has already risked everything. Yi Shengxiong stared at Yi Gu viciously, evil black energy surging from his body. Yi Gu, today is the day you die. I was ambushed by you last time, this time you are dead for sure. He kicked his feet hard and rushed towards him like a mad beast. He raised his palm to make a claw, and the demonic energy condensed into a larger ghost claw, which was extremely murderous. Copy martial skills. Shadow Step. Yi Gu used his body movement martial arts, and although he seemed to be motionless, his body suddenly moved horizontally. He easily avoided his attack and instantly came behind Yi Xingxiong. Where are the people? Yi Xingxiong was stunned. Yi Ge reached out from behind and patted his shoulder. Yi Xingxiong's heart skipped a beat and he turned his head suddenly. However, as soon as he turned around, he was greeted with a loud slap. Bang! Yi Xingxiong fell out and broke a telephone pole on the side of the road. Yi Ge looked around at the quiet environment. Is he really the only one lying in ambush here? There was no danger alarm from Shadow, so it seemed that there was indeed no other threat. Didn't this guy have enough of the torture of the Doomsday Curse and the Blood Spirit illusion last time? He only leveled up 2 levels and dared to come and seek death alone. Impossible. Yi Xingxiong got up from the ground and looked at Yi Ge in shock. Weren't you only at the 2nd level of the Profound Realm before? How is it possible that you have reached the 8th level of the Profound Realm so quickly? Yi Ge, guess? Yi Xingxiong's face twitched slightly, but he still didn't believe it and jumped up from the ground again. Yi Ge had an indifferent expression. His body didn't move at all, he just raised his hand and pointed. Copy ability, magical lightning thunderbolt. A bolt of black lightning shot out from his fingers and hit Yi Xingxiong's thigh. Yi Xingxiong screamed in pain and fell to his knees. If you had the ability of X-ray vision, you would be able to see that his kneecap was completely shattered. Yi Ge did not stop and released several black lightnings in succession, completely shattering several joints of Yi Xingxiong's body. He was completely unable to move and could only lie on the ground, growling and groaning unwillingly. The whole alley was filled with his wailing. Yi Xingxiong couldn't understand why the difference in strength was so huge. Even though Yi Ge had broken through to the 8th level of the mysterious realm, he was only a 3rd level cultivator in the Earth realm. Originally, he thought that in a one-on-one situation, his strength would definitely crush the opponent, and the only thing he needed to worry about was the shadow troops his grandfather gave him. But the result was that the crushing was indeed a crushing, but the characters were reversed. Yi Xingxiong could clearly feel that Yi Ge was completely playing with him, and he hadn't even used his true strength yet. Yi Ge looked at his fingers. The trajectory speed of the magic lightning thunder skill is very fast, almost 30 times faster than the fireball, but now it seems that its power is a little weak and its penetration is not enough. But if you can combine this move with the slower dark fireball, you might be able to create a pretty good ultimate move. In fact, if you hadn't suddenly appeared and sought death, you might have lived a few more months. Yi Ge said softly, because I don't take you seriously at all, so I haven't officially started sending assassins to look for you. Yi Xingxiong's cheek twitched slightly, and regret suddenly appeared in his eyes. Of course, it was no use regretting now. Yi Ge turned around and stopped looking at him. 0. In the shadows on the roadside, Ling, dressed in black, slowly appeared and knelt on the ground. Master, you come and clean up after this, yes? 0 held a black blade and walked slowly towards Yi Xingxiong with an expressionless face. Yi Xingxiong showed a horrified look, and his instinctive desire to survive made him struggle to get up, but his limbs were all broken, and his body could only twist on the ground like a maggot. Ling walked to his side and stabbed him without hesitation. Yi Ge had already walked far away, and Yi Xingxiong's tragic screams were heard behind him. Chu Wanha hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days. These days, he has been suffering from anxiety, tension, and insomnia. As the lord of Wanjian City, he was of course well informed. The news that Yi Xingxiong's lineage had been annihilated had already reached him long ago. Although the news has spread, the specific reasons why Yi Xingxiong's lineage was destroyed are still unclear. If other nobles were completely unaware of the situation, they would definitely be confused about what exactly happened inside the Yi family. But Chu Wanha had a vague answer in his heart, and this answer made him very uneasy. That is, the Yi family discovered Yi Xingxiong's betrayal, and the reason for discovering his betrayal was most likely the killers he sent out. Chu Wanha knew very well that if this was true, then the Yi family would undoubtedly have known that those killers were sent by him. But how is that possible? Even if He Liao and the others failed, they would definitely commit suicide as soon as possible. If the news did not come from He Liao and the others, then how was Yi Xingxiong discovered to have betrayed him? Chu Wanha could only comfort himself in his heart. Maybe it was Yi Xingxiong himself who was careless and exposed his betrayal in other ways. And maybe it had nothing to do with He Liao and the others, but the ominous premonition kept lingering in his heart and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 88, Letter from Night Owl. Chu Wanha was sitting at his desk, his mind full of this matter. His wife was sitting in the room, crying while holding Chu Ruawa's photo. She had been crying all day long since Chu Ruawa died. How long are you going to wait? When are you going to kill that bastard who killed our son? His wife angrily accused him. Since the last failed assassination attempt, you have not taken any other actions. Do you really want to avenge our son? Chu Wanha was upset, but he still tried to suppress his emotions and said, "Not right now." After the failed assassination attempt last time, Night Owl will definitely be alert, and Night City will definitely increase its defenses. If we take action now, it would be bad if they find evidence of us. Then we'll do it in Yazan City. The wife gritted her teeth and said, "It's not like he's always in Night City. Doesn't that little demon usually go to school at the War Academy in Yazan City?" Chu Wanha rejected it immediately. "No, he is a student of Lanmi, the president of the Imperial War College. We have no chance of succeeding near the War College. We might even offend this former top 10 human. You're worrying about this and that. How long are you going to delay?" The wife was furious. "It's just killing a little demon in the profound realm. Why is it so troublesome?" Chu Wanha ignored her. He and his wife had a political marriage. His wife had some royal blood and was a distant relative of the current second emperor. She had been spoiled since she was a child and had hardly ever been bullied. Therefore, she was usually quite strong-willed and would not consider the consequences when she was angry and willful. Calm down, calm down." Chu Wanha gritted his teeth and told himself secretly in his heart, when he was 16 years old, he went to the battlefield of all races and faced so many invincible alien enemies, but didn't he survive? What kind of storms have you not seen over the years? Besides, we still haven't figured out what happened. Maybe it's not that bad after all, City Lord. At this time, a subordinate ran in from outside. "Chu Wanha, what's going on?" "Subordinates, there is news that Mr. Haliao and his men don't seem to be dead." Chu Wanha's pupils shrank. "What? Where did you get the news from?" The subordinate replied, "Someone in Yecheng saw that the Yi family publicly executed several assassins who intended to assassinate Yi Go today. Later, after some investigation, we determined that these assassins were Mr. Haliao and others." Chu Wanha's face suddenly turned extremely pale, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. "I understand. You can go down now." Chu Wanha waved his hand. The men retreated silently. "This is the subordinate you spent so many years training?" The wife sneered with contempt. "Didn't you always brag to me before that it was foolproof? This is the result you gave me." Chu Wanha was upset and didn't respond at all. In fact, he didn't hear what his wife was saying at all. Mr. Haliao and the others were really captured alive. They really didn't die. At a time like this, if you say anything more, maybe it's not that bad, that would be simply deceiving yourself. Now Chu Wanha is 100% sure that Haliao and the others must have confessed something, and Yi Xingxiong must have been confessed by them, and now that Yi Xingxiong has confessed, then the wife did not notice Chu Wanha's trembling hands on his legs, and she continued to talk tirelessly. "Forget it, I don't count on a coward like you. I will find someone to kill that little devil myself. I can ask my sister who is far away in Kyoto to borrow a killer. I have already investigated before." After becoming Lan Mi's personal student, Yi Gu has basically lived in the War College in recent days. He only returns to Yecheng with the butler who comes to pick him up on weekends. I'll have someone take action on his way back to Night City, and I'll definitely get rid of this guy this time. "Hey, did you hear me? Get me the information you found about that little demon, as well as the information about the old butler who picks him up every day," and bang! Suddenly, there was a heavy and loud slap. Chu Wanha slapped his wife in anger on the face. "You brainless idiot woman. Are you done yet? If you want to die, don't bring me with you. You don't understand the seriousness of the matter at all. Have you ever been a city lord? Have you ever fought in a war? How many conspiracies and plots have you experienced among the imperial nobles and extraordinary people? You have never even been a leader. You have no experience, ability, knowledge, or achievements. All you do all day is point fingers in front of me with your low cognition and imagination. Do you really think that the current situation of Wanjian City is your credit? You have read too many exciting articles on the internet and really think that your brain is enough? You have no idea what this world is like. If I really listened to your advice, Wanjian City would have been annexed by other nobles long ago. I have tolerated you for a long time, you brainless idiot." The wife covered her swollen cheek in a daze and stared at him in amazement. You dare to hit me?" After all these years of marriage, she had always been the stronger one, and her husband had always given in to her in daily life. She had never thought that Chu Wanha would dare to treat her so violently. Zhang. Chu Wanha drew out his sword, his face more ferocious than ever before. Fight? I dare to kill you. Do you believe it? The wife trembled all over and suddenly became limp, looking at Chu Wanha timidly. She could feel that something was obviously wrong with Chu Wanha today, and she might really do something on impulse. The wife's voice weakened. What's wrong with you? What happened? Why, city lord? At this time, another subordinate rushed in from outside. There's a letter for you. It was sent by Viscount Night Owl. Chu Wanha's body trembled noticeably. Give it to me, yes. Go down. Chu Wanha picked up the letter nervously. There was a drop of black and red wax sealing the letter, and a half-demon pattern was stamped on it. That was the family emblem of the Yi family, the largest demonized genetic mutant family in the empire. Chu Wanha paused, gritted his teeth, and opened the envelope with all his might. Chapter 89 Desperate Situation. Chu Wanha knew very well that the means of transmitting information were so advanced nowadays that even if there was something between nobles, generally speaking, they would not use such special letterheads, unless it was an extremely serious matter. Chu Wanha seemed to have anticipated something, but he still gritted his teeth, opened the envelope, and took out the letter. After just one glance, Chu Wanha's face turned completely pale. He swayed slightly and sat on the chair behind him. The letter paper in his hand fell to the ground. The wife couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you? Chu Wanha moved his lips. See for yourself. The wife picked up the letter from the ground. There was only one line of words written on the letter paper. You want a price, or a war? The signature is Night Owl. The wife said, What does this mean? What do you mean? Do you even need to ask? Chu Wanha looked as if he had aged 10 years. Yi Xiao already knows that we were the ones who sent the killer to kill his son. What he meant was that he was asking us whether we want to pay the price or go to war with the Yi family. The wife frowned. Do they really have the guts to openly declare war on us? Chu Wanha said, There is one set of laws between nobles and commoners, and another set of laws between nobles. According to the imperial law, they have irrefutable evidence, and all consequences will be borne by us, and they will not be held responsible afterwards. Then, the wife hesitated and said, Then let's fight them. You are a count, can't you beat him, a viscount? Fight? Chu Wanha was already sweating profusely. If we fight against the demonic family, we won't last more than 3 days no matter the cost or how hard we try. The wife was shocked. How is it possible? Chu Wanha ignored his wife. He trembled slightly and looked at his hands, his mind full of thoughts about what to do now, to pay or to fight. Night Owl didn't say the matter was final, which means there is still room for recovery. The question is, what price will he have to pay to satisfy the Yi family? Compensation? Public apology? Cession of territory? Cession of business? Cession of family resources. Yi Xiao didn't make it clear what kind of price he wanted. In fact, it was possible that no matter how sincere he was, the Yi family would be dissatisfied. In other words, after he paid a lot of price with great pain, what he ended up with might still be war. Yes. This is most likely a conspiracy of the Yi family. They want to weaken his strength without any effort. Let him suffer a heavy loss. Then Yi Xiao will lead the demon army to attack Wanjian City directly. By then, he may not even have the chance to fight back, this cunning fox. There's no other way. Chu Wanha gritted his teeth and raised his head. His wife was a little frightened when she saw his bloodshot eyes. You have to ask your relatives in the royal family for help. Chu Wanha said, Now we can only beep. At this time, the communication watch on Chu Wanha's wrist also rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Lanmi, the principal of the War College. Chu Wanha was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Lanmi called him at this time, but he still answered the call. A holographic image soon appeared in front of him. Lanmi seemed to be sitting in her principal's office, with one of her long silk legs crossed and leaning back in her office chair in a very comfortable position. She said with a smile, City Lord Chu, I don't think I'm here. Principal Lan, is there anything I can help you with? Chu Wanha was quite respectful towards the strongest man ranked in the top 10 of the human empire, even though he was currently the teacher of the little demon Yi Gu. Oh, nothing. Lanmi said as she threw a small snack into her mouth, I just heard that City Lord Chu's business has been very big recently. Chu Wanha was stunned for a moment. Business, he didn't react for a moment. I recently investigated all the Seoul crystal export lists of Yazan City's foreign trade in recent years. Lanmi chewed potato chips with a clattering sound. Guess what good stuff I found? I found that there are tens of billions of numbers that don't match up. Chu Wanha's pupils suddenly shrank. Even if he was slow, he should understand what Lanmi said. He hurriedly said in a panic, Principal Lan, it's okay, I just came to say hello to you. Lanmi waved her hand. I have already submitted these list reports to the royal family and the imperial law enforcement officers. Chu Wanha, Lanmi, well, that's it. The video call was hung up. There was a long silence in the room. Chu Wanha was stunned for a moment. He stared ahead with lifeless eyes, and he felt almost powerless all over his body. When he was planning the assassination, he had thought about the consequences of failure, but he believed that the possibility of failure was extremely low, so he didn't care much about the consequences. But now, it seems that the 1 in a billion chance of happening has actually happened. Chu Wanha was already in deep fear. He had been to the battlefield of all races with the Yi family before, so he knew how terrifying the demonized people of the Yi family were on the battlefield. And there was no doubt that it was impossible to even ask for help from the royal family now. What should we do now? His wife was also a little panicked. The only person she could rely on was his sister in the royal family, but the current situation was no longer something his sister could handle. They could not afford the crime of smuggling Seoul crystals alone. There's no other way. Chu Wanha suddenly stood up and said solemnly, I'm going to Duke Wang En now. Chapter 90 Yuli's achievements. Is this the potion you made? Yi Ge held a potion bottle in his hand and looked at it carefully. The oval potion bottle contained some dark purple liquid that shimmered under the light. Yes. Yuli's beautiful eyes were a little nervous. She lowered her head slightly, letting her silver white hair cover her unconfident eyes. Her two fair little hands nervously grasped her dress. Photo: this potion was the result of her research for a week. Although previous experiments on mice had always been successful, and she had made it completely according to the production list given to her by Yi Ge, this meant that there should be no problem with this potion. But when she handed her work to her benefactor, teacher, and childhood sweetheart for review, Yuli couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She was worried that her results would not meet Yi Ge's expectations. Why, Yi Ge, have you done any experiments? Yuli, we have done it. We have done it on mice, and the results are exactly as you said. This is a first-level awakening potion called Scouting. After drinking it, you can randomly awaken a certain scouting ability. After the white mouse drinks it, the awakening success rate is about 50%. The probability of awakening a white quality ability is about 40%, and the probability of awakening a blue quality ability is about 30%. The higher the quality of the ability, the lower the probability of awakening, but it has not been tried on humans yet. That's enough. Yi Ge completely believed in Yuli's ability. She was a genius secondary job in the game. If she couldn't do it, then no one in the world could do it. I believe that it will be successful on the human body. Yi Ge paused, raised his head to look at Yuli's face, and smiled, because I absolutely believe in the ability of my little childhood sweetheart. Yuli felt a little dizzy when he heard this. Master Yega said that he absolutely believed in me. Also, I've said it several times, don't call me Master Yega, and don't call me you either. Yega said, just call me Xiaoya, just like Schwer. Yuli's cheeks blushed. I can't say it. Why? Okay, forget it. Yi Ge rolled his eyes and said, then what can you call me? Anyway, you can't call me young master, and you can't call me boss. Yuli, I don't know, Yi Ge shrugged, or just call me Yi Ge, it's the easiest. No. Yuli shook her head hurriedly, too rude. I mean, brother Yi. Yi Ge held his chin with one hand. Why don't you take the last word as the song in praise, but the brother in Big Brother? Yuli hesitated, but it still sounds the same, really. Yi Ge thought about it and suddenly smiled. Then I understand. From now on, you can call me brother. Oh, just think of the brother in front as Gu. Yuli's petite body shook, and she seemed to feel the temperature on her cheeks rising again. She said in a daze, brother? Yi Ge, hey. Yuli, but it sounds like this, you don't like it? Yi Ge looked a little disappointed, but I quite like this name. Not really. Yuli saw Yi Ge's disappointed expression and felt a little reluctant. It's just a little embarrassing, then let's do this. Yi Ge smiled, from now on, you can call me whatever you want in front of outsiders, but in private, you have to call me brother. Yuli, it's a happy decision. Yi Ge took out a piece of food from his inventory. By the way, let's sit down and eat something together. I just came to your place after getting out of the academy today, and I haven't even had dinner yet. Yuli immediately waved her hand. No. I'm not really hungry either. Yi Ge, but my brother ordered you to sit down. Yuli, after hearing what was said, the girl obediently sat down opposite Yi Ge's seat. Yi Ge knew that Yuli still considered himself a servant in his heart. So when she heard me asking her to sit down and eat together, she subconsciously thought that she was not qualified to eat with the young master because of her status. As an ordinary person without extraordinary talents, this concept is difficult to change. Yi Ge didn't intend to force her to change her mind all of a sudden, just let it be anyway. As long as I stay with him in the future, things will change sooner or later. How is it? Is it delicious? Delicious. Yi Ge suddenly noticed Yuli's new dress and asked suspiciously, by the way, what are you wearing? Schwer gave it to me. Yuli said carefully, Schwer, she is a very nice person. Really? Yi Ge thought and nodded secretly. Well, as expected of Miyuki-san, who is overflowing with maternal love. However, you can call Schwer by her nickname without any burden, but you can't call me by mine. Yi Ge glanced at her dimly and sighed. It seems that you are closer to her, Yuli said in panic. It's not like that. Please don't think like that. Then call me brother now and let me hear it. Brother. Well, that's right. Yi Ge nodded with satisfaction. After finishing his midnight snack, Yi Ge touched his belly contentedly. Oh, by the way, although the previous potion has been researched, you should not drink it for the time being. Although that magic potion can help you awaken from an ordinary person to a superpower, most people can only possess one type of superpower in their lifetime. Once you use it, there's no chance of regretting it. Yi Ge looked at her seriously and said, it won't be too late to drink it until I make a potion that's more suitable for you. As for the reconnaissance potion, he had a suitable candidate in mind. Okay. Yuli was of course willing to listen to Yi Ge's words unconditionally. Of course she wants to become extraordinary. In the past, she wanted to research a magic potion that could allow ordinary people to change their fate and awaken to become extraordinary people. It was her dream, but now, she wants to become a superhuman so that she can have more power to help young Master Yi Ge. Yuli showed a regretful expression again. However, if we want to develop a completely different type of higher level potion, it may take a very long time. The time cost of scientific research has always been very long. The scientists who originally developed the magic engine spent nearly half a century before finally developing a prototype. If Yi Ge hadn't given her the production list this time, even if she had had this idea a long time ago, it would have taken her a very long time. Oh, I don't think so. Yi Ge placed a brand new blueprint in front of Yuli. Here. Yuli looked at the drawing blankly. This is the second level supernatural awakening potion. Yi Ge said, this is the recipe list. The detailed refining process is also written on it. Yuli was shocked. Chapter 91 Trump card. Yuli looked at the drawing in front of him with a dull expression, with a big question mark in his little head. She had just finished refining the first level potion yesterday, and even just experimenting with the ratio table and refining points took her nearly a week. As a result, as soon as she finished refining the potion, Yi Ge immediately took out the second stage of the potion formula. Isn't it too fast? What's wrong? Yi Ge asked, is there anything wrong with this ratio table? No. Yuli shook her head. You said last time that the potion ratio was something you had just researched not long ago. This time, yes. Yi Ge nodded. This new potion ratio is also something I just researched these few days. Yuli had a surprised expression. What's wrong? Yi Ge pretended to be confused. Shouldn't this kind of thing be written just like making up an essay assigned by the Chinese teacher? I can write a lot of it at will? Yuli, Duke's Palace. Duke Wang and certainly knew why Chuana came today. The Duke's Palace was well informed and he had heard about everything. This time, you have put yourself in the spotlight. Duke Wangan shook his head. He originally thought that only a playboy like Yi Xingxian would do such a stupid thing, but he didn't expect Shuwana to be so reckless. Shuwana's face turned pale. Duke, save me. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Duke Wangan stood up, put one hand behind his back and walked to the window, looking at the bright night outside. However, I can help you delay time for the capital and the law enforcement officer, so that they will not pursue your case of smuggling soul crystals for the time being. Shuwan's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this, as if he had touched a ray of light, but soon dimmed again. But even so, let me tell you, the current second emperor has long wanted to eradicate the Yi family, but has never had the chance. Duke Wangan looked at him and said calmly, in fact, I knew you would come a long time ago, so I have already contacted His Majesty and discussed your matter. If you can use this incident to eliminate the Yi family, the scourge of the empire, perhaps His Majesty will show leniency to you for your past. Get rid of the Yi family. Shuwan had gritted his teeth and thought, how could this be easy? Before he came, he had already calculated the fighting strength of the two families. Even if Yi Quan, the old man of the Yi family, did not take action, the chances of their Wanjian city winning would not be more than 10%. His Majesty the Second Emperor would let him do this, probably just to use their Wanjian city to test the depth of the Yi family. Shuwana said, I hope the Duke can lend me some extraordinary warriors. Borrow? Duke Wangan glanced at him contemptuously. Can you pay it back? Chu Wanha was speechless for a moment. What you should do now is to figure out how to defeat the Yi family. Duke Wangan said indifferently with an expressionless face. I understand. Shuwana smiled bitterly. There is no doubt that he has no way out, but at least it is better than before. Originally, he had to face pressure from both the Yi family and the law enforcement officers, and now, at least he has got the chance. Shuwanha walked out of the Duke's mansion, took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision. I can only use the last trump card my father left for Wanjian City. When Yi Ge came to the demon realm again, it was almost completely different. The area of the demon realm is more than 3 times larger than the original Black Abyss secret realm. Colorful, strange-looking, and covered with magic patterns, demon plants can be seen everywhere. The entire forest is mainly black and purple. The demon realm trees in the distance are towering into the clouds, and the estimated height has reached 1,000 meters, just towering into the black cloud vortex of the Black Abyss well above the clouds, as if connecting the upper level of the Black Abyss secret realm with the lower level of the Black Abyss well. Yi Ge was secretly frightened every time he returned to the demon realm. The growth rate of the demon realm tree would surprise him. At this time, several ghost-like creatures suddenly floated out of the black forest and slowly approached Yi Ge. Yi Ge immediately became alert and frowned. Those ghosts looked like women, but their bodies were incomplete. Their lower bodies were floating in the air like spirits. One could faintly feel that they had some demonic aura. However, those female ghosts seemed to have no hostility at all. Instead, they came to Yi Ge one by one as if they were queuing, bowed slightly, and behaved quite respectfully. Then they continued to move to the side in an orderly manner, as if they were going to complete some work. While Yi Ge was still puzzled, Honko appeared. Master, you are back. Honko's appearance was still as mature and beautiful as before, with seaweed-like red hair reaching to her waist, and a black and red long skirt that highlighted her charm. And unlike last time, this time she had completely absorbed the nutrients and could walk on the ground like a human with her pair of white legs. Yi Ge nodded slightly as a gesture, then looked at the female ghosts. Who are those? Demon spirits are one of the lowest level demon creatures created by the Demon World Tree. Honko said with a smile. After the Demon World Tree is resurrected, the souls of the demon creatures that once died and wandered in the world will be attracted back, and then re-nurturing by the Demon World Tree to become new demon life. According to your understanding, you can understand it as reincarnation. Yi Ge raised his eyebrows. So that's how it is. It sounds quite interesting. Those demons don't have very high combat capabilities. They are all bred by this magic pattern flower. Honko reached out and gently stroked a huge flower with strange colors on the side of the road that looked like a man-eating plant. Their main job is to collect various spiritual resources within the scope of the demon world and then transport them to the Demon World Tree. This made Yi Ge suddenly think of some real-time strategy games he played when he was a child. The main fort creates peasants, who can cut down trees and create various barracks. Soldiers then go out to fight and collect various resources. It should mean something similar, right? By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Yi Ge looked around. the territories of the demon races that I have seen before are basically a piece of decayed land, accompanied by serious demonic pollution. The places polluted by demonic energy can be said to be lifeless. Apart from the demons, no other life can survive. But here, why do I feel nothing? Honko smiled faintly. The seed was activated by your blood, and of course it also inherited your will. Things that appear dark may contain completely different substances, and darkness is not necessarily destined to bring pollution and harm. Chapter 92 Demon Tooth Beast. Yi Gu heard this and nodded. So, how long does it take to breed a demon warrior? Soon. Honko closed her heterochromatic eyes, sensed for a moment, and then said, Master, please follow me. Yi Gu followed Honko and came to another forest. I saw a tall red magic pattern tree standing in front. This big tree was naturally bred by the demonic tree. In just a few days, it had grown to more than 50 meters high. Huge black fruits grew on the branches, like faintly beating hearts. After a while, a black fruit fell from the tree and landed on the ground. The shell fell to the ground and shattered. The life inside twisted its body and slowly crawled out from the flesh. Its fur was as dark as black smoke and it was about the size of an adult medium-sized dog, like a juvenile monster. Honko said, This is a first-level demon tooth beast. It has not grown up yet. It will take about a day for it to grow from the juvenile stage to the mature stage. Yi Gu looked at the small demon-toothed beast, which looked a bit like a large beast like a lion, tiger, or bear. Its eyes were not fully open yet, but its pair of sharp fangs were already as long as an adult's finger. Very good. Yi Gu said, How many such demon-toothed beasts can the demon world produce now? Honko said, It depends on the soul points stored in the demon world tree and the current energy of the demon world tree. Currently, the demon world tree has a total of 306 soul points. In other words, without considering the breeding of other demon world life, it can breed 306 demon tooth beasts. Honko paused and asked, Master, you are asking this because there will be a battle that requires these Warcraft warriors to serve you? Yi Gu was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, Well, maybe. Return to the Yi family. Yi Gu lay down at the head of the bed and rested for a while, then took out a cat toy and a bottle of milk and played with the white blood spirit for a while. The little civet cat was being played with so much that it kept meowing. She kept trying to grab the milk from Yi Ji's left hand, but she was always held down by the cat teaser in Yi Ji's right hand, and then her belly was brushed hard. At this moment, Yi Ji's watch suddenly beeped twice. Yi Gu took a glance and said calmly, Come in. Squeak! A small figure flipped in from the window and landed nimbly. Hey, hello, boss. Song Jie smiled naively and pulled the backpack on him. Yi Gu glanced at him dimly and said helplessly, Why did you have to climb through the window when you can go through the main door? If I hadn't informed my family in advance, wouldn't you be afraid of being beaten like a wolf? Song Jie was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, I'm used to it. Yi Gu, Song Jie said, but this time, I have brought you a lot of information. Yi Gu continued to ravage the little civet cat in his arms. What information? Tell me. Wanjian City is gathering troops. Song Jie said seriously, and they have summoned back all the extraordinary warriors who are stationed at the resource points in various Wanzhou areas. Yi Gu was silent for a moment, stopped what he was doing, and looked at him. Where did you get this information from? Song Jie chuckled and said, In the wilderness, the scavengers and adventurers are often the most well-informed. They can even find out things that you noble spies cannot. Yi Gu smiled. He is worthy of being the most famous intelligence dealer in later versions. He has shown such strong diplomatic negotiation skills at such a young age. By the way, you said you wanted me to find those wanderers in the wilderness who have contracted the disease of demonic contamination and want to survive. I found them for you. Song Jie added, They said that as long as you can let them live and show them a way out, they will do anything. Yi Gu said calmly, Let them go to the battlefield. Do they dare? Battlefield? Of course I dare. Song Jie touched his nose and said, Boss, don't underestimate these guys living in the wilderness. The wilderness is actually another battlefield. These people can live in the border area between humans and other races all year round, relying on the garbage they picked up and the scarce food to survive. They have grown up fighting with other wanderers with their fists. They are so barbaric. At this point, Song Jia paused and reminded, but then again, boss, I have to remind you that these guys are bold and willing to risk their lives. They can do anything to survive, but they are not necessarily easy to manage. Several of these guys have done a lot of stealing. I guess even if you recruit them, they may not be honest with you. Yi Ge glanced at him and said, did you do less? As for me, he. Song Jia scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Isn't this forced by life? Yi Ge said. Do you know why poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people? Song Jia was stunned for a moment. They originally lived in a place beyond the reach of the laws of the Qin dynasty, in the Black Wasteland where dark races often roamed. The law of the jungle was the only way to survive. If they had morals, manners, and courtesy, they would have died long ago and would not be alive today. Yi Ge looked at him calmly. In fact, even if it's not the wilderness, in Night City, Yazan City, in this steel jungle, if there is no law to restrain, how many people would be willing to consciously abide by the bottom line of morality? Song Jia looked confused. He was only 10 years old, he didn't understand, but he was just shocked. Yi Ge certainly didn't expect him to understand. Take these two things. Yi Ge placed a black card and a bottle of purple potion on the table. Song Jia picked up the two things curiously. What are these? One is Yeqing's ID card. With it, you can enter Yeqing freely and it can prove that you are a member of my Yi family. Yi Ge said, the other bottle is a magic potion. It can help you awaken a reconnaissance ability and become a superpower. Chapter 93, Past Events, Magic Potion? Song Jia stared, can I awaken and become a superpower? Is that true? But, when I took the test at the Demon Hunter Guild, it didn't show that I had superpowers? You will have it after drinking this magic potion. Yi Ge said, but the level of the awakened power depends on your luck. After Song Jia became his employee, he had already signed a soul contract, so there was no need to worry about his betrayal. After hearing this, Song Jia accepted the magic potion with a happy face. That's great, boss, you were so generous. Boss, I wish you good health, boss. You will definitely make a fortune, and you will definitely be able to please several beautiful wives in the future. Yi Ge, then boss, I'll leave first. Song Jia laughed and prepared to turn around and leave through the window. Wait. Yi Ge said. Song Jia stopped and said, boss, is there anything else? Hui Yan, come out. Yi Ge said as Song Jia looked suspicious, not knowing who the gray smoke that Yi Ge was talking about was. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared from the shadows next to him. The man was dressed in black, tall, and had a face full of burn scars. He was startled. Oh my god. Gray Smoke is the one with the strongest intelligence gathering ability in the Shadow Force. He is a man of few words. His strength is not top-notch among the Shadow Force, but his reconnaissance ability is absolutely impeccable. However, due to his silence, he is not as good as Song Jia in terms of personal connections. Yi Ge said, your current skills of investigation, exploration, and escape are all unskilled. This person will be your master in the future. He will train you and make you a true expert in investigation. Song Jia scratched his head. You really want to train me? I thought you were just joking at the beginning. Yi Ge said, I hope you can help me weave a big intelligence network to control the world's veins in this land in the next few years. Song Jia was surprised. Do you think I can do it? Yi Ge smiled and said, you can definitely do it. After all, I know your future. Song Jia was silent for a moment. Okay, for your trust, I will definitely do my best. Gray Smoke. Yi Ge said, this is a good opportunity. You can take Song Jia with you to explore the bottom of Wanjian City and find out their specific situation and what cards they have. Hui Yan said respectfully, yes, master. Hui Yan and Song Jia left. Bai Xueling was lying on the cabinet, watching Yi Ge secretly. She just felt that she couldn't understand Yi Ge anymore. This little demon seemed to have a special feature that none of the humans she had seen in her previous life as the queen of the spirit demon clan had. What is so special about it? Bai Xueling himself couldn't explain it. Yi Ge turned around at this time and looked up at her. Upon seeing this, Bai Xueling immediately turned his head away and pretended to be asleep with his eyes closed. Are you kidding me? How can I let this human know that I have been secretly watching him? Yi Ge stretched out his hand to her. Lingling, come here. Meow. The little civet cat acted as if it didn't want to pay attention. Okay, stop being so arrogant. Yigu said, I know you've been secretly looking at me for a long time. The little civet cat was immediately embarrassed and annoyed. Meow. Who is secretly looking at you? Yigu took out the milk bottle of the five-colored divine bull and shook it. White blood spirit, gurgle, gurgle, It smells so good. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Mother Zhou Yuqing leaned half of her body in from outside and said with a smile, Sha Yega, are you asleep? Yigu asked, what's wrong? Zhou Yuqing said, Grandpa is in the cemetery at the back of the manor and asked you to go over there. Yigu was puzzled. Grandpa? Yigu came to the back mountain of the manor. The back mountain of the Yi family manor is a huge cemetery. Not only the people of the Yi family, but all the soldiers who died for the Yi family will be buried here. I saw Yechuan standing alone in front of a black monument more than 10 meters high, with his hands behind his back, and no one knew what he was looking at. Yigu came over. Grandpa, do you have something to talk to me about? Yeah. Yi Quan responded lightly, nodded at him, and continued to look at the tall monument. Yigu walked over, stood with him, and also looked up at the huge stone tablet. I saw that it was covered with words, and many of them were obviously people's names. Grandpa, what is this? Yigu asked. Yi Quan said, these are the names of the extraordinary warriors who sacrificed their lives when I fought against the alien demon Tide on the battlefield of all races with the late emperor. Yigu was stunned. With the late emperor? Of course. Yi Quan stroked his beard with a smile. Back then, I had a special relationship with the late emperor. I was one of the first batch of old ministers who accompanied the late emperor to build the country. When we were young, we often went to the river to pee naked together. Yigu, Yi Quan said, to be honest, I have never admired anyone in my life, except the late emperor. He is an amazing king. He has done things that no human has ever done before. Look at the many races that rank higher than us among all races. They are still divided into different states and several forces, but we humans have achieved unity. It is because of this that our ranking in the past was raised from outside the top 500 to 93rd. If that's the case, then why? Yigu paused and didn't ask any further. Yi Quan looked at him and said, are you wondering, since our Yi family is considered one of the founding heroes of the human race, why is our Yi family still in such an embarrassing situation in the empire? Yigu nodded slightly. That can't be helped. Yi Quan shrugged. The late emperor passed away. Yigu, the royal family is a very complicated place, much more complicated than the problems within our noble families. Yi Quan glanced at Yigu and said, although you always act childishly like me, I know you are very precocious. You should understand what I am saying. Chapter 94. Someone will definitely do it. Hee. Yigu stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. Yi Quan continued, the late emperor was an extraordinary figure. With his original state, he could have lived longer, and with his strength, he could definitely sit firmly on the throne of the emperor. Back then, there were 3 saint-level masters in the history of the human race, and the late emperor was one of them. But he knew that relying solely on the strength of the saint level was not enough to fight against the powerful 10,000 races. You are still young. There are many powerful races among the myriad races that you have never seen. They are stronger than us and their civilization is more advanced than ours. So the late emperor used the blood-burning soul sacrifice to try to break through to the soul emperor realm. Yigu was silent for a moment. So now it seems that the blood-burning breakthrough has failed? Yes. Yi Quan showed a somewhat sad look. Before the late emperor passed away, I promised him that I would protect the human race and the empire for him. Otherwise, why do you think the empire is now secretly making things difficult for our Yi family, and why do I, your grandfather, pretend to be deaf and dumb? Yigu was silent. I see, this plot was not mentioned in the original game's main storyline. Maybe the planner has not yet revealed this plot, or maybe it's because Yigu traveled through time, so Tiandao automatically supplemented the worldview. But none of this matters anymore, since Yigu has traveled to this world. This is a real world, and sometimes we cannot completely regard it as a game. The empire has failed me, but I have never failed the empire. Yechuan sighed and shook his head. It has always been said that only when faced with a crisis that threatens extinction can the human race truly unite, but the facts have proven that even before the end of the human race, it is impossible for the human race to achieve true unity. Because even at that moment, there will be a group of people with different ideas and choices. Some may choose to surrender to the 10,000 races and be willing to be captured in order to survive, while others may choose to fight to the death and refuse to surrender. Yi Ge nodded vigorously, expressed strong agreement. Although the previous emperor founded this empire and gathered the power of the human race, this empire was ultimately built because of him. Once he passed away, the problem was exposed. The second emperor was obviously unable to take over the great cause laid by his predecessors. The late emperor did a lot, but because he died too early, there were many things he failed to accomplish. But I believe that those things he failed to accomplish will surely be accomplished by his descendants one day in the future. Yi Quan paused at this time, turned his head and looked at Yi Ge beside him, his eyes deep. Although I promised the late emperor to protect the empire for him, that was my promise after all. In your generation, I hope you have your own judgment. Yi Ge smiled. I understand. Ye Chuan's gray eyes suddenly narrowed gradually, and he laughed. I'm sorry, Xiao Yege, for making you come here in the middle of the night to listen to Grandpa's long-winded words. Yi Ge said, It's okay, Grandpa. Okay, now that we have talked about the old things, let's talk about some serious matters. Yi Quan said, Tell me the truth, Grandpa. Why did Chu Wanhe send a killer to assassinate you? And he was a killer in the Shura realm? Yi Ge was silent for a moment, then told Yi Quan everything that had happened in the previous assessment in the secret realm. I see. Yi Quan snorted coldly. This Chu Ruowa, he deserves to die, but little Night Song, we in the Yi family have always had a tradition. It's best to take responsibility for the things you cause yourself. If you have no ability and like to cause trouble outside, but need your family to help you clean up your mess, you will be looked down upon by your other brothers and sisters. Yi Ge rolled his eyes and quickly understood what Yi Quan meant. You mean, I want you to deal with Chu Wanhe myself? Yes. Yi Quan smoothed the wrinkles on his cheeks and revealed a faint smile. When your grandfather was 20 years old, your great-grandfather gave all his children a test, giving each of us only 300 extraordinary warriors and asking us to conquer all races. Whoever can occupy more territories of the 10,000 races, more resource points, subdue more warriors, and snatch more money and treasures within 3 years will be the next head of the family. Back then, your grandfather was only a warrior at the 100 Souls realm, but he had to face many alien enemies at the 1,000 Souls realm and even the Myriad Souls realm. Didn't he still defeat them? Chu Wanhe's strength is only at the 3rd stage of the Shura realm. In fact, he is only a viscount at best. The reason he was able to become an earl is purely because of his marriage with his wife. You have a shadow army on your hands, so you have a chance to fight him. The Chu family is not like our Yi family. If your father died, the other branches of our Yi family would be able to step up and take on the responsibility, but if Chu Wanhe is gone from Wanjian City, it will be like a fallen tree, with monkeys scattering everywhere. After listening to it, Yi Ge smiled and said, I understand, Grandpa. Don't worry, I won't give other brothers and sisters the opportunity to look down on me. Ye Chuan looked at Yege, nodded with appreciation in his eyes. Well, if you can really do it, Grandpa promises to give you another gift. Then Grandpa, you should prepare the gift. After Yi Ge left, the night owl came out from the darkness. Dad, isn't this test a bit too difficult for Yi Ge? Yi Xiao said helplessly. After all, the opponent is a Shura realm expert, and he has thousands of extraordinary warriors on hand. And why haven't I heard of this tradition of clean up your own business that you mentioned? Nonsense. Yi Quan glared at him and patted his head. How could I really let my grandson be in danger? Night Owl, and this tradition you're talking about. Yi Quan said calmly, of course it was to motivate him. I certainly don't expect Xiao Yege, a profound realm warrior, to really command more than 100 shadows to defeat Chu Wanhe. How could that be possible? Chu Wanhe was also an old fox who had experienced many battles. He is not really a good-for-nothing, but as long as Yi Ge dares to do it and face it himself, he will be ahead of other direct and collateral branches of the Yi family. Given his current state and age, it's not shameful to lose to Chu Wanhe. But if he can bite off a layer of Chu Wanhe's skin, that would be really amazing. When he gets the position of the head of the family, who will be able to gossip? After listening to this, Yi Xiao laughed. So that's what you think? Ye Chuan raised his leg and kicked him on the butt. Stop smiling at me. Starting tomorrow, you must send someone to secretly protect Xiao Yege. If anything goes wrong with my grandson, I'll beat your ass. Night Owl. Dark Ghost Dragon Yi Gu returned to the bedroom. Zero slowly emerged from the shadows. Master, what are you going to do? The Lord of Wanjian City, Xu Wanhe, is a swordsman in the third stage of Shura realm, and he has thousands of extraordinary warriors under his command. If we don't rely on the power of our family in a head-on confrontation, we have almost no chance of winning. The corners of Yi Ji's mouth twitched into a faint smile. Yes, Grandpa has given me a big problem this time. If it were put in the game, it would be a level of hell plus madness in difficulty. Sigh. It's really a headache. Ling didn't understand what Yi Gu said, although Yi Gu said that this was a very troublesome matter, but looking at Yi Ji's expression, why do I always feel that he is confident? Zero. Yi Gu said, if there is a chance for you to fight Xu Wanhe one-on-one, what do you think your chances of winning are? Ling was silent for a moment, then replied, I am in the first stage of Shura realm, and Xu Wanhe is in the third stage of Shura realm. But if it is a one-on-one fight, I am 100% sure I can win. But battles are often not fair. As the Lord of Wanjian City, Xu Wanhe wears a lot of protective treasures. Yi Gu nodded slightly. After all, this is a game world, and equipment is still very important. For a character of the same level, there must be a world of difference in combat power between a rich man with a pink outfit that is highly enhanced plus enchanted plus orbs plus necklaces plus buff potions, and a commoner with a white outfit without any enhancements. A level 18 swordsman with no equipment fighting against a level 1 tryst with 6 pieces of gear may not be able to win with absolute certainty in PvE. You can rely on the backboard to fight enemies of higher levels without getting hurt. In PvP, it is quite difficult to defeat the rich purely by relying on technology. Yi Gu was a civilian player in his previous life, so he has a say in this matter. Back then, as the 10th ranked player in the world, he fought against the number 1 tycoon in the PvP arena. Relying on a blue suit and a wooden stick, he held the opponent in the air with more than 300 combos, making him unable to move for 3 whole minutes. But he couldn't even take away 1/10 of his blood. As a result, as soon as the opponent landed, he was crippled by a stationary domineering shock. This is why in this world, ordinary people and extraordinary people are 2 levels, and extraordinary people and nobles are 2 levels again. However, it is precisely because of this characteristic that the level suppression in this game world is not as terrible as the level suppression in some novel worlds, especially among the human race. When most people only have pink equipment, a red quality treasure may directly turn the tide of the battle. So, let's not rush. Let's first figure out how many cards this guy has. Yi Ji's shadow troops have a total of 103 people, almost all of them are elite extraordinary warriors. Except for Ling, who is in the Shura realm, the other shadows are at least in the Wanxiang realm. However, there is actually another Shura realm expert who can be mobilized among the Yi Gu people, although it is a one-time thing. Yi Gu took out the fighting doll that he had opened from the lucky blind box before Iron Fist Ghost Arm from his arms. By the way, Zero, have you heard of Sun Tzu? Zero looked confused. Grandson? Yi Gu smiled and said, in the past, in a certain magical dimension, everyone used to fight in an open and above-board manner. But later, because of the appearance of a grandson, everyone became an old pervert who had no moral principles. Zero still looked confused. After giving birth to a grandson, everyone becomes a pervert who gave birth to this grandson. Was it a vision brought by a certain god who came to the world? How could he bring such a miraculous change to the world? Wanjian City. A night falls. The night is cold and gloomy. You mean, that kid from the Yi family said he wanted to deal with me on his own and didn't need the family's help? Xu Wanhe looked gloomy. Snort, what an arrogant tone. Did the Yi family really look down on him? Did they think that sending a profound realm kid from their family could easily kill him? What a joke. Is your information accurate? Absolutely. But my lord, I think you can't be careless. A trusted subordinate knelt on the ground and said, Yi Zhao's behavior may be to deliberately gild his son. If Yi Gu can really defeat you, it will undoubtedly become his most boastful achievement in the future when he competes for the position of the head of the Yi family. But in reality, Yi Zhao must have given his son a very elite and large number of extraordinary troops, which may include several Shura-level warriors, as well as a military advisor who can guide his tactics. Yi Gu doesn't have to do anything at all. He just holds the title of Commander-in-Chief and acts as a hands-off general. Xu Wanhe nodded. He actually thought so too. So in fact, the opponent should still be the entire Yi family. If I am really stupid enough to think that my opponent is just Yi Gu, then I will definitely be fooled. My lord! The swordsmen have assembled. A swordsman in light armor came up to Chu Wanha, knelt down and reported respectfully. The 13 golden heavy swordsmen have already rushed back to Wanjian City overnight. 300 elite swordmasters are already on standby in the city. Just wait for the city lord's decision. Chu Wanha nodded with satisfaction. Very good then. He brought a few trusted subordinates to the secret room of the Chu family. Chu Wanha stood in front of the door of the secret room with a serious expression. There was even a little sweat on his forehead, which showed his nervousness. A trusted subordinate said from behind, "Sir, do we really want to unlock the seal of that thing?" Chu Wanha's face turned pale. Then what else can we do? Our opponent is the Yi family. If we fight normally, we have no chance of winning. The trusted subordinate stopped talking. Boom, boom, boom. The stone door of the secret room opened. The secret room was not big, and a black sword was inserted on the stone platform in the middle. The long sword was wider than a palm, as black as night, and emitting a faint black smoke. A black dragon was faintly engraved on the hilt. Half of the sword was inserted into the stone platform, and the rest was bound by many rune chains. Demonic sword, dark soul, ghost dragon. Chu Wanha's expression became more serious. The expressions of the several trusted men behind him were even paler. Just by getting close to the sword, they could feel the terrifying evil aura of the sword. Chu Wanha hesitated for a moment and came to the stone platform. This sword was left to him by his father. It was dug out from the underground of the 10,000 races battlefield by chance. It is the last trump card of the 10,000 sword city. Even the Empire does not know the existence of this sword. The magic sword Dark Soul Ghost Dragon, a golden quality weapon, is a weapon that truly possesses a spirit. It is said that the soul of an evil dragon is sealed in this sword, and this dragon will never surrender to anyone easily, so it is a pity that no one in this world can truly control it yet. Even Chu Wanha, a powerful Shura realm warrior, had to make a soul deal with the ghost dragon if he wanted to use it, selling his 100 years of life to it in exchange for the right to use it temporarily. Even so, there is still a risk of the soul being devoured by the ghost dragon and going completely crazy and turning into a monster. If Chu Wanha wasn't desperate, he would never want to use this magic sword. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Chapter 96. Princess Longing. Chu Wanha stretched out his hand nervously and grasped the hilt of the magic sword that was inserted into the stone platform. The black gas dissipated instantly, and faintly, one could hear rustling and indescribable whispers coming from the magic sword. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Wanha shook his head and let go of his hand. Grown-ups. At this time, another trusted subordinate came running over and said, "Sir, the 9th Princess Longing is here." Chu Wanha was suddenly shocked. Why would someone from the royal family come? Where is she? Don't let her near the secret room. Chu Wanha looked stern. If the royal family knew the existence of the magic sword, that's terrible. Don't worry, sir. The subordinate said, "Her Highness Longing is waiting in the reception room." Chu Wanha heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. After a while, Chu Wanha left the secret room, came to the reception hall, and met Longing. The 9th Princess Longing was a girl of only 12 years old, but her face was already very beautiful, with a delicate nose, pure eyes, and a noble and elegant temperament. Rumor has it that this princess is extremely talented and is the most beloved daughter of the second emperor. At the age of 12, she already has the strength of the heavenly realm and is mentally quite mature. She has even fought on the battlefield of all races and once had an amazing record of capturing a monster from the 100 Souls realm with a single move from 100 steps away. Chu Wanha came to the princess with a wry smile and said, "Your Highness Longing, I didn't expect you to come to Wanjian City in person. I wonder what you are here for." Longing sat on a chair, blowing gently on a bowl of tea with her pink lips slightly parted. She was wearing a loose black windbreaker with a dragon pattern, which covered her petite and fragile body. Her soft little face was like the most expensive and beautiful jade in the world, and her clear eyes contained a calmness and gentleness that did not belong to her age. 2 tall imperial guards stood beside her. There is no doubt that they are all top masters. Nothing. The noble girl's voice was as soft and pleasant as a wind chime. My father just wanted me to come and see if City Lord Chu is ready to go to war with the Yi family. This. Chu Wanha hesitated. Of course it is done. It seems that the royal family really wants to use the conflict between him and the Yi family to test the true strength of the Yi family. The second emperor seemed to really care about the existence of the Yi family. The Yi family has been involved with the dark race for the past few years. Father said that they often have secret deals with the dark race in private, but the empire has never caught any substantial evidence against them. Longing said, Father said that if you can get rid of the Yi family this time, he will give you a lighter sentence for smuggling soul crystals. And the Empire will not interfere in the war between your two families. I hope you can work hard. Xu Wanha said, I understand. Longing said, by the way, I heard that the young master of the Yi family, Yi Gu, said that he would personally resolve the issue between you and him, and he would not rely on the family to take action? Yes, I have also heard this news. Xu Wanha curled his lips, but I think this is just a trick of the Yi family to gild the young master. Longing nodded gently, maybe so. I heard that Yi Gu was chosen by Principal Lan Mi of the Imperial War Academy and has become Principal Lan Mi's personal disciple? Xu Wanha said, that's right. Longing was silent for a moment, then said faintly, back then, I also studied at the War College. Unfortunately, I only received a monster rating before leaving, and failed to become the direct student of the legendary principal. Xu Wanha smiled and flattered him, Your Highness Longing, you are a noble princess. If Principal Lan Mi accepts you, she will definitely feel a lot of pressure and will not be able to teach you too strictly. Otherwise, with your talent, how could you not become a direct student? Longing didn't say anything, but she knew that this was definitely not the reason. She had read many legendary stories about the principal when she was a child, so she had always admired Lan Mi, the legendary top human being. In her heart, she had chosen to enter the War College because she wanted to have the opportunity to study under this legendary master. Not being able to become Lan Mi's personal student has always been a regret in her heart. I originally thought that the principal no longer wanted to accept students, so he did not choose to accept her. However, later she heard the news that Yi Gu had become his personal student. Longing really wanted to know what was so special about Yi Gu that he was chosen by the principal. A few days later, Xu Wanha thought that since the Yi family had announced their intention to attack Wanjian City, they would definitely attack at lightning speed. So these few days, Xu Wanha has been hiding in Wanjian City, not going out, and not doing family business. He is nervous all day long and has his extraordinary warriors on standby at all times, ready to face this family war. But after several days, there was no movement from the Yi family. There is absolutely no sign of attacking. This day. Yi Gu came to the War Academy to study as usual. Today is an open class given by the principal. Although it is an open class, the students who can enter here to attend the class are only those among the inner disciples who have the 4 ratings of Genius, Excellence, Demon, and Personal Disciple. In the War College, students who receive a Genius rating have the opportunity to enter the principal's open class once a year. Students who receive an Excellence rating have the opportunity once every 6 months, and students who receive a Monster rating have the opportunity once a month. Needless to say, Yi Gu, the principal's direct student, had to go to the principal's bedroom for private lessons every day. The happiest person in today's class was Xia Xiao, because she can study in the same classroom with her childhood sweetheart again. Yi Gu sat in the front row of the classroom, with Xia Xiao on his left and Gao Xinxue on his right. As students in the monster class, they could only sit in the second row, but because of Yi Gu, they had the principal's special permission, which made many other noble students look at them with jealousy and envy. Chapter 97. I can't understand it at all. The open class has not officially started yet. Principal Lan Mi had not yet arrived in the classroom, so the classroom was a little noisy. Yi Gu sat quietly in the first row, holding a pen in his hand, writing some formula for casting supernatural powers in a notebook. Xia Xiao sat next to him, holding her chin with her hands and looking at it for a while, but she found that she couldn't understand it at all. The girl looked a little confused. She was very curious about what was in Yi Ji's notebook. The complex strings of characters formed formulas that she had never seen before. This seems to be a special formula that combines skills of 2 different elements to form a new skill. Xia Xiao found that she knew every character written in Yi Ji's notebook. Those characters were all taught in the War College. Even the students in the ordinary class were taught the same way. But when so many messy characters were combined together, it looked like a heavenly book. We are all students studying at the War College, so why do I always feel that what Yi Gu writes is so difficult to understand? It's as if she is not studying in the same world. Longing also came to the War College today, under the protection of 2 Imperial blackguards. She came to the large classroom where the principal's open class was held. You two wait outside. Longing said calmly, I don't want to cause too much commotion. Yes. The 2 guards stepped back silently. Longing walked into the classroom from the back door. Longing was once a student of the War College. According to the college's regulations, returning students also have the right to attend open classes, and the demon level students will still retain the right to attend classes every month. Of course, if you don't come to attend after the expiration date, it will be regarded as giving up, and it will not be stored there. She did not show up with her real appearance. She had used disguise at this time, so no one recognized her. Otherwise, as the ninth princess of the Qin Empire, her arrival would inevitably cause a lot of commotion. This is not what she wants. Longing stood in the last row of the classroom, her pure eyes scanning the entire classroom. Soon I saw Yi Gu sitting in the first row. He is Yi Gu? He's pretty good looking. But why are there two other girls beside him? Aren't the seats in the first row reserved for the principal's direct disciples? Longing pondered for a while, but didn't think too much about it. She sat down in the last row without a word. She was the only student in this row, and most people cherished the opportunity to attend the open class, so of course they were all scrambling to squeeze to the front. However, she came here today just to see what was so special about this demonized young master of the Yi family that the legendary principal could make an exception and admit him into the inner sect. Xia Xia watched Yi Gu write for a while and found it boring. The girl lay down on the table, pouting her lips and looking at Yi Ji's profile. It was not easy for her to have a chance to sit together in class, but her childhood sweetheart, who was a top student, only knew how to write. He ignored her at all. He didn't even accompany her to play truant. However, Xia Xiao didn't want to disturb Yi Gu directly, so she had to keep changing her posture, as if she had ADHD, accidentally touching Yi Ji's thigh with her thigh, and accidentally touching Yi Ji's arm with her elbow, trying every way to attract the attention of her childhood sweetheart. Finally, Yi Ji's pen-holding hand accidentally touched Xia Xiao's little nose. Yi Gu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and found that Xia Xia was lying on his hand with her head tilted to one side, her beautiful eyes blinking at him. Her face was slightly deformed due to the pressure of lying on the table, but it did not reduce her beauty, but made her look even more adorable. What's wrong? Nothing. Xia Xia stuck out her tongue. You write yours, I'm just lying down for a while, and admiring the divine beauty of my childhood sweetheart. Yi Gu continued to write with his head down, but Xia Xia beside him kept staring at him, which always made him feel weird, and he couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. Gao Xinxue also leaned over at this time and looked at the contents of Yi Ji's notebook. Are you researching new supernatural powers? Yes. The pen in Yi Ji's hand flew between his fingers. Although the superpowers can only control one related superpower, there are thousands of different possibilities for the subsequent development of superpowers. For example, a supernatural being has the ability to control temperature. Some people will develop the ability to make the enemy suddenly self-ignite. Some people will develop the ability to make the opponent hypothermic and frozen. Some people will use temperature to other extraordinary professions, such as making their magic fireball chant faster and more powerful. Yi Ji's special ability is quite special. He has the ability to copy other people's skills and adaptively change them into dark versions. Copying means learning. Changing it into a dark version means innovation. Therefore, Yi Ji's ability to learn and innovate skills will now be enhanced because of this special ability. Gao Xinxue is also an absolute female academic master. Of course, she can understand the formulas written in Yi Ji's notes. In the game plot, she is a top inventor who combines magic, cultivation and technology to create various psychic and soul energy weapons. After Gao Xinxue read the formula, she understood Yi Ji's intention. You want 3 skills and 2 different elements to merge with each other? Yes. Yi Gu nodded to Gao Xinxue. The fusion of lightning and fireballs can indeed increase the ballistic speed of the fireballs, but both fire and lightning are relatively violent elemental attributes. It is too risky for you to do this. You cannot stabilize the energy they generate at all. Yi Gu, it is because their properties are both quite strong, so once they fuse and repel each other, the power after they explode will definitely be several times greater than the original power of only one element. Gao Xinxue glanced at him and said, but if you do this, I'm afraid that before you can chant the skill, it will explode on the spot when it is condensed in your palm, and you will easily get hurt. Yi Gu nodded and added a few more strokes to the formula. So, I want to add a little more dark element to it, so that fire and thunder can coexist briefly under the cover of dark elements, delaying the time for these 2 elements to repel each other by about 3 seconds. Gao Xinxue raised her hand to push back the hair beside her ears and said calmly, if that's the case, then I suggest you try this formula. Xia Xiao next to him was surrounded by mosquito coils. Dizzy.jpg, what are the 2 of them talking about? Why can't I understand anything at all? Chapter 98, Digging the Ground with Toes. After getting Gao Xinxue's advice, Yi Gu immediately came up with several good ideas. He made a few more notes in his notebook, planning to give it a try when he got back. At this time, Gao Shenshua took out a banana from the drawer of her school bag, peeled it, and handed it to Yi Ji's mouth, slightly opening her lips to signal Aigu. Yi Ji's face turned red, and he quickly looked around and whispered, "There are too many people watching here. I'll eat after class." "No." Gao Shenshua looked at him calmly. "You need to replenish your nutrition so that you have the strength to think about the problem." Her voice was soft and calm, yet filled with an irresistible firmness, just like a gentle and patient mother staring at a child who was eating unconsciously. Yigu, it's okay, it won't affect you. Gao Shenshua, I'll help you peel the skin, and you can continue writing your stuff. You just need to stretch out your neck and eat it in one bite. That's not the question at all, Yigu secretly complained in his heart. There are so many people in this place. When I was in the regular class, there were only about 30 people, so that was okay. There are more than 300 people in this big classroom. Moreover, he may not have been noticed by many people when he sat in the corner before. But now he is sitting in the first row. And as Lan Mi's direct student, he has received a lot of attention in the academy, and he must be stared at by countless eyes. Gao Shenshua brought the peeled white and tender banana to his mouth. Yigu felt quite ashamed. When he thought that there might be many people watching him, his face felt like it had a rash and was hot and uncomfortable. But he had to bite the bullet and eat the soft rice, no, the soft banana, that Shenshua's mother brought to his mouth. There seemed to be a faint whispering sound coming from behind. He seemed to see from the corner of his eye that someone in the back row was pointing at him. Yi Ji's toes were already digging into the floor. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she whispered to Gao Shenshua, Schwer, do you have any other food? Let me feed you too. We can feed them from both sides. Yi Gu? Yes. Gao Shenshua's hand reached under the table, around Yi Ji's belly, and handed an orange to Xiao Xiao. Come here, little Yi baby. Xiao Xiao smiled and put a piece of peeled orange flesh to Yi Ji's mouth. Open your mouth, Yi Gu is helpless, don't make trouble. Xiao Xiao suddenly showed a sad expression when she heard it. Her cute little face fell and she mumbled, you only eat what Schwer feeds you, not what I feed you. Forget it, I get it, it's okay, I understand. There are also differences between childhood sweethearts. You don't have to comfort me, really, I'm fine. I can just go back and cry in my bed. Anyway, I'm very strong. Yigu, after a series of combos, Yigu admitted defeat on the spot. Yigu opened his mouth again and ate the orange segments between Xiao Xiao's white fingers. The murmuring sounds behind me seemed to get louder. Yigu lowered his head and his toes had already dug out a 3-bedroom and a living room on the ground. At this time, Gao Shenshua peeled a new banana and took it from the right. Xiao Xia was not far behind, and with her green fingers she peeled off another orange segment and passed it to the left side of Yi Ji's mouth. Yigu, that's enough for the two of you. Longing sat in the last row with his arms folded across his chest, quietly observing Yi Ji's every move. She looked at the actions of Yigu, Gao Shenshua and Xiao Xia and felt a little confused. What are they doing? At this time, the legendary principal Lan Mi finally walked in from outside wearing high heels. All the students in the classroom suddenly fell silent, looking at this legendary figure of the empire with respect. Yigu breathed a sigh of relief. If Lan Mi hadn't come, he would have scratched the floor through. Lan Mi stood on the podium, and her lazy and charming aqua blue eyes glanced roughly across the entire classroom. Lan Mi quickly spotted Longing sitting in the last row. In the eyes of the powerful people in the apocalypse realm, her disguise is certainly not worth mentioning. Although Lan Mi saw through it, she didn't say anything. She just raised the corner of her mouth slightly with a faint smile, and then started the class. This year, the number of students ranging from geniuses to monsters seems to be higher than in the past. Lan Mi smiled and said, I hope you won't let me down too much. She raised her slender fingers, and a piece of chalk flew up into the air. Then she quickly wrote the 4 big words War of 10,000 Races on the blackboard. The war between all races has begun tens of millions of years ago. After each era ends, many old civilizations and races disappear, and more new civilizations and races emerge. As students of the War College, I believe all of you are familiar with these 4 words. You may even be too familiar with them. As students of the War College, you have probably heard these words countless times since childhood. You are the hope of the human race. The future battlefield of the extraordinary will be dominated by you. In the future, you will represent humanity and conquer all races. However, I don't think you little guys really understand war. Lan Mi narrowed her eyes and looked at everyone. War is complicated. It is not like the fights between you children, where you can start fighting and it's over when you're done. War involves paper combat power, strategy, cost, morale, intelligence, money, grief. Millions of years of war among all races have basically divided the major races on the map of all races into two major camps. Point 1 is the light camp, headed by the gods, and represented by the humans, spirits, demons, saints, beasts, elves, seas, flames, rocks, dragons, etc. One is the dark camp, headed by the demons, represented by vampires, nightmares, night terrors, ghouls, werewolves, fallen angels, etc., known as the dark race. At the same time, there are also many neutral races, such as Zerg, giants, etc. The two camps have been fighting for more than 10,000 years. Of course, there are often conflicts and wars between the same camps, but whenever there is a large-scale all-round battle, the races of the two camps will still stand together. Chapter 99, Crushing the Weak and Rebellion. The human race is a very young race. So far, the human race has only appeared on the map of all races for 300,000 years, and the civilization system has only appeared for less than 10,000 years. Among the myriad races, there are many races with higher civilization systems. Almost all of the top 10 races have a civilization history of at least hundreds of millions of years. These highly civilized races possess powerful superweapons and biological armor, have survived several wars and major destruction events among myriad races, and have supercells that have evolved for hundreds of millions of years. Compared with them, humans are nothing more than insignificant specks of dust and sand in history. The races with the longest history are naturally the gods and the demons. It is said that these two races have existed since the beginning of chaos in the world. However, after the gods severely damaged the demons in ancient times, they have rarely appeared on the map of all races and have spent most of their time in the realm of gods. But even so, the gods still have the ability to command all races. If the gods want to issue a decree, they will give instructions to their most loyal servants, the demi-humans, and then the demi-humans will give instructions to other races in the camp of light. The dark races are the races of demonic blood who are still unwilling to obey the orders of the gods. In war, all levels, weapons, equipment, and mounts are just your strength on paper. Lan Mi said on the podium, but no matter how strong you are on paper, it is your brain that is used after all. So there will be an additional uncertain factor in the war strategy. In the history of the wars among all races, there have been many battles where the weak defeated the strong. In the Battle of the Sky, the Feather Clan, which had only a million years of history, defeated the Angel civilization, which had a history of hundreds of millions of years and possessed a variety of high-end weapons and sacred technological armor. This was the result of the arrogance of the Angel Queen. The founding emperor of our human empire once led an army of 100,000 with the strength of the Saint Realm to defeat an alien enemy whose leader was a Soul Emperor realm with an army of 300,000. Yi Ge listened quietly, while Gao Xinshua and Xia Xiao beside him were also taking notes seriously. However, this was not necessarily the case for other noble children. These noble children had heard stories about the wars of all races since they were young. If the principal's open class was just an ordinary war history class, then their class would be a waste. Principal. Actually, things like strategies are only used when one's strength is insufficient, right? A boy sitting in the fifth row suddenly said carelessly, as long as you can crush the enemy with strength, strategy doesn't matter, right? No matter how smart and strategic an ant is, how can it possibly defeat an elephant? And I am the man who is going to be the elephant. After the boy said this, he had a smug expression on his face, as if he was proud of his unique insights. However, he soon discovered that there was no applause around him. The whole classroom was silent. The students around him had almost no expression. No one responded to him, and no one mocked him. The boy's smile froze on his face and he felt inexplicably awkward. He didn't know whether to continue smiling or not. He had just passed the assessment and entered the inner gate not long ago, and this was his first open class as the principal. When he was in a regular class before, if he said something like this in class, many classmates would applaud with him, but now that he was here, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The boy shrank his neck, not knowing what he had said wrong. Longing was standing in the last row with her arms folded, glancing at the boy indifferently. This boy is sitting in the fifth row, which means that his talent is at least rated excellent. If it was in an ordinary class, this phenomenon might not be surprising. After all, in the eyes of these top geniuses, those in the ordinary class are still ordinary people, but I didn't expect that there would be people who would say such things in such an elite open class. Lan Mi looked at the boy, raised her lips slightly, and said, "Actually, you are right. No matter how powerful an ant is, it is impossible for it to defeat an elephant. But the premise is that you are invincible from birth. But obviously, you are not, because you are a human being. Among all races, we humans rank 93rd. Unfortunately, no one can look down upon others from birth. Some people may envy the gods? But you certainly don't know that the gods and demons were once weak. They were also lives bred by the universe and evolved from the weakest creatures. They only stood out from tens of thousands of races in the war of super-ancient civilizations billions of years ago and became the gods of today. Lanmi looked at the boy with a half-smile, and you, the so-called elephant who was not afraid of ants, are actually just enjoying the aftereffects left by the evolution of your predecessors. Your predecessors gave you extraordinary talents and superior extraordinary genes. Your parents gave you a good family background, left you money, status, power, treasures, and fed you all kinds of messy upgrade elixirs since you were a child. With so many cheat codes, you can finally achieve the result of the strength can crush the weak. I just want to know, apart from the plugins given to you by others, what have you created that others can't do? The boy didn't say anything, looking embarrassed. Long Ying, who was sitting in the last row, looked enlightened after hearing these words. He is indeed a legendary top-level extraordinary being in the Empire. As a member of the royal family, Long Ying was deeply touched after hearing this. As the ninth princess, she was one of the most talented among the royal children, but talent could only be used as a weapon, and it was people who used the weapons. In the royal family, talent is indeed important, but if there is no mind that can match one's talent, the result will be disaster if one's virtue is not in line with the position. In the cruelly competitive royal family, if a prince possesses talents that others envy but lacks the corresponding brains, then he will surely die more miserably than an ordinary person. There are only three outcomes waiting for you: either death, or having your soul controlled and becoming a puppet, or having your talent taken away. Long Ying had seen countless geniuses who died on the road to growth and development. Each of these nobles who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth thinks that they are the protagonist of the world and that the whole world will revolve around them and make way for them like in a cool novel, but unfortunately, reality will give them a direct blow. Lanmi smiled playfully. So I said at the beginning, I don't think you little guys really understand war. You noble children have read The War of All Races since you entered the War Academy. Using the quick memory technique, you can recite what each race went through during its rise, but you don't understand the significance of letting you read these chronicles of the civilization of all races. Listen here, you poor ignorant little creatures. You are all core students of the War College, and have always been regarded as the future of the Empire and the future of mankind. As the principal, I hope that what you will do in the future is not to rely on your strong strength to crush the weak, but to rely on your strong strength to target the stronger enemy and commit crimes against your superiors. Lanmi narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at all the students in the classroom. I expect that there will be an ant among you who can bring down the elephant. Chapter 100. Another hell-level test. Long time later, Yi Ge had left the War College, and his relationship with Lanmi was no longer that of teacher and student, but Lanmi's words have been deeply engraved in his mind forever. Yi Ge didn't expect that today's open class would be on the theme of war, and he was indeed facing a war right now. After this class, many new ideas came into his mind and he wrote them all down silently in his notebook, but unfortunately, the level of his opponent this time is not even as different from his own as the difference between an ant and an elephant. Okay, now let's get to the main topic of this class. Lanmi continued, I just said that you little guys don't understand war at all. So this class is to let you feel the real war and feel the pain of the world. The students in the classroom looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what the principal meant. How to feel? Lanmi said for a long while, then turned around and looked around at the students in the classroom. Let's find someone to demonstrate. Hey! Yi Ge, it's decided to be you. Yi Ge felt that Lanmi was just pretending when she turned her head around and looked at the students in the classroom. And no matter what, he will definitely be chosen, right? Yi Ge stood up and walked to the podium. Okay, now we need an opponent. Lanmi said with a smile, by the way, about that boy just now, I think you must still feel unconvinced, right? Come on up, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Ah. Hearing that, the boy waved his hands quickly. No. Don't deny it. Lanmi said playfully, it's not easy for people to change their minds. However, no idea in this world is necessarily wrong. If you want to prove yourself, it's useless to just refuse to accept it in your heart. After hearing this, the boy was silent for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked to the podium. Don't be nervous, it's just a game. It's just that most of you probably won't want to play this game again after you've played it once. Lanmi said this, raising her fair, slender fingers and lightly tapping the air. A dazzling ball of light slowly appeared in front of the two people. The name of the game is actually War, and it is the most realistic war. This is a large-scale illusion. Both of you will be thrown into a war world. As the leaders of two countries, each of you will be given a certain number of warriors. You will retain your current knowledge and strength and fight against each other. After listening to it, Yiga thought to himself, wow, it really is a real-time strategy game. After listening to the rules, Longing seemed to be thinking about something. I see, it seems quite interesting. Lanmi looked at the boy. By the way, what's your name? The boy raised his chest and answered, Tang Shan. His strength is at the 7th level of the Earth realm. Lanmi nodded. Yi's strength is at the 8th stage of the mysterious realm. On paper, your strength is slightly higher than his, but in order to make your strength comparison more like that of an ant and an elephant, I will give you 500,000 extraordinary warriors and 30 million ordinary people. As for Yiga, I will only give him 3 extraordinary warriors and 50 ordinary people at the beginning. Yiga? Tang Shan was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrongly. Everyone in the classroom was shocked when they heard this, including Xia Xiao, Gao Xinxue, and Longing in the last row. The corners of Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Good job. The last time, he was in the Xin realm and killed 3 Tian realm puppets in one move. This time it happened again. Each time is more hellish than the last. His teacher really deliberately gave him difficult problems. The time you two can stay in the illusion is unlimited. Even if it's 10, 20, 100, or 1,000 years, it doesn't matter. 1 year in the illusion is only equal to 1 minute in reality. Lanmi added, by the way, after entering the virtual illusion world, although you will retain your existing cognition and strength, you will lose your memory of this world. In other words, you will be completely replaced by the character in this game. You will not regard this as a game, but real life, and truly feel the despair and pain in the war. Tang Shan gritted his teeth. Okay, I got it. Tang Shan understood that the fact that the principal gave him such a huge advantage directly showed that the principal really looked down on him. After all, he is a transcendent who possesses SS-level learning abilities in both ghost controlling and magic. How can I be looked down upon like this? How could Lanmi not see Tang Shan's thoughts? She smiled and said, if you can win, the academy will give you 10 more soul-gathering pills as a reward among the resources it will distribute to you next month. Tang Shan's eyes lit up. Really? But if you lose despite having such a big advantage at the start, Lanmi said slowly, it means you are still far from reaching the level of the inner sect. You will be expelled from the inner sect and sent back to the regular class. When Tang Shan heard the words rush back to the regular class, his heart trembled. He was trained by his family at great cost, and his family took great pains to send him to the inner gate of the war college. If he was expelled from the inner sect, he couldn't even imagine the consequences, but with such a huge gap, how could he lose? Tang Shan comforted himself in his heart, and then said, okay. Lanmi nodded. In that case, all of you come to this white light ball. Reach out your hands and touch the light ball, and you will enter the world of illusion. Yiga and Tang Shan both walked in front of the dazzling white light. Lanmi gently placed her hand on Yi's shoulder and whispered to him, after you return to reality, you can inherit all the memories you gained in the illusion. This is a rare opportunity for others, so make the most of it. Yiga nodded gently, yeah. He understood what Lanmi meant. Experience is the most precious thing. Yiga stretched out his hand and slowly touched the white ball of light. Instantly, a blinding white light filled his consciousness. Chapter 101 Problems emerge. Yiga slowly opened his eyes, and the world in front of him gradually became clear. The night was quiet, with a warm bonfire burning and a camp consisting of several simple tents. 3 extraordinary warriors were sitting around the bonfire with him, and a group of ragged militiamen and women were walking around the camp. However, everyone looked listless, with numbness and fatigue on their faces. Yiga quickly integrated his memories. He was a prince of a fallen empire. His parents were killed, the palace was occupied, his country was destroyed, and his family was ruined. But before the enemy attacked the palace, a group of loyal subordinates risked their lives to cover him and let him escape with a small number of servants. Yiga carefully recalled the worldview of this world again. Well, in the extraordinary world, there are various professions: warriors, magicians, psychics, shooters, mechanics, beast masters, and, why does it look so much like a large-scale online game I played in my previous life? Your Highness, I'm afraid we have to continue on our journey. A white-haired old soldier said worriedly, "You are the only blood of the royal family. Tang Shan will never let you go. They will definitely wipe you out completely." "Yeah, I know." Yi Ge responded, still pondering something. "Your Highness, we are running out of food." Another younger soldier whispered, "If this continues, all the servants will run away." This world is not like a game like real-time strategy game, but a completely realistic real-time strategy game. Therefore, there will be no loyalty without reason in this world. Whether it is the soldiers, slaves, or maids, they all have their own emotions, personalities, and thoughts. Once their masters can no longer provide them with food, they will secretly leave and find a way out by themselves. "It's okay, I'll find a way." Yi Ge pondered and soon got into his role in this life. Since this world is so similar to the supernatural system of map of 10,000 races, then what can be achieved in that game world can also be achieved in this world. Tang Shan always believed that he knew a lot about war. As a child of nobility, war was as common to him as food and drink. When he was young, he often saw his father leading many extraordinary warriors to fight against alien races and seize the territory of the dark race. He also followed his father to fight. Isn't it just about burning, killing, looting and slaughtering along the way, seizing resources, robbing wealth, and crushing all those damn dark races? So when Tang Shan heard Lan Mi say that he didn't understand war, he felt very unconvinced and didn't take it seriously. "I have obviously been to the battlefield, why do you say that?" After Tang Shan traveled to this world, he vaguely remembered his identity in his previous life, as well as the talents, knowledge, and extraordinary abilities he possessed in his previous life, but he forgot how he came into this world. It seems that part of the memory is blocked, but it doesn't matter, since he had already traveled through time, he should adapt to his identity in this life. Now, what he had to do was to get rid of Yi Ge, the prince of the previous dynasty. However, this matter is urgent, but also not urgent. Now he has an army of 500,000 extraordinary people. A total population of 30 million, as for the prince who escaped, no one knew whether he had 100 servants left. Tang Shan didn't believe that Yi Ge could still make any waves. To him, Yi Ge was just like an ant, and he could easily step on him to death at any time. However, he didn't know where this ant had gone to, so he couldn't find it. The first year passed quickly. During this year, there was no news of Yi Ge and no one knew where he was hiding. Finally, in the first month of the second year, intelligence personnel reported back that Yi Ge had fled to the northern border of the human race more than half a year ago. It was an extremely barren area, severely polluted by the dark aura, extremely desolate, and no grass grew. The day after Yi Ge arrived there, he fell seriously ill and died a month later. Tang Shan was very happy and rewarded the intelligence spy handsomely. With Yi Ge dead, he no longer had to worry about anything, although he had never taken this poor prince seriously in the first place. Third year, Tang Shan basically enjoyed the extravagant and licentious life of the palace for the whole year, spending money without restraint and spending thousands of dollars a day. His small country was located in a relatively remote location of this extraordinary continent, which was a place where military strategists did not fight for. Basically, no other race would target them or harass them. To put it bluntly, he was a local emperor, so he could enjoy his life peacefully. In the fourth year, Tang Shan continued to enjoy life. The spy who had provided him with information before sent him more than 30 beautiful women this time. He said that they were maids bought from slave traders from a country across the sea. They were very obedient and had great skills. Tang Shan's eyes lit up and he rewarded the spy with a large sum of money again. From now on, Tang Shan became more indulgent and partied every night. In the fifth year, Tang Shan still enjoyed life. His 2 concubines gave birth to 2 children for him. In this land, he had no natural enemies at all. In such a comfortable environment, he didn't even have the mind to practice. His strength level was still maintained at the 7th level of the Earth realm, let alone managing the political order of the country. In the 6th year, Tang Shan still enjoyed life. In the 7th year, Tang Shan is still enjoying life. In the 10th year, problems in the territory began to emerge. One day, Tang Shan heard from the minister that the court's income this year had turned negative. Tang Shan did not take it seriously at first, so he waved his hand and ordered a 5% tax increase to replenish the court's treasury. In the 11th year, more problems emerged. Tang Shan saw the report submitted by the minister and found that the population in his territory had suddenly decreased significantly this year. Tang Shan angrily asked the minister what was going on. The minister said with cold sweat that there had been famine in recent years, many people had starved to death, and some refugees had fled from the territory. Not only that, there are actually more problems. For example, due to education issues, the average realm of the extraordinary people in the territory has been declining in recent years. From the average Earth realm at the beginning, to only the average profound realm strength later, now even the yellow realm extraordinary people are in short supply. The strongest person in the territory was originally an old minister in the Wanxiang realm. However, after the old minister passed away last year, the strongest person left was only a general in the Qianpa realm, who was also very old. The old people are dying gradually, but no outstanding new people are emerging. At the same time, many mining merchants in the territory went bankrupt, resulting in the unemployment of countless mining slaves. When Tang Shan heard this, he was shocked. How is this possible? Why did so many businessmen suddenly go bankrupt? Chapter 102. This is war. The territory where they are located has extremely rich magic stone mineral resources. The magic stone is the most important energy source in this extraordinary world. It has excellent conductivity and stability, and can perfectly stabilize many extraordinary energies such as magic power, soul power, spiritual power, force, etc. For example, Gao Xinshui invented a spiritual power charging pistol, in which the energy bullets are conducted and stabilized by magic stones. Without the magic stone, the soul power pistol would explode directly after the trigger was pulled, and would not be able to condense into energy bullets to be fired. Magic stones are not only needed by humans, but also by other races on the continent. Therefore, in this extraordinary world, the status of magic stone is higher than the oil, electricity, nuclear energy, and other energy on the earth combined. The reason why Tang Shan was able to enjoy life so peacefully before was because the territory's income could be perfectly met by the output of the magic stone mine alone. It's like a permanent iron rice bowl. Oh no, a golden rice bowl. Tang Shan frowned. Why did those mineral merchants go bankrupt? Have we run out of magic stones in our territory? The old minister had a bitter look on his face. The magic stones have not been mined out yet. The magic stones in our territory may not be mined out in hundreds of years, but, Your Majesty, times have changed. Now, a special and cheap artificial liquid energy has suddenly appeared on the continent. This liquid energy can almost perfectly replace the function of the magic stone. Now this cheap liquid energy has gradually become popular on the continent. Even many races are using it. Our business is becoming more and more difficult. Magic stones are rare and expensive, while liquid energy is cheap and available in large quantities, with similar effects. So who would buy expensive magic stones? So in the past few years, magic stones have basically become decorative items, and their prices have dropped to less than 10% compared to before. Many merchants among the myriad races who hoarded magic stones lost all their money. What? Tang Shan was shocked. How could such a thing happen? Which race invented this thing? It is said that it was invented by a small country of the human race, said the old minister. Tang Shan paced anxiously. How so? This problem is indeed a tricky one, but as tricky as it was, he couldn't think of any solution. In the 12th year, the country gradually declined, and various territorial issues were exposed more and more. Tang Shan tried to do other businesses, but failed repeatedly. Not only did he fail to reverse the decline of his territory, but he suffered even greater losses. The number of extraordinary people in the territory has dropped from 500,000 at the beginning to just over 100,000 now. In the 13th year, Tang Shan suffered from insomnia every night and was anxious. The new business failed again. He always felt that the entire business market was controlled by an invisible hand. Whenever he chose to invest in an industry, that industry would suddenly decline. It might be a coincidence once or twice, but it was like this every time. Tang Shan sent people out to investigate, but to no avail. In the 15th year, various disturbances occurred in the territory. Due to the Great Famine, more and more crimes appeared. Even for the first time, extraordinary people jumped out to rebel against the court. However, all these people were suppressed by the court, but this is not a solution. Tang Shan thought about it but couldn't find a solution, so he made a decision. He decided to go out and plunder while he still had tens of thousands of extraordinary warriors in his hands. There are many small tribes of dark races on the continent. Each of their tribes has only a few thousand people, and the strongest is only at the heavenly realm. With the strength of his current territory, it is more than enough to deal with these small tribes. By plundering these small tribes, Tang Shan's territory was temporarily restored. In the 16th year, war broke out in Tang Shan's territory. An army of 100,000 soldiers approached the city. The dark races of the small tribes that he had plundered before, the survivors who survived, actually gathered together and launched revenge on him, and this army is very special. It not only has the dark race, but also the human race, the spirit race, the dark race, the fire race, the beast race, the elf race. It is a hodgepodge army. Tang Shan was completely panicked. He had no idea why it turned out like this. The dark races in those small tribes should be a mob. Who brought them together? The war lasted less than a week, and Tang Shan was completely defeated. Of his 60,000 extraordinary warriors, more than 40,000 were deserters. Tang Shan almost collapsed in this short week. Every day, he received death reports, sighed from old ministers, cried from concubines, and watched his territory being eroded. 17 of his 19 children died in the battle in these 7 days. A week later, the army had reached the palace. Tang Shan abandoned his concubine and children and fled overnight under the protection of several of his trusted subordinates. He wondered, was Yi Gu in the same tragic situation 16 years ago? Tang Shan escaped for 3 days, during which he was tormented by nightmares. The death of his child and concubine kept appearing in his mind. In just 3 days, his cheeks became sunken, half of his hair turned white, and his mental state became weird. He was always worried that there might be enemies around who would suddenly appear and kill him. At this moment, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. I told you, you little guys don't understand war at all. Tang Shan's face was pale and his body was shaking like a sieve. He couldn't remember who said this, but he seemed to understand the true meaning of this sentence only now. This is war. What he thought was war before was actually just one-sided bullying. Come, someone. Tang Shan sat in front of a bonfire, his body shivering. He just felt so cold for no reason, as if he was in the coldest cave in the world. Bring me some clothes. However, no one responded. The camp was eerily quiet. After a while, sporadic footsteps were heard. Tang Shan raised his head stiffly and found in a daze that there were many people surrounding him. There were the dark races whose homes he had invaded, some orcs who had been contaminated by demonic energy and whose skin color was obviously abnormal, and many other races, and many human warriors. Tang Shan was horrified. You, who are you? Guards. Where are my guards? These people slowly made way for him, their expressions respectful and solemn. Yi Gu walked out slowly, came in front of him, and stared at him with indifferent eyes. How many chapters do you think I will write? Chapter 103 16 Years of Results. When Tang Shan saw Yi Gu, he was stunned and shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. You. He pointed at Yi Gu and stammered for a long time. Aren't you dead? Seeing Tang Shan in such a disheveled state, Yi Gu suddenly thought of himself 16 years at that time. He had just escaped from the palace. In Tang Shan's eyes, he was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. To put it bluntly, he was even worse than a stray dog during his escape. He suffered all the hardships of life on his escape to the north, but now, the positions of the two have undoubtedly been completely reversed. Tang Shan is now the ant, while Yi Gu has grown into a terrifying behemoth. Yi Gu looked at Tang Shan indifferently, his dark pupils suddenly flickered, like a cyborg in a science fiction movie. Strings of data codes flashed quickly in his eyes. In front of Yi Gu, a data panel that only he could see was read out. Character, Tang Shan, age, 32 level, Earth Realm, Stage 7 Health, HP, 6441/8900 Soul Power, MP, 4268/6004 Dimensional Attributes, Strength 470, Agility 410, Spirit 400. Stamina 455. Basic attributes: Physical Attack 1444, Magic Attack 1200, Defense 1308, Resistance 1312, Burst 1350, Speed 1240, Agility 1210, Perception 1010. Special attributes: Intelligence 5, Charm 4, Luck 6. This time, Yi Gu does not have a golden finger for his time travel point. 16 years ago, when Yi Gu first traveled through time, he thought that he would be like the one in the cool novels on Earth in his previous life, or he would travel through time and immediately have a set of awesome systems to help him cheat all the way and change his fate. In the end, there was nothing at all. He had to rely on himself to do everything. Yi Gu thought that he was simply the most miserable time traveler. At the beginning, his country was destroyed and his family was ruined. He had to flee in hellish difficulty. The enemy who killed his parents was as powerful as an insurmountable mountain. It turns out that everything written in novels is a lie, but no matter how much he complains, it cannot change the fact that he has no system and no plug-ins. So, Yi Gu did something quite outrageous. He made a system for himself. Yi Gu possesses the talent of an SSS-level mechanic. Although he does not have the help of Gao Shinshue in this life, with his own extraordinary talent and 16 years of unremitting efforts, Yi Ge relied on his own strength to develop the first-generation 1.0 version of his personal system, the multifunctional Cybertech Eye. This pair of eyes is the first bionic prosthesis he installed for himself, and the panel of this system was designed according to the game panel of Map of all races that he played in his previous life on Earth. It has the most basic functions. 1. Read the data panel. Whether it is your own attributes, the enemy's attributes, or the attributes of an item, you can rely on the Cyber Eye to read it. Point 2. It has the function of storing items, although the storage space is limited to 100 cubic meters. This aspect should continue to be developed and improved. Point 3. Thermal scanning. Point 4. Multifunctional AI intelligence. It also includes all the functions of a smartphone and a computer. Everything a mobile phone and a computer can do, such as making calls, surfing the internet, playing games, searching for information, recording videos, taking photos, maps, typing codes. He can do all of these by entering the personal system panel. At the same time, Yi Ge has been studying alchemy diligently for the past 16 years. After 16 years of hard work, he can now develop potions on his own even without Yu Li's help, and it's a third-level potion. Many of his men drank magic potions and awakened from ordinary people into powerful supernatural beings, so Yi Ge's army of supernatural beings is simply inexhaustible. As long as there are enough raw materials, Yi Ge can even turn all the people under his command into extraordinary people. Yi Ge also developed a synthetic liquid energy that can perfectly replace the magic stone. This invention made him rich overnight and had economic strength that could rival a country. This kind of thing was originally something that would only appear after version 4.0 of the game 10,000 Races, but now he has developed it in advance. These are the achievements of Yi Ge over the past 16 years. Yi Ge looked at the attribute panel in front of him with a puzzled look. My goodness, this Tang Shan, 16 years have passed and he is still at the 7th stage of Earth Realm. Is that okay? Although he had been keeping track of Tang Shan's information in recent years and knew that he had been neglecting his cultivation and state affairs, he did not expect that he would actually neglect them to this extent. Tang Shan shrank back in fear, leaning his back against a rock, and said hurriedly, "Guards. Where are my guards? Come and take these people down for me." A soldier beside Yi Ge sneered, "Guards? You are still living in a dream, right?" Tang Shan looked terrified. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there were many people he knew around Yi Ge. Many of them were soldiers who were once loyal to him, but now they had betrayed him and stood by Yi Ge. There was also the intelligence dealer who had sent him the woman before, who was standing next to Yi Ge, looking at Tang Shan with a smile on his face. "It's you?" Tang Shan widened his eyes. "Of course it's me." The information dealer lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, puffed out the smoke, and squinted at him. "Who else do you think it is?" Tang Shan seemed to suddenly understand something at this moment. He turned to look at Yi Ge. "So this person is you, that's right." Yi Ge said calmly, "It was me who asked him to tell you that I was dead, so that you would completely let down your guard against me. Those women who spoke sweet words to you, fell in love with you at first sight, and relied on you in every way were also sent to you by me, in order to make you neglect the affairs of state. The 2 large bounties you awarded him became my start-up capital. You have been trying to do other businesses in the past few years and have not been able to do so, and it was also my fault. I controlled the market and specifically targeted you, and as early as 2 years ago, 4 of the 18 ministers around you were my people." And Tang Shan's face was ashen and his eyes were as big as a calf's. In his eyes, Yi Ge was like a devil. He couldn't imagine how Yi Ge, who had fled the palace like a stray dog with only 50 people left, could have developed to this point today. "Do you think the war started a week ago?" Yi Ge said calmly, "You are wrong. In fact, the war started 16 years ago, but you just don't know it yet." Tang Shan looked pale. Okay, it's time to end it." Yi Ge said, "To be honest, an opponent like you doesn't even have the desire for me to kill you with my own hands." After saying that, he turned around, waved his hand, and walked away without even looking back. A burly warrior with a butcher-like face walked out, holding a huge, heavy, broad-bladed battle axe in his hand, and came in front of Tang Shan. Tang Shan was horrified. "No. No!" Puff, the blood dyed the snow red, like a glass of red wine spilled on the ground. The wailing sound echoed through the woods, and countless crows flew into the sky, cawing. Chapter 104, Dragon Ying's Challenge. Yi Ge and Tang Shan both returned to reality from the illusion at the same time, returned to the large classroom of the War Academy, and opened their eyes again. Tang Shan screamed in fear, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His collar was soaked with sweat, and his legs were shaking. Then he saw Yi Gu in front of him, and his legs suddenly went weak and he fell to the ground, as if he had seen his nightmare. Yi Gu remained silent. He quickly absorbed all the memories of his 16 years of life in the illusion. It was clearly an illusion, but it felt like something I had experienced personally. What a magical experience! Although he inherited only memories, the experiences, feelings, knowledge and insights he gained during these 16 years are undoubtedly extremely valuable. Lan Mi was right. Such an opportunity is probably something that countless people could not even dream of, even if they paid a fortune. All the students in the classroom looked at them in astonishment. Although Yi Gu and Tang Shan experienced 16 years in the illusion, for them, only 16 minutes had passed. What happened? It seems that the winner is already clear. Lan Mi glanced at the clock in the classroom and smiled. Only 16 minutes have passed, which means 16 years. I didn't expect it to go faster than I thought. In the face of absolute strength, any trick will be vulnerable. But now it seems that in the face of absolute arrogance, no matter how huge and magnificent the foundation left by the predecessors is, it will sooner or later be destroyed by the hands of the conceited. There was a buzz of discussion in the classroom. Some were surprised, some were amazed, and some were suspicious. Long Ying, who was sitting in the last row of the classroom, still kept his arms folded in front of his chest, and his soft eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Did Ye Ge really win, with such a huge gap in strength? How did he do it? The students in the classroom were still whispering and discussing, seemingly guessing what had happened to Yi Gu and the others in the illusion. Yi Gu won. Great! Xia Xiao patted her chest happily and breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. The principal gave me such a big disadvantage. I thought Yi Gu was sure to lose. Right, Shuer? Gao Xinxue shook her head gently. No, I didn't think Xiaoye would lose. Xia Xiao was surprised. Is it true? Why? I was originally thinking about how to comfort him after returning, Gao Xinxue said calmly, because he is Xiaoye. Tang Shan was still sitting on the ground, his face pale. At this time, he had already integrated his memory in the illusion. He didn't expect that he would actually lose, and such a miserable defeat. The blow of failure was one thing, but the consequences were more serious. He would be kicked out of the inner gate of the academy, which meant that he would not be able to explain to his family, and might even be abandoned by his family. Lan Mi looked at Tang Shan, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and shook her head gently, then waved her hand. Two instructors came in from outside and carried Tang Shan away. Next, all of you will be divided into groups of 2 and enter the illusion to conduct war training. Lan Mi said, only after you feel the pain that war brings to the world will you understand what real war is. Lan Mi believes that the little ones who are attending the public meeting in the classroom today are very lucky. Everyone has such an opportunity, which may be only once in a lifetime for them, because creating such a white illusion light ball requires a lot of her energy, and the light ball can only last for one day before disappearing. Of course, although opportunities are in front of us, how much value can be created by utilizing the opportunities varies from person to person. Just like Yi Gu and Tang Shan, both of them had 16 years, but Yi Gu must have gained a lot, while Tang Shan probably only gained a lot of skills in eating, drinking, and having fun. Oh, and maybe also gained a fear of night songs and a fear of war. So Lan Mi said at the beginning that this game may be a priceless treasure for some people, but for others, they may never want to experience it a second time, because they don't want to go through another war. Xia Xiao, Gao Xinxue, and other students in the classroom stood up, lined up in front of the podium, and prepared for the match battle. Lan Mi turned her head to look at Yi Gu beside her, and asked with a smile on her beautiful face, how about it, little Yi Gu, do you want to play again? Yi Gu was stunned for a moment. Is it okay? Isn't it said that a student only has one chance? It's okay. That was just a demonstration. Lan Mi whispered in his ear, just think of it as a little extra training from your teacher. Yi Gu, one by one, the students touched the white ball of light, closed their eyes, and entered the world of illusion. When it was Long Ying's turn, she thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Teacher, can you arrange for me to fight against Yi Gu? Oh? Lan Mi showed an interested look, then turned to look at Yi Gu. Xiao Yi Gu, someone specifically called your name, how about it? Do you accept it? Yi Gu looked at Long Ying. Because Long Ying was in disguise, Yi Gu did not recognize her. He just felt that this person seemed to have never appeared in the classroom before. Could it be that these are graduates returning to attend classes? Yi Gu shrugged. I don't care. Lanmi laughed. Okay, in that case, then you can touch the ball of light with your hands. Yiga, a young master with demonic genetic mutant, fights against Long Ying, the most talented princess in the empire. This competition might be very interesting. Long Ying looked at Yiga with a deep look in his eyes, then stretched out his white palm, gently placed it on the ball of light, and closed his eyes. Yiga also stretched out his hand. White light bloomed, enveloping the two of them. Now, guess how many chapters this time. There is a reward for guessing correctly. What do you say if the kid